Palestinian plight remained very much at the heart of
So, do you maintain
the
your idea
revolutionary
that
Iranian
everything
people. You see
in
that
the universe is subjective?
part of the United
Of that
States
sentence?
is to support, part of the United States guilt, sin, is to support Israel vis-a-vis its
Do
very
you?
suppressive, very oppressive treatment of the
Maybe you
Palestinians,
should change it to every
completely illegal
opinion.
taking over of the territories which is not theirs
I
since
think I should.
1967.
Every opinion
And
in the
therefore
world
it is
is
upon the
subjective,
Iranian regime, Iranian
except
Islamic
that
Republic,
statement.
to support the cause of
I
the
want to change it
Palestinians.
now.
About at the time when the rest of the support for the Palestinians, including Arab nationalism, basically reached a stage of bankruptcy. I mean, much of the regimes of the Arab world either are now coming to terms with Israel, or in one way or another, because of their own contingencies, because of their own concerns and interests, are willy-nilly accepting Israel in the region. Now, that old task of rhetorically supporting the Palestinians falls upon the Islamic Republic, that sees itself as the champion of the Palestinians now, without, as a matter of fact, having either the support of the Iranian people behind it. If you ask,
Damn,
if
she fucking
tomorrow
got
there
me.
would be a poll or a referendum, I would doubt that
Did she?
80% of the Iranian people would approve of the policies of the Islamic Republic vis-a-vis the issue of Palestine. Uh, Nor the Palestinians themselves, because the Islamic Republic is only supporting those factions within the Palestinian movement which are Islamic, quote unquote. And even within that, there is problems with Hamas, for instance. But nevertheless, it's for the Islamic Republic some kind of a propaganda tool to be able to use it for its own sake and claim that uh, we are the champions of the Palestinian people. Whether they have a solution, if you look at the rhetoric, if you listen to the rhetoric, it's the destruction of the state of Israel. And that, uh, it seems to me, creates a certain anxiety in the minds of the Israelis, Israeli population, and Israeli government, particularly those who are now in power, Netanyahu, the Likud, and more kind of a right-wing politics of polity of today's Israel. That being said, I think also the Israelis try to get an extra mileage out of the threat of Iran, quote unquote, in order to present themselves a rightful tool for terms of security and whatever else, the way that they're treating the Palestinians, which I think is extremely unjust. I think it's extremely unwise for Israel to carry on with these policies as they did since the 67 at least, and not try to come to terms with it. Of course, there are huge amounts of, I'm not denying that at all, a huge amount of uh, uh, failures, mistakes, and stupidity on the side of the Palestinian leadership in various stages, not to try to make a deal or try to come to terms in some fashion. But it's a very complex picture, and it's rather unfair to the Palestinians to accuse them for not coming to terms with Israel under a very uneven circumstances, when they are not in a position to try to make a fair deal in terms of the territories or in terms of their security in future vis-a-vis Israel.
So I think there's as you probably know, quite a lot of people that would have a different perspective than you just stated in terms of, taking the perspective of Israel and characterizing the situation. Can you steel man their side? Can you steel man Israel's side that they're trying to be a sovereign nation, trying to protect themselves against threats, ultimately wanting to create a place of safety, a place where people can
Does it have to
pursue
be?
all the things that you want to pursue in life, including foremost happiness.
I tend to agree with you, and I have all the respect for the fact that Israel would like to create security and happiness for its own people. But there are two arguments. One is a moral argument. To my mind, as a historian, the Jews around the world, for all through their history, suffered. And this is the history of suffering, the history memory of. And I find it enormously difficult to believe that a nation that's the product of so much uh, sacrifice, suffering, loss of life, uh, and variety of holocausts above all, would find itself in a position not to give the proper justice to a people who would be their neighbors. And that is a moral argument which I cannot believe under any circumstances can be accepted. Second, in real terms, what do you want to? You want to commit a genocide? You have a population there that you have to come to terms with it. And you cannot just postpone as they did. 667, they're postponing and hoping that it goes away somehow. I don't think it's going to. And it's going to get worse further.
It's a long, nuanced discussion, and I look forward to having it. So we'll just leave it there for the moment. But it is a stressful place in the world where the rhetoric is existential, where Iran makes claims that it wants to wipe a country off the face of the earth. It's just the level of intensity of rhetoric is unlike anywhere else in the world,
and extremely dangerous.
and in both directions. The one, the real danger of the rhetoric actually being acted upon, and then the extreme political parties using the rhetoric to justify even a greater escalation. So, if Iran is saying that it's saying that they want to wipe Israel off the face of the earth, that justifies any response.
On the other side,
On the other side,
of course, I tend to agree with you fully. And unfortunately, this is a very critical situation that this region is facing, Iran in particular. I would say that I hope that in the minds of the people of Israel, there is a, enough or common sense to realize that probably escalation on the Israeli side is not in the favor of anybody. And try to let the Iranians go on with their empty rhetoric as they do so far. But at the same time, I cannot deny the fact that, there is a danger on the side of this regime and what it says. It cannot be denied. Nobody can justify that. Particularly because the Iranian population is not behind this regime. Certainly on the case of the Palestine. Or for that matter, it's not Palestine. It's the Islamic Republic's involvement in Lebanon with Hezbollah. It's the Islamic Republic's involvement in Syria with Bashar Assad. its involvement in other parts of the world, perhaps even Yemen, that all of them create extraterritorial responsibilities or interventions, unnecessary interventions that ultimately is not in favor of best interests of the Iranian people or Iran as a country. Iran has never been involved in this kind of politics before of the Islamic Republic. So in a sense, the Iranian regime, it seems to me, by going to the extreme, try to create for itself a space that it did not have or did not deserve within the politics of the region. So in other words, that has become part of the tool, a kind of an instrument for, if you like, call it some kind of an expansionism of the regime. In parts of the world where you can see there is a possibility for its presence, for its expansion. Uh, Historically speaking, Iran, ever since 16th century, I think that's the earliest example I can see, in early modern time, has always a tendency of moving in the direction of not only what is today in the state of Iraq, but further into the eastern coast of Mediterranean. So that's a long-term ambition that has been in the cards as far as Iran as a strategic unit is concerned. But by no means justified and by no means could be a reasonable, could be a sane policy of a nation state as today's Iran. But the second point is that also uh, regimes are always victims of their own rhetoric. So if once you keep repeating something, then you become more and more committed to it. And it cannot remain anymore in the level of a rhetoric. You have to do something about it. So it's something compelling pressure to try to materialize what you've been saying in your rhetoric. And that is even extremely more dangerous as far as Iran is concerned. And it brings it to some unholy alliances that today we are witnessing. Iran is getting involved, even more dangerous than this rhetoric in terms of the vis-a-vis Israel, is its involvement with Russia, and to some extent with China, which we can talk about.
What do you think about the meeting between Khamenei and Vladimir Putin in July? What's that alliance? What's that partnership? Is it surface level geopolitics? Is there a deep growing connection?
I cannot see the difference between geopolitics and this deep connection. I see it's one and the same. Why? Because I think the experience of 40 years of
How long do you have to wait if you get a
West
new Instagram account
in
to go
terms of the
live?
Islamic Republic, and the fact that there is a shelf life to imperial
4 hours?
presence for any empire anywhere in the world. So after the terrible experience of the United States in Iraq and in Afghanistan, pretty much like the British Empire, that after the Suez experience in '56, decided to withdraw from east of Suez. There is a moment here that we are witnessing, or it may come, that a great power like the United States sees in its benefit not to get too much involved into nitty-gritty things in other parts of the world that it's not its immediate concern. And I think that is part of the reason, not the entire reason, part of the reason why we see the emergence of a new geopolitical environment in this part of the world, of which China, Russia, the Iran, possibly Turkey, possibly both of them, are going to be part. Perhaps Saudis also, but I doubt that the Saudis, under the present circumstances, although we've witnessed some remarkable issues in the course of the past few weeks, where the Saudis giving assurances to American administration and then shifting and getting along with Putin in terms of the oil production, I think is more than sufficient. And it's not only them, but also the Emirates are doing the same thing. So what does that tell us?
And that's another many-hour conversation about the oil industry in Iran and the whole region.
In emerging this kind of a war, which was perhaps even 10 years ago unimaginable. Now a great power, China, that is going to remain from what we see around us as a great power, and Russia, adventurous, foolish, but nevertheless remain criminal, I would say, as far as its behavior in Ukraine. But actually, it's a rogue nation that it attracts another rogue nation. So Iran finds itself now in a greater place of security in alliance with Russia, in the hope that this could give Iran a greater security in this part of the world. Whether this is realistic or illusion, I think remains to be seen. I think Iran relation makes more sense. Although, if you ask ordinary Iranians, they don't like it. They would say, why should we be tied up with with China as the only trade party with America because of the foolish isolations that you have created for us, because of all the sanctions that you have created for the Islamic Republic. So, in a sense, it's a very difficult question to answer. Probably Iranians also like to be more on the other camp. But what happens is that in here, what surprises most is not this alliance with China, but it's kind of becoming a lackey or subservient to Putin's regime in Russia. Since if you look at it, Iran ever since at least the 19th century, I'm going further back, the beginning of the 19th century, always Russia is the greatest threat strategically, because it was sitting right at the top of Iran. It was infinitely more powerful than Iran has ever been. And Iran fought 2 rounds of war at the beginning of the century, lost the entire Caucasus to Russia, and learned its lesson that you have to be mindful of Russia, and you have to keep it as an arm's length. And that's what was Iran's policies throughout the course of the 20th century, 19th and 20th century, up to what we see now around us, which is a very strange situation. Whether the balance has changed in terms of if Russia is purchasing weapons from Iran, which was unheard of, it means that there is a new balance is emerging, a new relationship is emerging. Perhaps remains to be seen, but if you look at the historical precedent, it would have been enormously unwise to be an ally of Russia, given its long history of aggression. The Russians, part of the reason why actually Iran allied itself with British Empire was the fact that it was so much afraid of the Russian expansion. And as such, I don't know what's going to be the future of this relationship.
There is a big disconnect between government and the people, and I think ultimately I have faith that there's a love across the different cultures, across the different religions, amongst the people. And the governments are the source of the division and the conflict and the wars and all the geopolitics that is in part grounded in the battle for resources and all that kind of stuff. Nevertheless, this is the world we live in. So you look at the modern history of Iran, the past few centuries, if you look into the future of this region, now you kind of imply that the historian has a bit of a cynical view of protests and things like this that are fueled in the minds of young people with hope. If you were to just for a while have a bit of hope in your heart and your mind, what is a hopeful future for the next 10, 20, 30 years for Iran?
I'm not cynical. I'm trying to be realistic. And I actually may be critical, but I have great hope in Iran's future for a variety of reasons. I actually did write an article only the last version of it is going to go out today, in which the title of it is The Time of Fear and Women of Hope, which in a sense is this whole coverage about what this movement means that we see today. It may fizzle in a few weeks' time, or it may just go on and create a new dynamics in Iranian society that would hopefully result in a peaceful process of greater accommodation and with greater tolerance within the Iranian society and with the outside world. And I think majority of Iranian people don't want tension, don't want confrontation, don't want crisis. They, if 40 years they have suffered from a regime that has dictated an ideology that is regressive and impractical, they want to go back to a life in which they don't really create trouble for their neighbors or for the world. And therefore, I would see a better future for Iran. That's for one reason. Strategically or geopolitically, maybe Iran's advantage in a peaceful fashion to negotiate, as is the fate of all the nations, rather than commit itself or sworn to a particular course of policy. So it's a give and take, as the nature of politics is art of possible, as it been said.
I want the alien.
So probably Iran is going to be hopefully move in that direction. I think there is a generation thing. That's the third reason. No matter how much the Islamic Republic tried to establish its own image of kind of radical ideological indoctrination, it has failed. It has failed up to what we
Alright,
see
so for
today
what
in
am I?
Iranian.
There's this fucking book of
And the
aliens.
Iranian population said no to it. And I think if there would have been, and I very much hope there will be, a possibility for a more open environment, more open space where they would be able to speak their views out. Iranians are not on the side of moving in an extreme direction. They are in the side of greater accommodation and a greater interest in the outside world. And if you look at every aspect of today's, beside the government, every aspect of life in today's Iran, you can see that the way that people dress,
Welcome. How are you?
to the way that they try, to the way that they're
What's good in
educating
your neck of the
themselves,
woods?
or they educate.
What's good with you? Good. I am Brenier. How are you? No, I'm so glad you're here. I'm going to send you a friend request. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am, oh, we're already friends, so that's amazing. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Excellent. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. As you know, I do so for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Essentially, people can watch my life on 10 different YouTube streams at any given time. And I'm going to send you the link for those so that you can watch me as well whenever you want. Why do I do this? I don't want war anymore, and this gives me the ability to be able to discuss world peace with people. Essentially, I feel that we're not all that different, and if we can come together as a globe to understand that we all eat, we all sleep, we all do everything that humans do, perhaps that we're all not that different, that we can come together. Essentially, you can go back to the pandemic. I've been doing this for more than 3.5 years, so you can see me back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, everything in between. And we talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society. Uh, so Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king. I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum, everything. And I have more data online than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you're a very influential person as well. Things that we talk about on the stream are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We talk about dark energy, dark matter. We talk about invisibility cloaks. We talk about things like uh, de-extinction, bringing animals back that were once extinct. People don't know, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific is started in 2003. The first successful de-extinction was on the Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat. Fast forward to 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific is started. They have a goal on their website. They want to bring back the woolly mammoth by the year 2028. So within the next like 3 years or so, um, Renier, you might be able to see woolly mammoths. They want to essentially impregnate African elephants and reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle. And following that, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. These are just fascinating things that we discuss. Other things that we discuss: ending world hunger using things, technology like floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, agricultural drones, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. All of these, if utilized in the correct way, could help to end world hunger. I want to help end world thirst through desalination plants, taking the salt water and making it potable or drinkable for people on land, uh, smart straws, and additionally through the use of digging of wells. I think that these are simple solutions to some of the world's more complicated problems. Other things that we discuss are things like life extension technology. So when you were born, Bernier, perhaps your life extension, life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to get that to age 120 if possible, using things like human growth hormone, stem cells, using things like ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, perhaps things like nootropics and cryogenics. These can all be used to perhaps extend your life. but eventually your body's going to break down. And you're going to say to me, Rabbi, what do we do now? I'm 120 years old. My body's breaking down. That's when we get into the next type of technology that's very exciting. It's known as mind uploading technology. Bernier, has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? Okay, tell me. Certainly. I mean, perhaps the universe will eventually end, so nothing is infinite. But I mean that I think that you'll be able to afford, and I will help you if possible, uh, another type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, you may be able to have a digital immortality in the future, which is extremely exciting. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Well, you're very nice yourself. Absolutely. I'm just watching podcasts, so I like to watch anything that helps me learn. So that's what you'll see on the projector. And a lot of times we'll have like subtitles or different languages in there for people who may not speak English very well. And yeah, I do my best to spread positivity to everyone I meet. And I'm a very optimistic individual. And if you ever need anything, I want you to know you have a friend in me, and I'm always here to help you. Excellent. Bernier, just know if you ever wanted to do anything for me, come in whenever you're bored. You know I'm always here, and we can hang out and chill. We'll watch whatever you want. I've done my best to create the world's largest compilation of media. So, as you know, I do a lot of podcasts, but we've also done all the Super Bowls of the last like 3 4 years. We've done three sets of Olympics: the 2021 Olympics, the 2022 Olympics, the 2024 Olympics. We've done the World Cup. We've done a presidential election. So basically, I'm just creating like a time capsule for the world. And now you're on it, and you should know that I want you to be on it more. So whenever you're bored, you come in here, say hi, and keep spreading positivity. And one day we will overcome all the darkness and be a light to the nations. Thanks. Absolutely. You did excellent. Well, I want you to continue having a great day. So you go do what you need to do. Feel free to stay if you'd like. But I know you've got things on your agenda, but just know that we're here to support anything that you need. And thank you again for being so kind. And just know that I'm here to support you with any of your endeavors. No, no, no. It's generally locked for everyone. The reason why, when I first started this, I let anybody chat and whatever they wanted. But I had some people who I get a lot of trolls, as you can imagine, because I'm in so many servers, and they put some really nasty GIFs, GIFs throughout every single channel that I had, very gory things. And so to avoid people from just going crazy, I've locked them. I eventually have a experience an XP system where you do enough talking and then you'll be able to chat and type and all those other things. There are two channels in which you can chat. There's a free speech channel, which a lot of people, I get haters all the time, but I want them to have the ability to say whatever they want. So you could type in there. And then I also have a self promotion channel because I want small streamers to always have an opportunity to be able to promote themselves. So those are lower in the Discord. As you see, I have a very large Discord. It's got about 500 VCs. Excellent. One thing that wherever you see a VC, if you click on the chat, you'll see most every single one of them has something in there about it, whether it's something from Reddit or like a ranking of different music genres, or just really I do my best to have little niceties in everywhere that I go, and especially in my own server. So feel free to take a look at that, and just know that you have a friend in me. I'm glad that we're connected on Discord messages, and that we've had the opportunity to speak. And you should just know that you have a very positive voice. I mean, I hear joy in your voice, and that brings me joy. So thank you so much. Excellent. Well, take care. Absolutely. So happy to have met you. We're connected in uh, the Discord messages, and I'll send you a message if I ever need you for anything. And you always know that I'm in here, and you see me in enough different Discords to know how to get a hold of me. So this isn't end. This is just the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Well, I do have. I know you do. You get. You. How do you say your name? Excellent. Okay. I will call you by what you go as in here, Brent. I don't want to call you. I just want to make sure I was pronouncing your name correctly. So, Bernier, you know that I consider you my newest friend, and I hope that we are friends for years and decades, and perhaps centuries when it comes to life extension technology and mind uploading, should you wish. That's absolutely correct. 100%. We'll do it together. Excellent. Excellent. Well, I'm happy too. Thank you so much for joining us. Take care, Bernier. You, you do you, as the kids say. You do you. You come back whenever you have time. Take care, Bernier. Shout out to Bernier, everybody.
Do you see a desire, an intention to move forward? I'm optimistic.
Well, in that struggle for freedom, like I told you
Why are
offline,
all these fucking videos
one of my close childhood friends is Iranian.
so
He's
short?
a beautiful person. His family is a wonderful family. On a personal level, is one of the deeper windows into the Iranian spirit and soul that I've gotten a chance to witness. So I really appreciate it. But in the recent times, I've gotten to hear from a lot of people that are currently living in Iran, that are currently have that burning hope for the future of the country. And so my love goes out to them in the struggle for freedom.
It's so nice to say so.
All right, what is this fucking
And I
book?
very much hope so. There are moments of despair, and there are moments that you think that there is no hope. And but then again, something triggers. You see 100,000 people in the streets of Berlin uh, that are hoping for a better future for you. And I very much hope it eventually emerges. Even I'm hoping at the same time there's not going to be a very strong leadership as it was the case in the past. We started with hope. We ended with hope. This was a real honor. This is an incredible conversation.
Right.
Thank you for
93 pages.
thank you for giving such a deep and
Why isn't there just a thing
story of this great nation? One
that
of the
just
great
says,
nations in history.
"Hey, dog, you
Well,
want to
that's
just
kind
you
of
want me to just say this to you?"
Yes.
Sitting down today.
Well,
Yeah,
a
you can
history
ask.
that, as I've said in the start of my book, I say it's the history of a nation which has learned
Did this shit download?
from the outside world by force of its geography. It was always located somewhere that people can invade,
Yeah.
or come for trade, or something happened to it that diffused culture, continued to, and they were not afraid of learning or adopting, as they do right now today. Uh, they, this is a very different society.
Never a boring moment in its history, as you write about. Thank you so much. This is awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Abba Samna. Support this podcast.
What'd you think of that
Check out
guy?
our sponsors in the
I
description.
didn't really hear too much
And
that
now,
he said, but
let me
it
review
seemed like it
with a
made
few
sense.
words from
Add
Martin
the
Luther
Chrome,
King
dog.
Jr. From every mountainside, let freedom reign. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I think it's possible that physics has exploits and we should be trying to find them. Arranging some kind of a crazy quantum mechanical system that somehow gives you buffer overflow, somehow gives you a rounding error in the floating point. Synthetic intelligences are kind of like the next stage of development. And I don't know where it leads to. Like, at some point, I suspect the universe is some kind of a puzzle. These synthetic AIs will uncover that puzzle and solve it.
The following is a conversation with Andre Karpathy, previously director of AI at Tesla, and before that at OpenAI and Stanford. He is one of the greatest scientists, engineers, and educators in the history of artificial intelligence. This is the Let's Fix It podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors.
Bullshit.
And now, dear friends, here's Andre Karpathy. What is neural network? And why does it seem to do such a surprisingly good job of it?
What is a neural network? It's a mathematical abstraction of the brain. I would say that's how it was originally developed. At the end of the day, it's a mathematical expression. And it's a fairly simple mathematical expression when you get down to it. It's basically a sequence of matrix multiplies, which are really dot products mathematically, and some nonlinearities thrown in. And so it's a very simple mathematical expression. And it's got knobs.
Many knobs.
Many knobs. And these knobs are loosely related to the synapses in your brain. They're trainable, they're modifiable. And so the idea is like we need to find the setting of the knobs that makes the neural net do whatever you want it to do, like classify images and so on. And so there's not too much mystery, I would say, in it. Like you might think that basically you don't want to endow it with too much meaning with respect to the brain and how it works. It's really just a complicated mathematical expression with knobs, and those knobs need a proper setting for it to do something desirable.
Yeah, but poetry is just a collection of letters with spaces. It can make us feel a certain way. In that same way, when you get a large number of knobs together, whether it's inside the brain or inside a computer, they seem to surprise us with their power.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So basically, I'm underselling it by a lot because you definitely do get very surprising emergent behaviors out of these neural nets when they're large enough and trained on complicated enough problems. Like, say, for example, the next word prediction in a massive data set from the internet. And then these neural nets take on pretty surprising magical properties. Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting how much you can get out of even very simple mathematical formalism.
When your brain right now is talking, is it doing next prediction? Or is it doing something more interesting?
Well, it's definitely some kind of a generative model that's GPT-like and prompted by you. So you're giving me a prompt, and I'm kind of like responding to it in a generative way.
And by yourself, perhaps a little bit? Like, are you adding extra prompts from your own memory inside your head?
Mm-hmm.
Or no?
Well, it definitely feels like you're referencing some kind of a declarative structure of like memory and so on. And then you're putting that together with your prompt and giving away some answers.
Like, how much of what you just said has been said by you before?
Nothing, basically, right?
No, but if you actually look at all the words you've ever said in your life and you do a search, you'll probably said a lot of the same words in the same order before.
Yeah, could be. I mean, I'm using phrases that are common, etc., but I'm remixing it into a pretty sort of unique sentence at the end of the day. But you're right, definitely there's like a ton of remixing.
Why? You didn't. It's like Magnus Carlsen said, I'm rated 2900, whatever, which is pretty decent. I think you're talking very, you're not giving enough credit to neural nets here. Why do they seem to, what's your best intuition about this emerging behavior?
It's kind of interesting because I'm simultaneously underselling them, but I also feel like there's an element to which I'm over. Like, it's actually kind of incredible that you can get so much emerging magical behavior out of them, despite them being so simple mathematically. So I think those are kind of like two surprising statements that kind of just juxtapose together. And I think basically what it is we are actually fairly good at optimizing these neural nets. And when you give them a hard enough problem, they are forced to learn very interesting solutions in the optimization. And those solutions basically have these emergent properties that are very interesting.
There's wisdom and knowledge in the knobs. And so this representation that's in the knobs doesn't make sense to you intuitively that a large number of knobs can hold the representation and captures some deep wisdom about the data it is looked at. It's a lot of knobs.
It's a lot of knobs. And somehow, so speaking concretely, one of the neural nets that people are very excited about right now are GPTs, which are basically just next word prediction networks. So you consume a sequence of words from the internet and you try to predict the next word. And once you train these on a large enough data set, you can basically run these neural nets in arbitrary ways and you can ask them to solve problems. And they will. You can make it remarkably consistent.
Do you still think about the brain?
What is
side
this
of it?
shit?
So as neural nets abstraction or mathematical abstraction of the brain, you still draw wisdom from the biological neural networks, or even the bigger question. You're a big fan of biology, biological computation. What impressive things biology doing to you that computers are not yet? That gap.
I would say I'm definitely on.
Are you fucking
much more
serious?
hesitant with the analogies to the brain.
Are
than
you
I
fucking
think you see
serious?
potential in the field.
Oh
And I kind
man,
of feel like
dog,
certainly the way neural networks started
fix it.
is everything stemmed from inspiration
Dog,
directly
stop.
from the brain. But at the end of the day, the artifacts that you
Alien
get after training, they are arrived at by a very different optimization
species.
process than the optimization process that gave rise to the brain. And so I think I kind of think of it as a very complicated alien artifact. It's something different. I'm sorry, the neural nets that we're training. They are complicated alien artifacts.
Archive.
I do not make analogies to the brain because I think the optimization process that gave rise to it is very different. So there's no multi-agent self-play kind of setup and evolution. It was an optimization that's basically a response to a compression.
You and Rudy, dog. No
on
one
a
knew.
massive amount of data.
Okay, so
Alright.
artificial neural networks and compression and
Would you take her to
biological
Pound Town
neural
Hall?
networks.
Fucking day, dog.
Now just
What would you talk
and
about?
we're not really doing anything.
You
There's
had to work.
an agent, a multi-agent self-play
Really?
system
Oh,
that's been running
for
from
sure.
very, very
Why?
long.
Because you were on the fucking Cosby Show. Why
It
else?
is very useful to predict and have a predictive model in the brain. And so I think our brain utilizes something
Come on,
that's
work,
not that as
bitch.
a part of it. But it has a lot more
Full text of book of
Fuck
alien
yeah.
races.
value functions
See
and
other formats.
ancient nuclei that are trying
Published
to
by
make you survive and reproduce.
Copyright
and
anti.
everything else.
And the whole thing.
Hashtag RemailIJT me Karadashia.
So it's
Is
just
T Europeanic.
the code is inside the
Hot
DNA.
Rod says me.
And it just builds it up like the entire world.
T. Carrot. R.
Ahead.
Comment at the SLS dollar
And like it
hashtag
does it pretty well.
X.
It
J.
may not be possible.
R.
So there's some learning
DS.
going on. There's
Contact me
some
at
kind of computation going
R.
through that building process.
DS.
I mean, I don't know
Introduction.
where,
To the
if you were just
Alien
looking at
Races
the entirety
book.
of history of life on Earth,
R.
what do you
DS.
think is the most
Contents.
interesting invention?
Introduction to the LTFN Races book.
Is it
THF LTFN Races book.
Is it
Asterisk the alien races.
themselves, Homo sapiens?
Asterisk the Council
the
of Five.
origin of
Asterisk alien
or
files.
highly complex intelligence?
Asterisk alien ships. Asterisk alien fixes. Asterisk the notes and updates.
This is athleticism.
Someone else
Asterisk
gives an
sheet.
extremely remarkable story
Asterisk
that
final
I'm
thoughts.
only like briefly learning
R.
about recently. All the way
DS.
from
In
actually, like,
2041 became friends with an Ukrainian guy called
conditions in our
Petro.
solar system and how
2000.
That I met completely randomly at a bar by the beach.
the habitable
I
zone
was
and everything.
on holidays, and he was there with some friends having some drinks.
And
Anyway,
then
we started talking with each other. Our friendship
so all like a pre-remarkable
started like
I'm
that.
not sure that
He became a regular
I
at
can
my house where
pinpoint
our
a single unique
families would
piece of
get together.
it, that I find most
In
interesting.
2008, he called me and
I
asked
guess for
me
me
if
as
I
a
wanted to go on a road
researcher, it's probably the last piece.
trip.
We have lots of
I
animals
said
that,
sure.
you know,
He had in mind to go to the south of Spain and visit his brother.
And,
His brother was
it
there
seems
in
to have
jail
happened
at the
very
time,
quickly. It seems to
near
have happened very recently.
Huelva, and also to visit his
Something
father
very
in
interesting
Portugal.
happened there
His
that I
father
don't fully understand. I
was a
understand
former
everything
diplomat
else,
of
and
the
I
Ukraine
think intuitively,
years before,
I'll technically
and when
understand exactly that part.
he retired, he decided to move to Portugal and live there.
Would be interesting. One is
And
that
SG
this
we
is
went.
just a
We
continuation
visited
of the
his
same kind of
brother and
process.
then
There's
went
nothing
to
special, but he would
Portugal to visit
That
his
would be
father.
deeply understand
When we
that
were
would
at
be
his
very
house, he asked us a
that we
favor.
think of ourselves
He
as
is old,
special, but it
commented.
was obvious.
We could
and it
empty
was already
boxes
written
from one of the rooms,
in
as
the
he
code
wanted to,
that you would have
make it into a bedroom for guests.
greater and greater.
We said okay and went to
And
the
then
room, expecting
the
to
other
see some old
explanation, which is something truly special
newspapers.
happen. Something
Instead,
like a
we
rare
found
event,
about 58
whether
boxes
it's like
full of old
crazy
documents
rare
and
event, like Space
books
Odyssey.
from the time when he was a
See,
diplomat.
if you say like the invention
Some
of fire,
papers, documents, were
or
in Russian, some were even from the USSR
Richard
Times.
Rangham says the beta
Our
males deciding
DS
a clever way to kill the alpha
Retro
males
started reading
by
/
collaborating,
translating
so
some of
just
them, and we
optimizing the collaboration
realized
with
that
the
there was a lot of
multi-agent aspect
interesting,
the multi-agent,
intriguing, and even
that really
top
being
secret,
constrained on
at least at
resources
one
and trying
time,
to survive
documents.
the collaboration
So we
aspect
asked his
will
father
create
if
a
we could
complex
keep the
intelligence.
boxes for
It seems like it's a
ourselves.
natural
He
outgrowth of
agreed,
the
and
evolution process.
we
Like,
had to
what
rent a
could
van to take
possibly be a
everything
magical
back to
thing
home with
like
us.
a rare
Week
thing
after
that
week,
would say that
in our
humans are
houses,
actually
but mainly on the
human level
weekends,
intelligence is actually a really
we
rare
went through
thing
all of the
in the
documents,
universe.
translating them,
Yeah, I'm hesitant to say that
cataloging
it
them
is
by
rare, but
subject
it
matter,
definitely
for
seems
dates
like
and places,
it's kind of like a
etc.
punctuated courtroom where you
As
have
due to work,
lots of
we
exploration,
were
and then you
apart
have
quite
certain
often.
leads,
We
sparse
also
leads in
did a
between.
lot of
So of course, like
work
Portion of Life would be
online.
one.
That's when we
DNA,
found the book,
sex,
the book that lead to the
eukaryotic system,
videos I
life,
published. This one book that we had is undated and looks modern, but we did find the cover, only the cover for the same book, but dating back to 1951. We called his father later that year and asked him
So you don't
about
think
the
humans are
book, and he filled in the missing
Can I ask
INF
you
or
how many
Mahion.
intelligent
He
alien
said that
civilizations do you think are out there?
amongst high-ranking
And,
political officials there had
Is their
always been
intelligence
the rumor of alien
different
contact,
or similar
but
to
nothing
ours?
concrete. He said that he had received the book years before from one of his lifelong diplomat friends and had been updating the book until recently with information that friends of his sent him, or when they would get together to talk about old times. That information, regular updates, was sent to him by mail, phone, or online. He still gets regular updates that
I
transmits to
haven't
me.
really heard from them because I agree with you. It feels like
BS.
I just
The book
don't
has hundreds of
see
side notes on the pages,
why
updates,
what we did here.
small papers with related miscellaneous info attached to, pages, photos stapled to them, etc.
It was this magical
That is
rare
how we found
when you
out
read books like, for example,
about
The
relatively
Plane,
recent visits from aliens,
The Final Question,
their numbers,
How Life
where
Ascended,
it
etc.
happened,
And he really
etc.
gets in and he really
They had
makes
been
you believe
updating
that
this
this is not that rare.
information they could get regularly.
You have an active Earth and you have
But he
your
also
alkaline
said
vents,
that
and you
there
have
were
lots
only
of
a handful
alkaline
of people
waters
that
mixing with Pacific
were in
Ocean,
the know
and
back
you have your
then.
proton gradients, and you
USSR
have
days,
polar
the leader of
pockets,
the
these alkaline vents, and
Communist
concentrate
Party
chemistry.
and a couple of advisors,
And,
5 or
basically, as you
6
skim
SMERSH
through all of these little pieces, you
agents,
start to understand
maybe
that
more,
actually this
up
is
to
not
12, the commander of
crazy.
the
You can
armed
see this happen on other systems.
forces and the commanders of the
And he
3
really
armed
takes you
forces
from
branches,
just a geology
Army, Air
to
Force,
primitive
and
life,
Navy,
and he
and
makes
maybe
it
a
feel
couple
like
of
it's actually
scientists.
very plausible.
He
And also,
said
like,
that most
the origin of
likely there
life,
were more people in the know,
didn't,
especially in
it
the
was actually
military,
fairly fast
but
after
he could
formation
not
of Earth.
confirm that.
If I
Him
remember
and his
correctly, just a
friends
few
did
hundred
not
million years or
recognize
something
some
like
of the
that after
names
basically when it was possible,
mentioned
like
on the
human
book.
race. And so that makes me
People
feel
have
that
asked
that
me
is not
about
the
some of the
constraint,
illustrations
that is
of
not the variable, and that life is
certain
actually
alien
very
races on the book. This because some of
and
them
then where the
were
drop-offs
literally
are,
copied off
is
movies
very,
and / or video
it's
games,
very interesting to think
not
about.
all.
I currently think
Me
that
and
there's no
Pedro
major
asked
drop-offs,
ourselves the
basically,
same
and so there
thing,
should be quite a lot
as
of life.
we
And
recognized
basically,
some of them,
where that brings me
and
to
we
then
did contact his
the only way to
father in
reconcile the fact that we haven't found
order
anyone
to
and so
get an
on
answer.
is that
He told us that
just
over the
can't,
years
we
the
can't see
people
them.
that were
We can't observe them.
Adding / updating / printing the book had been using alien images from the media when they did not have a real photo or a drawing from the witnesses. So sometimes they used images from movies and video games that better describe the alien race in question. This according are BS to the witnesses' testimonies, description of their encounters. However, he did say something else, something extremely interesting. He told us that amongst high-ranking diplomats there has been much solid discussion and debate about a plan involving certain media, from online to paper to Hollywood to the video game industry, and certain security departments, especially from Japan, China, Canada, USA, and Europe, in order to use the right to them images to describe the appearance of aliens. All the media involved was, in the end, either directly or, because they own the mother companies, owned for no more than 5 people, and that this was a concerted effort in order to get people, humankind, used to the appearance and presence of aliens amongst us. He, Hitler's father, also told us that some of the alien races, images used in video games and other media, were used in the book prior to the release of the games and / or movies. Him and some of his friends had knowledge that some of those security departments had actually created some of the images and then released them to the proper channels in order for those images to be known to the general public. This, obviously, we cannot confirm, except for one of the images on the book, the aliens used in the MOV-1 Independence. They were known before the making, not even close, of the movie, by at least 8 years. Also, some of the photos on the ARB had been tampered with ARB. Yes. And so there you have it, the story behind the alien race's Russian secret book. At least some of it. I hope you enjoy the book and all the revelations contained here. This book is dedicated to the memory of Pedro. ARB has been re-edited, information always being updated in all aspects, from new alien races to new reports and photos, or illustrations, at least 12 times. That we know the first edition was printed in 1946 or early 1947. Then new editions were printed. 1951. I have the cover, just the cover of that one. 1959, 1968, 1971, 1980, all the way to, we believe, 2011. ARB. Yes. The lost copy. In the 1980s, a copy of edition of this book was found on a field in Variatia, East Siberia. A copy ended up in the hands of a KGB agent with friends. In the media, after the collapse of the USSR, some of the information and images in the book were leaked, sold. Years later, the information and some of the images started appearing in TV series and video games. Mass Effect being the most well-known. This information was handwritten on the book. ARB. DS. In 1924, near Yekaterinosay, Ukraine, now Dnipropetrovsk. The 3 daughters of a certain Captain Andreychik simply vanished. Captain Andreychik was of Russian descent and one very little is known about him, except that he traveled a lot. A farmer that lived near Captain Andreychik's house says that he saw the captain's daughters walking towards the woods maybe 2 hours before sunrise. Intrigued, he followed them at a distance. After walking for 30 minutes, he described seeing purple and red lights and a mist
I'd like
through
to
the trees.
preserve it. If I
He
can
got
afford
closer
to.
and saw
I'd
the
like to
three
think that the
girls
same would be
entering what
true
he
about,
called a
galactic resources,
floating
and
bright
that,
windmill-like
they
plane.
would think that we're
He
kind of
also
incredibly
reported
interesting
seeing 5
story that took time,
creatures
you know,
as
took
small
about
as the
3 billion years
children
to
but with a
unravel,
much older
and you don't want to
face.
just destroy it.
I can see
According
two
to him, the
aliens
windmill
talking
then
about
flew
Earth
very
right now
slowly
and
into
saying,
the
I'm a
stars
big
until
fan
he
of
could not
complex
tell them
dynamical
apart.
systems, so I
According
think
to
it
the
was
farmer,
a
he
value
ran to
preserve
Captain
these
Andrich's
who
house
basically are video
to
games they
warn him
watch
about
or
the
show,
event.
TV show that they watch.
This photo supposedly
Yeah, I think
shows the
you would need like a very good
farmer's
reason, I think,
house.
to destroy
Upon
it.
arriving, he knocked
Why
on
don't we
the door,
destroy
but
these
nobody
engrams and so on?
answered.
It's because we're not actually like
He
really
then
in
entered
direct
the house and
competition
found
with
the
them right
captain
now.
and his wife.
We do it accidentally
Dead
and
on
so
their
on, but
bed. Their faces were peaceful,
there's plenty of
as if they
resources.
had
And so why would you
died
destroy
during
something
their
that is so
sleep.
interesting and precious?
All
Well,
their
from a
animals,
scientific
3
perspective, you might
dogs, 1 horse, and 2
you might
goats,
interact
were
with it,
dead
but
as
You might want to learn
well.
something from it, right?
On the
so I
kitchen
wonder if
table there
there's
was a
could
letter
be
or
certain
note,
physical phenomena
not
that
signed,
we think is a physical
with the
phenomenon, but it's
handwriting that
actually
matched
interacting
Sophie
with us
Yacht,
to like
one of the
put your
daughters.
finger and see what
Yeah.
happens.
It
I
said,
think it should be very interesting.
"We are
Scientists,
going to
other
the
alien
school in the
scientists, what
moon
happened here,
with our friends."
and you know, it's
Supposed
what
photo
we're
of
seeing
Sophie
today is a
Yacht,
snapshot.
not
Basically,
confirmed.
it's a result of a huge
R.
amount of computation
DS.
2. Over like billion years.
Source Agents
Something like that. So,
Department
It could have been
48112.
initiated by aliens.
It is your
This could be
duty
a
to
computer
thoroughly
running a
investigate
program.
all events
Like,
regarding
okay, if you had the
any
power to do
reports of
this,
visitations or
okay,
incidents
for sure,
concerning
at
creatures
least I would. I
from
would
other
pick
planets as well as with
Earth-like
non-terrestrial
planet
creatures
that has the conditions based on my
that dwell on
understanding
our
of
planet
chemistry,
at the
prerequisites
present or
for life.
future time.
And I would see
It is
with
your
my
duty to
people and
immediately
run it.
present to your superior
Right?
in
Like, yeah,
charge
wouldn't you 100% do that and
KL-44
observe it? And
any
then
material
protect it?
evidence gathered during
I
your
mean, that's not just a hell of a good
investigations.
TV show. It's a
It
good
is your
scientific
duty to keep
experiment.
absolute secrecy
And
and concealment
it is
regarding your findings
physical
and
simulation,
conclusions during
right?
your
And
investigations,
maybe
except from your
evolution
superior in
is the
charge,
most, like, actually running it,
KL-44. It is your duty
is
to
the most
immediately
efficient way
destroy this
to
book in case your
understand computation.
physical being or personnel
Or
safety is
understand life,
threatened.
or you know what
The
life
loss
looks
of
like.
this book while in
And,
your
what
possession will
practices
result in
It does
serious
make me kind of feel weird that we're part of a
consequences for
science
your 2
experiment,
source
but
companion
it is,
agents as well as for
everything's a science
your
experiment.
immediate
Does
relatives.
that change anything for us?
Make use of your
For a
extensive
science
training
experiment?
and love for our great
I
union.
don't know. Two
Chief
descendants of
Marshal
apes
Konstantin
talking
A.
about
Verschinden,
being inside a science
I'm
experiment.
suspicious of this
1947.
idea of like a
R.
deliberate aspiria, as you
Yes.
described it, sir.
This
I don't
book of
see a
alien
divine
races is
intervention
both
in
an
some way
instructions
in the
manual and
historical
a
record right now.
source
I
of
do feel
information to be
like,
used now
the
and in the
story
future until
in these books, like
the
the
day
Books
it
of
will be
so-and-so,
needed
sort of
no
makes
more.
sense, and it makes
Learn
sense
from
how,
it and
like,
add
the
to it
roads on Earth.
when with humans.
And I
One,
don't need
investigate
I don't
events.
need to reach for more exotic
2, interrogate witnesses.
Sure, but NPCs
3,
inside a
gather
video
physical
game don't-
evidence. When with
don't
aliens.
observe any divine
1,
intervention
engage
either.
with them.
And we might
2,
just
follow
be all
them.
NPCs running a kind
3,
of
learn from them.
Maybe eventually they will.
You are
Currently, NPCs
forbidden
are
of
really dumb, but once they're running
showing this
GPTs,
book to anyone,
maybe they will
talking
be like, hey,
about
this
the
is really suspicious. What
book
the
to
hell?
anyone,
So
talking
you,
about or revealing your
tweeted, it looks
investigative
like
activities
you
to
bombard Earth
anyone,
with photons for a
drinking
while. You can emit
alcohol on and off duty,
So
consuming
if
drugs
like
on
an
and
hitchhiker's guide to the
off
galaxy,
duty,
who would
helping
summarize
alien
the story
races
of
no
Earth,
matter
so
the
in that book, it's mostly
situation or
Marvel.
request, choosing
What do you
sides
think
when
of all the possible stories
physically amongst
in the
different
paragraph
alien
long or
races war,
sentence long
during
that Earth could be
investigations,
summarized
and of
as?
engaging in
And
sexual
once it's done,
activities with any members of any
like
alien
all the
race.
possible full
The alien
Earth is a
races
book, right?
are
Uh,
DS,
probably there has
all
to be an
Gruol,
ending. I mean, there's going to be
aka
an
the
end to
builders.
Earth, and you could end it
They
all
come
kinds of
from
ways. You can end
constellation
sooner, you can
sculpture.
end later.
They
What do you
derive
think
from
are
an
the
ancient
possible
race of
stories?
reptilians
Well,
that has
there
gone
seems to be,
extinct.
yeah, you're sort of.
They are specialists at building
It's
ships and
incredible
other
that
devices
self-replicating
needed
systems will
for deep
basically
space
arise from the
traveling.
dynamics.
They are
And
also
then they
space
perpetuate
travelers
and become more
themselves,
complex, and eventually
searching for
become
new
conscious and build
raw
a
materials.
society. I kind of feel like
They
in
can live
some
up
sense
to
it's kind of like
230
a
years.
deterministic wave
Last seen near
that,
Tokyo,
you know, that kind of just
Japan,
like happens
in
on any, you know,
2005.
sufficiently well-arranged system like Earth.
DS.
And so I kind of feel like there's a
Keelikert.
certain sense of
They
inevitability.
come from constellation Vela, near
and
the
it's really
star
beautiful.
Suhail Al.
And it ends somehow, right?
Mullet.
So it's a
They grow up to 2 meters high,
very
6, and live up to
diverse
200
environment
years. They
where
can
complex
shapeshift and are very
dynamics
hard to
systems
detect.
can
When they
evolve
shapeshift,
and
the only
become
thing they
more
cannot
and more
change is
further and further
the
complex.
size and
But then
color of
there's
their
a
eyes.
certain
They are one of the
uh,
oldest known races.
what is it? There's
They do
certain
abduct
terminating
humans. Last seen on Earth in
Yeah, I don't
July
know
of
what the terminating conditions are, but
2008.
definitely there's a trend line
Are
of something, and we're part of that story.
BS.
And where does
Palladium.
it go?
They
So,
come
we're
from
famously
solar
described
systems
often
surrounding
as
the
a biological
Pleiades,
bootloader for
stars,
That's
more
because humans
precisely
have
from the
an
planet near and
incredible
near the star.
biological system
Stage
capable of computation.
They are associated with spiritual growth.
And love and so on.
They can grow up to
We're
2.5
extremely
meters,
inefficient, like we're
8'1".
talking to each other through
They
audio. It's
practice
just kind of
sex
figures,
cultivation,
honestly.
the distinct difference between
Symbols,
their sexual
serially,
expressions and their
we're
sensual
using vocal
emotions.
cords, it's all happening
Their
like
ships are
within
known as
seconds.
beam ships.
It's just like kind of embarrassing.
Although
when you step
regularly
down to
visiting
the,
Earth, they have remained
frequencies
mostly
at which computers operate.
silent since 10.000
And so
BC.
basically, it does seem
They are
like,
one of the oldest known
synthetic
races.
intelligence is
They
kind of
continue
like
to
the next
develop the
stage of
necessary
development.
mental skills to
And I don't know where it
eventually
leads
reach
to,
their
like,
goal,
at some point,
an even higher
I suspect,
spiritual state.
the universe
Are
is some kind of a puzzle.
DS.
And
Kalamiroth.
synthetic AIs
They
will
come from
uncover that
constellation
puzzle and,
Volans.
solve
The
it.
sightings of this race on Earth are rare, and they are
right? Like what
considered
if you
as a
just,
mystery
fast
race.
forward Earth
It
many
is said
billions
that
of
they were
years,
forbidden to visit
it's
Earth around the
quiet, and then it's
year
like
1.000
like
BC,
like that.
but they
Then
did not
what
stop
happens, like,
visiting
at the
Earth
end, like,
completely.
it's like,
This because
is
of
it
their
really
allies,
like
the race
calming?
matrix.
Is it explosion?
Last seen
Is it
on
like
Earth,
Earth, like
December
like
of
a giant
1989.
and
Are
like roasters? Will it start
DS.
emitting like a
KURS,
giant
aka Gods of
number of
Lands,
like satellites?
believed to be
Yeah, see,
related
some
to
kind
the
of a
race
crazy
Anunnaki.
explosion, and we're living.
They
We're
come
like
from the
we're
planet
stepping through
Dillimans.
a explosion.
They are
And
the
we're like
race
living
behind
here
the
today.
story
We're
of
still
Enlil
talking,
and
but
Nimrod.
actually, if you, I
They
saw
were
a very cool
directly
animation,
involved on the development of
and
the
like on
human
Earth, and basically nothing happens
race
for a long
during
time.
our early
And in the last
stages.
like 2 seconds, like
After
basically
centuries
cities
away
get
from Earth, they have recently
and the lower
returned.
orbit just gets cluttered.
Their
Just
old
all thing
leader
happens
is
in the last
amongst
2
the most
seconds, and like,
recent
just
visitors.
exploded.
They will now stay on Earth
So if
permanently.
you play,
They will have an
yeah,
important role in the years to come. They spend time immersed in a
It's a
precious
firecracker.
gold-like
They're
liquid that
living in a firecracker.
presumably extends their
all
lifespan.
kinds of interesting things.
Are
And then there's
DS.
so explosion.
HAB
It might actually look like
Honeychondras.
a little explosion.
They come from
with
galaxy
lights and
sextants
fire,
dwarf
energy
SPH.
emitted, all that kind of stuff.
First visited
When you
Earth in
look inside, the
934
details
AD
of the
in the
explosion,
area
there's
that
actual
we now know as
complexity happening
Romania.
where
They often have ducked and killed humans.
life or some
They
kind of
also
like
drain and
It's
drain
not a destructive firecracker.
the blood of humans as well as the blood of animals.
Firecracker.
They are responsible
Alright,
for
so
the myth
given
of
that-
vampires.
I think
Several human
is really
governments know
talking
and
about, like,
accept
what the
their
puzzle of
actions.
universes. Did the
The
creator
human
of the
bodies
universe,
that they
give
use
us
are
a
never
message?
returned.
Like, for example, in the book Contact,
Last sighting,
Carl Sagan,
Scotland,
there's a
in
message for humanity,
1996.
for any
Are
civilization in the
DS.
digits, in the
Mazareth.
expansion of pi. In
They
base
come
11,
from constellation Camelopardalis. From the
maybe
1300s to the early 1900s,
maybe we're
our
supposed to
calendar,
somehow create
they
some kind
were
of a quantum mechanical
not
system
allowed
that
to leave their
alerts them
planet
to
by other alien races.
intelligent presence here.
They are
So
a
if you think
very
about it from that
violent and
perspective,
predatory
you
race.
just say like quantum field
They are
theory,
known to be
massive,
allies of the
singular,
race matrix.
unborn-like thing.
They grow
And
up
like
to
how do you even notice
1.6
that we
meters.
exist? You might not
But
even be able to pick us
last
up
seen
in
on
that
Earth,
simulation.
August of
And so how do you
2001.
prove that you exist?
Are
That you're intelligent and that you're
DS.
part of the universe.
So this is
Albriulus.
like a Turing test for
They come from constellation
Yeah,
Cetus,
the
near
creators.
Denekaidos.
Maybe this is
Chimali.
trying to complete. The
Although
next
they are
world
often
inside this
confused with
complicated
reptilian
world that
races,
Earth is
they
just-
do
is
not
basically
share anything with them
back.
except
Yeah,
their
the puzzle
appearance.
is basically like alerting
Their
the
height is
creator
around
that
2
you
meters,
exist. Or maybe the
6,
puzzle is
and
just
they
to
can live
just
up
break
to
out of the system and just
350
stick it to the
years.
creator in some way.
This is one of
Basically,
21
like you're playing a
races
video
that
game,
are
you
known
can,
to have more than 2
you can somehow
genders,
find an exploit and
sexes.
find a way to execute
This
on
race
this
has 8
machine.
different genders,
Being able
and
to read
all of
codes.
them can
There's some, for
reproduce
example,
with
I
each
know
other.
someone got Mario.
The purpose
game
for their
Mario
visits
really
to
off
Earth is
just by,
unknown.
exploiting
Last
it
sighting
and,
was near Lima,
creating
Peru,
a
in December of 2004.
and being able to execute
The
on code in
messengers.
the game. And so
No
maybe
image
we should
provided.
be- maybe that's the puzzle.
Probably
is that
the
we
most
should be,
enigmatic of alien races.
finding a way to
Not much
exploit it.
is
So I think like
known
some
about
synthetic
them.
AIs will eventually
They
find
visit
universe
Earth
to some
around
kind of
every
puzzle and then
300
solve it in
years.
some way. And that's
Their
kind of like
next
the end
visit
game
is
somehow.
supposed to happen
Do you
anytime
often
now.
think about it as,
They do not reveal
as a
themselves.
simulation?
They do not
So,
make direct
as a
contact with
universe
humans.
kind of computation.
They leave carvings, drawings, and writings on rocks
Yeah,
as
I think
well
so.
as
I think,
symbols in
I
historical
think it's
monuments.
possible that physics has
Their
exploits and we
ships
should
have
be
the
trying to
shape of
find
a
it,
teardrop and are
arranging some
silver
kind of a
in
crazy quantum mechanical
color.
system that somehow
Are
gives you overflow,
DS.
somehow gives you a grounding area
Rebe.
and floating point.
They come from Capella, constellation Orion. known to be a very peaceful race. They tried to coexist with humans.
Yeah, we'll find some way to
They
extract
created the Mayan
For example, when
civilization
you train
culture
reinforcement learning
by
agents,
placing
in
humans
physical simulations, you
from
ask them
different
to
places
sit
on Earth in South
on a
America.
ground.
They
They'll
are a
end up
race
doing
of
all kinds weird
scientists.
things.
They taught the Mayans
Part of that
about
optimization, right? They'll get on their
astronomy and
line,
time.
they'll slide across the
They left
floor.
Earth when the
And
Mayans were
because
at
of
their
the
highest
optimization,
splendor.
the reinforcement learning
After that, the
optimization
Mayans
agent
started
has
the
figured out a way to
well-known blood
extract instant energy from
sacrifices in
friction forces and
their honor.
basically their
This race has been on Earth many
they found a
times
way
after
to
that.
generate infinite energy and just slide
Last
across the surface.
sighting,
And it's not
Bora Bora in
it's just a
2001.
sort of like a
Are
reverse solution. And so
DS,
maybe we can find something like
3,
that. Maybe we can be that
Mubayan, and KA
dog
even,
in this physical simulation.
aka Shinning ones. They come from constellation Vulpecula. They have met with, at least, 2 USA presidents as well as with USSR and, now, Russian leaders and some high-ranking officials. Taiyi supply limited amounts of their technology to humans in exchange for the freedom to conduct abductions. They do not involve other alien races in this process. They had a big role in Siberian and Tibetan culture. They still have bases in those areas hidden in the north base of mountains.
I think it's going to have to be
They have colonized
some
over
kind of
40
super
planets
intelligent
outside our
API
solar
of
system.
a third generation.
So far,
Like we're building
Our
a first generation
DS,
API.
RAC, of the 58 races described here, this is the race that least visited Earth that we know of so far, only 5 times. They visited the area we know as the Middle East and that
I think it's
created
very
the
likely
belief
these,
in
for
the
example,
jinn,
like, say,
or
these
genies,
CGIs,
in
is they're not,
Islamic
but for example,
mythology.
they will be completely inerrant.
According to some
I like
Muslim
these kinds of
scholars, they
sci-fi
inhabit
sometimes
an
where,
unseen
these
world,
things are just completely inert.
in
They
a
don't
dimension
interact with
beyond the
anything.
existing
And I find that kind of
dimensions of our
beautiful because
universe.
they probably
According to
so they
reports
probably
from
figured
other
out the
alien
meta
races,
game of the universe
they
in some
stopped
way.
visiting
They're doing
Earth
something
because their
completely
immune
beyond our
system could not cope with Earth's
and they don't
fauna
interact
and
with
flora.
simple chemical
Last
life
recorded
forms.
visit,
So
712 AD,
I find those kinds of ideas
are
What's their source of
DS,
What do they
the
do?
invisible.
well,
What's the source
probably
of fun?
puzzle
No
solving in the
image.
universe.
This race is known to have been seen near high security
Define-
areas.
It means inert.
They are almost completely
The
invisible to
interaction
the
here is
naked
very
eye.
us. As in,
Both the USA and Russian military have developed
uh,
technology that
they will behave in
allows
some
them
very
to track them
strange
down
way
on
to us,
radar,
because
just the ships.
they're beyond
3
their
things are
own
known
metagame,
about this race.
and the metagame is probably say
1,
like
they
a
leave a
range of
sour
chemical
smell when they
systems
are
and
near.
very weird ways to
2, when
extract
they are
different
near
energy,
windows, you can see their
some
reflection
additional
as a
expansion of pi to whatever
smudge-like figure
amount.
have been
They
caught on
build their own, like,
CCTV
little
footage.
fusion reactors or some
3,
crazy,
when many
something
dogs,
beyond comprehension
or only
and,
one,
not
start
understand
barking
those,
with no apparent
and actually brilliant
reason,
under the hood.
it is possible that they are nearby, or reportoid/reptilands.
Just thinking,
They come from constellation Mensa.
but we're really
Purpose of presence,
parasites.
unknown.
We're not really hurting physics.
DS,
We're just living in this
ALL
organism.
Mahala STR at minus
We're
163.
trying to understand it. But
They were
really it is
forced
an
to leave
organism.
Earth after losing a
With
battle
deep
against
intelligence. Maybe physics
Portoids
itself
in ancient India,
is
state unknown, which they had been visiting for around 200 years.
And we're just
They
like
have
one
resumed
little
their visits
thing.
to Earth in 1948.
Ant sitting on top of
Technologically, this is a very
Just kind of
advanced
like
race.
these particles in the way
Their ships
that I
are
feel
often
like it's
invisible
deterministic.
to radar
Takes,
and the human
universe
eye,
from some kind
and
of a Big Bang to
they wear
some
some
kind of a
sort of
super
clothing that
intelligent
makes them
replicator,
invisible as,
some kind of a stable point
well,
in the universe.
supposedly
given
they
these laws
come
of
from
physics.
Jupiter or from one of its moons.
as Einstein said,
Last sighting,
God doesn't play dice.
Portugal, May 2005.
There's no randomness.
Are
I think it's deterministic.
DS,
There's tons of
Inanna,
laws. I want to be careful
no
with
image.
randomness.
Pseudo.
The members of
Yeah, I
this
don't
race
like
are the
random.
cause why
I
humans
think maybe
won
the
the
laws of physics are
term
deterministic.
Martians. They
Yeah, I
come
think
from
they're
constellation Gemini. They have had permanent bases on Mars for thousands of years, where they mine some sort of a gold-like material.
There's no randomness.
First recorded visit to Earth, 1235 BC in Japan. Last sighting, Madagascar, 2003.
Yeah, I think it's
Are
unsettling. I think it's a
DS,
deterministic system. I think that
Ingagud,
things that look random, like
aka
say
Tall
the
White.
collapse of the wave function,
This race
etc.
has
I
several
think they're
bases
actually
on and in the
deterministic,
moon,
just entanglement,
where they mine.
and so on. And
No
some kind of
W and Mother
theory,
IA.
something.
They use slaves to do most of their work. These slaves are extremely well taken care of, and the Ingagud see them as
What
indispensable.
that
Their
doesn't feel like
operations on and in the moon are very
feels like I'm making
secretive.
a choice.
They are in almost permanent contact with high-ranking officials from the USA, China, and Russia federal governments. They have the ability to shapeshift into an almost perfect human form. They are also known as men in black, as they use special dark suits to protect their skin when in human shape while conducting special operations on Earth. Arb. Yes. Kilomet ARR. AKAKARR. They come from constellation Crux, near Gate Crux. It is a very hard race to track down or spot. Both the USA and the Russian military have developed a special camera and radar system that allows to spot them when they are on Earth. But even then, they have only been sighted 8 times. The purpose of their presence is unknown. When they are sighted, it is usually in the area known as the Bermuda Triangle. Arb. Yes. 2017. No image. They have only contacted humans one time, in the USSR in 1935. According to reports, they spoke some kind of Slavic dialect. They left a written message with about 10 sentences. They come from Galaxy UDFJ 395462884. Estimated distance from Earth, our standard, is 13.2 billion light
Yeah, I'm not sure if
years.
the others were aware of the.
They travel by using what other alien races call
But
wormhole,
I think they were aware
which allows them to bend space.
design decisions.
Note from my seat and
not to,
Petro.
I think, expand
On
in
the
that way.
original arc, our
And so I
copy
think they
slash
had an
edition,
idea that there
9
was
of the
more,
sentences left blank.
than just the
This
surface
race
of
are
just
blacked
what we're
out.
doing translation.
The only one that is not is this
You're not just
one.
doing translation. This is like a really cool,
2017 to
differentiable,
2022.
efficient computer that you
According
propose.
to reports, they were
And maybe
tall,
they didn't have
had
all of that
blonde
percent,
long
but I
hair,
think
and
it's really interesting.
smelled like flowers. Arb. Yes. El-Hemanu. They come from constellation Grus, near the star Alnair. They are one of the most peaceful races. They co-created each of the 5 races, Council of the 5, but are not part of it. The Council of the 5 are a group of 5 alien races that protect humans against less peaceful races. They coined a sentence, 5 universes, 2,500 species, 1 race. The council is supposed to meet on Earth during the last 10 days of August of 2013, the reason being the fact that Earth has been receiving too many visits from new races in the past 500 years. Last sighting on Earth, near the Sea of Cortez, September 2002. Arb. Yes. Gigantic. Maintains sporadic contacts with 3 Earth governments, but not the most powerful ones, not USA, Russia, or China, considered to have a violent nature by other races. They have been visiting Earth for 3.000 years. They come from constellation horology and are known to have as allies the race Matra. Last sighting, near Houston, USA, February 1st of 2003.
Basically, it's
Arb.
very powerful in the forward past.
Yes.
Able to express
Jeff.
very
They come from
general
constellation Indus.
as a sort of
They are
something that
known
is
by
not
other races as peacemakers.
nodes, and they all store vectors.
They are very
And,
advanced
these nodes get to
technologically.
basically look at each other.
Their first sighting on Earth dates back to 1500 BC.
Basically, nodes get
They
to
met with JFK
broadcast
3
data
weeks
looking for
before he was
certain
killed.
things, and other nodes get to broadcast
They have
any
also,
other things that happen.
around the
Those are
same
just
time,
values.
met with other human
Yeah, exactly.
world leaders. They have not been seen on Earth since JFK's death.
Residual connection to weights or
In
range,
1965, they gave a message to the human leaders that read,
stacked and so on.
countries with nuclear
Basically, there's a message
capability,
processing scheme where nodes
content
get to look at
unknown.
each other, decide what's
Your
interesting,
say.
and then update each other.
They grow to a maximum
And,
height
I
of
think
0.5
when you get
meters.
to the details of it, I think it's a very
1.6.
expressive function.
They have visited
So
Earth
get
at
express
least
positive
250
algorithms,
times.
Not only that,
They
but the
come
way
from
it's designed,
Cassiopeia,
with the residual
where they
connection
have
is
2
way
home
normalized,
planets.
the softmax.
They eat other alien races as well as humans. Their race is at least 4 trillion years old, and they have been in a constant state of war with another alien species for 2 billion years. Last sighting on Earth, November 2001, Italian Alps.
And then lastly,
Arb.
we wanted to run efficiently with
DS.
our hardware.
Magil,
is a massive
known to be a very peaceful race.
They prefer lots
They
of
have two
parallelism.
permanent bases
So
somewhere
you
in
want to
South
do lots of
America.
sequential operations, so you want to do a
They
lot
are
of operations serial.
100-degree/0 nocturnal, do not interact
And
with
so it's
humans and
designed
are
for our hardware.
described
It's
by
designed
other
to be
alien
very
races as
expensive in
shot.
lower pass, but also very
They
optimized
harvest
in
insects
upper
and
pass.
see rodents by
And
the
you
many
said that,
thousands on end.
there was a
Monthly
geometry
basis.
kind of ability to
Reason,
learn
unknown.
short algorithms
At
fast.
least 3 of them have been
Programming
under
is
Brazilian military custody
longer
for
their training.
the past
What's
12
the idea
years.
of trying to show how the
Last
Right.
sighting
Think of it
near
as, so
Oaxaca,
basically a transformer
Mexico,
is a,
in
series
2003.
of,
They are
blocks,
visited
right?
by
And these
their
blocks
own
have
kind,
tension and
race,
percentile.
every
And
20
so
years.
you go off into a block and you come back.
Next
to this
visit should be
physical path,
around
and then you go off, and
2016.
then you have a number of layers
Arm.
arranged sequentially. And
DS.
so the way to look at it, I think,
Picard.
is because of the
They
residual
come from
pathway in the
constellation
backward path, the
Sextans.
gradients sort of
One of
flow
their ships crashed outside of
uninterrupted,
Argenha,
because
Brazil,
addition
in
distributes the gradient
1996.
to all of its branches.
2 of its
So the gradient
occupants
from
are
the
under
supervision
USA
itself,
custody
just
after
flows
having
directly
paid
to the
billions of dollars to
and
the Brazilian
only
government.
residual connections are arranged
They
so
have
that
the
in the
fastest
beginning,
ships of
during
any known
installation, they
alien
contribute
race.
nothing to the residual pathway.
Last sighting, February
So what it kind of looks like is,
2002,
imagine the
near
transformer is kind of
Varginha,
like a
Brazil.
Python
Again,
function.
Matra.
And
They have 2 home
you get
planets
to
in
do
constellation
various kinds of
Megopia.
lines of code.
They have
So
the
you
same
a
average
100
height as
layer
humans and
speed,
are
transformer.
considered
Typically,
by
much
many
faster.
alien races as
So you have lines of code
parasites.
that you can do something with them.
Visited Earth
And
for
so
the
think
first
during
time during the
optimization, basically what it looks
prehistoric
like is
period.
first you optimize the first line of
Date
code, and then
unknown.
the second line of code you can.
Abduction of humans is carried out
And I kind of
openly.
feel like because of the
They have the
residual
goal of
pathway,
colonizing
the
Earth.
optimization,
That has
you
not
can sort of
happened
learn a very
because
algorithm
of
that gets
protection
lots of
from
useful,
other alien
but then the
races,
other layers
such
sort of
as
kick
the
in and
ones
start to create a contribution.
in the
And at the
Council
end
of
of
the
it,
Five.
you're optimizing over an
They are
algorithm that is
hermaphrodites and their
21. So
lifespan is
except these
120
lines of code are very
years.
complex because this is an
They have
entire
colonized at
transformer
least
in one.
26
What's
planets.
really interesting is that this
They have
transformer architecture
abducted at
actually
least
has been remarkably
5.000
resilient.
humans,
Basically, the
males.
transformer that came out in 2016
They have
is the
visited
transformer
Earth at
you use
least
today,
200
except you
times.
reshuffle some of the layer names.
Last sighting,
The layer
September
realization, reshuffle into a
2006
pre-norm,
near Nome, Alaska,
formulation.
USA.
And so it's been remarkably
Arm.
stable, but there's a lot of
DS.
bells and whistles that we've had to capture
Drives.
and try to
Their height is around
I do think that
2.5
basically it's
meters.
a big step in simultaneously
They have a very
optimizing for
complex
lots of
structure of
properties
their
and
skull.
extending neural network architecture. And I
Visited
think
Earth
that
at
people have been
least
trying to
20
change it, but
times.
it's proven remarkably
They
resilient.
carry out human abductions
But I do
which they
think that
use
there
for
should be
human
even better architectures potentially.
reproduction.
But it's
They have
you
abducted
are
at least
required the
520
resiliency.
humans,
There's something
males and
profound about this
females.
architecture that
They come from the third star in constellation
everything
Cetus.
turns into
They have 2 home planets and have colonized at least 40
Currently, definitely the
planets with
transformer
the
is
help
taking
of
over AI,
slaves.
and you can feed
10 of
basically
those
arbitrary
planets
problems into
were
it, and it's a
taken
general
with the
version
use of
computer,
force.
and it's extremely powerful.
They work together with 3 other
And this convergence in
races.
AI has been really
They
interesting
mostly
to
eat
watch.
animal protein-derived products.
what else do you think?
According to
could be
alien
discovered here?
report, they are not
Surprising
mentally
thing.
/spiritually
Or is it a stable,
prepared to interact with most other
or in a
races.
stable place? Is there something
Their
interesting
2 home
about
planets'
discovering
chemical
about transformers?
composition is
Like
similar
aha
to Earth.
moments, maybe as
They are
memory,
supposed to reveal themselves to
maybe
humans in an
representation, that kind of stuff.
open manner in
Definitely, the
2022.
zeitgeist today
Arm.
is just pushing.
DS.
Basically, right now the zeitgeist is do not touch the transformer.
Small species growing only up to
So people are
70
scaling up the data
centimeters.
sets, making it much, much bigger. They're working on the
They come from the
evaluation, making
6th
the
star
evaluation
in
much, much bigger.
constellation Coma
And,
Berenices. They have
They're
3
basically
home
eating
planets,
the architecture
maybe
of
4,
and that's how
and
we,
have colonized
that's the
at
last 5 years of
least 10.
progress in it. Kind of.
They were one of the first
What do you
races to
think
visit
about
Earth.
one flavor of it?
They were
just
the race
language
that
models?
started the stories about
You've been
fairies.
surprised.
2 alien races claim that they have abducted
Has
over
your
10 million
imagination been captivated
humans
by
throughout history.
you know,
That
the
number is highly
bigger
disputed by 2
models?
other
And,
races. They
what are
state that the number
limits
is much lower, and
of
one
those models?
race even made a statement to a Russian president
Just
saying
the
that
task of natural language.
the race Lang has never abducted
Basically,
any
the way
human.
GPT is trained, right, is you
Last
just download a
sighting,
massive amount of
New Zealand,
text data from
in
the internet, and then you
2006,
try to predict the
a
next
group of 20
word in
members
sequence, roughly speaking.
are
You're predicting
DS,
chunks, but
SMAD,
roughly speaking, that's it.
no image.
What's been really
They
interesting to
come
watch
from
is
planet Spock, constellation Batary. Their ships have a conical shape. They resemble humans in appearance. According to one alien race, they only have 6 ships left. They colonized 20 planets, 18 of them were inhabited. They first visited Earth 2.500 years ago and are very interested in our religious beliefs. They are a race in decline, weakening, according to other alien races.
And they're doing this
T.
on
Henry
small
Tenbury.
data sets, and the neural net
They
is
come
not
from
transformer,
planet
it's a
Tenbury,
child processor.
Galactic Sector
That was the
56,
first time that neural
Star
network was
System,
applied in that setting.
and
But even before neural networks, they were
1342.
language models.
They
Except
live
they were
underground and have a
using
population of
ingram
10
models.
million.
So ingram models
First
are just
visit to Earth,
count-based
10.000 years ago.
If you try to
They do not
two
need an
words,
atmosphere or water to
you
survive.
just count up
They
how many
have
times
one
you
ship
see
that
any,
can accommodate 5
keyword
million of their
combinations that
kind.
came next. And
They have
what
had
you predict is
contact
coming
with
next
human
is what you've
governments
seen
throughout
most of the training set.
history.
And so,
Last known
been around for a
sighting
long time.
near
No one else
Buenos
has done
Aires,
language models for a long time.
Argentina, in
So really what's
2003.
more interesting or exciting
Are
is just realizing that when you
Grace
scale it up,
Their height
with
average is the same as that of humans, and they are
you have all these
covered in a soft, silky
where,
hair.
basically
They
what
have 2
happens
home
is
planets in the
if you
Virgo
have a
star
large
system.
enough data set of text,
They have visited Earth at least 12
you are
times.
in the task
Their
of
first
predicting the
visit
next
happened during the
you
era
are multitasking a
dynasties
huge amount
of Egypt,
different kinds of problems.
pharaohs,
You are
around
multitasking
3.000 years ago.
chemistry, physics,
They
human
spent
nature.
10 uninterrupted
Lots of
years
things are
there
sort of
during that
clustered in
time.
that objective. It's a very
The
simple
Djoser
objective,
pyramid
actually.
was
You have
built
to
in their
understand a lot
honor.
about the world to
They
make
have been keeping a
You
dose
just
look
said
at humans'
the
development
keyword
for
understanding.
the past 200
Are
years,
you
knowing
In
that
terms of
some
chemistry,
powerful
physics, and so
humans
on,
can
what do you
and
feel
are
like
be
searching
misled
for
by
the
some
right
alien
context?
races, disguised as
Like,
humans.
what's the
Only 6
actual
of them travel
process?
each time in their ships.
Yeah, so basically,
Last sightings,
1,000
July
words,
2002 and February
in order to do that
2004.
very, very well,
Are
the entire data set
Yes.
on the internet. You actually have to
Anonymity,
basically kind of
aka
understand
Anunnaki.
the context of
They come from planet
what's going on
Nibiru, aka Nibiru.
and
Their planet is part of the same solar system as Earth, but
if
with
you're
a
a powerful enough computer,
much longer orbit
you end
dot.
up with
It comes closer to the Sun every
you can ask
4.000
it,
years,
to do all kinds of
and not
things,
every
and,
3.500
it
years
shows
as
a lot of,
commonly accepted.
emergent properties like
They
in-context
resemble
learning. That was
humans
the big
but are higher,
deal with GPT and
2.5 meters /81,
is that
and
you can
more
just sort of prompt
muscular.
it in various ways and ask it to
When
do
they
various
first
things, and
visited
it will
Earth,
just kind
there
of
were
complete the
already
sentence.
other
I mean, the
races
process of just completing the sentence,
established
actually
here,
solving all kinds of
some malevolent and with
interesting
supernatural powers.
stuff here.
The Anunnaki defeated them and became the most powerful
Like, when
race
we
on
use
Earth.
the word understanding,
They genetically engineered the most intelligent non-alien
Doing
beings.
some understanding.
On
In its
Earth,
way, it understands
At the time, not much more than smart
and
primates.
it has to in order to predict the next word in the
In
sequence.
order to have a race of slaves at their
so it's trained
disposal.
on the data from the internet.
At the time, Samael AMD Lilith
What
were
do you
the
think about
Anunnaki king and
this
queen.
approach? in terms of
They were
data
not
sets
aware of the
using data
presence
from
of
the internet?
reptilians on Earth.
Do you think the
They
internet
only
has enough
cooperate
structured
with
data
one
to
other
teach
race,
AI
the Zeta Rescue, not to
Yeah, so I think the internet has
be confused
amount
with
of
the
data. I'm
Solar
not sure if
Surai,
it's completely
aka
upset.
Greys.
I don't know that
Eventually, they
text
left
is
Earth,
enough.
unknown
Or
reasons,
sufficiently powerful.
but before they
AGI
left,
is an outcome.
they created a
Of course, there is
subspecies of the
audio,
Zeta.
video, and
This
images,
species
all that kind of
eventually
stuff.
Yeah, so text by
became
itself,
rulers
what
of
we're
Egypt,
suspicious about, there's a ton of
pharaohs,
things we don't
until
put
the
in text
reptilians
already, not
infiltrated
just because they're obvious to us
them
about how the world
as
works
temple
and physics of it
priests
and
and
fall.
ended their
We don't
reign.
put that stuff in text because why
They
would you
gave birth
share
to the
that?
legends about giants.
And so text is communication medium between humans, and it's
BS.
not a
Anunnaki,
all-encompassing medium of
aka
knowledge about the
Anunnaki.
world. But as
They
you
will
pointed out, we
return
do
one
have
day as
video
promised by
and images
themselves.
and audio,
However,
and so I think that
the date of
definitely
their
helps a
return
lot.
is still a
We
mystery.
haven't trained models
They do know
sufficiently
all that is happening on
across
Earth as well as in
all
other
the values yet. So I
planets
think
where
that's
they
what
had
we're
influence
interested
But I
and
wonder what
slash
that
or
shared
still have.
understanding, like,
The
we might call
proximity of
common
planet
sense,
Nibiru,
has to
aka
be
Nibiru,
learned,
does cause cosmic
inferred in
instability and weather-related repercussions
So
in all
maybe
planets of
the fact that it's
our solar
implied in
system,
the internet,
but does not cause the
models
amount
have
of
to learn
destruction
not by
that it is
reading
usually
about
accepted
it,
and
by
believed.
inferring it.
How far they are, it is still a
Like,
mystery.
Common sense, just like we
AFIM.
have uncommon sense.
They come from constellation Lyra.
Jesus
They call
tells us
themselves
explicitly
Alam
just figure
Spianzi
it all
because
out
of a war
by
that they
interacting with the world, right?
fought against a
So
race
here's
called
a model of reading about the way
Spianzi
people
M.
interact
The
with the world.
Spianzi race
They have
had
to
12
infer that.
times more members
Yeah.
and 35 times more
You
ships
briefly
and
worked on a
resources
project
than
called the World of
the
Bits,
Vim, but
training
the
a
Vim won in
RL
the end.
system to take actions on the internet.
So they added the Spianzi name to their
It's
own
just
race
consuming
name
the internet
as
on
a
that level. Do you think there's
warning
a
to other
that kind of
races.
system interacting
They
with the
are
internet to
smaller
help
than
learn?
humans in stature and
Yes,
their
I think
skin
that's
is
probably
covered
the final
with
frontier
blue
for
spots,
these models,
darker for males and lighter in females.
So as you mentioned,
Their
there was
planet is
OpenAI,
called Crimea
which was
AI
one of the
Petri.
bits, and basically it was the idea of giving you
Technologically,
more
they are
access to
extremely
the
developed.
internet
They can
else.
travel travel from
And the idea
your planet to Earth in 20 Earth minutes.
So basically,
They do not need oxygen. They do have an atmosphere, but it is Composed mainly of an hydrogen-mixed environment, they have colonized 10 planets in a non-violent way. When they are close to humans, they can become invisible, but humans when around them will feel a certain amount of unexplained anxiety. Their ships are small and spherical in shape. One of the reasons they visit us is to study what they call human deviation in order to determine the development of the human race. So peaceful and harmonious race. The one main leader and his name is Imar. Their civilization is 2 billion years old. Once they were at the same level of development as ourselves. They have no colonies. They are completely focused on the development of other planets and races. They come from constellation Cygnus. They do have one powerful weapon that keeps some neighboring violent races away, and others that may try to invade them. At one time, race Matra lost 5 ships because of it. They said that the human race, in the next few thousands of years, still has 645 options left to save ourselves, our planet, and to guarantee a future for our race, but it will all depend on our ability to travel through space. They are so obscure, but we call them rays. No image. This race was very influential in some South and Central American cultures. At one time they had over 2.000 members living amongst humans in those regions, until one day when most of them left, leaving behind only 25 of their own. Humans then killed them. They have not returned to Earth since that incident. They were known to be very tall. Some reports from one alien race say that some of them were as tall as 4 meters high. 13. The reasons why the local humans killed the 25 Puxides is unknown. X5 Taiga. This race was created by the race Matra in order to be used as slaves, and that is still what they serve for. They are often sent by the Matra to security-sensitive regions, working as messengers and also to conduct abductions. They can live forever as they are not organic. However, the raw materials that the Matra need to build one are very rare. So, there are not many of them. Estimation, less than 300. They are able to use rational thinking as well as flying ships and many other tasks. Last seen on Earth in July 1997, near Brisbane, Australia. Are DS, Tanzania. They come from constellation Perseus, near the star Gorgonia. Secunda. They have caused thousands, maybe millions, of deaths on Earth and other planets as one of their interests, or area of study, is how other races react to tragedies and cataclysms. Technologically, they are extremely advanced. One alien race reported that they, the Tanzania, caused both the crashing of the Hindenburg as well as the sinking of the Titanic. They can live up to 500 years and are around 1.7 meters tall, 5'1". They are avoided by other alien races. Last sighting, January 1999 in New York State. AI Arctic. They come from constellation Ophiuchus, near Yed Prior, considered by other races as peaceful. The purpose of their visits is unknown. They never stay long on Earth and do not interact with humans or other aliens here. They mostly use Earth as a stop to quickly gather something they may need before they leave to their real destination. They are mostly nocturnal. Their ships emit a bright orange light and are, most of them, not all, octagonal in shape. Last spotted near London, England, in May 2003, are DS, Minicherry. They come from constellation Pavo. They are very respected and peaceful race, presumably with mystical powers. They have been coming to Earth at least since 1.000 AD. They do not carry out abductions and do not interact with humans.
have some.
They can live up to 2.000 years. Their height is similar to that of a normal
Yeah, I
human.
think it's always been a bit of an
They are
race,
vegetarians.
between sort of the
Last
attack
sighting
elements.
near
So
Odessa,
the attack will get
Ukraine
stronger,
in
the
July
defense
of
will get stronger as well.
1995.
Our ability to detect
Strom. They come from constellation Ursa Minor. Stroms are invertebrates and coelendorates. Their average height is 2 meters, 6.5. Vegetation is of great importance to their culture, and the main reason for their visits to Earth.
Yeah, at
They
some
have
point,
been
I
on
think,
Earth at least
it might
200
be-
times.
I think the society
They act with extreme caution and are rarely seen by humans.
Some of our
First
correspondents
visited
go,
Earth at the end of the last big ice age.
right now.
They have
not
20
necessarily
colonies in the
something
Viaduct Lactea
I do think
galaxy.
that we are going
Their
towards a
ships
world
have
where
the shape of an octagon.
we share the digital
Last
space.
sighting, October 1976 in Oregon,
Yeah,
USA.
and they will get
California.
much better, and they will share our
They
vision.
come from
And they'll
constellation
share
Aquila,
our
Star Terras.
but
They
that's
have
kind of what we
colonized
want
3
towards.
planets and have a
most of them
lifespan of
die off, and some
150
of them will be
years.
malicious, and it's going
They
to
are
be
often
an
sighted in
administration.
northern Africa and the Sahara region. First visited Earth around 300 BC. They do not conduct abductions. Main interest about Earth, minerals. Last sighted in 2003 near a volcano in Iceland. Are DS, Mitzli.
Yeah.
Once related to the reptoid species, they are not, however,
And I think the problem is
reptilians.
people are
They
thinking
come
about the
from
proof of
constellation
personhood,
Serpens,
and
Star
we might
Allium.
start digitally signing our stuff.
First visit to
And we
Earth
might
was
follow
only
it up.
in June 13,
Yeah,
1965.
basically some solution for
They
proof
do
of
not
personhood. It
represent
doesn't
any threat to humans,
It's just something that we haven't had to
often
do
seen
until
around
now, but
Antarctica.
I think once the
The reason for their visits is unknown.
soon, I
Last
think
sighting,
we'll think about it.
Antarctica, May 1st, 1997. Are DS, reptilians. The most known and feared of the reptoid species, there are at least 3. They have been permanently on Earth for over 15.000 years. Confirmed, but the belief is that they may have been here permanently or on and off for millions of years. They come from constellation Draco. They have a presence in thousands of planets and have at least colonized 500 by means of infiltration within the leadership of each planet. Some, not all, their members have the power to shapeshift, as well as telepathic abilities. On Earth they did not need to infiltrate human leadership all the time, as they often lived side by side with humans, most of them unaware, and lived our evolution, all aspects of it. Reptilians. They are considered one of the most technologically advanced species, but they prefer to work in the shadows, using that as an disadvantage for their progress or plan/agenda. They can travel interdimensionally, most races can't, and some of their high-ranking members also have the power to become invisible. To have that power, a reptilian must first be accepted in what they call the Draco, an elite group of reptilians. The reptilians from the Draco are infiltrated, or even worse, co-founders of the Illuminati. They have 3 main bases on Earth, near the Bermuda Triangle, somewhere off the coast of Denmark and off the coast of New Zealand. Some say that they will never leave, at least on their own. Alcobana. Presumably they have over 5.000 ships and have colonized over 100 planets on their own, considered by other aliens as one of the parasite races. Abduction of humans are frequent and ongoing. Purpose of human abductions, unknown. They do not like to interact with other alien races. They come from constellation Perseus and are extremely aggressive, suspected to have been involved in several airplane crashes, such as Flight 007 over the USSR in 1983. The USSR leadership took the blame for that crash. Last seen, September 2001 in Canada. Nikomat, aka Nomavo. First known visit to Earth happened only in 1989. They abduct humans and exercise control over the minds of
trillions.
They're
And you have
captives,
to like
which they use for their own
just it's
benefit after
constant
the
assault of plots.
captives release.
Yeah, I don't know.
Reason, unknown.
You have
This
to
race
see
was
when
the
the case
inspiration
plots
for
I'm
the
seeing
alien race in the movie.
like obvious. I could write
Independence
a few lines
Day,
of code to
Note
catch
of
these
Retro
plots.
and Me,
I mean,
the
definitely
Arab
there's
States
low-hanging
do.
fruit, but I will say
Same
I
thing
believe that
about
if
another
you are a
race.
sophisticated actor,
They
you
are
could
one of
probably
the oldest
read a bot
races.
right now.
They are one
You know,
of the
using
races
tools
that
like
most
GPTs,
human governments
because it's a
fear.
language model. You
When
can generate
considering the
phrases that
future
look
of
quite good
humans.
now,
Arb,
and you can do this at
DS,
scale. And so I think
Zeta Reticuli,
yeah, it's quite possible.
aka
It's going to be hard
Shamphire,
to defend.
often
There's a good word
confused because
I'm
of their
playing
appearance with the races. Matra and
there's
Solopsari,
any
the Greys.
inkling of
They come
truth
from constellation
to
nets.
what he felt,
They are allies of
and
the
more
Anunnaki
importantly,
and cooperate with them
you
in
think language
different
models will
planets.
achieve such
They are the representatives of the Anunnaki
soonish.
on Earth and send
Yeah,
them
to me, it's a
information
little bit
about
of a
humans to
burying
us.
the coal mine kind of moment,
Planet at
honestly,
least 25 times per year.
because so
The
these
Anunnaki
engineers
created a
spoke to, like, a
subspecies of
chatbot
the Zeta with the
and
purpose of
became
making them
convinced
look more
that
human-like,
this bot is
but
sentient.
leaving
He asked us some
enough
existential
physical
philosophical
differences for
questions.
And he had
humans
like
to
some
distinguish
answers
each
and
other.
real and
They
and so on.
became some of the pharaohs
So
of
to me,
Egypt.
it's a
Arb,
he was
DS,
he wasn't
Zeta
sufficiently trying
Reticuli,
to stress the system, I
aka
think, and
Shamphala. The
exposing
most well-known
truth
was
of it
Akhenaten,
as it is today.
who was removed from power by
I
reptilians,
think this will be
they
increasingly hard
infiltrated
over time.
themselves in the
So
Cortez
uh,
temple
yeah, I
priests.
think more and more people will basically
First reports
become
of Zetas on Earth go back to
yeah, I
4.000
think more and
AD,
more there'll
but
be more
that
people like that over time.
number
As
is most
that
likely much
Like
higher.
form an emotional connection.
They were the
Yeah.
first hybrids to be
Yeah,
engineered
it's
by the
possible
Anunnaki.
in my mind. I think
Anunnaki.
these AIs are actually quite
The
good
Zeta
at human
subspecies still
frequency,
exists on Earth and
emotion.
still,
A ton
at
of
least
text
30
on the
degrees
internet is
/up,
about humans and
present the
connections
same
and
physical
bonds and so on.
differences
So I
created
think
in
we have a
them.
very good understanding
The sexual
in
organs
some
of the
sense of
subspecies are
how
in
people
every
speak to each other
aspect
about this, and
same as that of humans.
they're very capable of creating a
Arb,
lot of that kind of text.
DS,
The
Zeta
there's a
Reticuli,
lot of like sci-fi from 50s
aka
and 60s that
Sharnfire.
imagine AIs in a very
The
different way.
Zetas
They are
still exist
calculating
on
code
Earth in both
kind of like
forms,
machines.
the
That's not
originate
what we're
IN,
getting today. We're
the
getting
hybrid
very
subspecies.
emotional AIs.
Their
that
location
actually
on Earth is
are very
unknown.
competent and capable
Zeta
of generating
Reticuli, Arb,
possible sounding text with respect
DS,
to all these topics.
Terrace,
See, I'm really hopeful about
no
AI
image.
systems that are like
Their
companions
origin
that
is
help you
unknown.
grow, develop as a human
They are
being,
often seen near
help you
or
maximize
flying
long-term
by
happiness. But I'm
volcanoes.
also very worried about
Identified
AI
to
systems that figure
to
out
the
from the
exquisite
internet
nature of their
that
ships.
humans get attracted to
They have
drama.
never
So these
contacted
are just
humans and see there are
shit-talking
no
AIs.
reports of
It's just constant. Did you
violence
hear?
or
They'll
abductions.
gossip. They'll do.
Even though they are
They'll try to
discreet, their
plant
presence on Earth is
seeds
frequent,
of suspicion
and
to
they do not
other
try to hide
humans
from
that
view.
you love and trust,
There are several
and just kind of mess with
contradictory
people,
reports about their appearance.
because that's going to get a lot
Last
of
sighted
attention. So drama,
off the coast of
maximize
Norway
drama,
in
and
2000,
path to maximizing
Purite Avilalu,
engagement, and us
aka Nosy
feed into
V7.
that machine.
Their origin is unknown.
It'd be a
They are
giant
often
drama
sighted in the
shitstorm
northwest of the USA,
of
Yeah.
this.
especially in
So I'm worried about
the
that
Oregon
because the
area.
objective function really
They have a
defines
special interest about Earth's
the
oceans
way
and are known
that human civilization
to have
progresses.
underwater ships,
Yeah.
aka
I think right now,
USOs.
at least today, they are
In the
not.
1980s and
It's
the
not correct to think of
1990s,
them
they
as
almost
seeking
crashed a
engines
few
that want
times
to do something.
against
They have
U.S.
no
Navy ships while the
long-term memory or
Amerlins were
anything.
testing
It's
new
literally a good
sonar and
approximation of
radar
it.
systems.
You get 1,000 words,
Taiyi
you try
are
to create
peaceful
1,000
and
words,
mostly
and then you
nocturnal.
continue feeding it in.
Last
And
sighted
you
in
are
the
free
year
to cut in
2000
whatever
near
way you
San
want, in
Francisco,
text. So you say,
USA.
okay, you
Arb,
are a psychologist,
DS,
and you are very good on
X1Z,
humans. And here's a
aka
conversation
X,
with you and another human.
no image,
Human caller.
only sighted 2 times on
You
Earth.
something. And then it just
According
becomes
to
a pattern.
reports
And
from
suddenly
other
you're having a
races, they are
conversation
able
with
to
psychologists who
shapeshift
are trying to help you.
as many
And so
as
it's
4
still kind of
times
like
in
in the
10
realm of a
seconds.
tool is a
Their origin is
it can
unknown.
prompt in arbitrary ways and it
They
can create
conduct
really
human
incredible
abductions
text.
and perform
But there's
medical
like long-term
experiments
goals over long periods of
on the
time. It doesn't
subjects.
try to
They have been
so it
visiting
doesn't
Earth since the
right.
But you
mid-1500s.
can do short-term goals
The
that
only
have
2
long-term
confirmed
effects.
sightings
So
happened
if
near
my
Lazig,
prompting
Turkey.
short-term
Arb,
goal is to get Audrey Kaplan
DS,
to respond to me on Twitter,
Carabeldi, known to be,
like I think
at
AI
times,
might that's
extremely
goals that it
dangerous
might
to
figure out
humans as well
talking shit to you
as to other
because
alien
it
races.
is highly
They
sophisticated,
come from
interesting way.
constellation
And
Chameleon.
then you build up a
They have
relationship
been
with the
permanently
person all at
involved in
once,
conflicts
and
with a
then
few
it's
other
like
races for over 500
it
Earth
gets to not
years.
be sophisticated and
They are
just
rarely seen on Earth.
like
They live up to
just
150 years old. Reportedly, they are 3 meters tall, 9'1", and have 4 arms. Last sighting was near New Orleans, USA, in 1976. Alpha. They come from constellation Boötes, near Acellus Primus. They also resemble the Greys but are not related. This race has 4 different genders and they are known to be benevolent. The purpose of their visits is unknown, but they seem to have a special interest on raw materials/minerals, as they have been often sighted in near old mines. Last sighting, San Isidro Ciel General, Costa Rica, in 2005. Are DS, Matras. Despite their appearance, installs fear in humans when sighted. This race is not known to be aggressive. They can live up to 400 years. They come from constellation Delphinus, near Sulocin. They have been visiting Earth for at least 4.000 years, but were sighted quite often during the 19th century. They served as inspiration for the alien race in the movie Independence Day. Note of Petro and me, this the other second mention about it. Race being used as inspiration for that same movie. Last sighting happened near Marseille, France, in 1996. Tisser 3. Their origin is unknown, but there are reports stating that it takes them near 2 Earth years to get to this planet. They are the survivors of an extinct reptoid race they do not possess the same level of technology or knowledge as other races visiting. They do have some human characteristics, such as skin. In 1977 or 1978, near Siena, Italy, 2 of their species were captured. After landing behind a church in ruins, 3 days later they were transferred to a USA air base still in Italy and finally taken to an undisclosed location where, supposedly, they still remain contacts. Have mentioned somewhere in the South Pacific or in another US base near Japan. The USSR Apis/3 was able to get a hold of one video recording of this species. East sighting, January 3, 2001, near Victoria, Canada. Are DS, Helena, aka elves. Supposedly this is the race that started the myth of elves. They are cited often in the Germanic countries, see even the forests. They are not known to be lethal to humans, however they are known as being pranksters. It seems that they enjoy scaring humans when these get too close. It has been reported that they have lured humans away from their cars in order to steal their possessions. Once the humans are far away from their vehicles, and they already have stolen what they wanted, they frighten them, which makes the humans leave the location. Last sighting near Munich, Germany in December 2004. Are DS, the Council of 5. Are DS. Very little is known about the 5 alien races that are part of the Council of 5. The races that are part of this council, previously known as the Council of 9, have been protecting Earth and the humans for as long as there are alien records of it. Some say that they have been protecting the planet even before humans existed, for me 11 ions of years. An alien race reported that the Council of 5 last met on Earth in 1944. Note of Petro and myself, we found a handwritten note on the arm dated July 2005 stating that the Council of 5 is going to meet on Earth during the last 10 days of August of 2015. The same note also mentioned the fact that the presence and arrival of those 5 races could cause cosmic events that can affect Earth's atmosphere. And it also said that humans would be seeing an increase of alien ships activity during that period. Our DS. Continuation of note. The note also states that the meeting of the Council is to discuss possible threats to Earth and humans as well.
And I saw this
is the
sort of play
fact
out
that so many new alien races have been visiting
sort
Earth.
of autopilot being one of
Lately,
them, but also
by
just,
lately the
simple
note states that
classification.
means to the
People
5,
thought
4,
originally,
the past
in the 80s and so on,
500
that they would
years,
write the algorithm
dash slash
detecting a
slash.
dog in an image.
According to
all these
several
ideas about
alien
how the
races,
brain
the
does it,
Council of 5,
first we detect
at the
corners, then
time,
we detect lines, and then we detect
Council of
lines.
9,
They were like
has
really
monitored
organic
human
about
evolution since
how they're gonna write the
primordial
algorithm. And this
times,
is not the way
since humans were only a one-cell marine organism,
there was a
and
smooth transition where
throughout all
okay,
natural
first we
evolution,
thought we were gonna go
when
first,
humans became
then we were building
primate-like
features,
creatures and beyond,
so like hog
after the
features and things like
Anunnaki,
that, that
aka
detect these little statistical patterns from
Anunnaki,
image matches. And then
interference.
there was a little bit of
According to
on top of
those
it,
same
like a
alien
super
races,
vector
all
machine,
evolutionary
classifier,
sequences in
for cat versus
all
dog
planets
images
have a
on top
beginning
of
and an
features.
end,
So we
with
wrote
the
the features,
exception
but
of
we trained
minor
the last
details
layer,
due mostly
so
to radical weather
classifier.
changes.
And then people are like, actually, let's
After
not
the
even design the
Anunnaki
features
tampered
because
with the
we can
DNA of
possibly not very
primates
good at it.
and
So let's also learn
created
the
humans,
features. And
the
then you end up
Council
with
of 5
basically
decided to
convolutional
not
logic,
only
where
monitor
you're
but
learning most of it, you're just
also to
specifying the
protect
architecture.
us,
And
as they
the
realized that
architecture
one
is
day
also
humans
the
would be
lens, which is all the
able
knobs.
to join other
And you let
alien
the
races
optimization
in
right
development and enlightenment.
And so this transition
The
is happening
Council of 5
across the
is
industry
composed
everywhere.
of the following
And
races.
suddenly we end up
Gorilla.
with code
The
that's
Council of 5 is
boundaries.
composed of the
And I was just
following
pointing out that
races.
the analogy is actually pretty
Igorot.
strong. And
The
we have a lot
Council of
developer
5 is
environments
composed
for
of the
software
following
development,
races.
as we have IDPs,
Jinbo.
how you
The
work with code, how
Council
you
of
debug
5
code,
is composed of the following
how do
races.
you maintain code with
J.
GitHub. So I was trying to make those
DS.
analogies into well, where's
R.
the GitHub of software
1.
development? Turns out
Yeah.
it's something that looks like
Arb.
face right now.
DS.
You know, and
The
so
Council
I
of
think some
5
people
is
took it
composed
seriously
of the
and
following
puppies,
races.
and many
Irregular.
people originally attacked the
Arb.
post. It actually was not
DS.
well received when I wrote it.
It is generally
And I think
agreed
maybe
that
it has something to do with the title, but
EMETHEPV is the
post was
most
not well
important
received, and I think more people sort of
race
have
not
been coming
only of
around
the
to it.
Council but also amongst all known
Yes,
races.
you were the
They are
director of
related to the
AI,
Solpsirite
so
but
where
much
I
older
think
and
this
advanced.
idea
In all
was
levels,
really
they were one of the
scale,
founder races of the
which is how
Council.
you have engineering
They
teams
met
doing
with USA
software 2.0.
President D. Eisenhower
And you
in
sort
3
of linger
different
on that idea
occasions.
of,
They also met
I
with
think we're
2
in really
high-ranking
early stages
USSR
of
leaders
everything
in
you said,
3
which is like GitHub
different
IDEs,
occasions, and they
and
tried.
how do
They
we
do
build
not force
engineering
anything
teams that
upon humans
work in
to
software
meet with
2.0
USA
systems.
President R. Nixon, but he
The
refused,
data collection and the data
claiming that it would be
annotation
too dangerous as they could maybe read
all part of that.
his mind and find out
Like,
about
what do you
delicate
think is the
national
task of
security
programming
secrets
software 2.0?
concerning
Is
the
it
relations with the USSR.
debugging in the space of
Alien
hyperparameters,
files.
or is it also
In
debugging in the space of
2003, the
data?
China National
Yeah.
Space
The way by
Administration,
which you program the
CNSA,
computer and
received the
influence
reply
its
from the Pioneer
algorithm
plague sent in
is not by writing
1972
commands yourself.
and
You're
1973 aboard the Pioneer 10 and
you're
11.
changing the
Despite many
loss
requests
functions,
and offers
what
from the
neural
USA,
is trying to do,
the
how it's trying
EU,
to predict things. But it basically
Australia,
data
and
sets
Russia for
and
China to
architecture
share
of
the
neural
information on
and
the reply. The Chinese have
so
not
in the
done
case
that
of
yet.
Autopilot, a lot of the data sets
In
have to do with, for example,
1985,
detection of objects
3 alien
in
races
traffic
delivered
lights and so on.
documents and
So you
video
accumulate
to
massive data sets of
the UN
here's an example,
Secretary General
here's the
Javier
desired
Pérez
label,
de Cuellar showing
and then
evidence of
here's
several
roughly how
planets
the
within
architecture,
Earth's
here's
solar
roughly what the
system
algorithm should look like, and that's
that had a
computational
daily
data.
average
So the
temperature of
specification of the
32
architecture is like
degrees
a hint
Celsius,
as to what the algorithm should look like.
89.6
And
Fahrenheit,
then the fill in the
and
blanks
oceans.
process of
Arb.
optimization is the training
DS.
process. And then you take your neural network
K737,
string, it gets all the right answers
Latvia,
from your data set, and you
Nigeria. In
So
August
there's,
21,
in that case, perhaps
1957, a Caucasoid woman was
machine
found
learning
near
cases,
Latvia.
there's a lot of tasks.
She was not dressed matching the area
So
nor the time
is
period.
coming up formulating
She was
tasks
taken to a local Dutch
like
landowner and
for a
interrogated.
multi-headed neural network.
Reports say that she claimed to be Captain Benjamin Briggs'
Yes, very much so.
How do
wife
you break
Sarah.
down a problem
Captain
into a set
Benjamin
of
Briggs was the
tasks?
captain of the Mary Celeste,
On the high level, I would say
a
if you
British-American merchant ship that was
software
discovered on
in the
December
output,
4-1872 in the
I
Atlantic
would say
Ocean,
originally
unmanned and
software
apparently abandoned.
Imagine lots of C++,
She committed suicide that same
and
night.
then gradually
Reptilian
kind of neural
shape-shifting
networks,
in
for example,
progress.
predicting
Ian
single image,
shape-shifting
is there
in
line of
progress,
traffic light or not,
too.
or is there a lane line marking
Arb.
or not. And this neural networks have
The
too much to
Matra
do
have
with
been
the scope of the software.
involved
It was
in
making tiny
several
predictions of individual
tragedies throughout
and then the rest of the
human
system stitched
history.
it up. So,
Some of the
okay, we're
worst
actually we have just a single camera.
plagues
with
were
8 cameras.
inflicted
We actually have 8 cameras
by them
over
with
time.
the
And so what do you do with
knowledge
these
and
predictions? How do you put them together? How
agreement of the reptilians who want a human population to never go over a billion. The reptilians have abducted female humans for thousands of years. Most of their hybrid offspring are sent away to other planets that they have colonized. Some stay on Earth where they become powerful members, infiltrated in society. Mars and the Moon have been over mined and explored for the past 33.000 years. The races that do and are going deeper and deeper inside the planet to reach the raw materials they want. Abandoned surface structures can be seen everywhere. All human religions have been created by alien races that want to keep humans divided and the truth about creation in secret. They roam the corridors of religious power as members of pseudo-race, which is spiritually human. Organizations such as the Masons, most members of the Masons are clueless about the true intentions of a few. Are PS 11 RT TJ Carey dash T underscore Parita. Since the formation of the USSR, its leaders were extremely interested about all the information they could get on aliens. They knew of their existence and visits and seemed wanted to gain their knowledge, little knowing that the death of Russia's Tsar Nicholas II had been planned by aliens and that their own circles of power had already been infiltrated. Several secret missions were deployed by Stalin to South and Central America after two generals found it book that belonged to Tsar Nicholas II's wife, Tsarina Alexandra, and Grigory Rasputin, that had a map showing the location of alien bases. That map was later used in the school system, minus the bases locations. 2 pounds. RR, the Philadelphia experiment of 1943. It happened and it was successful after the third attempt. Further attempts failed. Contrary to belief, the experiment resulted from Albert Einstein's discovery of a manuscript along with one metallic object found in a cave system and brought to Spain by Columbus on his last voyage. Yes, a manuscript found by Columbus contained extremely technologically advanced schematic drawings and information, and it was used to develop the unified field theory by Einstein, where he described mathematically and physically the interrelated nature of the forces that comprise electromagnetic radiation and gravity. Einstein had Illuminati connections. Are BS. In 1933, near Virginia, Italy, an alien ship belonging to the race Kielemia crashed, killing all its occupants. Inside, many ancient Italian artifacts were found. An alien ones. Benito Mussolini created a secret group to look at that incident and any other future ones related to alien races. That group still exists, and it's called Joe 1. All the artifacts found on the wreck were put in a museum and passed as a found at an archaeological excavation. In 1950, another ship crashed at the same location. Yes. During the early 1950s, USA President D. Eisenhower and British PM Winston Churchill met several times to discuss the best ways to keep the alien presence on Earth away from the general public and from prying eyes. Together they created a top-secret task force called SEO. This task force was so secretive that its leader was an Air Force
kinds of annotations.
General from
Very good, for
English
example,
descent that belonged to the military of
they're not good at annotating.
Uruguay.
Uh,
Side by side with this general worked 2 USA and 2 English
and so
secret
that's why we were
services
careful to design the
agents.
tasks that are easy to do
They
for
were not
humans
allowed to write
versus
anything they
things that should be
investigated.
done on track.
All
Maybe
events
the
and
computer
investigative
will
progress were only reported
but the human will say
face to face
exactly
to
these
both
pixels of
Churchill
the
and
image are
/ or Eisenhower.
exactly these pixels are.
Are
And so co-designing
BS.
the data
From
annotation
700 AD to the 19th century AD, over 50 battles between alien races were fought on Earth's skies and witnessed by thousands of people. Many artists painted and carved these events, but the Catholic Church searched, found, and destroyed most of them.
I think to a very large extent.
In the 20th century, only less than 10 are available.
About how to create these data sets.
18th century,
I'm not seeing big open problems.
DS.
Originally when I joined, I was
As long as there are stars, there will
not
be
sure how
war.
this would turn out. Yeah.
Race
By the time
Major,
I left, it was much more
August
secure.
1608,
Actually,
from Marseille and Nice, France, all the way to Genova, Italy.
what
Alien ships stopped by the sea.
and limitations?
Shore and crew members worked on the vehicles
in
openly
your understanding.
for everyone to see. This painting shows 3 alien ships in Nice.
You've seen the
Note,
entire.
This is the original
history of the
illustration.
computer vision field, and it has
In the
to do with
1970s,
if you step
the
back,
magazine
what are the
purposely
strengths and
improved its
limitations
quality in order to make
pixels? Have you
it
seen
look
pixels
contemporary
drive?
and be able to
Yeah,
debunk the
pixels, I
event.
think, are a beautiful
Real witness of the event wrote the next day. The inhabitants saw 3 strange luminous vessels, which evolved at high speed above the city.
Extremely cheap sensor for
3 machines stopped near the fortress and went down above the waters where they caused the water to boil and emit a red-orange vapor. To the great stupor of the numerous witnesses, 2 humanoid beings with large heads and large luminous eyes, dressed in a red suit with silver scales, connected to the flying machine by tubes, engaged themselves in several hours of strange work. Are DS 09.
It's not just that, but again, this
Discovers
real importance of
ABBRAYUESTLLLRI
therefore everything is designed.
JJUESLT pound SFQBBAAHJ E pound
Flashing signs.
JJ guides Argus fit BMCT to gen dot
And
S
you just find it everywhere.
2 dot
So that's
com
why that is
J
each face
near
on
T Moise D Alone
talking again about these
DCRMCR all C
and
is
that's what
digits
actually
do
reflected in the role
HNG
as well. And
with
the
Boom C do sickle C and flux do
But there's other
RA Hilt and ICUH6CC and J Pioneer Kurzoi
used to
Droid
understand the world. I mean, vision
DCLJT
ultimately
F C
is the main
Unit
one.
J byte HPSJKN
We're like
asterisk 6 J Punjak J tick LRRRTII asterisk YTTM
it could be
Dire
vision
disrupting
from a perception perspective. but
ETTMTC FTDVBCUC and Grande did lie radon
to
DTIRA and CT slash Garrett is IOLUSJ bar file DC Lux CJ backslash UIFB and EVISC Lux law MER sync UCCD MarJLC I Paradar LNP and TNC Trawatt asterisk
and
D
the question is
All
how
Ruon predict
complex
DT
is
All Ruon predict DCH
the range of
TC and J
possibilities that
country
might happen in the driving
asterisk
test.
ATUJTCUIQM backslash NTF Unite asterisk.
Difficult is driving.
This is the original report from the alien event of August 1608 in Marseille, Nice, and Genova.
Do you understand?
During your investigations in our territories or abroad, you will
Because it has to do with the predictions
often
of all these
find
other
misleading
agents.
and / or falsified information concerning
Are they looking at you?
sightings
Are
and
they-
/ or
are they
alien
thinking-
contact.
There's a
This
lot that goes
misleading
there.
and / or falsified
Oh,
information will
the
concern
expansion of the
mainly
knives
dates,
that become
places,
eventually
witnesses,
the final
time,
part of that.
and
I don't
weather
think those are
conditions at the
problems.
time of the
Are very
event.
common. I think
This pattern of deception is common and has been practiced for
Tail end, the rare
centuries
edge
either by religious
from a
organizations,
vision perspective,
secret sects,
what are the types of
privately owned media, and infiltrated human governments. Are
well, basically,
BS.
the sensor is
Images
extremely
1,
powerful,
2,
but you still
and
need to
3 show
process
commemorative
and
coins. No
uh,
transaction.
And so going from
Value
brightnesses
from 3
of
different
values to,
families.
hey, here are the three-dimensional world.
They depict 3
It's
ships
extremely
from
hard.
2
And that's what the neural
alien
networks are
races. A
And
Western
so,
European magazine
The
tried to
difficulty
debunk
really is in just
these by
doing
stating that they
extremely good job
simply
engineering
represented each
our body,
family's
the entire
shields.
data engineering.
Further research proves that,
train these neural nets.
1. The images did not match any of the family's shields.
So I
2.
would
Two
say
different
just doing
families
this
would
in
never
production
use the
and
same
scale is
pattern.
like the hard part. It's the
3.
execution
These
problem.
images do
So
not
the
match
data
any
engine
shield of the era.
the
4. The images match well-known and
sort of
reported alien
deployment
ships.
of the system
Are
such that it has globally
DS.
yes, so it has to do all
1.
these steps.
Yeah, for the neural net
CCTV
specifically,
New
just
York
making sure
City,
everything fits into the
USA.
chip on the card.
Prehistoric
And
cave
you
paintings in the
have
south of
blocks that you
France.
can perform. And then
Same ships can be found on wall
and you
cave
have to make
paintings
sure
in
it works.
Spain.
And you can speak as
Are
computer as you can.
DS.
What have you learned from
Europe
that process? Maybe that's one of the
1465.
big, like
Arabia
new
Peninsula
things coming from a research background
1479.
where this system that has to heavily constrained resources, right?
Equator.
To run really fast.
Are
What kind of
DS.
learn?
Asterisk asterisk.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's
Recovered alien ships in the base of Kapush in York. Astrakhan, Volgograd. 3 scenes abandoned. 2 the result of crashes. Alien ships monitoring the activity in the Plaisance Missile Center. Jan 5-1992.
And then there's
Are
all kinds of little insights
DS.
in how to do it.
The following are prints that
Let's
were
actually
stolen
zoom
in
out
Sweden
because I
from
want to talk about the data engine,
Apis
the
USSR,
entirety
Alien Presence
layout,
Intelligence Services
this idea
by
that
Apis USA,
with humans
in conjunction with another foreign special
describe the
service.
data.
6 months later, these prints were, unknown reason,
Almost biologically feeling
attributed to an
process
American
by
civilian
which
as an invention and later,
perfect the
as a
brain
fake.
sets for these neural networks.
These prints were,
So
1
because
year
most of
later,
the programming
copyrighted
comes
by
along
unknown
with these data sets to make sure they're large,
person.
diverse, and clean.
All the most
Basically,
technologically
you have
important prints
data set
were
that you think is good.
never found
train your
nor
neural
released /
You
revealed.
deploy it, and then you
The scientific
observe how
data
it's
on these prints
and
was
you're trying
changed.
to always
Also,
increase the quality of your
many
data set.
fake
You're trying
illustrations
to
were
capture
added to the
scenarios,
original
basically, that are
documents.
basically rare.
The original,
And it is in
stolen,
these scenarios
had
that
only
people
3
have to
pages
struggle
and the
because they weren't told
fake
what to do with
copyrighted
their
one
pieces
had over
in the
20
base.
pages.
But now you can close the
These
loop
are the
because if you
original
can
prints.
collect all those at scale,
Are
you can then feed
DS.
back into the reconstruction process I described
DS.
and reconstruct the
FR.
truth in those cases and
Are
add it to the data set. So the whole
DS.
thing ends up being like a
Photo.
staircase
Of
improvement
of a card.
of perfecting your
Ship
trains.
that crashed in
And you have to go through the points so
Klasura,
that you can mine
Bulgaria in
parts that are
1971.
not yet represented.
Left and bottom the
So your data set
USS
is
Cars
perfect. It needs to be
failed
diverse. It has
attempt
pockets. There are
were
pieces,
now
and you
at
need to pad out the
recreating
pockets because you're
an alien ship.
in the data.
Are
What role did you
DS.
play? So
We
what's
know
the,
that there are at least
biological system,
2,500 alien
human
races.
bodies made up of
That
cells?
number is likely to be much higher.
Like how do you optimize the
1
human,
race, a crew member of the Masaryk ship that
engineers
crashed
collaborating,
near
figuring
Yekaterinburg,
out
now
to
Sverdlovsky,
focus on
said that
what
there
to
are a
contribute, which
few
which
races that
tasks
do
to
not come to
optimize
Earth because they know that the reptilians and the
who's in
Maker
charge
are
of
here.
figuring out which
Some
tasks
of those
need more
races
data.
that avoid Earth are as
Can
violent,
you, can you
if
speak
not
to the hyperparameters
more,
of the human
as the Matra.
system?
Others are
It
peaceful.
really just comes down to extremely
So,
execution.
having the reptilians and the Matra on
We
Earth, it
understand
is not
intuitively that this is philosophical
always a
insights
bad
underlying
thing.
the
It
engine
keeps
and the
even
process
worse
by which the
races
system
away.
improves.
The
And
balance is
how
found
to,
by having
again,
a
like
Council of
delegate
5
the strategy
protecting
of the data collection,
us.
how that works.
The
And then just
Masaryk
making sure
crew
it's all
member said the
logically.
following:
And that's where
there
most
are
of the
many
work
more
is
races
not
that
even
would
the
like to
philosophizing
protect
or the research or the ideas.
humans,
It's
but
just
they are not
extremely
willing to start a
execution
war
so hard
against
when you're dealing with data that's
reptilians or
Your
Matra over
role
you.
in the data engine
Are
executing well on Earth.
DS.
It's difficult.
In the area known as the
Is there a
Bermuda
priority
Triangle,
of
there
like,
have
uh,
been 2 permanent
like a
underwater
vision board
bases
of
for
saying,
thousands of years.
we really need to get
The
better at
first one was
stoplights.
established by the Matrax
Like
around
the prioritization of
3.000
tasks, is that essentially
years
that
ago,
comes
while
from
the
the data?
second one has been there
that
for over
comes
6.000
what we are trying to
years.
achieve in the product.
Race
We're
unknown.
trying to release, we're trying to
Several
get out
other races have had bases
in the
there
feedback from the
or
community
near,
where
but have
the system is struggling or
abandoned them.
trying to improve.
Like you
This
can
photo
give
shows the
some
ruins of an
signal,
abandoned
some
base.
information
Apis USA
in the
used their
aggregate
influence in the
about
media
performance of
to
the system, various conditions.
propagate
And
the
then, of course,
rumor
all
that
those
it was a
projects
sank submarine.
It's really nice to
Later, Apis
work with the
USA
system,
created a
but you can also
CGI
experience
video
yourself
about
being
it.
able to drive to
Remember,
Is there
we
some
cooperate with other
insight
Apis,
to
but
draw
we
from your individual
do not
experience
trust them or
that
share
you can't
information
get from
that
an
is
aggregate statistical
deemed confidential or top secret.
It's so weird, right?
Are
It's
BS.
not scientific.
We still have a very limited
Just one
knowledge of the
anecdotal
activities
example.
Yeah, I think there's a ton
occurring in the
of,
Bermuda Triangle
it's
area.
a source of truth. It's your
From alien
interaction with
reports, we do know
it. And you
this.
can see it, you can play with it.
1.
You can
Abductions do occur in
prove it,
the
you
area.
can get a sense of it.
2. Experimentations with
I think
humans
numbers
do
just
occur
like
in those
have a way of
bases.
numbers and plots and
3.
graphs.
There is a multi-dimensional space portal that goes to
hides a lot of
and from the triangle, not exactly inside the area known as the triangle. 4. There is a race that is planning on building/creating a new base in the triangle in the year 2021. Rumors say it's a giant. 5. It is not the most important underwater region on Earth too. Those alien races are DS. These are some of the ships that were taken with the sole purpose, confirmed by third-party alien race, of abducting humans. Pickering 1,890 people, Wasp 1,814, 140, Grampus 1,843,
So the thing is,
48, Atlanta 1,880, 290, Ravenham 1924, Stavanger 1931, 43, R. DS. The crash of a Solipsy RAS ship in Roswell, USA, in July 7, 1947, has been one of the most secretive Apis USA case. Despite our best efforts, we were never able to recover any evidence except for the top secret photos on Annex 3352B, JCTVO, and EIOIACMCTNH Hiri Kibodi Muliavaya, JLPH-I.2 JB72 or JEOPOI, Adiojizi Eiffel CST, Ziak and R asterisk, RACS, ICPGIV beside IIA, Q/S, X, FFE pound FE pound OT pound O and IWSR 03 pound, IVINK Pinsol and Carat AX, KJMEP Kai, HQS pound Rick LVI pound KNN Ren GCG, L Lavitio asterisk 3 dot Pa carat OHSUJAJD 1947 LC. Dot JL slash lit asterisk I0 KR, J.5 carat colon point 0, C, JCTLLT JRLU, T carat JC, idle CC LJPCIEA, LEX2YC2X3, dash 2BO, F slash, LV carat, ARB, DS. Our agents estimate that near 659 B of all aliens and UFO related websites on the internet worldwide are government or government owned and ran. In the case of USA only websites, that number jumps to 839 B, and in Europe to 709 B. In the USA 359 B of those websites are ran by the NSA, 309 B by the CIA, 159 B by the military, 109 B by Apis USA, 59 B by the FBI and the rest by unknown government agencies. In Russia that number is around 339 B. In China that number is around 959 B. In Japan that number is around 709 B. In Australia that number is around 259 B. In India that number is around 559 B. In Brazil that number is around 809 B. Note from myself and Retro, the information above was added and written to the book in 2007. ARB, DS. In the so-called Area 51 there are members, number unknown, of 4 different races forcibly cooperating with humans and reptilians. As far as we know, none of those members are either high-ranking or have a significant importance in their fields of expertise. The Matrix and humans conduct security services and support to the base 24/7. There's more than one race conducting operations on the moon. The main race in the moon are the Indigo, aka Tall White. The Mythili also have at least one base, surface, on what we call the dark side of Earth's satellite. Many of the Indigo human oddities are there. They end up either as slaves for mining, underground, or as what they call Johns and Marys, but their official name is Students M. The Students M are abductees that reveal a higher level of
Vision is
intelligence,
necessary
and are
in the
willing
sense that,
participants, or
right,
become dead
the world is
in
designed
their
for individual consumption, so
agenda and see plans.
necessary. And
It
then
is estimated that 4 in each 10 abductees become students and the rest, 604b, become slaves. Some of those slaves go on to work on other planets. The students then, after training and whatever else, return to, I heard, to assume leadership roles in human society. And how some look from above. Confirmed sightings 2001 to 2003. I confirmed abductions. 5T. South Spain, Weather, Canada, Sweden, Australia, United, France, Germany, Italy, Japan. 3 lands, kingdom, states. In Russia, same period. Sightings 425. Abductions 156. Alien implants in Apis Russia agent. The day humans killed reptilians. In 856 BC, in the region of, now, Udmurtia, Russia, there was a confrontation between humans and reptilians. Reports state that a colony of reptilians were building an underground base in the area. The humans that lived in the area wrote, thunder by day, lightning at night, the earth shakes like in. The chiefs of old again, the snakes are everywhere, flying low, and causing all creatures to die. The fish are gone and the rivers dry. We must fight or we will die. A member of the Tengri, when asked by a human leader in the 20th century if we humans would ever have a fighting chance at defeating the reptilians, said, your ancestors from ancient Slavia using not much more than stones and sticks defeated them once. I ready, yes I know. Then you have learned much and done much, but you have lost your courage. Our DS. Our DS. The Tengri did say that there's a rumor that the humans did not act alone against the reptilians, that they had an alien race helping them behind the curtains. However, they also said that in the moment of battle, supposedly there were only humans fighting, not aliens. Either way, it shows what humans can do and that nothing is lost. For posterity, those humans made these works of art. Reminder of a great day for their culture. One thing though, the story goes that 200 years later that culture simply vanished. Our DS. Day of shame. The Tunguska explosion. The Tunguska incident was a powerful explosion. Occurred in a desolate area near the Tunguska River in Russia. On June 30th, 1908. It is common IY believed to have been caused by the explosion of a large meteoroid in Earth's atmosphere about 5 to 10 kilometers, 3 to 6 miles high. The blast flattened an estimated 6 million trees over 2,150 square kilometers. But the Tunguska explosion did not have a cosmic birth end. Death. Here's the version of events that lead to the explosion, as told by a member of the Tengri. Our DS. For 5 days and 4 nights, near what you call Tunguska, the Matra had been fighting the doors up. Other races were starting to choose sides and were going to get involved. Even the Council of Five was worried with the escalation and seriousness of the event. On the clay of that great explosion, an El Manook ship came to Earth in order to try ending the conflict. The El Manook are respected wherever we may go. They are wise and impartial. With them came a Pleiadian ship, one of their biggest. The Matra were warned by the reptilians of the coming presence of the El Manook and the Pleiadians earlier that day. The Matra had just shot down the last of the Dorsey ships. When the Pleiadians entered Earth's atmosphere, they were attacked by 3 Matra ships and destroyed. One El Manook ship was also destroyed in space that day. And that is what happened in Tunguska. Our DS. Also, according to the Tengri, The Palladian ship that was destroyed that day near Tunguska was not supposed to come to Earth that day. They were going to a different destination, carrying the things that do. Their holy rocks and other materials. The Elmelus asked them to help them in solving the conflict, and they paid the price with the ending of this life of theirs. 11. In 2003, crystals with strange symbols, inscriptions, and holes were found in the Tunguska region. Further lab analysis showed that their composition is made of certain earth minerals as well as some elements that are not found on Earth. Note of myself and Petro. In late 2008, the crystals were presented to the media by Russian scientists. Actors. Much discussion about the origin of the crystals. Matter lost interest, and it is supposed that the crystals now rest in a private collection. DS. The Choltai, as aliens call them, are not an alien race as commonly accepted for many years by different papists. Aliens do not know how they evolved or where they came from. The only things we know about them are they exist in all continents. They live underground in art, mostly nocturnal. They have a structure, society, leaders, and social classes. They have a cultural identity, and supposedly they can live up to 250 years. None was ever captured alive. Case 34-8 and Iliakis, Odessa, Ukraine. In October-February 1947, a confirmed matrix sighting happened 2 days later. 12 sailors on a fishing boat disappeared. In 1982, one of the missing sailors, a Mr. Kirilo, in 1947 only 16 years old, showed up in Mardu, Estonia. He reported that he had been in the moon. He died in 1983 from a self-inflicted wound. On his chest he carved, with a knife, the following: SS Waratialai, they are still waiting. Case 556-9 IGP. Oregon. HMS Sickle was a submarine of the Royal Navy. In June 12 of 1944 it went missing while on patrol in the northern Aegeus. One member of the crew was found in 1971 near Bend, Oregon. In 1984 he became an advisor to USA President Ronald P. Reagan, and he was often seen in the company of Minnesota Governor Harold Stassen. As far as we have been informed, he is still alive. ARB. DS. List of American politicians with connections to the reptilians. Confirmed. Former U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. Former Vice President Dick Cheney. Former President George H.W. Bush. Former President George W. Bush. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. Former President Bill Clinton. ARB. DS. Alien ships. ARB. DS. ARB. DS. ARB. DS. ARB.
Strong representation
DS.
that allows you to make a
Pure
prediction
AV
about
element.
predictability. So
Palladium.
you're the leader
ARB.
of a lot of humans.
DS.
You
ARB.
have to kind of say
DS.
this is actually possible.
ARB.
Like,
DS.
how do you build up that
ARB.
which it doesn't have to be
DS.
in driving, it could be
ARB.
other tasks. It could be
DS. ARB.
what difficult
DS.
tasks you work on. For me,
ARB.
classification,
DS.
achieving certain,
ARB.
just having information at
DS.
certain level.
U asterisk J. ARB.
Yeah, expert intuition.
DS.
It's just
ARB.
intuition. It's belief.
DS. ARB.
So just like thinking about
DS.
all like studying,
ARB.
looking at sample data, you said
DS.
driving.
ARB.
My intuition is
DS.
horrible.
ARB.
Like I don't have a good intuition on
DS.
tractability.
ARB.
It could be even,
DS.
it could be
ARB.
solvable.
DS.
Like
ARB.
the driving
DS.
task could be
Alien Dixon.
simplified into something
The following
quite
are quotes,
trivial. Like,
personal
the
messages,
solutions would probably be
face to
pretty trivial.
face, and / were transmissions from several alien races obtained voluntarily and / were under custody and distress. They were obtained by several different APIs, alien presence intelligence services, from around the world, but mainly from the USSR, Russia, USA, China, and Japan. These statements do not express the opinion of all alien races on any of the mentioned issues. In fact, they differ substantially on some issues, especially when dealing with the future of the human race. Our DS 5 universes, 2,500 species, one race. The violence and hatred that humans have inside themselves, when compared to the violence and hatred that the race matron has inside themselves, is like comparing a flower to a volcano. In 2017 you will see the beginning. In 2022 you will see the beginning of end. Unless you all change. Illuminati test is, we have given you so much and you have given yourself so little. Space and time are nothing. We are nothing. She is everything. There are 834 known species at the same level that you humans were 3,000 years ago, and they are not very far away from you. We have shown you to some of them, like we have shown some of the others to you, now and then. And they are afraid of you, of what you may become. The signs are all around you, and above you, and inside of you, in the fields, the sky, and the stars, and in the eyes of your children and your old ones. Of all species we have found in 3 universes you are the one with most suicidal thoughts. Our DS. Your planet only has less than no of what many races that visit you want or need, but your planet is in the right place to all of them. The importance that 1,000 races give to you is the same that you give to 1 grain of sand in the desert. Your planet just happens to be in the right place. Sometimes the wrong place. You humans have been misled and you grew up too fast. Just like you learn to love a stranger after you meet him. Some of us have learned to love you. We will always protect you until the day you say no. More. We cannot protect you every day. There are 5 known universes in 5 different dimensions to protect. Your world is full of lines. Follow them. The Council of 5 will become the Council of None. And then your planet will face the Council of Death. No other race ridicules other races and each other like yours do. Soon 1 year will feel like 1 million to you. And in Greece you will find years in our past. Our DS, we, the matrix, will be the new sheep. You believe in many things that you do not see, except for the only thing you do not see but should believe in, and it has always been all around. You just chose to forget it. There is much worse than the race matrix. We know it. We have seen them and we have seen what they have done, and they know about you humans. There are so many of ours in you. There are many of us that you adore in places that you adore, and in places that you hate. We could stop your sun from rising tomorrow. 500 years and you are still lying to each other. Soon this dream of yours will end. You have lost 1,000 years in the past 50 years. If you go to Mars, Mars will come to you. That is what they do. Your children that now live inside the moon do not miss you anymore. Thousands of your children go missing every year, never to be found again, and yet you still expect your television to save them when inside of you. You already know the answer. Our DS, reptilians and Matrix killed him, with your help. Innocent secret sex and malevolent secret sex.
maybe coming back
and
at
you
some
adore
point.
them both. GIS not inside of
Working on AGI at Tesla.
you anymore.
I think Tesla
We
is going
have
to
died
do
for you and
incredible
still
things.
you fear
It's
US.
basically like
Why threatening US if we came to you
it's a
offering you
massive, large-scale
long
robotics
life?
kind of company.
You
with a
kill
ton of
each other
infrastructure
every day in the name of saving
and I
each
think
other, and you have been doing that since before.
I
We
think
talk to you.
autonomous transportation is going to
The
be
Anunnaki
multi-step
created you
Tesla.
once.
So I think it's
They
just
will
a
not create
really amazing organization.
you
So being
again.
part of it,
We will destroy you in the Anunnaki,
is going to enjoy
and
that a lot.
the time
it
is
was
near.
still difficult for those reasons.
8 years in one day. 8
But,
years in
yeah,
one
I'm
day.
happy to
8
potentially
years
at
in
some
one
point come
day.
back to Act 2.
Almost
But I
all
felt like at this
races
stage,
went to war,
I
but
built
not
the
with
team, autonomous,
themselves.
and I
Your
became a
modern
manager.
gods are
But I wanted to
confused.
do a lot more
Your
technical stuff.
ancient
I wanted to
gods
learn stuff. I wanted to teach
are
stuff.
forgotten.
And
Look at the stars
I
and you
just
will
kind of
see
felt like it
US
was a
every
time
day
for
looking
a change of pace.
at you.
What do you think is
If you look too far, you will see
best
something
movie
you do
sequel of
not
all time? Speaking of part
want
two.
to.
It's like
Our
most of them suck.
DS
Movie sequels, yeah. And you tweet
notes
about movies.
and
This is a tiny tangent.
updates
Is there what's your
are
what's like a favorite movie
DS.
sequel?
The Coors showed
Godfather
up
Part
again.
2.
Washington,
Are you a fan of
DC.
Godfather? Because you didn't even
The Coors are not supposed to be
Yeah, I
here.
don't love it.
What
I
is
know it
going
has
on?
nice
Edit that out.
Plebeians in Bora
So
Bora
is it
hate
Godfather?
this Russia and USA ignored
I will make a story. I
them
don't know why.
again.
I don't know why, but
Why did the
basically
Major
they are
accepted
making
deal
the
for
film before
2000?
1995.
More planes are being
Something
ready
like
for 2017.
Okay.
Bush will do what Bush is told.
Terminator 2 was
I like the ones before him. 3 more economies destroyed.
and I like
Why
Terminator
don't
1.
people see it?
So okay, so like
In August 2013, USA, try Alfalfa Market Road in Oregon.
They feel very
Want to
slow.
see?
Camera is like
Watch.
zoomed out.
54.7371 degrees
And
north.
also Terminator was
55.9667 degrees east.
And
August 27. JFK had DNA from the first race. Call
but
Yakulan 3.
Will Hunting was one of
Why
the
did they
movies you
choose
mentioned.
Putin to start
That
the
doesn't have
avalanche?
any either. I guess
The
that's
black
not
will
glad
be white and the yellow will be red. Our
Or
DS.
like Anchorman.
Note from myself and Pedro. These are some of the handwritten notes and updates found on the alien races
I
book
don't understand
pages.
why Will
There are literally hundreds
It
of
doesn't
them,
make sense.
about
There's a
3
big
or 4
something about him.
in each
And
page.
he's a singular
We chose the ones
don't
that
get
we
that
deemed more
nowadays.
relevant.
These days. I
Otherwise,
wonder
this
if it's to do with
publication would have
culture,
thousands
or the
of
the
pages.
machine of Hollywood, or just
We may one
just
day publish all
outlining
notes.
certain people in common
Our
that came together.
DS,
Z is
as
singular.
Napoleon, Alexander, and Hitler did.
And
So will the
a
rest.
ridiculous tangent that
How blind are people that they cannot see what's in the
robots.
Grand Canyon? Connect London, Berlin, and Cairo. 2 km south from the Vatican. Small pink house, always.
I think it's very hard.
For rent,
It's going to take a while.
never rented.
Who else is
They
going
keep
to
it
build
there.
humanoid robots?
Roll at those
And I think it is
Templarios.
a very good form factor to go
Why
after
do
because I have
Australian
mentioned that
humans
US
do
has
not see
all this
September
design for human form factor.
23rd?
These things would be able to
Caravaggio
operate
has
on
it.
machines. They would be able
The
to
Pope
sit down
and
in chairs,
Castro met again last
drive
week
cars.
with Matra.
Basically,
The
world
states
is
are
designed
losing
for
ground
humans. That's
now.
the form factor we want to
Funny.
invest into and work
Quick
hard.
in using Medvedev in
I
front
think
of
there's another
everybody.
school of thought, which
Haha.
is okay. Take a
Ha.
problem and
Yeah.
design a robot to
Our
do it. Actually, designing a
DS.
robot and getting a whole data engine
She. Ever since humans and aliens started cohabiting Earth, the main
So it makes sense to go after
question
general
humans
interfaces
wanted answered
that,
was,
okay, they are not
who
perfect, but
created
they
the
don't get
universe
past.
and all
They
of
actually
us?
have the generality
That question has been answered the same exact way by all
do something.
the alien races that
And so I
have
think it makes a
spoken
lot of
about
sense
it.
to go after a
The
general
answer to that question has been sent several times.
in the
Fine.
physical world.
2 different
And I think it's
races,
a very
to all human religious leaders throughout
but I've seen
the centuries.
no other company that can execute
The
that
answer
vision.
to
I think
that
it's gonna be
question has
amazing.
been
Like,
sent several times.
it's with physical
Fine.
labor. Like if you think
2
transportation
different
is a
races,
large market,
to some
try
human
physical
political
labor.
leaders. Throughout the centuries,
But it's not
as
just
far
this
as we know,
related
the
to
last
me.
of
The thing that's also exciting
those
is
leaders to
social
get the message was
robotics.
USA President
relationship we'll
JFK in
have on different levels.
October 3rd,
Robots. That's why I was
1963.
really excited
Our
to see outwards.
DS. The message was sent by these 2
The
races.
excitement.
Ray
But
Major.
I've worked with
The message is both simple
a
and
lot of research
complex,
labs that do
informative but
humanoid
raising
robots,
questions.
Boston
hope, but
Dynamics,
also a warning.
There's a lot of companies that do like robots.
DS.
But
Ronnie
that's
Ajapin.
the
And this is the
elegance
message.
of the movement.
This is a message of
It's a tiny,
disambiguation
tiny
to all of you men of the
of the big picture.
humankind.
So integrating
This is a message of redirection to all of you men of the
humanoid,
humankind. This is a message to enliven the minds of you men of the
into the data.
humankind.
So
This is a message that has been delivered from race to race. Since the beginning, just like it was delivered to us, it is now passed to you. Where there were no men of the humankind there were. Others of other consists are DS. This is a message to you as well, women of the humankind. Only the first race has her purity. All other races must live the grievous, patient, and laborious process of spiritual inner discovery and progression. Our collective history and memory has suffered much in the past. It has been erased, manipulated, suffocated, shifted, changed, and molded according to the interests of a few. On your planet as well as on ours and the ones of other kinds in the past. To the leaders of kingdoms and countries and regions, look at your religious leaders. To the religious leaders, look at yourselves and the ones like you. Leaders of other religions, all over your planet. Why do you wear your long robes and skirts, and all manners of symbols that you do not understand? Why do you, religious leaders, men of the humankind, wear your long robes and skirts not knowing what? Who, men of the humankind, are you trying to be? Who, men of the humankind, are you trying to represent? Our DS. This page and images is not original to the book. It was added by myself and retro to serve as an illustration. Our DS. You, religious men of the humankind, and you, leaders of kingdoms and countries and regions, men of humankind, have slowed your spiritual progress in half because you have divided your kind in half. No men of the humankind should destroy what the women of the humankind have created. You have for many of your years relegated the women of the humankind to the role of slaves. And before your kind, many other kinds have done that. And before your kind, men of the humankind, many other kinds, we have warned. For you to achieve what is yours, for you, men and women of humankind, to be closer to Blair, you must first become one kind. Our DS, like many kinds before you, men and women of the humankind, you have a journey of restraint and constriction ahead of you, a journey of difficulty and resistance. But, unlike many kinds before yours, you are on a path of spiritual self-destruction never experienced or self-provoked by the other kinds before. And yet, you are so young. The Anunnaki created you, but many kinds can destroy you. You have 2.000 more of your years to change. After that, men of the humankind, it will be too late. Not too late for your survival, but too late for your salvation. Your spiritual salvation. The Council of Five can only keep you safe from other kinds, not from yourself. Our DS. And we know that you have been betrayed, misled, and mistreated. And we know that after thousands of your years, by means of infiltration, disguisement, and deceit, you, men of the human kind, have been fooled to believe the unacceptable by races that do not wish you well. But before you, many others kinds suffered the same, and they too overcorned what seemed impossible to overcome. Your strength is inside of you and all around you, even now. Your strength is in her, and she is inside you, men and women of the humankind, even now. And the answer is in the place that you, humankind, call Greece. And the answer is she, Artemis, Diana. And the answer have always been her. And the answer, men and women of the humankind, has been the same to all kinds, in all places. Our DS. Some accept it, others don't. But the answer is only one, she. It has been this way from the beginning and it will be this way.
or
men and women from the humankind
ways
until the end.
interact. I think that's actually
It has been
feasible. I
this
think
way
even
here and in
when we
all
get to
4
each other, I think
universes and
Twitter
dimensions.
and social media is part of the
She has
mechanism
many
that
names
actually
and many
somehow
faces
makes the
and lives
negativity
in
more
many
viral. That it doesn't
places.
deserve
She is the creator,
uh,
not the
add
destroyer.
like a viral
In your planet she was and is called
negativity.
Diana,
But I got
or
one
God
we
sees
should get
Diana.
excited
In
about.
our planets
Suppress
she was
the
called
jealousy.
Lexi. She was
You
also
always
called,
get excited
on
for
other
others.
planets,
And then
Lexi,
there's a karma
Lizzie,
aspect to it. You get
Izzy,
excited
and
for others, they'll get excited
Tizzy.
for you. Same thing in
you,
academia.
of
If
the
you're not careful,
humankind.
there's a
She will
dynamic
always be
system there.
Goddess Diana.
If you think
Search
of
for her,
silos,
learn of and from her.
jealousy, being
She is the
successful,
truth,
that
the
actually perhaps
light, the beginning,
counterintuitively
and but never the end,
leads to
the
less
creator and
productivity
never
of you as a community and
the
you
destroyer,
individually. I feel like
the
if
one
you
all of us came
celebrate
from,
others
and
that
learn from your
actually
legendary Greek
seem more
gods of old,
successful,
as they
I
all
think people have,
did exist,
depending on the industry,
as you
have
exist
like,
and we exist,
Some people
and
also
we are
very
one,
negative,
and she
so
is the
they're very
one.
prominent feature, but
She is the
actually
one that
there's a
you,
ton of people
religious
who are
men from the
cheerleaders, but they're
humankind,
silent
lost
cheerleaders. And
in your
when you
robes
talk to
and
people
memory,
just
want to be
in
and
the
try
world,
to
they will
replicate.
tell you it's amazing, it's great.
Men of the
Especially like people
humankind,
who understand how
learn
difficult
from
it is to
her,
get this stuff
the
working. Like
creator
people
of
who have built products,
our
makers, entrepreneurs,
DS,
like making
M,
this work, changing
put
something
asterisk,
is
our
incredibly hard. Those people are
DS,
more likely to cheerlead.
list OD folks to
well,
whom the
one of the things that
message
makes me sad is
has
some
been
folks in the
transmitted
robotics
to
community don't do the
Miltiades,
cheerleading and they
4th
should.
century,
There's because they know
Pius
how
the 7th,
well they actually
John
don't
the
know how
7th,
difficult it is to create
8th
a
century
product at scale,
JG Carat
right?
Century,
They actually deploy in the real
John
world.
Paul the
A
1st,
lot of the
20th century,
development of
our
robots and AI
DS,
systems done on
list of Islamic leaders to whom the message has been transmitted to. Ilam Majlisi Sani, 1690,
or AI systems.
Ibrahim al-Bayoumi, in 1725, Mustafa al-Razi, 1864, Mustafa al-Maraghi, 1935,
Criticism
Gad
that
al-Haq,
the
1982,
academic research ML
Final
community
thoughts,
gives a little
Our
too much love to leaders
DS.
that are like
The
those
future of
kinds
the
of
human
benchmarks.
race is not in our
Can you
hands
speak
at
to
this
the
point.
strengths and weaknesses of data
In time,
sets
one day
used
it might
in
be.
machine learning research?
All that we, real
Actually,
humans,
I don't know that I
can do
recall
right now is to
specific instance where I
gather all
was,
the
unhappy
information
or
we can
criticizing
about
a
these
machine. I
alien
think the
races
has
and
been
their
extremely
habits,
valuable.
to find out
It
about
was
their
basically
weaknesses
a
and
benchmark that
strengths,
allows
so
the
that
deep learning community to
when our future
demonstrate
becomes our
that the neural networks
responsibility,
actually
we
work.
can be
It was
prepared to fight for it
there's
if
massive
needed.
value in that.
Today
So
we
I
are
think
just mere
internet was useful,
spectators
but
watching a
basically
theater
it's
play.
become a bit of an eminence.
Some of us are watching the
Eminence
theater
is like
completely unaware
28 by
that
28 grayscale
what we
digits
are
that
watching
kind of
is real.
data set that
The
everyone
actors,
crushes.
aliens,
There's no
are real.
Written on them,
The
right?
maybe
play,
that's strong, right?
storyline
Like
is
papers
real.
that
The
focus
stage
on
and the
like how we
props,
learn with small
alien
data.
worlds,
Yeah, I
alien
can see that being
ships,
helpful.
and
I'm
on
not into
cosmic
like being
events
like
are real.
I think the
Others know
way
that what they
I
are
put it,
watching
maybe
is
I'm just
real,
imagining
but
it,
theirs.
but I think you said
Nothing
like
that
it
they
shows
can
a
do
huge
about it.
contribution to the
They
community
cannot
for a long
change
time,
the
and now it's time to move
play,
past those kinds of
and
well,
certainly
internet
they
has been
cannot go
crushed.
to another
And the
theater
error rates are
where the play is more of their liking. The
yeah,
only
we're getting
thing
like
they
90% accuracy
can do is watch
in 1,000
others,
classification way
like you, me,
prediction.
your companion
And I've
agent,
seen
and a
those
few more.
images, and
Worldwide,
it's
are
really high. It's
spectators
really,
taking
it's
notes
really good.
about what
If
is
I
in
remember correctly, the top 5
front
error
of them about the
rate is
play, about the actors, and about
given your experience
the
with
setting and
gigantic
props
real-world data set,
we are learning
would you
about
like to
and
see
writing
benchmarks move in a certain
about
direction
everything we see,
that the research
so
community
that one
uses?
day when we have an
Unfortunately, I don't think academics
opportunity to change the storyline,
we've used, like,
we
I
are
think we've
prepared
crushed
to do.
images. We've basically kind of
So,
crushed ImageNet.
but beware,
And there's no
amongst the spectators
nexus or
there are
big
many that
benchmark
are
the entire community
not
rallies
paying
behind.
attention to the
It
theater.
uses,
They are only
you know,
watching the
for
other
their
spectators
development
around them,
Oh, yeah, what would it take
especially the ones taking notes, and those spectators
like where
look
they all get behind it?
just like you
That,
and
that
me.
could also
They can
be
be seated right
like a viral,
beside
like a leader,
you.
right? Somebody with
Sometimes they even are
popularity.
the ones that gave
Yeah,
you the
what did we take
ticket for the pie, and
Is that-
sometimes
or
they
is
are
it
your
just
own
the absolute
parents.
history?
it was the right amount of
Latest update
difficult.
to the book,
It
added
was the
by
right amount of
myself.
difficult and simple and interesting enough. It just kind of like it was the right time for that kind of data set.
Question from Reddit. What are your thoughts on the role that synthetic data and game engines will play in the future of neural net model development?
I think as neural nets converge to humans, the value of simulation to neural nets will be similar to the value of simulation to humans. So people use simulation for People do simulation because they can build something in that kind of a system, and without having to actually experience it.
You're referring to simulation in our head?
No, sorry, simulation. I mean like video games or other forms of simulation for various professionals.
Well, let me push back on that because maybe there's simulation we do in our heads. Like, simulate if I do this, what do I think will happen?
Okay, that's like internal simulation.
Yeah, internal. Isn't that what we're doing? Let's simulate before we act.
Oh yeah, but that's independent from like the use of simulation in the sense of like computer games or using simulation for training set creation or.
Is it independent or is it just loosely correlated? Because like, isn't that useful to do like counterfactual, or, like edge case simulation to like, what happens if there's a nuclear war? What happens if there's, like those kinds of things?
Yeah, that's a different simulation from like Unreal Engine. That's how I interpreted the question.
So like simulation of the average case. Is that what's happening? What do you mean by Unreal Engine? So, like simulating a world, physics in that world. Why is that different? Like, because you also can add behavior to that world, and you could try all kinds of stuff, right? Like, you could throw all kinds of weird things into it. Because Unreal Engine is not just about simulating. I mean, I guess it is about simulating the physics, but it's also doing something with that.
Yeah, the graphics, the physics, and the agents that you put into the environment and stuff like that.
You see, I feel like you said that it's not that. I guess for the future of AI development. Is that correct to interpret
Well,
it that way?
I think humans use simulators for humans use simulators and they find them useful, and so computers will use simulators and find them useful.
Okay, so you think it's not. I don't use simulators very often. I play a video game often, but I don't think I derive anything about my own existence from those video games. It's a momentary escape from reality versus a source of wisdom about reality. So I think that's a very polite way of saying simulation is not that useful.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't see it as like a fundamental, really important part of like training neural nets currently. But I think as neural nets become more and more powerful, I think you will need fewer examples to train additional behaviors. And simulation is, of course, there's a big domain gap in simulation. There's not the real world. That's likely something different. But with a powerful enough neural net, you need the domain gap can be bigger, I think, because neural nets understand that even though it's not real, it like has all this have a structure that is supposed to be.
So the neural net actually, will be able to leverage the synthetic data better by closing the gap, by understanding in which ways this is not real data. I'm ready to do better questions next time. That was a question. But I'm just kidding. All right. So, is it possible, do you think, speaking of MNIST, to construct neural nets and training processes that require very little data? So, we've been talking about huge data sets, the internet for training. I mean, that's one way to say that is like you said, like the querying itself. There's another level of training, I guess, and that requires little data.
Yeah.
But do you see any value in research and going down in the direction of can we use very little data to train to construct our knowledge base?
100%. I just think like at some point you need a massive data set, and then when you train your massive neural net and get something that is like a GPT or something, then you're able to be very efficient at training any arbitrary task. So a lot of these GPTs, you can do tasks like sentiment analysis or translation or so on, just by being prompted with very few examples. Here's the kind of thing I want you to do. Like, here's an input sentence, here's the translation into German. Input sentence, translation to German. Input sentence, blank, and the neural net will complete the translation to German just by looking at the example you provided. And so that's an example of a very few-shot learning in the activations of the neural net through the weights. And so I think basically, just like humans, neural nets will become very data efficient at learning any other task. But at some point, you need a massive data set to pre-train it.
To get that, probably we humans have something like that. Do we have something like that? Do we have a passive in the background model constructing thing that just runs all the time and self-supervised way? We're not conscious of it.
I think humans definitely. I mean, obviously we learn a lot during our lifespan. Also, we have a ton of hardware that helps us initialization coming from sort of evolution. And so I think that's also a really big component. A lot of people in the field, I think they just talk about the amounts of like seconds and the, that person has lived pretending that this is a tabula rasa, sort of like a zero initialization of the neural net. And it's not. You can look at a lot of animals, like for example, zebras. Zebras get born and they see and they can run. There's zero training data in their lifespan. They can just do that. So somehow, I have no idea how, evolution has found a way to encode these algorithms and these neural net initializations that are extremely good into ATCGs. I have no idea how this works, but apparently it's possible because here's proof by existence.
There's something magical about going from a single cell to an organism that is born the first few years of life. I kind of like the idea that the reason we don't remember anything about the first few years of our life is that it's a really painful process. Like it's a very difficult, challenging training process. Yeah. Like intellectually. Like, and maybe, why don't we remember any of that? There might be some crazy training going on, and maybe that's the background model training that is very painful, and so it's best for the system once it's trained not to remember how it's destroyed.
I think it's just like the hardware for long-term memory is just not fully developed. Sure. I kind of feel like the first few years of infants is not actually learning; it's brain maturing.
Yeah.
We're born premature. There's a theory along those lines because of the birth canal and the brain, and so we're born premature, and then the first few years we're just the brain's maturing, and then there's some learning eventually. That's my current view.
What do you think? Do you think neural nets can have long-term memory? Like that approach is something like humans. Do you think there needs to be another meta architecture on top of it to add something like a knowledge base that learns facts about the world and that kind of stuff?
Yes, I don't know to what extent it will be explicitly constructed. It might take unintuitive forms where you are telling the GPT, like, hey, you have a declarative memory bank to which you can store and retrieve data from. And whenever you encounter some information that you find useful, just save it to your memory bank. And here's an example of something you have retrieved, and here's how you see it, and here's how you load from it. You just say load whatever, you teach it in text, in English, and then it might want to use a memory bank from that.
Oh, so the neural net is the architecture for the background, the base thing, and then everything else is just on top of this.
It's not just text, right? It's you're giving it gadgets and gizmos. So you're teaching some kind of special language by which it can save arbitrary information and retrieve it at a later time. And you're telling it about these special tokens and how to reach it to use these interfaces. It's like, hey, you can use a calculator. Here's how you use it. Just do 5, 3 plus 4, 1 equals. And when equals is there, the calculator will actually read out the answer, and you don't have to calculate it yourself. And you just tell it in English, it's not actually work.
Do you think in that sense, Kata was interesting, the DeepMind system that it's not just doing language, but actually throws it all in the same pile? Images, actions, all that kind of stuff. That's basically what we're moving towards.
Yeah, I think so. So Gato is very much a kitchen sink approach to reinforcement learning in lots of different environments with a single fixed transformer model, right? I think it's a very sort of early result in that realm. I think it's along the lines of what I think things will eventually look like.
Right. So this is the early days of the system that eventually from the rich side perspective.
Yeah, I'm not super huge fan of, I think, all these interfaces that look very different. I would want everything to be normalized into the same API. So for example, stream pixels, very same API. Instead of having different world environments and very different physics and configurations and appearances and whatever, and you're having some kind of special tokens for different games that you can plug, I'd rather just utilize everything to a single interface. So it looks the same to the neural net, if that makes sense.
It's all going to be pixel-based polygon.
I think so.
Okay. Let me ask you about your own personal life. A lot of people know you are the most productive, you're building people in the history of AI. What does a productive day in the life of Andre Kutaki look like? What time people come? Because imagine some kind of dance between the average productive day and a perfect productive day. So the perfect productive day is the thing you strive towards, and the average is kind of what it kind of converges to, given all the mistakes and human eventualities and so on.
Yeah.
So what time are you a morning person?
I'm not a morning person. I'm a night owl for sure.
Is it stable or not?
It's semi-stable, like 8 or 9 or something like that. During my PhD, it was even later. I used to go to sleep usually at 3 a.m. I think AM hours are precious and very interesting time to work because everyone is asleep. At 8 a.m. or 7 a.m., East Coast is awake. So there's already activity, there's already some text messages, whatever, there's stuff happening. You can go on like some news website and there's stuff happening, distracting. At 3 a.m., everything is totally quiet. And so you're not going to be bothered and you have solid chunks of time to do work. So I like those periods, night owl by default. And then I think like productive time, basically, what I like to do is you need to like build some momentum on the problem without too much distraction. And you need to load your RAM, your working memory, with that problem. And then you need to be obsessed with it when you're taking a shower or you're falling asleep. You need to be obsessed with the problem, and it's fully in your memory, and you're ready to wake up and work on it right there.
So does the scale, is this on a scale, tempo scale, of this a day or a couple of days or a month?
So I can't talk about one day basically isolation because it's a whole process. When I want to get productive in the problem, I feel like I need a span of a few days where I can really get in on that problem. And I don't want to be interrupted, and I'm going to just be completely obsessed with that problem. And that's where I do most of my good workouts.
You've done a bunch of cool, like little projects in a very short amount of time, very quickly. So that requires you just focusing on it.
Yeah, basically I need to load my working memory with the problem, and I need to be productive because there's always like a huge fixed cost to approaching any problem. I'm struggling with this, for example, at Tesla because I want to work on like small side project. But okay, you first need to figure out, okay, I need to SSH to my cluster. I need to bring up a VS Code editor so I can work on this. I run into some stupid error because of some reason. Like, you're not at a point where you can be productive right away. You are facing barriers. And so it's about really removing all that barrier, and you're able to go into the problem, and you have the full problem loaded in your memory.
And somehow avoiding distractions of all different forms, like news stories, emails, but also distractions from other interesting projects that you previously worked on or currently working on, and so on. You just want to really focus your mind.
I mean, I can take some time off for distractions in between, but I think it can't be too much. Most of your day is sort of like spent on that problem. And then, I drink coffee, I have my morning routine, I look at some news, Twitter, Hacker News, Street Journal, etc.
So it's great. So basically, you wake up, get some coffee. Are you trying to get to work as quickly as possible? Or do you take in this diet of like what the hell happened in the world?
I do find it interesting to know about the world. I don't know that it's useful or good, but it is part of my routine right now. So I do read through a bunch of news articles, and I want to be informed. And I'm suspicious of it. I'm suspicious of the practice, but currently that's where I am.
Oh, you mean suspicious about the positive effect of that practice on your productivity and your well-being?
My well-being psychologically,
and also on your ability to deeply understand the world, because there's a bunch of sources of information. You're not focused on deeply integrating.
Yeah, it's distracting.
In terms of a perfectly productive day, or how long a stretch of time in one session do you try to work and focus on anything? A couple hours, is 1 hour, is it 30 minutes, 10 minutes?
I can probably go like a few hours, and then I use some breaks in between for like food and stuff. And but I think like it's still really hard to accumulate hours. I was using a tracker that told me exactly how much time I spent coding any one day. And even on a very productive day, I still spent only like 6 or 8 hours. And it's just because there's so much padding. Commute, talking to people, food, etc. There's like cost of life. Just living and sustaining and homeostasis. Just maintaining yourself as a human is very high.
And that there seems to be a desire within the human mind to participate in society that creates that pattern. Because the most productive days I've ever had is just completely from start to finish, just tuning out everything. And just sitting there. And then you could do more than 6 and 8 hours. Is there some wisdom about what gives you strength to do like tough days of long focus?
Yeah, just like whenever I get obsessed about a problem, something just needs to work. Something just needs to exist.
It needs to exist. So you're able to deal with bugs and programming issues, and technical issues, design decisions that turn out to be the wrong ones. You think through all of that, given that you want to think that this.
Yeah, it needs to exist, and then I think to me also a big factor is are other humans going to appreciate it? Are they going to like it? That's a big part of my motivation. I'm helping humans, and they seem happy. They say nice things. They tweet about it or whatever. That gives me pleasure because I'm doing something useful.
So like you do see yourself sharing it, on GitHub, blog posts, or videos.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. Like, suppose I did all these things, but I did not share them. I don't think I would have the same amount of motivation that I can build.
You enjoy dealing with other people, gaining value and happiness from the stuff that you create.
Yeah.
What about diet? Is there? I saw you play with intermittent fast. Do you fast? Does that help? You play the things you play with most beneficial to your ability to focus on things and just mental productivity and happiness. You still fast?
Yeah, I still fast, but I do intermittent fasting. Really what it means at the end of the day is I skip breakfast. Yeah. So I do 18:6 roughly by default when I'm in my steady state. If I'm traveling or doing something else, I break the rules. But in my steady state, I do 18:6. So I eat only from 12 to 6. Not a hard thing, I break it often, but that's my. And then I've done a bunch of random experiments. For the most part, right now, where I've been for the last year and a half, I want to say, is I'm plant-based or plant-forward. I heard plant-forward. It sounds better. I don't actually know what the difference is, but it sounds better in my mind. But it just means I prefer plant-based food and
raw, cooked, or
I prefer cooked and plant-based.
So plant-based. Forgive me, I don't actually know how wide the category entails.
Well, plant-based just means that you're not
like a chicken
about it, and you can flex, and you just prefer to eat plants. And you're not trying to influence other people. And if you come to someone's house party and they serve you a steak, they're really proud of you. You eat it.
Right.
It's just
That's beautiful. I mean, that's the flip side of that. I'm very flexible. Have you tried to do one meal a day?
I have accidentally, not consistently, but I've accidentally had that. I don't like it. I think it makes me feel not good, and it's too much of a hit. And so currently, I have about 2 meals a day, 6.
I do that not doing it now. You do it 1 meal a day. It's interesting. You were fasting longer than a day?
Yeah, I've done a bunch of water fasts because I was curious what happens.
What happened? Anything interesting?
I would say so. I mean, what's interesting is that you're hungry for 2 days, and then starting day 3 or so, you're not hungry. It's like such a weird feeling because you haven't eaten a few days and you're not hungry.
Isn't that weird?
It's really weird.
One of the many weird things about human biology.
Yeah.
It figures something out. It finds another source of energy or something like that, or relaxes the system. I don't know.
Yeah, the body is like you're hungry, and then it just gives up. It's like, okay, I guess we're fasting. There's nothing. And then it's just kind of like focuses on trying to make you not hungry, and not feel the damage of that, and trying to give you some space to figure out the situation.
So are you still to this day most productive at night?
I would say I am. It is really hard to maintain my PhD schedule, especially when I was in a class and so on. It's a non-starter. So even now, like people want to meet for various events. The society lives in a certain period of time, and you sort of have to work with that.
It's hard to do a social thing, and then after that,
it's just really hard.
That's why I try to do social thing. I try not to do too much drinking. And continue to do it. At Tesla, is there conversions? Tesla, but any company, is there conversions to the schedule, or is it more? Is that how humans behave when they collaborate? I need to learn about this.
Yeah.
Do they try to keep a consistent schedule where you're all at the same time?
I mean, I do try to create a routine, and I try to create a steady state in which I'm comfortable. So I have a morning routine, I have a day routine. I try to keep things to a steady state, and things are predictable. And then you can sort of just your body just sort of sticks to that. And if you try to stress that a little too much, it will create. When you're traveling, when you're dealing with jet lag, you're not able to really ascend to, where you need to go.
Yeah, that's weird too. Humans with the habits and stuff. What are your thoughts on work-life balance? What other human life balance? So Tesla in part is known for pushing people to their limits in terms of what they're able to do, in terms of what they're trying to do, in terms of how much they work, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I will say Tesla gets still too much bad rep for this, because what's happening is Tesla is it's a thirsty environment. So I would say the baseline, my only point of reference is Google, where I've interned 3 times and I saw what it's like inside Google and DeepMind. I would say the baseline is higher than that, but then there's a punctuated equilibrium where once in a while there's a fire, and someone, like, people work really hard. And so it has its spiky and bursty. And then all the stories get like that top peaks first. Yeah. And then it gets the appearance of like total insanity, but actually it's just a bit more intense environment. And there are fires and sprints. And so I think, definitely though, I would say it's a more intense environment than something. Yeah.
But you forget all of that. Just in your own personal life, what do you think about the happiness of a human being, a brilliant person like yourself, about finding a balance between work and life, or is such a thing not a good thought experiment?
Yeah, I think balance is good, but I also love to have sprints that are after distribution, and that's what I think I've been pretty creative and as well.
Sprints out of distribution means that most of the time you have a quote unquote balance.
I have balance most of the time. I like being obsessed with something once in a while.
Once in a while is once a week, once a month, once a year.
Yeah, probably I could say once a month or something. Yeah.
And that's when we get you can help repo.
Yeah, that's when you like really hear about a problem. It must exist. This will be awesome. You're obsessed with it, and now you can't just do it on that day. You need to pay the fixed cost of getting into it, and then you need to stay there for. And then society will come and they will try to mess with you. They will try to distract you. Yeah, the worst thing is like a person who's like, I just need 5 minutes of your time. Yeah. This is the cost of that is not 5 minutes. And society needs to change how it thinks about just 5 minutes of your time.
Right. Never just 1 minute, just 30, just a quick
study.
Yeah. No. What's your computer setup? What's like the perfect? Are you somebody that's flexible no matter what? Laptop, 4 screens, or do you prefer a certain setup that you most productive?
I guess the one that I'm familiar with is one large screen, 27-inch, and my laptop on the side.
What operating?
I do Macs
for all tasks.
I would say when you're working on deep learning, everything is Linux. Your SSH cluster, and you're working remotely.
But what about the actual like using IT?
You would use, I think a good way is you just run VS Code. My favorite editor right now on your Mac, but you have a remote through SSH. So the actual files that you're manipulating are the cluster models.
What's the best ID? VS Code. What else? So I use X.
It's cool.
So it may be cool. I don't know if it's maximum productivity. So what do you recommend in terms of editors? You work with a lot of software engineers, editors for Python, C++, machine learning applications.
I think the correct answer is VS Code. Currently, I believe that's the best IDE. It's got a huge amount of extensions. It has the GitHub Copilot integration, which I think is very valuable.
What do you think about the Copilot integration? I was actually I got to talk a bunch with Guido and Rosso, who's creator Python, and he loves Copilot. He programs a lot with it.
Yep.
Do you?
Yeah, I use Copilot. I love it, and it's free for me, but I would pay for it. Yeah, I think it's very good, and the utility that I found with it is I would say there's a learning curve, and you need to figure out when it's helpful and when to pay attention to its outputs, and when it's not going to be helpful, where you should not pay attention to it. Because if you're just reading suggestions all the time, it's not a good way of interacting with it. But I think I was able to mold myself to it. I find it's very helpful, number one, in copy, paste, and replace some parts. So I don't, when the pattern is clear, it's really good at completing the pattern. And number two, sometimes it suggests APIs that I'm not aware. So it tells you about something that you didn't know. So,
and that's an opportunity to discover.
It's an opportunity to. I would never take Copilot code as given. I always copy paste into a search, and you see what this function is doing, and then you're like, oh, it's actually exactly what I need. Thank you, Copilot, so you learn something.
So it's in part search engine, part maybe getting the exact syntax correctly. Once you see it, it's that empty part thing. So once you see it, you know
it's
correct. Exactly. Like you yourself,
you can verify.
You can verify it visually, but you can't generate it visually.
And Copilot really, it's autopilot for programming, right? And currently is doing the link following, which is like the simple copy paste and sometimes suggest. But over time, it's going to become more and more autonomous. And so the same thing will play out in not just coding, but actually across many different things. Probably.
Coding is an important one, right? Like writing programs.
Yeah.
How do you see the future of that developing? The program synthesis, like being able to write programs that are more and more complicated. Because right now, it's human supervised in interesting ways. It feels like the transition would be very painful.
My mental model for it is the same thing will happen as with the autopilot. So currently he's doing following, he's doing some simple stuff. And eventually it will be doing autonomy, and people will have to intervene less and less.
And there could be like testing mechanisms. Like if it writes a function and that function looks pretty damn correct, but how do you know it's correct? Because you're like getting lazier and lazier as a programmer. Like your ability to get like little bugs, I guess it won't be.
No, it will. Copilot will make off by one subtle bugs. It has done that to me.
But do you think the future is or is it the off by one is actually a fundamental challenge of programming?
In that case, it wasn't fundamental, and I think things can improve. But I think humans have to supervise. I am nervous about people not supervising what comes out and what happens to, for example, the proliferation of bugs in all of our systems. I'm nervous about that, but I think there will probably be some other copilots for fact finding, stuff like that at some point. Because there will be like a lot of automation for.
It's like a program, a copilot that generates a compiler, one that does a linter,
Yes.
one that does like a type checker.
Yeah. It's a committee of like GPTs, sort of like.
And then there'll be like a manager committee.
Yeah.
And then there'll be somebody that says a new version of this is needed, need to be generated.
There were 10 GPTs that were forwarded and gave 50 suggestions. The other one looked at it and picked the few that they liked. The bug one looked at it and it was like, it's probably a bug. It got re-ranked by some other thing. And then the final unsolvable GPT comes in and is like, okay, given everything you guys have told me, this is probably the next one.
You know, the feeling is the number of programmers in the world has been growing and growing very quickly. Do you think it's possible that it'll actually level out and drop into like a very low number in this kind of world? Because you'll be doing software 2.0 programming, and you'll be doing this kind of generation of copilot type systems programming. You won't be doing the old school software 1.0 program.
I don't currently think that they're just going to replace programmers. I'm so hesitant saying stuff like this, right?
Yeah, because this is going to be replaced in 5 years. No, it's going to show that like, this is where we fought. Because I agree with you. I think we might be very surprised, right? Like, what are the next? What's your sense of when we say language models? Like, does it feel like the beginning, middle, or the end?
The beginning, 100%. I think the big question in my mind is, for sure, GPT will be able to program well, competently and so on. How do you steer the system? You still have to provide some guidance to what you actually are looking for. And so, how do you steer it? And how do you talk to it? How do you audit it and verify that this data is correct? And how do you like work with this? And it's as much not just an AI problem, but a UI UX problem.
Yeah.
So beautiful fertile ground for so much interesting work for VS Code ++, where it's not just you programming anymore. It's amazing.
Yeah, so you're interacting with systems, so not just one prompt, but it's iterative content.
Yeah.
You're trying to figure out a conversation with the system.
Yeah.
And I mean, to me, that's super exciting to have a conversation with the programmer.
Yep. Yeah, maybe at some point you're just conversing with it. It's like, okay, here's what I want to do. Actually, this variable, maybe it's not even that low level, it's a variable. But
you can also imagine, like, can you translate this to C++ and back to Python?
Yeah, that already exists.
So, but just like doing it as part of the programming experience, like, I think I'd like to write this function in C++. Or like, you just keep changing for different programs because there's different syntax. Maybe I want to convert this into a functional language.
Yeah.
And so, like, you get to become multilingual as a programmer and dance back and forth efficiently.
Yeah. I mean, I think the UI UX of it, though, is like still very hard to think through because it's not just about writing on a page. You have an entire developer environment. You have a bunch of hardware on it. You have some environmental variables, some scripts that are running in the code job. Like, there's a lot going on to working with computers. And how do these systems set up environment flags, and work across multiple machines, and set up screen sessions, automate different processes, like how all that works and is auditable by humans and so on. It's like massive question of my own.
You've built Archive Sanity. What is Archive, and what is the future of academic research publishing that you would like to see?
So Archive is this preprint server. So if you have a paper, you can submit it for publication to journals or conferences, and then wait 6 months, and then maybe get a decision, pass or fail. Or you can just upload it to Archive, and then people can tweet about it 3 minutes later, and then everyone sees it, everyone reads it, and everyone can profit from it in their own ways.
You can cite it, and it has an official look to it. It feels like a publication process.
Yeah,
it feels different than if you just put it in a blog post.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a paper, and usually the bar is higher for something that you would expect on Archive as opposed to something you would see in a blog post.
Well, the culture created the bar. So you could probably post a pretty crappy paper on Archive. So what's that make you feel like? What's that make you feel about peer review? So rigorous peer review by 2-3 experts versus peer review of the community, right?
Yeah. Basically, I think the community is very well able to peer review things very quickly on Twitter. And I think maybe it just has to do something with AI machine learning specifically, though. I feel like things are more easily auditable, and the verification is easier, potentially, than the verification somewhere else. So it's kind of like you can think of these scientific publications as like little blockchains where everyone is looking at each other's work and citing each other. And you sort of have AI, which is kind of like this much faster and loose blockchain. But then you have, and any one individual entry is like very cheap to make. And then you have other fields where maybe that model doesn't make as much sense. And so I think in AI, at least, things are pretty easily verifiable. Because that's why when people upload papers, they're a really good idea and so on. People can try it out the next day. And they can be the final arbiter whether it works or not with their problem. And the whole thing just moves significantly faster. So I kind of feel like academia still has a place, sort of this like conference journal process still has a place, but it's sort of like it lags behind, I think, and it's a bit more maybe higher quality process. But it's not sort of the place where you will discover nothing before anymore. Yeah. It used to be the case when I was starting the PhD that you go to conferences and journals and you discuss all the latest research. Now when you go to a conference or a journal, like no one discusses anything there because it's already like 3 generations ago irrelevant.
Which makes me sad about DeepMind, for example, where they still publish in Nature and things big, prestigious. I mean, there's still value and prestige that comes with these big venues, but the results that they'll announce breakthrough performance, and it will take like a year to actually publish the details. I mean, and those details, if they were published immediately, would inspire the community to move in certain directions.
Yeah, well, speaking of the rest of the community, but I don't know to what extent that's part of their objective function also.
That's true. So it's not just the prestige, a little bit of the delay.
Yeah, they certainly, DeepMind specifically has been working in the regime of having slightly higher quality, basically process and latency, and publishing newspapers that way.
Another question from Reddit. Do you or have you suffered from imposter syndrome? Being the director of AI at Tesla, being this person here at Stanford, where that people looks at you as the expert in AI to teach the world about machine learning.
When I was leaving Tesla after 5 years, I spent a ton of time in meeting rooms, and I would read papers. In the beginning, when I joined Tesla, I was writing code, and then I was writing less and less code, and then I was reading code, and then I was reading less and less code. And so this is just a natural progression that happens, I think. And definitely, I would say near the tail end, that's when sort of I started small. You're supposed to be an expert, but actually, the source of truth is the code that people are writing to GitHub and the actual code itself. And you're not as familiar with that as you used to be. And so I would say maybe there's something like a security there.
And that's actually pretty profound. And a lot of the insecurity has to do with not writing code in the computer science space like that, because that is the truth. That right there.
Code is the source of truth. The papers and everything else, it's a high-level summary. I don't. Just a high-level summary. But at the end of the day, you have to read code. It's impossible to translate all that code into actual, paper form. So when things come out, especially when they have a source code available, that's my favorite place to go.
So, like I said, you're one of the greatest teachers of machine learning, AI ever, from CS to 31N to today. What advice would you give to beginners interested in getting into machine learning?
Beginners are often focused on like what to do, and I think the focus should be more like how much you do. So I'm kind of like a believer on a high level in this 10,000 hours kind of concept where you just kind of have to just pick the things where you can spend time and you care about and you're interested in, you literally have to put in 10,000 hours of work. It doesn't even like matter as much like where you put it, and you'll iterate and you'll improve and you'll waste some time. I don't know if there's a better way. You need to put in 10,000 hours. But I think it's actually really nice because I feel like there's some sense of determinism about being an expert at a thing. If you spend 10,000 hours, you can literally pick an arbitrary thing. And I think if you spend 10,000 hours, deliberate effort and work, you actually will become an expert at it. And so I think it's kind of like a nice thought. And so basically I would focus more on like, are you spending 10,000 hours? That's what I would focus.
So in thinking about what kind of mechanisms maximize your likelihood of getting 10,000 hours, for us silly humans, it's probably for a daily habit of like every single day actually doing the thing.
Whatever helps you. I just think to a large extent it's a psychological problem for yourself. One other thing that I think is helpful for the psychology of it is many times people compare themselves to others in the area. I think it's very harmful. Only compare yourself to you from some time ago, like say a year ago. Are you better than you a year ago? It's the only way to think. And I think then you can see your progress, and it's very motivating.
That's so interesting that focus on the quantity of hours. I think a lot of people in the beginner stage, but I should throughout, get paralyzed by the choice, like which one do I pick, this path or this path.
Yeah.
Like they'll literally get paralyzed by like which ID to use.
Well, they're worried. Yeah, they'll worry about these things. But the thing is, you will waste time doing something wrong.
Yes.
You will eventually figure out it's not good. You will accumulate scar tissue, and next time you will grow stronger because next time you'll have the scar tissue, and next time you'll learn from it. And now next time you come to a similar situation, you'll be like, oh, I messed up. I've spent a lot of time working on things that never materialized into anything, and I have all that scar tissue, and I have some intuitions about what was useful, what wasn't useful, how things turned out. So all those mistakes were not at work, you know. So I just think you should just focus on what have you done? What have you done last week?
That's a good question actually to ask for a lot of them. That is machine learning. It's a good way to cut the I forgot the term we used, but the fluff, the blubber, whatever the inefficiencies in life. What do you love about teaching? You seem to find yourself often in the group like draw to teaching. You're very good at it.
I mean, I don't think I love teaching. I love happy humans. And happy humans like when I teach. Yes. I wouldn't say I hate teaching. I tolerate teaching, but it's not like the act of teaching that I like. It's that you know I have something I'm actually okay at it.
Yes.
I'm okay at teaching, and people appreciate it a lot.
Yeah.
And so I'm just happy to try to be helpful. And teaching itself is not like the most. I mean, it's really annoying. It's gonna be really annoying, frustrating. I was working on a bunch of lectures just now. I was reminded back to my days of 231 and just how much work it is to create some of these materials and make them good. The amount of iteration and thought, and you go down blind alleys, and just how much you change it. So creating something good, in terms of like, educational value, is really hard, and it's not fun.
It was difficult. So people should definitely go watch your new stuff you put out. There are lectures where you actually put in the thing from, like you said, the code is truth. So discussing backpropagation by building it, by looking through it, just the whole thing. So how difficult is that to prepare for? I think it's a really powerful way to teach. How did you have to prepare for that, or are you just live thinking through it?
I will typically do, like, say, 3 takes, and then I take, like, the better take. So I do multiple takes, and I take some of the better takes, and then I just build out a lecture that way. Sometimes I have to delete 30 minutes of content because it just went down an alley that I didn't like too much. There's a bunch of iteration, and it probably takes me, you know, somewhere around 10 hours to create 1 hour of content.
In 1 hour. It's interesting. I mean, is it difficult to go back to like the basics? Do you draw a lot of wisdom? Go back to the basics.
Yep, back to back propagation, loss functions, where they come from. And one thing I like about teaching a lot, honestly, is it definitely strengthens your understanding. So it's not a purely altruistic activity; it's a way to learn. If you have to explain something to someone, you realize you have gaps in knowledge, and so I even surprise myself in those lectures. Like, oh, so the result will obviously look like this, and then the result doesn't look like it. I'm like, okay, I thought I understood this.
Yeah. That's why it's really cool. Just to literally code, you run it in a notebook, and it gives you a result, and you're like, oh, wow, it's like actual numbers, actual input, actual code.
Yeah, it's not mathematical symbols, etc. The source of truth in the code. It's not slides. It's just like, let's build it.
It's beautiful. You're a rare human in that sense. What advice would you give to researchers trying to develop and publish ideas that have a big impact in the world of AI? So maybe undergrads, maybe early graduate students.
Yeah. I mean, I would say like, I actually have to be a little bit more strategic than I had to be as a PhD student because of the way AI is going. It's going the way of physics, where in physics you used to be able to do experiments on your benchtop and everything was great and you could make progress, and now you have to work in LHC or like CERN. And so AI is going in that direction as well. So there's certain kinds of things that's just not possible to do on the benchtop anymore, and I think that didn't used to be the case at the time.
Do you still think that there's like GAN type papers to be written, or like like very simple idea that requires just one computer to illustrate a simple example?
I mean, one example that's been very influential recently is diffusion models. Diffusion models are amazing. Diffusion models are 6 years old. For the longest time, people were kind of ignoring them, as far as I can tell. And they're an amazing generative model, especially in images. And so stable diffusion is all diffusion based. Diffusion is new. It was not there. It came from Google, but a researcher could have come up with it. In fact, some of the first, actually no, those came from Google as well. But a researcher could come up with that in an academic institution.
Yeah, what do you find most fascinating about diffusion models? So, from the societal impact of the technical architecture.
What I like about diffusion is it works so well.
Is that surprising to you? The amount, the variety, almost the novelty of the synthetic data is generating.
Yeah, so the stable diffusion images are incredible. It's the speed of improvement in generating images has been insane. We went very quickly from generating like tiny digits to tiny faces, and it all looked messed up. And now we're stable diffusion, and that happened very quickly. There's a lot that academia can still contribute. For example, flash attention is a very efficient kernel for running the attention operation inside the transformer that came from academic environment. It's a very clever way to structure a kernel that does the calculation, so it doesn't materialize the attention matrix. And so I think there's still like lots of things to contribute, but you have to be just more strategic.
Do you think neural networks can be made to reason?
Yes.
Do you think they're ready?
Yes.
What's your definition of reason?
Information processing.
Well, the way that humans think through a problem from novel ideas, it feels like reason. So the novelty, I don't want to say, but out of distribution ideas, I think it's possible.
Yes, and I think we're seeing that already in the current world. You're able to remix the training set information into generalization in some sense.
That doesn't appear.
It doesn't appear in the training set. Like you're doing something interesting, you're manipulating, some symbols, and you're coming up with some correct and unique answer, and then you.
What would illustrate to you? Holy shit! This thing is definitely thinking.
To me, thinking or reasoning is just information processing and generalization, and I think that neural nets already do that today.
To be able to perceive the world, perceive whatever the inputs are, and to make predictions based on that, or actions based on that. That's reason.
Yeah, you're getting correct answers in novel settings by manipulating information. You've learned the correct algorithm. You're not doing just kind of a lookup table on your paper search. So,
let me ask you about AGI. What are some moonshot ideas you think might make significant progress with AGI? And maybe another one is what are big blockers?
So basically, I'm fairly on our ability to build AGIs. Basically, automated systems that we can interact with are very human-like, and we can interact in the digital realm or physical realm. Currently, it seems most of the models that sort of do these sort of magical tasks are in the text realm. I think, as I mentioned, I'm suspicious that the text realm is not enough to actually build full understanding of the world. I do actually think you need to go to pixels and understand the physical world and how it works. So I do think that we need to extend these models to consume images and videos and train on a lot more data that is multimodal in that way.
Do you think you need to touch the world to understand it also?
Well, that's the big open question I would say in my mind, is if you also require the embodiment and the ability to sort of interact with the world, run experiments, and have the data of that form, they need to go to Optimus or something like that. And so I would say Optimus in some way is like a hedge in AGI, because it seems to me that it's possible that just having data from the internet is not enough. If that is the case, then Optimus may lead to AGI, because Optimus would, to me, there's nothing beyond Optimus. You have like this humanoid form factor that can actually like do stuff in the world. You can have millions of them interacting with humans and so on. And if that doesn't give rise to AGI at some point, like, I'm not sure what will. So from a completeness perspective, I think that's a really good platform. But it's a much more harder platform because you are dealing with atoms. And you need to actually like build these things and integrate them into society. So I think that path takes longer, but it's much more certain. And then there's a path of the internet and just like training these compression models effectively on trying to compress all the internet. And that might also get these agents as well.
Compress the internet, but also interact with the internet.
Yeah.
So it's not obvious to me. In fact, I suspect you can reach AGI without ever entering physical world. And which is a little more concerning, because it might, that results in it happening faster. So it just feels like we're in boiling water. We won't know what's happening. I would like to, I'm not afraid of AGI. I'm excited about it. There's always concerns. But I would like to know when it happens.
Yeah.
And have like hints about when it happens, like a year from now, that will happen, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I just feel like in the digital realm, it just might happen.
Yeah. I think all we have available to us, because no one has built AGI again, so all we have available to us is there enough repelled ground on the periphery? I would say yes. We have the progress so far, which has been very rapid. And there are next steps that are available. And so I would say, yeah, it's quite likely that we'll be interacting with digital entities.
How will you know that somebody has built AGI?
It's going to be a slow, I think it's going to be a slow incremental transition. It's going to be product-based and focused. It's going to be GitHub Copilot getting better. And then GPT's helping you write. And then these oracles that you can go to with mathematical problems. I think we're on the verge of being able to ask very complex questions in chemistry, physics, math of these oracles and have them complete solutions.
So AGI primarily focuses on intelligence and consciousness doesn't enter into it.
So in my mind, consciousness is not a special thing you will figure out and on. I think it's an emergent phenomenon of a large enough, complex enough generative model. So if you have a complex enough world model that understands the world, then it also understands its predicament in the world as being a language model, which to me is a form of consciousness with self-awareness.
So in order to understand the world deeply, you probably have to integrate yourself into the world.
Yeah.
And so in order to interact with humans and other living beings, consciousness is a very useful tool.
I think consciousness is like modeling insight.
Modeling insight.
Yeah, you have a powerful enough model of understanding the world that you actually understand that you are an entity.
Yeah, but there's also this, perhaps just narrative we tell ourselves. It feels like something to experience the world. The hard problem of consciousness.
Yeah.
That could be just a narrative we tell ourselves.
Yeah, I think it will emerge. I think it's going to be something very good. Like, we'll be talking to these digital AIs. They will claim they're conscious. They will appear conscious. They will do all the things that you would expect of other humans. And it's going to just be a stalemate.
I think there will be a lot of actual fascinating ethical questions, like Supreme Court level questions of whether you're allowed to turn off a conscious AI, if you're allowed to build a conscious AI. Maybe there would have to be the same kind of debates that you have. Sorry to bring up a political topic, but abortion, which is the deeper question of abortion, is what is life? And the deep question of AI is also what is life? What is conscious? I think that'll be very fascinating to bring up. It might become illegal to build systems that are capable, of such level of intelligence that consciousness would emerge or the capacity to suffer would emerge. And a system that says, no, please don't kill me.
Well, that's what the Lambda chatbot already told this Google engineer, right? Like he's talking about not wanting to die or so on.
So that might become illegal to do that.
Right.
But, otherwise, you might have a lot of creatures that don't want to die, and they will.
You can just spawn and create extra.
And then that might lead to like horrible consequences. Then there might be a lot of people that secretly love murder and start practicing murder systems. I mean, there's just, to me, all this stuff just brings a beautiful mirror to the human condition, the human nature. It's what like the best of the Supreme Court, of all the different debates we have about ideas, what it means to be human. We get to ask those deep questions that we've been asking throughout human history. There's always been the other human history. We're the good guys and the bad guys, and we're going to, throughout human history, let's murder the bad guys. And the same will probably happen with robots. It'll be the other first, and we'll get to ask questions of what does it mean to be alive? What does it mean to be conscious?
And I think there's some very compliance even with what we have today. And like for example, there's these like waifus that you can like hurt, and some people are trying to like this company is going to shut down, but this person really love their waifu and is trying to like put it somewhere else. It's not possible. And I think like definitely people will have feelings towards these systems because in some sense they are like a mirror of humanity because they are like sort of like a big average of humanity in a way that it's trained.
But we can, that average can actually watch. It's nice to be able to interact with the big average of humanity and do like a search query on it.
Yeah, it's very fascinating. And we can also, of course, also like shape it. It's not just a pure average. We can mess with the training data, we can mess with the objective, we can fine tune them in various ways. So we have some, impact on what those systems look like.
If you want to achieve AGI, and you could have a conversation with her and ask her, talk about how you think, maybe ask her a question, what kind of stuff would you ask?
I would have some practical questions on mind, like, do I or my loved ones really have to die? What can we do about that?
Do you think it will answer clearly? Or did it answer poetically?
I would expect it to give solutions. I would expect it to be like, well, I've read all of these textbooks, and I know all these things that you've produced, and it seems to me like here are the experiments that I think it would be useful to run next. And here's some therapies that I think would be useful. And here are the kinds of experiments that you should run.
Okay, let's go with this thought experiment. Okay. Imagine that mortality is actually like a prerequisite for happiness. So if we become immortal, we'll actually become deeply unhappy. And the model is able to know that. So what does this tell you, stupid human, about it? Yes, you can become immortal, but you can become deeply unhappy. If the model, if the AGI system is trying to empathize with you, human, what is this supposed to tell you? That yes, you don't have to die, but you're really not going to like it. Is it good to be honest? There's a Interstellar, which is the AI says like humans want 90% honesty. So like how honest are they? It's a more practical question. Yeah.
I love the Interstellar, by the way. I think it's like such a side to the entire story, but at the same time, it's like really interesting.
It's kind of limited in certain ways, right?
Yeah, it's limited, and I think it's probably fine. By the way, I think it's fine and plausible to have limited and perfect AGIs.
Is that a feature almost?
As an example, like it has a fixed amount of compute on its physical body, and it might just be that even though you can have a super amazing mega brain, super intelligent AI, you can also have like less intelligent AIs that you get deployed and in a power efficient way, and they're not perfect. They might make some mistakes.
I meant more like, say you had infinite compute, and it's still good to make mistakes sometimes. Like in order to make yourself like what is it? Go back to Good Will Hunting. Robin Williams' character says like human imperfections. That's the good stuff, right? Isn't it? Like we don't want perfect. We want flaws in part to form connections with each other, because it feels like something you can attach your feelings to, the flaws. In that same way, AI. I don't know. I feel like perfection is the what you're saying, okay? But it's not AGI. It's the AGI. We need to be intelligent enough to give answers to humans that humans can understand. And I think perfect is something humans can't understand. Because even science doesn't give a perfect answer. There's always gaps and mysteries, and I don't know. I don't know if humans are perfect.
Yeah, I can imagine just having a conversation with this kind of oracle entity, as you'd imagine them. And yeah, maybe I can tell you about, based on my analysis of human condition, you might not want this. And here's some of the things that you might
But every dumb human will say, yeah, trust me, I can give me the truth. I can handle it.
But that's the beauty of people can choose.
But then it's like the old marshmallow test with the kids and so on. I feel like too many people like can't handle the truth. Probably including myself. Do you truth in the human condition? I don't know if I can handle it. Like, what if there's dark? What if we are an alien science experiment? And it realized, what if it happened?
Yeah. This is the Matrix, all over.
I don't know. What would I talk about? I don't even. Yeah, probably a safer scientific question first that have nothing to do with my own personal life and mortality, just like law physics and so on. Yeah, to build up, like, let's see where's that, or maybe see if it has something. That's another question. Would it be able to, presumably, in order to, if it understands humans deeply, would be able to generate,
Yeah, I think that's actually a wonderful benchmark, almost. Like, is it able? I think that's a really good one, basically.
to make it like,
It's able to be like a very effective stand-up comedian that is doing something very interesting in competition. I think being funny is extremely hard.
yeah, because it's hard in a way, like a Turing test. The original intent of the Turing test is hard because you have to convince humans, and there's nothing. That's what comedians talk about. This is deeply honest, because if people can't laugh, if they don't laugh, it means you're not funny. If they laugh,
you're showing you need a level of knowledge to create humor about, like, documentation and so on, and then you can get clever with it.
You mentioned a few movies. We did movies that are 5+ times. I'm ready, willing to keep watching. Interstellar, Gladiator, Contact, Good Hunting, The Matrix, Lord of the Rings, all 3, Avatar, Terminator 2, Mean Girls. What are some that jump out to your memory that you love, and why? You mentioned Matrix. As a computer person, why you love Matrix?
There's so many properties that make it, like, beautiful, interesting. So there's all these philosophical questions, but then there's also AGIs, and there's simulation, and it's cool, and there's the black, the
look of it,
the look, the feel of it, the action, the bullet time. It's just like innovating in so many ways.
and then Good Hunting.
Yeah, I really like this tortured genius sort of character who's like grappling with whether or not he has like any responsibility or like what to do with this gift that he was given, or like how to think about the whole thing. And
there's also dance between the genius, the personal, like what it means to love another human being.
There's a lot of things there. It's just a triple movie.
And then the fatherly figure, the mentor, and the psychiatrist. And
it like really like it messes with you. There's some movies that just like really mess with you on a deep level.
Do you relate to that movie? It's like Lord of the Rings. Yeah, it's self-explanatory. Terminator 2, which is interesting. You watch that a lot. Is that better than Terminator 1? You like
I just like Terminator 1 as well. I like Terminator 2 a little bit more, but in terms of like its surface properties.
Do you think Skynet all possibility?
Yes.
Like the actual autonomous weapon system kind of thing. Do you worry about that other stuff? So
I do worry.
AI being useful for.
I 100% worry about it. And so some of these fears of AGS and how this will plan out. These will be like very powerful entities probably and stuff. And so for a long time they're going to be tools in the hands of humans. People talk about like alignment with AGIs. To make the problem is like humans are not aligned. So how this will be used and what this is going to look like is it's troubling. So,
do you think it'll happen slowly enough to be able as a human civilization think through the problems.
Yes, that's my hope, is that it happens slowly enough and open enough way where a lot of people can see and participate in it. Just figure out how to deal with this transition, I think, is really interesting.
I draw a lot of inspiration from nuclear weapons because I sure thought it would be fucked once they develop nuclear weapons. But like, it's almost like when the systems are not so dangerous to destroy human civilization, we deploy them in lessons, and then we quickly, if it's too dangerous, we might still deploy it, but very quickly learn how to use them. So there'll be like this balance that humans are very clever as a species. It's interesting. We exploit the resources as much as we can, but we avoid destroying ourselves.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Yeah, actually,
Hope it continues.
I mean, I'm definitely concerned about nuclear weapons and so on, not just as a result of the recent conflict, even before that. It's probably like my number one concern for humanity.
So if humanity destroys itself or destroys 90% people, that would be because of nukes.
I think so. It's not even about full destruction. To me, it's bad enough if we reset society. That would be like terrible. It would be really bad. I can't believe we're like so close to it.
Yeah,
It's like crazy to me.
it feels like we might be a few tweets away from something like that.
Yeah, basically, it's extremely unnerving, but and has been for me for a long time.
It seems unstable that world leaders just having a bad mood can like take one step towards a bad direction and then it escalates.
Yeah,
because of a collection of bad moods, it can escalate without being able to stop.
yeah, it's a lot of power, and then also with the proliferation. Basically, I don't actually really see. I don't actually know what the outcomes are here. So I'm definitely thinking about it a lot. And then AGI is not really there, but I think at some point will more and more become something like it. The danger with AGI even is that I think it's even like worse in the sense that there are good outcomes with AGI, and the bad outcomes are like an absolute way, like a tiny one. And so I think capitalism and humanity and so on will drive for the positive ways of using that technology, but then bad outcomes are just like a tiny, like the minus sign way. That's a really bad position to be.
A tiny perturbation of the system results in the destruction of the human species. It's a weird blind.
Yeah, I think in general, what's really weird about like the dynamics of humanity and this explosion we're talking about is just like the insane coupling afforded by technology and just the stability of the whole dynamical system. I think it just doesn't look good, honestly.
Yeah, so that explosion can be destructive and constructive, and the probabilities are non-zero on both.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I do feel like I have to try to be optimistic and so on. And I think even in this case, I still am not going to be optimistic, but there's definitely.
Me too. Do you think we'll become a multi-planetary species?
Probably yes, but I don't know if it's a dominant feature of future humanity. There might be some people on some planets and so on, but I'm not sure if it's like, if it's like a major player in our culture and so on.
We still have to solve the drivers of self-destruction here at Earth. So just having a backup on Mars is not self-destruction.
So in fact, I love the backup on Mars. I think that's amazing. You should absolutely do that.
Yes.
And I'm so thank you.
And would you go to Mars?
Personally, no. I do like Earth quite a lot.
I'll take Mars.
Maybe eventually I would. It's safe enough, but I don't actually know if it's on my lifetime scale unless I can extend it by a lot. I think, for example, a lot of people might disappear into virtual realities and stuff like that. But I think that could be the major thrust of sort of the cultural development of humanity if it survives. So it might not be. It's just really hard to work in the physical realm and go out there. And I think ultimately all your experiences are in your brain, and so it's much easier to just disappear into digital realm. And I think people would find it compelling, easier, safer, more interesting.
So you're a little captivated by virtual reality, but the possibilities, whether it's the metaverse or the manifestation of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's I'm interested in just talking about the current. Where's the thing that's currently preventing that?
Yeah. I mean, to be clear, I think what's interesting about the future is it's not that I kind of feel like the variance of the human condition grows. That's the primary thing that's changing. It's not as much the mean of the distribution as like the variance. So there will probably be people in Mars, and there will be people in VR, and there will be people here on Earth. It's just like there will be so many more ways of being. And so I kind of feel like this is like a spreading out of the human experience.
There's something about the internet that allows you to discover those groups and then you gravitate to something about your biology likes that kind of world that you find each other.
Yeah. And we'll have transhumanists, and then we'll have the Amish, and not everything is just going to coexist.
Yeah, the cool thing about it, because I've interacted with a bunch of internet communities, is they don't know about each other. Like you can have a very happy existence, just like having a very close community, not knowing each other. I mean, even just having traveled to Ukraine, they don't know so many things about America. You like when you travel across the world, I think you experience this too. There's certain cultures you're like they have their own thing. You know? And so you can see that happening more and more in the future. You have little communities.
Yeah, I think so. That seems to be how it's going right now, and I don't see that trend like really reversing. I think people are diverse; they're able to choose their own path in existence, and I sort of like celebrate that. And so
You spend so much time in the metaverse, in the virtual reality, or which community are you in? Are you the physicalist, the physical reality enjoyer, or do you see drawing a lot of pleasure, fulfillment in the digital world?
yeah, I think currently the virtual reality is not that compelling. I do think it can improve a lot, but I don't really know to what extent. Maybe there's actually like even more exotic things you can think about with like neural links or stuff like that. So currently, I kind of see myself as mostly a team human person. I love nature. I love harmony. I love people. I love humanity. I love the emotions of humanity. And I just want to be like in this like solar punk level utopia. That's my happy place. My happy place is like people I love thinking about cool problems, surrounded by lush, beautiful, dynamic nature, and strictly high tech in places that count.
They use technology to empower that love for other humans and nature.
Yeah, I think technology used like very sparingly. I don't love when it sort of gets in the way of humanity in many ways. I like just people being humans in a way sort of like slightly evolved and prefer, I think, just by default.
People kept asking me because they know you love reading. Are there particular books that you enjoyed that had an impact on you for silly or following reasons that you would recommend? You mentioned a question.
Many, of course. I think in biology, as an example, the final question is on anything by really life ascending, I would say, is like a more potentially representative, like a summary of a lot of the things he's been talking about. I was very impacted by the selfish gene. I thought that was a really good book to help me understand altruism as an example and where it comes from, and just realizing that the selections and the whole genes was a huge insight for me at the time, and it sort of like cleared up a lot of things for me.
What do you think about the idea that ideas and the memes?
Yes.
Are you able to walk around with that notion for a while? That there is an evolutionary kind of process with ideas as well?
There absolutely is. There's memes just like genes, and they live in our brains. It's beautiful.
Are we thinking that we're the ones? Is it possible that the primary organisms are the ideas?
Yeah, I would say like the ideas held in the software of like our civilization and in the minds and so on.
We think as humans that the hardware is the fundamental thing. I, human, is a hardware entity.
Yeah.
But it could be the software, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say like there needs to be some grounding at some point to like a physical reality.
But if we pull it out, the software is the thing. Like, is this thing that makes that thing special, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
But then cloning might be exceptionally difficult. Like, there might be a deep integration between the software and the hardware in ways we don't really understand.
From the evolution point of view, like what makes me special is more like the gang of genes that are writing in my chromosomes, I suppose, right? Like they're replicating unit, I suppose. And
no, but that's just you. The thing that makes you special, sure. Well, the reality is what makes you special is your ability to survive based on the software that runs on the hardware that was made by the genes. So the software is the thing that makes you survive that. Right?
It's a little bit of both. It's just like a second layer. It's a new second layer that hasn't been there before the brain. They both coexist.
But there's also layers of software. I mean, it's not there. It's so abstraction on top of abstraction.
But okay, so self-esteem, Nikolai, I would say sometimes books are like not sufficient. I like to read textbooks sometimes. I kind of feel like books are too much of a general consumption sometimes, and they just kind of like they're too high up level abstraction. It's not good enough. So I like textbooks. I like the sell. I think the sell is pretty cool. That's why also I like writing of McLean is because he's pretty willing to step one level down, and he doesn't. He's willing to go there. But he's also willing to start me throughout the stack, so he'll go down to a lot of details, but then he will come back up. And I think he has basically I really appreciate that.
So that's why I love college, even just textbooks on the basics. Of computer science, mathematics, of biology, of chemistry.
Yes.
Those are condensed down like it's sufficiently general and both philosophy details, but also like you get homework problems. You get to play with it as much as you would if you were in programming.
Yeah. I'm also suspicious of textbooks, honestly, because as an example of deep learning, there's no like amazing textbooks, and the field is changing very quickly. I imagine the same is true in, say, synthetic biology and so on. These books like The Cell are kind of outdated. They're still high level. Like, what is the actual source of truth? It's people in labs working with cells, sequencing genomes, actually working with it. And I don't have that much exposure to that or what that looks like. So I still don't fully read through The Cell. It's kind of interesting. I'm learning, but it's still not sufficient, I would say, in terms of understanding.
Well, it's clean summarization of mainstream narrative.
Yeah.
But you have to learn that before you break out.
Yeah.
With the towards the cutting edge.
Yeah. What is the actual process of working with these cells and growing them, incubating them? It's kind of like a massive cooking recipe, so making sure your cell slows and proliferate, and then you're sequencing them, running experiments. Just how that works, I think, is kind of like the source of truth of, at the end of the day, what's really useful in terms of creating therapies.
Yeah, I wonder what the future AI textbooks would be. Because, there's sometimes just a modern approach. I actually haven't read if it's come out the recent version, the recent edition. I also saw there's a nice deep learning book. I'm waiting for that book that's worth recommending.
Yeah,
it's tricky because it's like papers and code.
Honestly, I think papers are quite good. I especially like the appendix of any paper as well. It's like the most detailed you can have.
It doesn't have to be cohesive, connected to anything else. It's just describing the way you saw a particular thing. Yeah.
Many times papers can be actually quite readable, not always, but sometimes the introduction and the abstract is readable, even for someone else in the field. This is not always true. And sometimes I think, unfortunately, scientists use complex terms even when it's not necessary. I think that's harmful. I think there's no reason for that.
Your papers sometimes are longer than they need to be in the parts that don't matter. Yeah. The appendix is but then the papers look at that, make it simple.
Yeah, but certainly I come across papers, I would say like synthetic biology or something like that I thought were quite readable for the abstract and introduction. And then you're reading the rest of it, and you don't fully understand, but you kind of are getting a gist.
What advice you give advice to folks interested in machine learning, research, but in general, life advice to a young person, high school, early college, about how to have a career they can be proud of or a life they can be proud of?
Yeah, I think I'm very hesitant to give general advice. I think it's really hard. I've mentioned like some of the stuff I've mentioned is fairly general. I think like focus on just the amount of work you're spending on like a thing. Compare yourself to yourself, not to others. I think those are fairly general.
How do you pick this thing?
You just have like a deep interest in something, or like try to like find the artifacts over like the things that you're interested in.
Artifacts, that moment, stick with it. How do you now get distracted and switch to another thing?
You can like
wait. If you do an artifact repeatedly every week, every month, that's the problem.
You can like filter yourself in terms of like what has consistently been true for you. But yeah, I definitely see how it can be hard. But I would say like you're going to work the hardest on the thing that you care about the most. So low pass filter yourself and really introspect in your past. What are the things that gave you energy? What are the things that took the energy away from you? concrete examples. And usually, from those concrete examples, sometimes patterns can emerge. I like it when things look like this when I'm in these positions.
That's not necessarily the field, but the kind of stuff you're doing in particular fields. For you, it seems like you were energized by implementing stuff, building actual things.
Yeah, being low level, learning, and then also communicating so that others can go through the same realizations and shorten that gap. Because I usually have to do way too much work to understand a thing, and then I'm like, okay, this is actually right. Okay, I think I get it. Like, why is it so much work? It should have been much less work. And that gives me a lot of frustration. That's why I sometimes go teach.
So aside from the teaching you're doing now, putting out videos, aside from the potential Godfather Part 2 with the AGI and beyond, what's the future for Project? Have you figured that out yet? I mean, as you see through the fog of war, that is all of our future. Do you start seeing silhouettes of what that possible future could look like?
The consistent thing I've been always interested in, for me at least, is AI. And that's probably what I'm spending the rest of my life on, because I just care about it a lot. And I actually care about like, many other problems as well, like say aging, which I basically view as disease. And I care about that as well. I think it's a good idea to go after it specifically. I don't actually think that humans will be able to come up with the answer. I think the correct thing to do is to work those problems and use AI and then use that to solve everything else. And I think there's a chance that this will work. I think it's a very high chance. And that's kind of like the way I'm betting at least.
So when you think about AI, are you interested in all kinds of applications, all kinds of domains, and any domain you focus on will allow you to get insights to the big problem AGI?
For me, it's the ultimate problem. I don't want to work on any one specific problem. There's too many problems. So how can you work on all problems simultaneously to solve the meta problem, which to me is just intelligence and how do you automate it?
Is there cool small projects like Archive Sanity and so on that you're thinking about the world, the ML world can anticipate?
There's always like some fun side projects. Archive Sanity is one. But yeah, basically like the project archive papers. How can I organize it and recommend features and so on? I transcribe all of your podcasts.
What did you learn from that experience from transcribing the process of, like, you like to search audiobooks and podcasts as well? Here's a process that achieves closer to human level performance and annotation.
Yeah, I definitely was like surprised that transcription with OpenAI's Whisper was working so well compared to what I'm familiar with from Siri and a few other systems, I guess. It works so well. That's what gave me some energy to like, try it out and thought it could be fun to run a podcast. It's kind of not obvious to me why Whisper is so much better compared to anything else, because I feel like there should be a lot of incentive for a lot of companies to produce transcription systems, and that they've done so over a long time. Whisper is not a super exotic model; it's a transformer. It takes ML spectrograms and just outputs tokens of text. It's not crazy. The model and everything's been around for a long time. I'm not actually 100% sure why.
Yeah, it's not obvious to me either. It makes me feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, because there's huge and like Google and so on, YouTube transcription.
Yeah.
It's not clear, but some of it is also integrating into a bigger system.
Yeah.
So the user interface, with all that kind of stuff, maybe running it as an independent thing is much easier, like a order of magnitude easier than deploying to a large integrated system like YouTube transcription or anything with meetings. Like Zoom has transcription that's kind of crappy. But creating an interface where it detects the different individual speakers, it's able to display it in compelling ways, not in real time. Or maybe that's the only explanation I have, because I'm currently paying quite a bit for human transcription, human caption,
Right.
annotation, and it seems like there's a huge incentive to automate that.
Yeah.
It's very confusing.
I don't know if you look at some of the Whisper transcripts, but they're quite good.
Good, and especially in tricky cases. Yeah, I've seen Whisper's performance on super tricky cases. It does incredibly well. So I don't know. A podcast is pretty simple. It's like high quality audio, and you're speaking usually pretty clearly. So I don't know. I don't know what OpenAI's plans are either.
There's always one projects basically. And Stable Diffusion also is opening up a huge amount of experimentation, I would say, in the visual realm, and generating images, videos, and movies, ultimately. And so that's going to be pretty crazy. And that's going to almost certainly work. And it's going to be really interesting. The cost of content creation is going to fall to zero. You used to need a picture for if you wanted to paint a thing, and now it's going to be speak to your phone to get your video.
How do you start using it to generate scenes? Which completely opens up. Yeah, so you can make a movie like Avatar eventually for under $1 million.
Much less, maybe just by talking to your phone. I mean, I know it sounds kind of crazy.
And then there's some voting mechanism. How do you have it? Like, would there be a show on Netflix that's generated automated? So
yeah. And what does it look like also when it's generated on the net and it's and there's infinity of it?
Yeah. Oh man. All this synthetic content. I mean, it's humbling because we treat ourselves as being able to generate art and ideas and all that kind of stuff. If that can be done in an automated way by AI.
I think it's fascinating to me how these predictions of AI and what it's going to look like and what it's going to be capable of are completely inverted from. And sci-fi with 50 and 60s is just like totally nothing, right? They imagine AI as like super calculating error provers, and we're getting things that can talk to you about emotions. They can do art. It's just like weird.
Like you said about the future, just AIs like hybrid systems, heterogeneous systems, humans and AIs talking about emotions. Netflix and chill with AIs, legit, or the Netflix thing you watch is generated by AI.
I think it's going to be interesting for sure. And I think I'm cautiously optimistic, but it's not obvious.
Well, the sad thing is your brain and mind developed in a time where before the internet. So I wonder people that are born inside of it might have a different experience. Like maybe you was still resistant, and the people born now.
Well, I do feel like you guys are extremely malleable. And you're probably right.
What is the meaning of life? we talked about the universe having a conversation with us humans or with the systems we create, trying to answer. For the universe, for the creator of the universe to notice us, we're trying to create systems that are allowed to just answer back.
I don't know if that's the meaning of life. That's the meaning of life for some people. The first level answer I would say is anyone can choose their own meaning of life because we are a conscious entity and it's beautiful. Number one. But I do think that like a deeper meaning of life, if someone is interested, is along the lines of like, what the hell is life? And like why? And if you look at the fundamental physics and the quantum field theory and the standard model, they're very complicated. And there's this like 19 parameters of our universe, and like what's going on with all this stuff, and why is it here? And can I hack it? Can I work with it? Is there a message for me? Am I supposed to create a message? And so I think there's some fundamental answers there. But I think there's actually even like you can't actually like really make it in those without more time. And so to me also there's a big question around just getting more time, honestly. Yeah, that's kind of like what I think about quite a bit as well.
So kind of the ultimate, or at least first way to sneak up to the why question is to try to escape the system, the universe.
Yeah.
And for that, you sort of backtrack and say, okay, for that, it's going to be take a very long time. So the one question boils down from an engineering perspective to how do we extend.
Yeah, I think that's question number one, practically speaking, because you can't, you're not going to get the answer to the deeper questions in the time you have.
And that could be extending your own lifetime, extending just the lifetime of human civilization.
Of whoever needs to. Not many people might not want that, but I think people who do want that, I think it's probably possible. I don't know that people fully realize this. I kind of feel like people think of death as an inevitability, but at the end of the day, this is a physical system. Some things go wrong. It makes sense why things like this happen, evolutionarily speaking. And there's most certainly interventions that mitigate it.
Hey, that'd be interesting. Death is eventually looked at as a fascinating thing that used to happen to humans.
I don't think it's unlikely. I think it's likely.
And it's up to our imagination to try to predict what the world without death looks like. Yeah, it's hard to. I think the values would really change.
Could be. I don't really buy all these ideas that, without death, there's no meaning, there's nothing. I don't intuitively buy all those arguments. I think there's plenty of meaning, plenty of things to learn, interesting, exciting. I want to know, I want to calculate, I want to improve the condition of all the humans and organisms that are alive.
Yeah, the way we find meaning will change. There is a lot of humans, probably including myself, that finds meaning in the finiteness of things. But that doesn't mean that's the only sort of meaning.
Yeah. I do think many people will go with that, which I think is great. I love the idea that people can just choose their own adventure. Like you are born as a conscious free entity by default, I'd like to think. And you have your inalienable rights or life
In the pursuit of happiness.
I don't know if you get that.
And it's in the nature of the landscape of happiness.
You can choose your own adventure mostly. And that's not fully true.
But I still am pretty sure I'm an NPC. But an NPC can't know it's an NPC. There could be different degrees of levels of consciousness. I don't think there's a more beautiful way to portray you as a person really out of your populate everything you've done for the machine learning world, for the AI world, to just inspire people, to educate millions of people. It's been great, and I can't wait to see what you do next. It's been an honor, man. Thank you so much for talking today.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Andre. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Samuel Carlin. The purpose of models is not to fit the data, but to sharpen the questions. Thanks for listening. Hope to see you next time.
Right, great sound, great show, Rich. I really appreciated the Coinbase guest you had on. Unfortunately, I was a victim of a crypto trade crypto scam. So while the advice came
The following is conversation with Kay, the legendary artist, producer, and designer, formerly known as Kanye West, on this, the Lex Friedman podcast.
Based off of our connection and just you being a friend, I need to show you my tech companies and get your perspective on it. Because now I have friends that can get your perspective. Like when I was working out, I had other friends that worked on apps and they would give me their perspectives on it. You want to do this? We are doing it. It's part of it. This is part of it. Absolutely.
Right, beautiful.
Oh, well, I wanted to finish. The thing is, okay, you're going to ask me questions, but I'm about growing and building and bringing the ideas to life. So when I see you, I say, oh, this guy understands how to hire engineers. Where I'm coming from Hollywood, press, coming from media, all of the guys, you know, that so many of the guys that have been like voices and faces, talking heads, whatever, have not understood how to engineer products. And that's the reason why I was able to jump past everyone in the entertainment field. You know, whatever the network is. I'm going to stop putting the whole black thing on my work. Like, let's just see where I am on the scale of life, because that's a cop out for me to say richest black guy of all time, because that's feeding into the same, you know, trauma economy that Black Lives Matter feeds into. That's why I love and respect engineers. That's the only thing that we really need to teach in school is engineering. We don't need to teach history. We don't need to teach anything that is subjective. It needs to only be engineering taught in school, and everything else needs to be recessed. Nothing that any forced subjective information is just to weaken and indoctrinate our species, and that's what schools do now.
As an engineer, I hear you say that, but pushback. History is not the interpretation of history is subjective, but history has some facts, and they're useful to give a grounding to the way you do engineering.
I don't 100% believe in anything, any concept of the future, any concept of history, because history was just written by the victors.
Yeah.
So if I see stuff happen on the day, later that day, it's reported wrong. So how wrong is it reported 1,000 years ago? And why would we argue about something that's not in the now? Because that's the only thing that
everyone agree upon is that it is now, right now.
Yeah, well, you try not to make mistakes in the past. That's the usefulness of history, the limited usefulness of
The
history.
biggest mistake from the past that we keep making is looking at the past.
Too much, giving too much value to the past.
Too much value to the past. We are now. We are now. We are here. We are one species. We are one race. We're here, and it's time. And the leadership is changing because you have as a leader, a leader, and we're the top leaders. We're more influential than the president.
So you're a human being with engineering challenges for you. Stem player, the parlor. What's the hardest thing trying to find engineering for?
That's the first sentence that any of our species needs to hear when they're born. You are a human being with engineering challenges, and I consider challenges and opportunities in front of you. Literally, like, let me see if he's I need to write that down. That's the beginning of our new species constitution. I'm gonna do the paper like this one. I can put it in widescreen. This for written. You are. No, let me like. You are a being with engineering
Opportunity, challenge.
opportunities. I'm sorry, I don't John Legend. Opportunities and before you. I like the before because it can mean actually can mean forward or before you. This right here, I always have the top 5 writer in human existence, but this right here, like before number 3. Because when you say it's the top, it's top writer.
That's subjective. Who's that?
It's factual. It's like okay, top person in tech history. It's not subjective.
Wow.
There's a non-subjective answer to both of those. Both of those people have influenced 30% of our existence.
So the influence is the main metric of greatness.
Hey, one person, 30% of our brain, the English language was written by them. The person, 30% of the products we use was led by them. So it's not about Shakespeare and it was
Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
He put Steve above Elon because Steve is a designer. He's a designer engineer, but he's a visionary design space.
Well, I would link to him because I'm not an engineer, right? So I'm like,
Then you're an engineer. If Steve is an engineer, you're essentially.
he's a cultural engineer. It's like the people who run emotions in the world, like the world of emotions right now are social engineers. And social engineering is so important, like city design. There's a fancier word for that. But I was in Oxford last night to see Anthony Percival, and I gotta find out what his opening joke was because I'm doing interviews and I'm thinking I'm funny, and I like he said he kept on saying 20 years I've been doing this for 20 years, and his opening joke was so high level. I realized that this dude is a professional at what he does. So many things are subjective. I was talking about this. It's like, you know, people are arguing like, is Emily Ratajkowski the hottest, person? And I'm like, that's such a subjective thing. But like, if you go and shoot 3-pointer Steph Curry, it's not subjective, right? Or if you go and compare bank accounts with Elon, it's not subjective. And another thing that's not subjective, porn.
What about
Dick size? It's not subjective. You can measure.
but more than just dick size and greatness is more than the size of the bank account, right? So there's a subjective, right? So you do Do you care about the stuff that's objective or subjective? Because greatness to me is what matters. The bank account comes and goes. The impact on our society, you said social engineering, the impact on the collective intelligence of your species, that permeates throughout the rest of the time.
I like to say the impact. I'm taking. How did you say it? The impact
on the intelligence of our species.
impact on the collective and
EA is writing down what we're thinking out of my mouth. I've made it
there's a lot of people that kind of like sit through. I wanted to wear different colors because I was tired of being all and there's a lot of kids that are with. They see what I'm saying, and they have to sit through all of the months of all the previous interviews to get to this. Every interview has been just an emotional. It's just like been an argument up to this point. This is the first of. This is the next frontier of where our species is going to head. It starts here. It starts with you guys.
So this is the first time I heard you say the word engineering so many times, which I love hearing. So this is where you're at. You're like that newborn. You're a bee with engineering opportunities.
Okay. And we're all born, because if Christianity is born again, we're all born. And everyone shall like you're shall, only thing about shall is like it kind of dictate and kind of let you off the hook. So I haven't found the perfect post Shakespeare, post Steve Jobs, post Elon, and post Ye, and post Drake way to communicate this. But we update, and we do. And what the current media structure, no, it's not actually nothing that's holding us. There's nothing actually holding us back because I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Like, they could have killed me at George Bush don't care about black people. They could have killed me at Beyonce had the best video, but we're here now. So we just keep on leaning and leaning and leaning. And there's these things where I just think about, there'll be times when I'm at war. And every now and then when the bombs are going off, and all the headlines, smearing, I think about my family, and I'll think about him, and I'll think about how, King Koopa has a castle right now. Just on Mario Brothers Child. It says, go to the princess, and you get to this level, and it's like, I sung the song wrong, right? And then they take the princess again.
Which one are you?
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing you love the most? Okay. From a Mario perspective and the princess. Looking back. Was there a moment?
She's definitely my favorite of all time.
Yeah. Was there a moment that, like catches you off guard and say, I love this.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the DNA. It's like she's a mix of Rob and Chris.
Can you explain?
I mean, that's like a really high right there. Those are like two geniuses.
So like the entire history of evolution of the human species created this DNA, created this being. There's a life there, a set of memories and the history that brought them together, and you're like, damn, I like this DNA.
Yeah. There's certain people have just like high DNA. Vodka chocolate has high DNA.
How's your DNA?
Pretty good. I think we've seen that. It's been proven. I mean, but look at my mom and my dad. Me and my dad have a water purification center in the car right now. My
dad is the original Steve Jobs, and he was blocked by people around him for using him, taking advantage, not believing it. My dad's for okay.
What'd you learn?
And my dad,
Those are small details.
that's a big detail, being that I found my dad's Playboy when I was 5 years old. It greatly affected my motivation.
Yeah. Okay, so that's part of the engine that drives.
Actually, I remember when Pharrell was first in all the videos, and my girl was like, girls like Pharrell. And I was like, I want girls like you too.
Funny that that's behind all the ambition, all the drive.
What's how we think that people are
the desire. Is that at the individual level being noticed, and also at the societal level scale?
Well, now I've gone past. I'm like at the place where my Tesla was later into his career. It wasn't about being loved. It wasn't about sitting at the dinner parties next to Anna Wintour. It was about getting the idea across. So I have these cells that are very, and I just keep saying Ridley Scott. Ridley Scott had this special anointing. It isn't just sci-fi what he's doing. There's something in there, just like George Lucas. There's something different there. So,
What are you drawing?
I'm drawing living cells that we will exist in. And this is over, okay, this is like, I don't like talking about money because, like, man-made money is like 4 or 5 trillion respected dollars. We have other forms of currency. Of course, there are social currencies on board right now. This is a drawing, and it's in a pretty good place. Now, this will be 40,000 square feet. I want to start just talking in meters. I just think we should go to anything to restore the tower housing, like they said on the. I'm just drawing person here for scale.
Yeah, that would.
Okay. What do you think of that? My person scale. All right. So,
Wait, the dots person.
yeah. I'm saying it's 40,000 square feet, but that would be kind of. So, okay, so when it's a screen, it doesn't go all the way to the top, and it's one hole for light, but the water and the light and air all come from the top. So that's like the mouth, and then this is the belly button. We're God's iPhone, we're His greatest creation.
This is all connected. These are all connected.
Yes, I'm trying how to do the sales stuff.
What's the vision here?
Happiness. Then we talked about like what's the motivation? Like, yeah, there's motivation somewhere in the back of my mind of my family. And if it's like where Moses smite the rock and God didn't allow him to get to the promised land, because the promised land is family. That is the promise. That is earth. I mean, that's earth is family. Family is heaven. That's the promised land. And for your family to be together. So say I smite the rock and God doesn't let me have my family back. My mission in life is still to promote families at all costs and make families' existence easier. So you take this a localized farm to community that we do localized growing, and we partner with Big Pharma and on and say, hey, you're actually going to make more money by making better food. Because at the end of the day, more money right now, it's like everyone knows that between the pesticides and between the medical industry, especially in America, keeping people safe. And we know that McDonald's makes food that kills people, and Coca-Cola selling, sugar water. And it's like, just in case I haven't pissed off enough people in power, Okay, so
So you're gonna piss off the sugar. Anybody that's tolerant on sugar.
sugar was was actually a documentary on sugar. It wasn't about how bad it was. It was like a reverse documentary on sugar. A reverse, I don't know if it's a reverse like a sub, but if you watch it, they show sugar in it. The sugar looks super clean.
Yeah, just
As I state these things, I know I have protection. If I have God's protection, that's why I'm here to this day, right? So it's for me to have this platform and express exactly what I feel because there's kids out there, right? That it's kids that are going to save the world through engineering and facts, and I've got to download as much of the information and as much of the don't be afraid to speak your facts is the biggest thing because the world is being ran by fear, and that is, actually God runs the world, but it's just like a little cloud, this patina of our ego that deals with money and cars, girl with dating, all this little close wear, spending too much on clothes and a lot of stuff that I've been involved with. So now what I'm promoting is you have the idea, you say it out loud. Like if you had Tourette's, say your truth out loud. If you say, hey, you say that out loud. Say whatever you feel out loud. Like you said, non-violent, non-violent. Non-violent, I have to say that, like as, as a shout out to Alex Jones, and Trump, where they try to say that when they say their truth out loud, that it's violent. So let's be like really clear. I'm saying that they have criminalized free thought. I hate when people use they like they is for everything, right? Always they. Oh, who the fuck is they? Is that
problem is they is us.
yeah. Well, I love that. What we need to do is turn I to we. So we take responsibility and turn they to us. So we take accountability to us. They, I to we, and they to us. And that creates different language at the same time. You're seeing the language of our surroundings. You're seeing the language of. But one of the things that come back to the cell exploration because I'm also doing what's that thing of Elon just put all the information open and people figure it out. Open source, so I'm open sourcing this idea right now so that, engineers, anointed people, anointed beings can collectively contribute to this to push our species forward. So where I've got to with my research is that there would be a hole at the top that allows natural light, natural air, and there's a constant water system. So it becomes like a water city, where it's a constant flow that's not, it's regenerative, it's not wasting water, and it's just a constant flow. So I put the toilet really close to where this I don't want to call it safe, but it's the water still.
So that exists in water. It's not about water.
Well, the living room, you have two rooms. You have the dry room, which people would call the floor, and then you have
How is that a super happiness? What is broken about our world today that gives you in terms of the pursuit of happiness, which is one of the things.
all of our previous declaration, all of our businesses are based on just the industry and the economy, and then lean into what people are used to seeing, like what we think is attractive. Then you go back to the women give life. So everyone wants to be attractive to the attractive, and that's the reason why the media goes and gets, Bella Hadid, Kim Kardashian, Emily Ratajkowski. Those are no.
There's more.
There's more, but I'm thinking of the ones that I think are attractive.
So there's some.
Yeah, because it's subjective. So my subjective, but I think the only guys that can argue with me on my opinion on girls who Brad and Lee, because we only know the track record, everything else. So for everybody else is subjective. We've got history. So
Are you
absolutely, I'm just here. It's actually it's difficult to make me unhappy. I can deal with frustration, but when those frustrations are, it's like when you've allowed people to be in your life that shouldn't be there, and then they do the thing you knew they were going to do, and you're screaming at them, you scream at yourself.
Yeah, so you realize anything that's like anger or frustration, that's something that's wrong with you that needs to be dealt with.
Yes. Like right now, if you say I got this pattern that I wanted to remove because I felt like she was copying our pattern into the computer, and I didn't know why she wanted to do that, and I just wanted to do the patterns in my head. And then,
You mean like automating the patterns?
yeah, and because it's the whole thing. It's like, it's a war for human beings and robots.
Yeah, but that makes it efficient, right? You don't like the efficiency, you like the creativity of singular nature.
I believe that human beings, and I'm saying this, the person who makes robots, the person who's friends with you. Yeah. Well, okay.
Good.
So, I believe that
Yay, hate robots. I'm not. It's a joke.
robots have
Yeah, that's right.
that was also a joke.
We need to clarify that. The future robot. With the pattern cutter, like that. That had to be that. You can't have that word, but
That's not what everything that I'm doing is for the sake of the human race. There's things in capitalism, there's things in technology. Well, technology and original human species can exist in a peaceful way, as long as the people that know how to make robots are using the robots to control the humans. Lex.
it definitely is something you have to be concerned about as we become more technological savvy. That, my friend, is why engineering is everything. That you have to desperately study the lessons of history. In Nazi Germany, science was used to create atrocities. Engineering, same. Engineering could be a tool of war.
We're a Jewish friend of mine said, come go visit the Holocaust Museum. And my response was, let's visit our Holocaust Museum, Planned Parenthood.
With all due respect, I grew up in the Soviet Union. I'm Jewish. Parts of my family perished in the Holocaust in Nazi Germany. I have to push back that there is a difference of the atrocities at that scale, at that time, on an entire people.
Let's say the number, that's the difference.
It's not the number.
Because 6 million who are also African Americans, you also the lost tribe of
Years back,
okay, so everyone came back.
I'm African. I'm basically African American. We're brothers.
And we're both Jews, and we're brothers. So
We're human.
6 million people died in the Holocaust, 20 million died by the hands of abortion. And the media, most My Body, My Choice, which is actually still a promotion for Planned Parenthood. 50% of Black deaths a year is actually abortion. It's not the cop with the knee. It's not Black violence, gang violence, and heart attacks. It's actually abortion. The most dangerous place for a Black person in America is in their mother's stomach.
There's 900 million abortions in the United States. a year. I hear you. But there's something about the rape, the torture, the murder of children, women, and the complete humiliation and just the suffering of the Jewish torture.
That's what we did on our TVs. Right now, it's like the Soros use black trauma economy to win an election. But what I love is having a healthy conversation. And as opposed to certain things, you go, boom, this drops, people are going to have pussy hands on. Boom, this drops, it's going to be, black and white sides. Boom, this drops. So, hey, China, hey, left agenda, hey, what we're going to do is say that our species can have a healthy conversation.
Can I just linger on this? Because when you say Jewish media, there's a echo of pain that you feel that reminds. No, I'm not saying it's redundant. I'm saying you're saying it's redundant. I'm saying that it's something that Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister of Nazi Germany, said. I'm saying it's been said so many times in order to murder and torture Jewish people that it just brings on. But that's just like the N word was spoken by people that have the same skin color as me. It reminds people of a very dark time.
I know if Jewish people could accept that I'm Jew, then they would see what I'm saying in a different way. They would hear it in a different way.
But see, the people, you say Jewish.
No, I'm Jew, not Jew. Jewish means like that. I'm Jew. I'm saying I'm Jew.
You're a Jew.
Blood of Christ. Or comes from it.
But are you a follower of the philosophy of the Black Hebrew Israelites? Because that's where the idea comes from. Not all of those folks are extremists, but some are extremists.
I'm a follower of the idea. I have a vague idea that all people came from Africa. But what I wanted to do now I could Andy Kaufman this about 7 more minutes and then tell you what it is.
Should I count it? Let's count 7 minutes.
No, I did this to do a spoiler alert.
Sure, spoiler.
What's the first thing I said at the beginning?
We're talking about engineering.
And I said, and then what did I say? We should focus on
Race.
Not just that. I said they shouldn't teach us in school.
History.
The history, because what they do, what schools are doing is exactly what the CIA does with Pixar films and Disney films. They make these mobs die in the beginning, right? And off that pain comes a purchase of ice cream. Off that pain comes, I need some more toys. Off that pain comes, I need a bigger house. Off that pain comes, I need more girls in my life. Off that pain comes, so they put that pain in to make us, now we're infants of capitalism, to make us consumers, and we need to be a community, not just consumers. So I could have won another 7 minutes by being a person who presents himself in a way that says, well, I don't have to feel your pain because I also have pain too. Does that being recognized? And in every interview, when I say why I get to the point of putting up the tweet, no one wants to understand why I got to that point. Right? Pain. Yeah. No one. But let's say this. Undoubtedly, Jewish people have a lot of movies about that pain, and Black people have a lot of movies about the pain of slavery, right? It's almost impossible to find a movie about manhood. When you go to the African History Museum in Washington, D.C., it doesn't start with the idea of Africans being kings. It starts with the idea of Africans being slaves. But here's another interesting point about this. This was said to me one time as a family member of mine. With Africans, every time we heard like rapper, talk about we were kings. That's incorrect if we're Jew. if we're Jew, and since we are, we weren't the kings. We were the slaves that Moses freed. Africans have always said, we've heard, you listen to rap music, we hear black people say, we kings, we blood of the Pharaoh. And if we are Jew, then we weren't. We were the people that Moses freed. And when we talk about, have you heard black people talk about 400 years of slavery? All right, that is in reference, and we're having this history lesson, right?
I thought history doesn't matter. You're exploring ancient history and drawing wisdom from it. And at the same time saying we need to forget all of it. We need to put that behind us.
Absolutely. We need to forget it. We need to move forward.
There's so much wisdom to draw from history. Even the 20th century. Look at this. Communism. Without the lessons of history of the 20th century, communism sounds like a great idea. Except that some of the worst atrocities conducted by Stalin, Mao, killed 50, 100 plus million people. Not just killed, tortured, starvation. Where people, cannibals, they ate each other. They ate their children. There's just dark. People should read some books on this. On the Holodomor. See, 1930s.
I just
With that, we would, and now it's becoming more.
I'm not disagreeing that happened. I'm disagreeing that we need to harp on the things that happened, because the truth is, I'm giving a fact. 50% today of, let's say, you don't call black people Jew, right? Black people, death today is abortion. Today, right now, like that, it's not racism. That's too wide of a term. It's genocide and population control that black people are in today in America, that is promoted by the music and the media that black people make, that Jewish record labels get paid off of. Media company, record labels, media company also just give it a wide.
You know, I agree with Martin Luther King. I have a dream too, that one day will not be judged by the color of your skin or your race, black or Jew, but by the content of your character. All the assholes that fuck you over in the music industry, fuck artists over in the music industry, are individuals. They're not Jews. Can you say they are Jews? It doesn't. They're human with opportunities, and they took those opportunities. I don't care if they're Jewish.
You feel like I should release that pain and separate it?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're saying I should release that pain and separate it, then I'm telling you, you should release your pain and separate it. And we can get to this, the list of how you are reading with engineering opportunities.
That's 100%. I see what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. Pain, let it go. Engineering challenges. I get it. One of the problems you highlight is people get fucked over in the music industry and get fucked over in the media. Fucked over all over the place.
They created, there was a Jewish trainer that brought me to the hospital and put in press. Then I went to the hospital. I was present off of exhaustion. A Jewish doctor, they diagnosed me Jewish because they were, right? Diagnosed me with bipolar disorder and shot me with medication, then put it in the press. And every time, even if I wore the wrong colored hat that a nigger's hat supposed to wear, right? Then they immediately say, off this shit, off this meds, off this rocker, and it's literally the scarlet letter control mechanism for the people understand. The kids, the colleges, the high schools, what do you think they put me right now? They put me as the prophet, not the leader. It doesn't have to be the leader, right? We need a more intelligent person to be the leader, but at least, right? They put me as the prophet. They put me as the only person that would say this. And I'm just saying, that was 4 Jewish members that controlled my voice, because for the fact that 90% of black people are entertainment first. sports to music to acting are in some way tied into Jewish business people, meaning that in some way, just like if Rob is sitting next to Obama or Jared's sitting next to Trump, there's a Jewish person right there controlling the country, the Jewish people controlling that who gets the best video or not, controlling what the media says about me versus
Not Jewish. Let me just say that.
but they are. That's the only thing. It just so happens that they are. It just
You
happens that they are. That doesn't mean that I hate them.
Yes,
That just means that they are.
but it's a dog whistle. Two, let me just say that I love to add more love to the world. I would love you to do that as a person with a big force, with a big powerful voice that a lot of people look up to. And when you say Jewish media, it's funny how this works. When you say Jewish media or Jews are controlling the voice of black artists, black people, black artists, when you say that, you can say it. There's a large number of people that are hurting and have anger and have hate in their heart when they hear Jewish media. That hate starts being directed to these Jewish people. Do you acknowledge that? Do you understand? Can you feel the hate in the world that comes to the surface when you say stuff like that?
Okay. I feel that when we go into therapy, my dad was a therapist, and obviously I've got some therapy skills myself. A lot of people, my music is healing. These type of spotlight existences are healing. The color palettes we use are healing, and we can healing words. Right? What I really feel I feel that there's no accountability and no responsibility on Jewish people in media to at least start with pointing out the facts of what's dealt with and tell me if I say the facts out loud to the point of Ari Emanuel writing a letter in the Financial Times trying to take food out of my children's mouth, telling people that they're not allowed to work with me. Even Chris Kuppel or Pierce Morgan getting me to apologize and separate Jewish business people from the families of the Jewish business people, which I did. Updated. I did that. That already happened. And the way
That wasn't really. But shout out.
I didn't get on my knees and kiss the dick of Howard Stern and but that's what you guys are acting like you guys because you're talking about a shitty opinion apology. But where's our fucking apology? Watch this. We don't get thank you. Now,
What? Oh, sorry. Do I need to get my
and kiss my dick. So
escalated quick?
so sex related. So the so what I'm saying, where's our apology? Oh, right, we can get to apology because you're telling me there's no broad way for me to word it. So tell me, for me, a person who's been fucked on my deals, and a person that has friends that never figured out how to make shoes with a German company that couldn't tell me to wear a BLM shirt and take off my red hat. Like, what would have happened if I was at Nike, right? Tell me exactly how to engineer the situation.
I'll tell you exactly how. You got to take what have the balls as a man to call out the individual. Don't call them Jews, call them by their name and start a war against those individuals. They're not Jewish.
If that's the case, will you help me?
Sure, 100%. Assholes are assholes. I mean, like, flip that too. I don't understand the interest too well. I see that people are fucking people over for sure. How do you solve that? If you right now run the world's, you're doing everything. Say you ran also.
I have read. I've been read by a record label space of a record label and had Big Sean and people complaining to me. And I knew about running a record label. Simply just a talented producer and an influencer and started good music, but I wasn't the one writing good music.
How would you do it different?
This is something I propose. I would look at the top 10 execs in 3 fields, in sports, film, and music. And I would look at the top 10 clients, participants, talent. I would look at the top talent in each of those fields, the top 10 of them. And some of them are going to be top rated, some of them are going to be, they're not all black, right? So, some of them will be Adele, right? And we'll look at all their contracts transparently, and we'll compare the notes and re-engineer like a new constitution. Because when I told my dad when I was 19 I was going to get into the music industry, he begged me not to. He said, I heard it's treacherous. Now I'm in a position where I've been through it. I saw it. I went out, made some money somewhere else. I saw my name disappear. I saw my family get destroyed. I saw my reputation get destroyed. And I'm back here to have this kind of, I'm back here as me with engineering opportunities. So I would say apology. What is the version of the apology short of kissing Howard Stern's dick?
I don't think anyone wants to kiss Howard Stern's dick.
That's the whole point, Howard Stern. Nobody wants to kiss your dick, so shut the fuck up. I said, and by the way, I'm antagonized you, Howard Stern. I used to be a fan.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Now you just clickbait like everybody else. Now you just now Howard Stern, this is the first time anyone said your name in years. Your own family doesn't say your name, but they call it and get their name. You go,
see, that's beautiful right there. That's much better than calling Jewish media. Go after.
Okay, so and you know, talk shit about me. Talk shit about me. Great, and you know what that is?
Engineering.
That's an engineer's approach.
Yeah. You should learn something.
We all can use our pain against each other, or we can say we're leading with engineering opportunities, and we can know our history. So let me change something. We can have just to be judgmental. People say, "Now I'm not judge." I was talking to baskets. Says I'm very judgmental. I believe. Now you can look at the Bible and say one thing, other thing may contradict in a way that the pastor has to unpack it. I believe that we are to judge. If you look at some food and it's got a fly coming out of it, you can then judge at that point. You're supposed to use your better judgment. But whenever someone doesn't change something they're doing, say, don't judge me, right? But as a species, you called for me, you got the breakthrough. And by the way, it's only an engineer that I would expect to tell me of how to update how I'm communicating. Because it started off, right? I've been through all these interviews. Let me go to this. You said this was a sorry apology. I was very specific. I said Jewish, because by the way, it's a garage, right? It's a thing where I don't even remember the names at a certain point, right? It's like if a girl was getting raped by men, if that person is at 18, right, and she's getting raped at 14, right, and she's still got this face, this super level face, right? She might say, "I hate men." That woman may say, "I hate men." She might get to that point because she was raped. On my contracts, and no one can say this is wrapped up. No one, Stern can't say this is wrapped up. Ari Manuel can't say this is wrapped up. George Soros knows damn well that I'm not wrapped up. George Soros was like, wow, this guy's like a younger guy that's looking at what I did and looking at how I control the world silently. And he's calling it out. And he's not using any of the fear tactics. I can't send his own voice about him. I can't send his wife to him. This guy, that's what George Soros sees, right? When he's dealing with me, right? So what you guys are actually asking me to do, I'm comparing myself to that 18-year-old beautiful woman that had been mistreated by men for 4 then you can't blame all men. And I'm saying, as a responsible, forward philosopher leader, okay, I'll drop the pain and I will specify because I'm up here. I lost my fucking family. I lost my kids. I lost my best friend in fashion. I lost the Black community. I lost, people said I lost my mind. All of these things, lost my reputation. And you're just like, I just want my family, but I don't want my family to have to say what the left wants to say. I have to say what China wants to say. I want to be an American, protect my kids, protect my wife, and raise my kids as Christians, and have my wife be a Christian, and innovate, and America made rock and roll. I want to innovate as a creative person and be a successful American. But all of that has been taken away from me. So I'm coming back, and I'm removing the PSTD right now, right? And at the only way that we're going to be able to get past this, the way God is going to use me right now, is for me to stop talking about the thing, stop talking about what happened, and do something about it. And that's where I'm at right now. This moment. Like, yeah, people agree. At least there was something we could say. He has a reason why he got to that tweet. And what you're doing for me today is saying, sorry, apology, and let's specify. I'm not asking for anyone out here to empathize or sympathize for a dude worth $11 million that can make money appear at a thin air in 5 different industries. I'm not asking anybody to sympathize with someone who's married and dated Irina Shayk. Like, I feel like I'm stepping in sympathy in this situation, right? So I feel your pain. Yeah, I feel like no one's gonna feel my pain. Only Brad can feel my pain, right? But here today, you said it's a sorry apology. What's the apology that you're looking for as a Jewish engineer? Not saying as Lex. Let's not talk about you being Jewish as Lex. What's the apology that you want me to say to? Am I allowed to say? Tell me, is it anti-Semitic for you to say Jewish?
No, there's the allow that there's censorship. I think you have a.
Did I prove that there was censorship over the past 2 weeks? I proved it.
Oh, during shows.
Oh,
Sorry.
Lord.
Oh, like Twitter.
On Twitter.
That's to do
Drink Chan.
that hurt you. The drink champs. That Nora took down your conversation. It didn't hurt you. Man, you got to talk about it.
Was still the kid we used to be. I put my hand on the door to see if I still bleed. And nothing hurts anymore. I just can't breathe. No, do you think, I went to Japan for 2 to 3 months, right? The day I had Sunday service, my kids were supposed to be there, and my kids were nowhere to be found. And I texted Kim and said, "Where are my kids?" We get into an argument, and then I get a text from a number I don't know, and it's Pete Davidson bragging about being in bed with my wife. Then,
Just fucking me.
well, at that point, it's like they're trying to put me in jail or put a friend of mine in jail because then I'm gonna go surround the hotel and do something which would have me not be able to be here. And instead, I walked away from that situation. I went to Japan, like the samurai that I am, and went to the top of the mountain. And because I knew there was no way she could love this dude. That's because he's ugly. He's got like every guy that, is exactly the same. Ray J, Reggie Bush, at that time, Kanye West, she has a type, just like how I have a type. Like a lot of my things kind of similar to her because in the video game character, people have their type, right? So I knew that this was like,
But the princess has a type, which likes Mario.
right, there you go.
As somebody character and hopefully can be a friend. Yay. I gotta say these words, the words about Jews, is not of a great man. I would say you said something that inspired, resonated with a lot of people who said George Bush doesn't care about black people. I have to say, as somebody who cares, that yay, the artist formerly known as Kanye West doesn't care about Jewish people in the same way he spoke about George Bush being a politician, not giving a fuck about the poor people that suffered after Katrina. You're not giving a fuck about the suffering of the Jewish people across the world. Because you're feeding, giving strength, motivation.
You already updated. I gave an apology. You said it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, that's right.
And now no, I'm not done.
You can just say anyone's mistakes. Well,
You
yeah,
asked me to
say it was wrong to say. There's no Jewish media. There's no Jewish.
there isn't.
There's no control of the media by
You're an engineer, brother. If you're an engineer and you ask to the truth, that's not engineering.
engineering. That's hate. That's engineering. Engineering. You're gonna build better records.
It's called
Going to respect
stereotype. This for a reason.
engineers don't do it.
I did.
Stereotypes don't. They allow you to channel hate towards the other.
You know what the biggest thing is? With something a veteran that was sitting next to me at Cheesecake Factory tonight, he said, you know, the general deputy serves for whoever's president, right? And he said, what's happening in politics, we're forgetting we're on the same side. We're forgetting someone is practically 90 years. You're still, fighting for humanity in a way. He went from holding, guns in battle to being a nurse and when people battle for their lives. And he said, we're forgetting we're on the same side. This is a person that no matter who becomes president, can still be told to go to war. And the chaos that's created by the media has split the country in half. And what us as beings, the engineer opportunity to do right now is find the blue water. Where are places that we agree on? And I want you to finish everything. Hey, I'm gonna let you finish everything that you want to express to me. Get off. I'm your scarecrow today. I'm your punching bag today for everything I did. I want you to stand up for all of the hate that you're out there. And he lost the election. Remember, he almost became a punching bag for the lady that had voted on him. And she just said all this stuff. And he's like, I know, I agree with you, right? There's nothing, that he could do about it. With this, it's like things that you're saying, I agree with you. It's like you sit kids in the principal's office and I punch somebody, right? I took my hand, right, as what it really the Ari Emanuel had to say. This is an icon, right? And I went and just punched an entire at one time, or said that I was about to win this, right? And I got blacked out, like lyric, done, right? And it's like, what were you going to do? And why did you do like this? I went like this because I can't even, I would look insane, physically show you a metaphor, a physical representation of my last few years of what I've been through as a musician, as a father, and as a black person with political opinion.
A great man, still, the pain does the right thing. I think the right thing is to not say that there's Jewish control of the media.
That's incorrect, though. That's a fucking lie. There is. And they did come and bully me and prove the point.
No, the reason you don't say it
Why?
is because the world is much bigger than the, forgive me, the narrow little world you exist in. Your impact stretches way past those little meetings over contracts.
So what should I do?
Not say that you should be a strong man that doesn't mention religion and people and then fight. If you want to win this fight,
How do I win? How do we win?
call out individual people. That's one way because you have a voice. The other voice that I prefer is to build another label.
I feel like you're controlling my creative narrative and because just like how you're telling me I should have said that, do you think they were telling me I should have wore red hat?
No, you asked me, what should I have? You're supposed to be a scarecrow. So I thought, like, get the shit out of the scarecrow with my words, right? It let me.
Yeah.
It was consensual.
Punching bag is the scarecrow I think is different.
Yeah,
Real.
that's right.
I should have said scarecrow. But every single person that I sat with, from the point when I wore the red hat now, has done the same thing. Sit in the principal's office and don't do what you're doing.
We're in the general classroom together, and I'm not. The red hat is very different. The red hat is you have a set of beliefs that represents half the country that has a hope, a vision, the future of America. It's very different, and without any business whatsoever saying Jewish control.
You said that there's no purpose, so you're taking away my history from my reason for my purpose was.
I'm saying
Also, if I'm speaking my voice,
vocalize.
also, it's God's plan. There's a lot of things that open up. Let me tell you something that open up. There's a guy, like I told you, that was running step player, who I've had issues with, got paid, all types of certain things, right? And he took his IQ, his know-how, his engineering know-how to, he basically tried to Adidas me with, even though I was the bigger money in the situation, that was fun to be together. And he hired these engineers, and he said, well, because you're accomplice, we're not going to be able to hire anybody else. And I was like, well, how many Jewish people do we have in our company? He said, I don't know. He didn't say exactly, right? I said, do we have black people? He said, yes. I said, how many? He said, 2. So we have like 60 full-time employees, like 40 half-time, and part-time. And I took as a responsibility. Let's take a step back from the just being one species and say, hey, you're Jewish, I'm black, right? For this example, for the sake of this example, and I said, wow, I'm sure I can hire more than 2 black engineers. And what happens is, because there are so many businessmen that just happen to be Jewish, that it's good business, right? Just to monopolize. That's what people do look, and everybody looks on, right? So, I disagree with that. Okay, well, let me finish. A lot of businessmen want to be as successful as Elon and as popular as Elon. A lot. Like, it just worded like that, which I hate the term a lot, actually. I want to be more specific, but I know I can tell the math on it. Let's say some. Factually, for sure, there are some business people of all different walks and backgrounds that would like to be as rich and as popular as Elon Musk. So let me just take a step back from the weird one species into the you're separated by race, gender, socioeconomic class conversation and say, as a black owner of 2 tech platforms, hardware and software, I need to take action. Let's not call it affirmative. Let's just say I need to take action, and I need to take accountability in ensuring that black engineers are hired, and guess what? Hired together. Because when black people that are brilliant are separated from our culture, we forget who we are. And we'll get to a point where, OJ is saying I'm not black OJ. Because just to be on the golf course, we put on the golf shirt. But the golf shirt might not be something that our culture would does. And now our culture and poor communities is, well, everybody's got a trigger on them. Everybody's got a gun on them. Oh, if you run up on the gas station, I'm kill you. Hey, you ain't got to talk to me like a man if I haven't killed at least 5 people. Well, you know what happens? We can kill 5 people, we can kill 10 people and still be in the media as long as we play by the rules, right? Because what happened is, any of these guys that have talked about killing people and different things, unless Trump had pardoned them, right? But let's say, even if Trump had pardoned them, they can still go to someone like a Lil Boosie or Meek Mills or Puff Daddy, anybody, and say, hey, you to talk shit about gay right now. And also, you're not allowed, if you do want to vote for Trump or vote outside of what this arrangement is, then we're going to put you in jail. It ain't, now, we're not going to bring you down. We have this on you. You get what I'm saying? If I had ever killed someone, if I wasn't a bitch with the pink polo on, I wouldn't be able to be the vocal man that I am today. You understand what I'm saying? This is the reason why I'm happy that my gangster disciple brothers kept me from the initiation, which made me feel like a pussy my whole life, right? But now I am someone who legally can say this. Other people in my position, they legally cannot speak. They legally cannot speak, or they will go to prison. I am in a bit of a class prison because I don't have to take so where my children go to school. But I'm in a freedom place where I can have this conversation with you right now. And that is, I don't like the word breakthrough. You know, that's God's hand on the situation. But you get what I'm saying about if I had said with me, I wouldn't have had to take the accountability myself to hire black engineers for my 2 tech classes.
And you get what I'm saying? That's a beautiful personal journey, but you get what I'm saying?
That person is for my people as a whole. As a tribal small company, as a tribal person, I believe that I am my people.
Yeah.
And I think that businessmen have done to my people have pulled the brightest of our tribes and silenced them and made us lose our culture and lose who they were. All the only thing I wanted to say at Virgil's funeral, which I wasn't allowed to, right? There was a white pastor that talked to the majority of the half the funeral was pissed, right? And this pastor actually buried him, right? It was like, he talked after, he knew Virgil's passing, did a collaboration before he passed, by the way, right? A clothing collaboration. I didn't know Virgil was passing, but the thing I wanted to say, I saw A$AP Rocky and I saw some other members of his gang, you know, in the audience at the funeral. And all I wanted to tell them is, don't let them split the gang up. Don't let them split the gang up. When I did the first Yeezy, I did Kanye West 2 fashion shows before as a high-end luxury, all-leather kind of design, not all-leather, but, you know, high-end materials, mink, this kind of thing. And then I came back with Yeezy with Adidas. And this fashion show was so popular that Justin Bieber had to sit the second row, right? This thing had every name you could think of. It had Kim Kardashian, Kris Jenner, Kendall Jenner. It was Kylie's first fashion show. She did it. And in the second fashion show, I put Kylie and Bella Hadid next to each other in the fashion show. We had Puff Daddy at that time. Puff Daddy had beef with Drake. Drake still came to the show, and Jay-Z had to break up the fight backstage. The designer had Jerry Lorenzo, as head of God, had Rob, had Virgil Abloh, head of Vuitton, had Dipna, head of Balenciaga, all working for Ye, for the leader, for the philosopher, right? The person that put who put this together? Me, that's who, right? Has these people working for the city of New York, basically boss, gay, right? Yeah, Jay-Z in the audience, Rihanna in the audience, Beyonce in the audience, sitting next to Anna Wintour in this audience. And guess who her win is? One of the richest men in the world. We already know when is this? What's going on? They're building up something, and we need to stop it. So then he met with me and politely offered me backing for my clothing line. It would be Kanye West. They would get 49%, 51%, I get 49%. They'd have control, and they're going to get all of the support from Louis Vuitton. So I had to go to Adidas, and I told Adidas, hey, let's demnify the apparel. So Adidas, you're not going to do the apparel anymore. Hey, we had a good time. We're going to run off with Giselle now, right? So that's like you told your girl that. Oh, no, we had the proper moment in our career. So then he offers me the deal, and Alexander Arnott went to Gone on and raped and pillaged from all of the talent that I had afterwards. I say, before I tell Adidas to indemnify the girl, I get a written contract from your dad, Arnott, and says my dad will never go back on his word. You say, you already know where he's going, right? You can spoil alert, right? So 3 months into the deal, I get Anna Wintour. I say, who should I use for my lawyer? She picks my lawyer, right? I just found out even a couple of days that the lawyer demanded an airplane during negotiations. Had nothing to do with me, right? They said that Bernard freaked out, and then Alexander calls me and says the deal got dropped at the board. I went back and told my maintenance wife I was supposed to become this designer at Louis Vuitton, or Louis Vuitton Group was going to back the Kanye West line. That's how good I've done in fashion, babe. And now the deal is dropped. So then I did a second collection, and we didn't have support to be able to build the collection. Then I went and found a third collection. We did it. We took over, and the fourth collection went and still started an hour late. Then a week later, we got robbed. Then I told Super Rock, my manager at the time, I say, I'm looking, I need to go to Japan. I'm tired. He said, no, you need to make more money. I do 4 more shows on a second leg tour, and I suffer from exhaustion and go to the hospital. And then diagnosed with the disorder. This is the first time I ever suffered from exhaustion. By the way, I haven't been to the hospital since. And haven't taken, medication in 2 years. And I'm sure there'll be people in the media who won't say, almost say, well, that's not this, right? So, so right now, I'm talking to you, right? I'm not on medication. I just go to sleep, right? Have you been able to? Yes. That's too low. You're right. I speak right. Yeah. That's like Pierce Morgan trying to grab ratings. Like, you got a whole like an enemy. These guys are like, oh, good. Then amidst that, the same guy that dropped my deal, Bernard Arnault, goes and hires my best friend. Goes and hires my main engineer, right? It would have been like them hiring, Elon and Peter before they figured out Paul. But it all sounds like Paul. I just think I thought it was cool. But it would have been like, what if someone could have went in to Elon away from Peter before they paid Paul? But they paid Paul. Yeah, before they paid Paul. It's too close. Yeah, it just sounds so fresh. The fact it's so close, right? That's what happened, right? We broke the gang up. And I'm telling you right now, that had happened to survive. I'm still there. If the power structure was broken then, right? Because we're building some kind of as a billionaire. You know what I mean? We try to destroy it. But the only thing is, God is alive, and I'm anointed. And even with those drawbacks, my wife, my friend, exhaustion, all of these late nights that piss off an entire group, like the frustration, still there. We work. God makes the real. We'll see what happens.
But in those words, don't you feel that you're doing the thing that you stand against, which is playing victim? Aren't you playing victim to forces in the
I
world?
didn't play. I just said I'm so like this. Like,
No, you played pretty damn well. What do you mean? What do you mean about to? You're like one of the greatest designers in the history of fashion designers. You were playing. You are playing.
I thought you were referring to me. Yeah,
No, but there's a full set of things that you're under attack. The tweet and everything beyond that. But like you're blaming, not blaming, but you're saying the Jewish media, the Jewish people, forget Jewish or not, is playing victim, right?
ultimately, I am fighting a battle spiritual. And anyone that believes in God and looking at this interview would agree with that. And I just so happen to be a bright part of God's army. I'm fighting for us to live. The greatest gift is life itself. I am pro-life. I am pro-God. I believe that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior and died for your sins.
What do you another attack, another painful thing, and that's painful is Balenciaga pulling you had a really close relationship and friendship with their creative director. And how do you feel about
I told you I sang a song. I'll sing another song from one of my mentors. I never feel pain. I done felt so much pain. Like, there was a day where I was headed to Nashville to meet with George Farmer, who is the CEO of the day we made the announcement. At that same day, Balenciaga was taking my imagery off their site, and the Drink Champs was being taken down. And I said, this is the happiest day of my life. I love cutting the grass. People wasn't with you. It was part-time. People switch up on the school time. I'd rather have people who are really with me and not people who are just trying to use me.
listen, as a friend, somebody cares for you, you have to be really careful by the people, by all people, always. The people that are going to try to be close to you now, you don't know if you can trust them. And you're more
With the Balenciaga, I have more to say about it.
yeah.
Let's do this. Demna will still work for Ye someday. And this is speeding the process.
Have you talked? Can you share?
Yes, I talked to Demna. This is like rich experience. None of this can keep us away from each other. I brought Demna to Gap to be able to bring the best product in the world. At that time, I wanted $100. Okay, we're going to do $20. I brought Demna in to engineer. That's why I said engineer by Balenciaga. To engineer the best product for the people. The people that they say are at the bottom of the Maslow hierarchy chart. They're at the bottom of the pyramid, right? So Gap didn't want that. Balenciaga didn't want that. Our agendas were not aligned. I was brought in to the Gap for political reasons and influence, like a Virgil, like a George Floyd. When popular celebrities are brought into Fortune 500 companies, it's not to raise the stock. It's to strengthen the position and influence. And it's definitely not to be out here and the nigga think he needs jobs.
Yeah, there's people like that. But you, as a great man, visionary, your job is to understand that game and be one step ahead.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. That relationship, you know, some relationships only last for a year. You know, last for a year, the relationship ran its course. You know, in that relationship, I invested a lot of my social capital and actual capital. There, I spent between $5 to $10 million personally on Balenciaga. How much money do you think Balenciaga had paid me in the past 2 years? Just take a really wild guess, a really wild lesson. Just take a super wild. Just go to the furthest extent of your imagination.
1.2
Lower.
500,000.
Lower.
Zero.
And actually, 2 weeks ago, I paid out of Saints account $862,000. That includes for me from Balenciaga store in royalties to Balenciaga, where the deal had been engineered, where I was coming out of my pocket. So I paid last year. I paid Dimna $3 million to design the collection, right? And we got it out of the marketing fund, and it was going to deliver 160 SKUs or 120 SKUs. 100 SKUs are different items of clothing. Styles of clothing. So we ended up delivering about 60. Well, I feel like people because we actually are right for a public figure. So he delivered about 60. There were all kinds of people that were working. Part of the reason I had to get them done, like I didn't want to have to. I wanted to compete with her. I didn't want to have to like get him. You know, when I made Stronger, I did it to compete with Timberlake and Justin Timberlake because my fiance at that time, my Justin Timberlake, just delivered too much. So I made it, and then we got the song out. It's number one, Apple, going up. I play it at a club, and it's like money. It doesn't sound the way Sexy Back sounded. So I go to Pharrell Williams to do the drums, and it doesn't. It sounds like a different record, but no, it can't be a different record because I'm like, I'm gonna swap it out on radio, right? And I go to the Swiss Beats. It sounds like a different record. I go to Timberlake, the person who did Sexy Back, and he did it in 5 minutes, and then spent the rest of the hour talking about how nobody could have done it except for him, running around the studio. I'm the best. No one could have done it. Had to go to the king.
Well, he had a point, right?
He had a point, right? So
what makes us sound like money's in the beat?
it was in the drums. It was in the temper had it in the drums. Like, now, watch this. I said I'm going DEFCON 3, right? And the actual, I spelled it wrong. I have to just get it to them at John Legend, tight sweater, level, spelling, the level. So I feel a parallel to me going to Timberland to when I said, you as an engineer, I need to work with you as an engineer that is English to look at these contracts and what my people, not just Black and Latino artists, are dealing with in our contracts. These contracts need to be fixed. Everyone can be so mad at the message, right? They said it the wrong way. You're offended. You're like Hitler now. You said this out loud. But it does not, you aren't getting enough sleep. All this shit does not negate the fact that we do have a problem.
Yeah, but we, as a music industry, like, there's a lot of people saying that.
What you're saying is what you suggest. It's everything, right?
Yeah.
What you get one person can mean everything, right?
George Bush, when you get elected, it's everything. And when you said George Bush doesn't care about Black people, that you woke him up. You woke the people up to the fact that he was narrowly selfish. There's a sense to which you're being corrupted, or you're not greatness. You're focusing too much on the industry that you make great, that you rose to the very top. One of the richest artists in history, one of the greatest artists.
I am the richest artist in history.
Probably the richest artist in history.
Yeah, the funny thing is that like richest artist, like also richest actor, richest musician, richest fashion, like a bunch of riches at that point. You know what I'm saying? It's like richer than Alphabet, like richer than Amani, like richest, like of that, but still low. Because where you put that, you know, like on the totem. Because I don't even want to.
Man's making covenants with different things. I would say you and I are equal in a certain deep sense. No matter what the bank account says.
Boom, 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 boom. So, I wanted to give you some great music for your mom. Let me give you the tempo for But okay, the other thing about like Balenciaga is Demna will work with Gay someday, and for Cedric, for Francis, and Salma's a beautiful human being. 5 years from now, you'll hear another name and know things that we did, and Balenciaga is not going to make it onto your question. Would you, as a gambler, say, would you bet on that?
You're good on that. See it in your eyes.
I mean, so, it was actually a sad day for me, not for me, but more for Balenciaga. I just, when I heard that, I was just like, oh, shame.
Let me ask you a question. I read something that you two talked about, like buttons, for a few hours.
Yeah, my gum.
Isn't that accurate? What's your philosophy with which you approach this art? You are a great fashion designer. How do you think about it? Do you have a philosophy?
You know what I like about the zipper is the zipper hoodie replaces the dress shirt. Because you can get on your douchebag shit and like up the bed and get a little bit of, you know, that type of look. And
It's just a douchebag.
you know, like the douchebag with the Vegas stuff like their dress shirt.
Yeah.
And the problem with over hoodie is you can't do a douchebag thing.
Yeah.
But then it look like your stomach. Because the thing is, the ultimate could be like, you know, military tank, pull over hoodie. And if you get a little hot, you take off the hoodie, but you're like crazy in shape.
So it gives you that.
Yeah, it's getting the zippers, getting flexibility, and it's like maybe you want to keep your jacket on. Like it's considered like a jacket. If you want to keep your jacket on, then you might as opposed to pull it all out. You know, so and it's just comfort. But then you get, okay, can I do a jogging on this with elastic vests? Now people argue about climate, who we are with climate. I take responsibility as being the most influential designer of all time to just say we're going to use biodegradable clothing. Now, the issue there is the elastic is not biodegradable. So that means it's actually better to use jeans and a belt than to have an elastic waistband because the elastic waistband is not biodegradable. So I use the planet as the future of the planet is a big piece of the way I engineer and the way we talk about with designers.
The constraints for design engineering given by the for the future.
Yes. That could almost be
Every time you say Jewish people, I think I'm maybe reading a little too much about World War II, but man, I'd recommend people listen to some audiobooks or read some books on the Holocaust because like it's heavy. It's heavy. It will put into context the impact of your words.
Would you read books on the current Holocaust that white people are in?
I read.
What have you read about?
I've read a lot of short form writing. I listen to a lot of debates because it's really humbling that the question of when does life begin is a really difficult question. For me, it's science. It's a philosophical question.
I mean, we could just go population control that, like, if abortion is right or wrong. We could say, factually, the clinics made by eugenics for population control and is controlling the population, as is the never being given a 40-acre area. So you don't have the opportunity. And when people that do have the opportunity are separated from our people, our tribe, and placed in suburban communities next as Chris Rock was the dentist. And, you know, white people and made to shut the fuck up and, you know, vote left, whatever, you know, niggers are supposed to do, make it. As opposed to saying, okay, we're building schools, we're building up choirs, we're building up our own leagues, basketball teams, our own factories. Well, we started a sportswear factory in America since World War II was actually factory up in Cody. So, I'm 45 years old. We're on this journey right now. That's the other thing about like people, just in general, they love me so much. I'm like actually a hard guy to really hate for a long period of time because of like my huge cock. And I noticed I didn't understand what he showed me when we first met, but now I understand. Yeah, that's right. Congratulations. I knew you don't talk about it. Your hat does say people. Yeah. If you run for president, what kind of ideas would you present? That we're engineering opportunity. I would represent just as you started the platform here, there's something that happened on my last run that I feel was brilliant. It was noisy, but it was brilliant. I had one rally, and in the rally, I just let people come up, and I gave them a platform. It's our responsibility to listen to the pain and hear the pain and understand, even when we're the ones that cause the pain. Like with my tweet, it's my responsibility to hear you and understand why you feel like that. But it's our responsibility as people to understand each other, to give people a voice. People need a voice. And even right now, what I'm doing or how God is using me, I'm showing where our voices are being muted. There's professors that are actually intelligent, actually have multiple degrees that have been canceled from their schools. And they don't have a music industry or a fan base or a shoe design or smoking hot ex-wife to complain about. They've just got the truth of what they saw, what they dedicated to this country and to education that has been muted by schools that have been taken over with the agenda. And so you want the brightest minds to be these professors, and then you give them, and they have nowhere to and you might get a guy now that being someone's favorite professor to he's working at Starbucks like he was back in school or like he was back in high school.
So even if that voice is not anger, it still deserves to be heard.
Yeah, just heard, and we deserve to ask why. You know, like you have to ask why. I just feel like that. I feel like that is that's huge copy. I'm just saying that it just needs to
You should change that to your name while you're still loud.
be. Yeah, I do think they get that gets. I feel like they definitely cut it down. I'm pointing out this. I'm pointing out the truth. No, I'm serious. This is not a Christian thing, right? And I wonder, right, when I say these jokes, is it something that because I do feel like laughter is the key. Engineering and laughter, right, is the key to peace. Like when I go to get my teeth clean and I have the nitrous, there's something that I want to go and hug Chris Jenner. I want to go and hug Corey Gamble. I want to go and hug, but just one.
I think I would love to see you hug it out and make up, even though all this shit talking about.
What about talking it out, or is he going to be screaming at me?
Yeah, Jack. No, I don't. I hope there's no there.
The thing is, I think Howard's jealous.
Yeah,
Not just jealous of my cock. He's also, he's jealous that I started my campaign earlier.
you gotta like.
You gotta let go of that jealousy, Howard. You gotta let go of
It's a natural thing, man.
I wonder if this is a Christian, right? When I joke and say this stuff, it's like, am I being disobedient to God? Because I think lost, right? I talk to an employee, and I'll be like, why didn't you just listen? Because I've got this plan, right? So it's like me talking to God. The things that I did in this interview that were disobedient to God, and for those things I pray and I repent for anything that I said that was disobedient to God.
Or humor is not joking. I feel like humor is like someone's suffering. It's the way to. It's like a catalyst for love. It's a way to. People that the darkest trauma that have passed through war just came back from Ukraine. They're laughing. They're jokes. That's the best way to deal with dark times. I don't know what it is like humor. I feel like humor. That's the best way to socially engineer a good future. Not taking shit too seriously. That's the problem. Censorship. One of the things that we suffer is humor. Jokes. Maybe go too far in the jokes. You mentioned Anthony. That guy goes hard. That guy goes really hard. He crosses all the lines. And that's why he's a genius. And that's what people choose refreshing when he doesn't. I don't know what
And it's like hurtful. But I tell you something. Sure, Anthony, like, it's like, didn't vote for Trump.
that's interesting.
I said that. Yeah. Well, I look out for my friends,
But they would appreciate father engineering some shit like that.
doom.
Together, that's always takes a while. And
I'm not looking to get offensive. I really bring it together.
I know you work. 100%. I see your vision.
How do we do
Somebody you care. Oh, don't say Jewish media and Jewish controlled media.
Yeah.
Like, man, you sound it sounds too much like 1930s Nazi Germany that was leading up to the atrocities.
Oh, he was AJM.
Yeah, he was a friend of JM. That's right. No, it's just the imply like this memeified in a way that's really hate. And I
You
that's
know
what
what
I'm
the group that led to hate? BLM. BLM took a black person, showed his, because, okay, there are examples of us being killed on camera, but if it was read on camera, it was done on purpose by the media, because 14, 20 kids every week, and it's not spread that much. They, like you said, singled out a person, directed everything on that person, right, was martyred, and raised people that hadn't had any. We didn't have our 40 years. We didn't have, like a lot of things, right? Like black people not ever been given. So you give it just a little bit, like your life matters, right? Then we literally like, oh, okay, now it's being heard, right? But actually, the death toll is up. The city where this happened is completely been turned to something actually. It's actually something like Candace Owens can actually specify better, but it's like a city or something. Like they made it not be the actual state or something. It's like DC. It's like Washington DC now. So it's like that has to be from a government. That's got higher level agenda written all.
the media are, not the Jewish media, the media. And that's the media is fucked up. That machine takes whatever tragedy and stores whatever narrative that gets more clicks and views and so on. Sure, and then politicians do the same. They use the media, they influence the media to tell a story. And
This is a simple thing I put. I believe that the idea of anti-Semitism and the closeness of the Holocaust is used by certain individuals in media to not take accountability for the bad things that are happening. And what's happening is there's a new frontier, right? Meaning, like, it used to be okay for somebody to be a billionaire. We thought about a billionaire, right? A lot of times you think of actually kind of being out of shape, and, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, like Onassis, something like you thought about it differently. Now you think about it, you think about Elon, you think Kim, you think Ye, you think it's a new kind of billionaire. It's not just Soros billionaire. It's a new form of billionaire. Well, right now, what I'm calling for the industry is I'm calling the industry out and saying, like, hey, it just so happens that there's been times where I had my lawyer was Jewish, my regulator was Jewish, but like 8 people that basically would collude and talk about me were in groups saying, okay, this is what the tour is going to be, this is this next house, and they're making all these decisions, and they're making all this money, and at the end, I was like, I ended my tour, and I don't have the money. And it just so happens that that's the case, that what they were. But what I'm saying is, if everyone can say, hey, you can't point out this fact, or we're going to say you're anti-Semitic, and we're going to call you Hitler, I feel that there has to be at least 1% of safeguarding the ability to screw the artist based on saying it's anti-Semitic by pointing out that they just so happen to all be Jewish. And I don't think that's anti-Semitism. I just think that's, hey, this is another thing. Like, okay, the Kardashians, when you hear that, do you think male or do you think female? You think female. You get what I'm saying? You think this is the reality. This is why rap works, right? They're going to make an anti-women thing in a second, right? And it's going to say, well, if you point out that these 5 women, 6 women are having a meeting on where the Christmas party is, and none of the ball players or rappers that they have babies with have any say-so, so that Christmas happened at Courtney's house all 8 years when I was there, and it never happened at anyone else's black family house, right? If I'm the one that pointed it out, they just don't have, they don't have their, oh, you're anti-Semitic word to say, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but
This is the way it runs, and this is the way we want to do
if
it.
you say that women are silencing the black voice, yes, you're gonna get the same response. But especially historically
What about
resonates
the fact that it's true?
when you talk in groups, that breeds hate. When you talk about individuals, it solves problems. If you're in engineering,
Okay, but this is something I pointed out on Pierce. I said, if a black person gets pulled over with a car and it's 3 other people in the car, they're also going to jail. They're not going to single them out. They're going to say, you guys are all in collusion. I just described collusion 5 times in this interview. And you keep on going back to this is like 1930. This is like this. This is like that. What I'm saying is, look, I want to work with you as an engineer to free my people. Can we start as a being with engineer opportunities right here? I am sorry to the people who had to be hurt and affected by that. Now we are here, and I'm looking to solve it. But what happens is every time I talk to any of these business people one by one, because mind you, I didn't get to the tweet by not having a conversation. I had the conversations beforehand before I got to the tweet. Now we're going to take it to the stage. Now we're on the world stage, right? And you saw Ari Emanuel do exactly the kind of thing that I was saying had been done behind closed doors. Now he's doing it in open doors. They told Candace Owens I couldn't be on the Daily Wire. Like, you can't even explain yourself. And we don't care how you got to that point either. And that's fucked up.
they told Candace you can't be on
It's
Daily
not
Wire.
even about, yes, you did. That's what they said. And you know what? And you can have my voice raised or lower. I'm going to do it lower, right? Because what's happening to me by, I put in your words, the media is saying, not only can you not explain yourself, we don't care how you got to that point. You need to apologize, and you can't explain, and that's the end of the story. Just apologize so we can have Mel Gibson do some more films. It's exactly what Ari Emanuel was saying. No one is looking to change the problem that led so many people to that same level of frustration. And I just don't happen to be the one that's not going to back up on it until this changes. Because you know what? I'm sorry I had a sleepy text. I'm sorry I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I put that I was 5'12" or 5'11" on Tinder. Okay, my cock is not 14 inches. I lied. Okay, it's only 13. So I'm sorry, right? So
He's dropping so many facts today.
So what I'm saying is, but where do we get to this? Because even you, as engineering, as intelligent as you are, you, just like everyone else that I said was colluding, won't let us get to the point of fixing it.
Yeah. But I'm not. I think you're more powerful than the media. I'm not saying you need to apologize because of the media. I'm saying everything we've been talking about just because I care for you and I want you to be the best possible man you can be. To me, a definition of a great man, I'm with Martin Luther King on this. You don't talk about Jews or black people. You talk about engineering. You talk about humanity. You solve problems. You identify the problems in the world, and you don't come from a place of resentment. This group did this. Fuck all that. That is in the past. You just build solutions. I'm going to create a new record label. I'm going to create a new design firm. I'm going to create a new social network. I'm going to do it better. I'm going to do it right. I'm going to do it right by the people that I know don't have a voice. I'm going to give them a voice. Talk about that.
Is it okay to call out collusion? Do people collude in your business under you? Like the engineers that come together and like they collude against the bosses, right? You know why Bernardo No offered the deal and took it away from me? Collusion. Because I was too powerful with the collective that I had right there. He had to stop that at all costs. They said for whatever reason, this kid, hey, it has the ability to have all of the Kardashians, Jay-Z and Beyonce, Justin Bieber, Demna, Virgil, all these people in the same room working towards the same goal. I've been that person since preschool. That's called a leader, right? And right now, what I'm saying is, hey, for the people in business, whatever their background is, whether they turn their cell phones off on Friday or not, there's been some bad business done, there's some bad business practices, and we have to change that because this game is like boxing. More people end up retarded than rich. And I'm saying like beat to a pulp, driven crazy, beat by the media to a pulp. Right now, the media has done everything they could to make me apologize and to make me look crazy. And not one person has done anything to find out why I was frustrated enough to do that tweet. And that's facts, and that's fucked up.
Well, I was hoping to. I am finding out. We found out. I mean, but like, I want solutions. Like, see, there's something about human nature where if you focus too much on resentment,
we're not focusing on it anymore. Fuck the resentment. We're moving forward.
Right. So there's two things I think that are required for. I mean, this is how I live my life for great engineering. You surround yourself in your personal life by people you trust, and then in your professional life, from the engineering perspective, with the team. With an incredible team, and everything else doesn't matter. That allows you not to focus on other groups, how they're fucking you over, how they're like trying to manipulate you, collude, and all that kind of stuff. You focus on solutions. You find a way around all the difficult shit. That's it. If you have people in your life you can trust, that's like lifelong. You said like some people you're with for the summer, for a year. Find people you can be with for your whole life. You have people in your life that you trust. Like really trust?
No, I trust God. At any point, a human being can like I can like if I like go and like really, treat this guy like a piece of shit or do this and that. Am I supposed to, trust him to be loyal and stay in the situation? No, I trust people to be people, and people are flawed, and people can have the right intentions, but it only makes sense for us to work together when our agendas align. When Kim was pulled really far to the left, our agenda was no longer, aligned. So that made the marriage impossible. It aligned where it's like, oh, I can wear a red hat. That can help her get Alice Johnson out of jail because Trump's willing to do that for my wife because I was the only person in my position that stood up and said, wait a second, I like you. Because
isn't there a deeper agenda, the human agenda, just being in love? Like, that's just politics. When you talk about red hat, it's just politics, right?
I mean, the world is becoming more and more transactional every day, and actually, marriages are actually originally based on transactions, and that's why they're less needed the more autonomous as we become, or the world makes it less needed. I feel like we do need each other. I feel like we do need someone we can always, count on. It's like I'm pulled away by King Koopa, which is the media, the politics, the promise, oh, we're going to keep you safe. So the reason why I get, really frustrated with Kris Jenner is she says losing Rob Kardashian was the greatest mistake of her life, but she never gave Kim's hand over in marriage. Because this is the bottom line. When me and Kim met, we were millionaires or whatever, right? You're telling me you just hand her hand over in marriage that your daughter's not successful, handing your hand over in marriage too. But no, she had to still be the husband to all of her daughters. And we see what the results are consistently. So that's where I get, frustrated. It's like, let that go. Let this person do what you made mistakes on. Don't make this person relive the same mistakes and then put that agenda into my daughters too.
So is there somebody in your life close to you that you trust enough to call you out on your bullshit. We're all full of shit sometimes.
What's my bullshit?
Well, some of it I pointed out today, but I don't know. You deeply know.
What was the bullshit?
Jewish media, Jewish.
That's not bullshit. The bullshit is that the Jewish people won't admit.
Your dad was right. Your dad was right. The words you used, the word. The
And I
point you were-
said it. You're not gonna make me say it 800 more times.
I don't know if it resonated because you keep saying like the words.
Did it resonate to y'all that y'all ain't do nothing about it, and that all y'all want to do is have somebody apologize and sweep under the rug your bullshit that you've been doing the whole time? You on the same bullshit as the other people. So you're doing the same thing that the state media, because I'm not allowed to say, has done. So until somebody
Which is what, man?
is
I'm trying to call you out on your bullshit because I hope I'm somebody you can trust.
I
That's
don't
it.
fucking trust you.
Well, you should find people in your life you can
Don't
trust.
tell me what I should do. I'm not one of your BLM marchers.
Listen, I'm with you on BLM. A lot of organizations use tragedy. And I watched the Candace Owens documentary.
What was your take on it?
I think it's important to question the mainstream narratives, but I don't agree with it. I still believe that George Floyd died from the knee of the cop, not from fentanyl.
And even if that was the case, there's still 50% of black deaths is actually abortion. So let's get to engineering. Let's just go.
How do you fix that?
Population control is social engineering. In its most literal form. The blacks that are under population control, that's something that, I mean, that's just what it is.
African Americans are not choosing to get the abortion. I mean, it's a choice. It's an individual choice.
But we're being influenced to.
Well, then speak to the community and help. I mean, I don't know what the engineering solutions there are. It could be you're doing that in part by speaking to the value and the power of family.
Well, watch this. I was building shelters. I bought land in Calabasas. I bought 2 ranches in Wyoming. 300 acres in Calabasas, 12,000 acres in total in Wyoming. And I started building ideas for shelters. And God set it on my heart to make monasteries. Modern day facilities that don't turn people down, that have farms, that have shelter, clothing, but first of all, water, first of all, knowledge, because knowledge is the most important resource to our species above water. Knowledge itself, because then you can go get water. I mean, you can argue that your baby had it, but the baby doesn't have it. You know, so someone with the knowledge then feeds the baby the water. But it's important that those with the knowledge teach the baby how to find the water themselves. And the business people that I've been dealing with have been keeping the baby sick by not sharing the information and the knowledge within inside of those contracts. My people are sick. If I load up Apple Music right now and I play the top songs in the rap chart, I will tell you my people are sick. If I go to the restaurants and opportunity zones and we look at the calorie rating and the cholesterol, I will tell you that my people are sick. If we look at the obesity rate, if you go to just a restaurant somewhere in Middle America, Denny's or something, I went to Denny's the other day, you will see that my people are sick. And my people mean all people, right? But black people are very influential to all people. So, right, so if the media picks overweight black woman and says this is body goals, then the media are influencing my people to stay sick. And it just so happens that that night I was so frustrated after 20 years that I had to call it out in one tweet. That now, even if I say, hey, okay, I was frustrated for these reasons, now it's not good enough. You've literally tried to make me re-apologize 10 times in this meeting, re-say this, re-say that, but it doesn't change the fact that my people are sick, and I'm the only person in my position that will say that my people are sick. Today, not 30 years ago, not 60 years, my people are sick today. 50% of my people's deaths are abortion today. My people don't have the opportunities today, even to the point that because if JP Morgan had been nice to me and if Alex Klein and STEM player had been fair to me, different things, then I wouldn't even point out that we don't have any black, we have 2 black engineers. So I have to have a responsibility, obviously to all people, but specifically to my tribe, because tribes move. You know, tribalism is real with black people. To separate the brightest from the tribe or to separate the leaders, it is factual that the CIA removed the leaders from the black community, put crack in the communities, put guns in the communities, and locked up all the leaders and called them gang leaders, right? Locked up all the leaders, locked up all the fathers. Now 72% of black mothers are raising children by themselves. This is an agenda like a Tuskegee experiment set on my people, right? And what I'm calling out for the black people in entertainment is, what are we doing? We have to collude. And if we don't collude, because even if I said, hey, I'd like to make a company that's all black, right? Is that okay for me to say? Is that okay for me to say? Or is that anti-Semitic? See, if I hadn't crossed the line so far, then that would have sounded anti-Semitic. Now I've stretched a bit, so now we can go to, okay, let's make an all-black company. But that would have been anti-Semitic. Just that concept, because you could word that in a different way that would sound anti-Semitic.
I don't know, man.
No, listen. If I said I didn't want to have Jewish people in the company, would that be anti-Semitic? It would sound like it, right? You'd say I'm from 1930s, right? Yeah. But for me as a tribe to say, I want an all-black company, right?
I'm generally against that kind of thing, but first of all, you have the right to do whatever the hell you want.
Well, what I'm saying is that's what I feel may need to happen for my people to have power again. Because when my people have been left under the media's control, we've been made sick. We've been allowed to be sick. We're promoting sickness.
I think, at least in the engineering realm, I haven't met an engineer who happens to be black who would like to be called a black engineer. And when you have a company of all black people that are engineers, I don't know creative arts, I apologize, but engineering, they really try to look at each other as humans and look at the problem. And you want to have the confidence that everybody on the team is the best possible person for the job.
What I can say is the world is sick, and I have slight images of utopia, slight images of happiness, slight images as a visionary and a creator. And I know for a fact the way that business deals have been done for me are keeping the world sick.
Fix them. I see that's what you're trying to do. And you probably, listen, people should not doubt. Yeah. But I got to tell you, I have to be honest. This is silly because you don't know me. But it hurt me to say you don't trust me. You kind of lost me. I don't think anyone's ever said that to me. I don't know, man. Fuck that. I don't care about views or clickbait or any of that bullshit. I just thought you were one of the greatest artists ever. It'd be cool to talk to you. And I feel like you got pain you're working through. I never had anyone say that to me. Maybe I'm just being a mess about it, I guess. That's fucked up, though. But maybe it's not. Maybe you shouldn't trust it. But I just haven't had that experience.
Yeah. Do you think I would trust anybody at this point in my life?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. I hear you. And it's also kind of good to see how much strength you got. You're not broken by any of this. You're under a lot of attack. A lot of attack by a lot of people. You have a vision, and you're trying to feel your way through it. And you might get destroyed for it. That's the human, that's the risk you take.
It's a wonderful life, though.
What do you hope your legacy is?
To be forgotten.
Do you think you'll be forgotten?
Because the memory, there's ego in memory, in the memories. Who designed the sidewalk? Who designed the water fountain? Who designed the stop sign? Who designed the stoplight? These things are so ubiquitous that the person that designed them is forgotten. If it's a good idea, it's a God idea. And I don't know, VCs can own it.
So you want your design in all realms of life to be so simple that they permeate everything. They take over, and you are forgotten. That's a successful design. Is you're forgotten.
Yes.
You have advice for people? A lot of the young people look up to you. You have advice for young people of how to live a life they can be proud of.
Don't tweet while you're sleepy.
Take a nap. Surely there's other things. I love the humor. Don't take it seriously, I suppose that's what that means.
No sense tweets. Unless you buy your own social platform the very next week called Parler. But other than that, if you're not going to buy your own social platform, then don't.
Is that why you bought Parlors, so you could be sleepy and send messages out into the world? I actually really interested in the engineering aspects of Parler. Is there a vision there? Because I'm also super interested in buying Twitter.
I like Instagram better than Twitter, and I'm sure Mark Zuckerberg liked Instagram better than Facebook, or saw how how valuable that was and bought it.
If you'd like to take Parler or something, whatever is the magic that makes Instagram work, you want to push.
Well, I thought it was interesting how it felt like Snapchat made the Kardashians bully Instagram.
What's the point of Snapchat going to war? Going on Instagram?
Yeah, I mean, just everyone wants to say, well, this is our value. Snapchat, no one wants to lose their value to someone else's value, whatever. It's like, and everything is just. So what's the difference between permanent and temporary? It's just a permanent structure, and until God says it's not, it's like nothing's permanent. Our life is not permanent. So how do we just let go of those things? Even like going from the name Kanye West to Ye was the beginning of just letting go of some things, of these titles. Like we need to remove the titles. Like, hey, if I have to leave Adidas, I have to go Next Computers. That may take me out of the billionaire standing altogether. And I got to get low for however long God says I have to get low and refocus. I've been reshaping, refocusing my staff. I had some people that were good, and I had some people that weren't. I had too many people, and I've got a vision inside of me, and I'm like, this is how I make this vision. I have to bring this vision to life. I have to bring these houses to life. I was talking to one of our architects on, we're actually getting close on it. I've like built it a few times. I had like the domes you probably saw, and I had, how we transformed Kim's house, and we're getting there. Like,
so you want to get into architecture, like you really want this to become physical reality.
Yes, and I've got close. Rome wasn't built in a day.
Yeah, but Rome had to start somewhere.
Yeah,
I gotta call you out on the advice. There really is a lot of people that look up to you, and you lived a really difficult life, and you made it through all of it. What do you advise them to do?
Do everything that you feel, even if you are told that it's the wrong thing. No. But not anything violent.
Do what you feel, say what you feel. Like, trust your heart.
Yeah, trust your gut. Trust your instincts, because that instinct is who God made you to be. Not, what lines up with your like frat brothers, or what lines up with what your dad wanted, or what lines up with your classmates, or it's just God has something inside of you, and when you walk down the street, you're thinking about it, and then you just see it in the window, and you go down another street, you see the same thing, or you're thinking about a number, and that number pops up, or you see it on a license plate, and that's just, something is trying to say, be the maximum yay, be the maximum you. And God will give you anything that you can't handle. So for me, everything is a yes. I think they say be like water. I know Bruce Lee said that. But matter of fact, just be. Because we are beings with engineering opportunities.
Beautifully put. Yeah, I have hope. I have faith that however this turns out, that you have the skill and the capacity to really add love to the world. I hope you do that. I really, really hope you do that. And we talked about the tension of that, the challenges and the opportunities of that.
I mean, I see how we could be of use to each other. You actually have a particular thing for me as I eject from media. Because even also, I'm really big at burning the phoenix too. All you know as an engineer that your cells completely degenerate every 7 years. I think I rush the process a little bit, so I run around looking like a burn victim sometimes.
Yeah, but I gotta tell you, anyone I'm close with, I work with, there has to be trust, there has to be love. And I think you've been burned quite a bit in your life.
Sometimes I did it myself. I put my hand on stove. So how do we get to engineering? There's a deal to be done here. Not saying you're making this money off of that, I'm making that money off, but I
don't care about money, by the way.
Same, twins. So there's dealings here. You got pain, I got pain, but we're beings with engineering opportunities.
For a long time, I thought somebody should create a new social network. And it looks like great engineering could do that.
You got two at one time from two you're home with at one time.
Yeah. And that's a great way. It can be done from scratch or it can be done anew with an already established platform. Yeah. I'm very excited by that possibility. Parler is smaller, Twitter is larger. I wonder whether you could do any kind of revolutionary engineering with a large company. If anyone can, I would say it's Elon.
Well, Elon can look at what we do over here. That's why God does this a lot of times. He creates doppelgangers. There's a lot of examples where theory happened two places at one time. A really similar type of personality happened at one time.
It's weird. It's beautiful. It's hilarious, actually.
Yeah.
It's kind of humorous.
So we should just share every piece of information together as I go build Parler and as he builds up Twitter and see how to make both of those better. But I'll be like, hey, I'm not gonna let Snapchat bully me out of adding something to it that's best. It should just be the best platform possible. That means that TikTok has amazing features. Twitter has amazing things about it. I know this girl that's like, I like Instagram better than Twitter. It's just, she likes that Twitter has porn. But other than that, Instagram. But I was like, well, Instagram is porn also. It's like soft, it's more subtle. It's not telling you. It's not conservative by any means.
And that's the thing, you have to please a lot of people with these platforms. And I think the goal of a platform should be to help individuals maximize their long-term happiness and growth, like intellectually, spiritually, psychologically, all of that. It's a tricky thing to figure out how to do that. Of course, you could just have a platform that's just strictly for fun. I think that's where TikTok leans. But I think there's a balance to strike. Like Twitter, there's a lot of intellectual, philosophical stuff going on Twitter, but it somehow currently makes it too easy to be divisive and hateful towards each other and cancel and all that kind of stuff.
I think we need to have these healthy conversations. That's what it is. Healthy conversations, healthy dialogues. That's the biggest thing. Like when I first wore the red hat, the conversation is less healthy than it is today. The conversation about George Floyd, it's like, did I send the tweet the right way? Is Candace Owens' documentary perfect? Michael Moore, that documentary is perfect. Century Self, is it fully accurate? It's 2 to 3 hours of a transmit of information through a particular, usually one person's view. And anything you want to research, if you're interested in it, you got to look at 10 versions of it, 20 versions of it. George Floyd, we looked at one version of that. Now we have a second. Well, by the time we get to the, I know this is like, it's not my last hoodie, but it's definitely not my first hoodie that I put on. It's like that's how we got to it. Like even this particular size of zipper, or the fact that, for people who know, they know that it's like Carhartt. Even though the Carhartt tag isn't there anymore, you just know by the shape of it, you feel it. So it abstracts, it takes into like this cubist place, like Picasso, Matisse, or African Cubism, or Dire Straits. Money for nothing, and your chicks for free. Yeah, I would think you could reference Dire Straits. That video. Yeah, I know. It's a great video. It's like
Your encyclopedic knowledge of music is great.
I think that, porn is not just sexual. That term actually relates to torture. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like watching people beat each other up on World Star or something. It's like, that's called torture porn.
There's also food porn. How do you explain that?
What's food porn?
Food porn is like looking at really delicious cakes and cookies and steak and so on, and you're like, holy shit.
Exactly. Architecture. Like, there's people who love architecture. When they see architecture, I got friends that be like, oh, that's porn.
Yeah.
Architecture.
Yeah. It's like that's like love, like dopamine fueled love for a thing. Yeah, that's beautiful. I think that's beautiful.
Well, I think
as long as nobody's getting hurt.
The intoxication that people have, the worst part is like when one person's in love and the other person's in like.
That's us right now.
Well, who's in like?
Because you said you love Bill Maher and you like me.
Not and
I love you, so that was
no. I actually love you both. And the funny thing is, like, as a visionary, visionaries are more extreme than business people, because a visionary would do bad business for their vision. A business person will never do bad business. Well put. Really well put. So when you say I don't care about money, it's like, yeah, I feel you. Like, I feel that I care in a way that I need that. But I care about the vision that I have to a Steve Jobs level, to the point of putting that above my regular human existence, meaning having to go and take all the arrows, that I become a soldier of the vision. Because someone could say, a wife could say to, let's say like in the 60s, their husband's about to go to war. The wife may not want their husband to go to war because of their children, but he's going to war because of their children.
Definitely. Do you regret any aspect of just giving everything to your vision? I mean, you've spoken about that, saying like, I got fucked over in the business side.
I promise that I had to stop envying cool people at their current cool time. If anything, if someone's cool and I say their name a lot, I'm going to flash the light on them so much that it ages their coolness. It's actually a war technique, showered in compliments. Because that to be able to stay at 45 years old and still be the bad kid in class, at 45, I'm still in the principal's office. Because if you look at, like, say, fashion, right? If you think of something fashionable, it's probably going to look like the kid in the principal's office. That's going to be the fashion. And that's part of the reason why I'm the most influential person and fashion, because I refuse to leave the principal's office. If the substitute teacher comes in, I'm gonna say, "You got a big butt."
Yeah.
I'm gonna get, and they're gonna
right back to the principal's office.
and people are gonna be like, "Yo," and that's what you keep on saying. Like, who can we talk to? Because no one can talk to me. No, I'm out of control, bro. It's just God, then me, and then fuck everybody. You know what I mean? That's really how I live my life. And I just want to say this one thing about the children thing. I wanted to, put that point together, put that idea together. I like the word point. I'm really big on like words being powerful. Says the person with the sleepy tweet.
Yeah.
So
You're full of contradictions.
yeah, I'm a human being, right? It's like some days I'm like, I could go 30 days to be celibate. Like really like I'm a monk. I'm being like faithful to God. And then I'll go like working out, no carbs, like my weight will fluctuate. And I'll have times I'm like, I don't feel like being told what to do. So I don't want to work out with a trainer. And I just want to drink this Hennessy. But I want to say this thing that I will text to Kim sometimes. I'll say, you may not understand what I'm doing right now, but you will. And that's what I would say to everyone. You may not understand what I'm doing. And this gives a little bit, maybe we're like 20% there. But there's still going to be people, we leave this interview, and they were like, I still don't like the way he apologized. I still don't want to say what my involvement would have been to make him lead to that point. And we just want things to be how they are. There's people in the world who want the world to stay as it is, and there's people who want to change the world. And that's happened throughout time. They say that with Da Vinci, halfway into a conversation, he could not suffer fools so much that he would walk away halfway into the conversation. And I said, well, that's why it's the Da Vinci Code and not the Da Vinci world. And every time I go and piss off a group of people or do these things, on some end, it's like I could be turning my thing from a potential world vision to a code, or I could be opening up conversations with new friends that I may trust someday.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. that because the change you will have on the world that you don't know for sure, it will happen across years, even decades. So you have to think in the future. Like you're working in the future. Your actions are working in the future. And a lot of people will judge this conversation and others you've done and so on in the present, and that doesn't matter.
You know why I apologize when I say I'm sorry to the Jewish people that I hurt? It's not about, like I said, I'm not going to hold this apology hostage, right? It's obviously it's about God, but God is everything, right? So what's the point of having language and being that you can't engineer if you say God, right? It's like it's God asks us to be judgmental so that you become, if you're a doctor, right? It's your judgment that saves grandma, right? And God puts that in this. Like we have God inside us. We're a piece of God also, right? So I'm gonna go specific to a person. That story about Da Vinci alone is enough of a reason for me to give a sincere apology to the Jewish people, because I do believe that there's a Da Vinci Code inside of all of my misspellings and scribbles right here that God wants me to get to the world. And when I'm in my way, if God has set something on me, when I'm in my way, I'm in God's way. I can point at other people and say, hey, you guys are in God's way because you're not listening to me. But if I'm in my way, I'm not listening to God. And for me to be a philosopher and a leader, or whatever other language, I have to listen to God. So before God, what I would do is start off as a samurai and say, I'm sorry for hurting you as a Jewish person. I'm sorry for the way that made you feel. And I'm sorry for the entire population of a race that I feel is actually my brothers, because I classify and feel that I'm also connected with Christ in that way, that my people came from Africa in that way. And I can't say it's this exact teaching or that exact teaching, but I feel that there's an important, the sons of Abraham, however we want to word it, right? For us to come together and bring our different talents together to serve God collectively. And he, as much of an alien as I am, he did not call for me to alienate. And that's what the problem has been, especially in politics and in America. He placed America as the TV, as the radio to the world. We invented rock and roll, right? We are the influencers of the rest of the planet. We're the youngest startup in history, right? We're the youngest country. We're the youngest superpower, right? So for me in my position, the fact that I can talk to Trump one day and be at a game with Kim Kardashian the next day and then be at Paris Fashion Week, they don't want me to be involved with language of divisive language, proving that I can be just as racist as a racist white person. Oh, I can be a racist black person also. That's not what God has called me to do. So how do I simplify and say, hey, to you as a visionary, as an engineer, as a person that's given me a platform, that as my brother, I want to apologize to you for how that made you feel, and to the rest of the people that carry specifically that pain, not the pain that I talk about. That doesn't seem to be as much of a pain for people when I talk about the abortion clinics and stuff. That's an argued pain even in my own community. Like, not everyone thinks that's a pain. But for the Jewish community, it's collectively, this was a pain. And I've gone so far just psychologically on this journey since that statement had happened, where I didn't want to give up the candy in my pocket. I didn't want to say, hey, I stuck my hand in the candy jar. I wanted to defend my freedom of speech. I wanted this. But even with freedom of speech, pain is pain. Causing people to hurt is not helping. Causing people to hurt is not helping. So that means I have to take a more sophisticated approach to engineering this problem. This problem is an opportunity. And yes, what could some people may deem as a mistake. Would it be more genuine if I called it a mistake? I think I would be hypocritical by calling it a mistake with the minute that's the idea I'm going to say out loud. I'm not. I don't try to be a hypocrite on purpose. But I will call it a mistake to add the genuine, to be genuine about the feeling. With that mistake, with me as a human being, not to justify, but I have to state that God makes no mistakes, because if I hadn't made that mistake, I wouldn't be in front of you today. And that's not to justify this sleepy text.
But I can tell you're a man that has love in his heart, and I hear that. I hear it through the words, explicitly and implicitly. And I think if we're to engineer a better future, the way to do that is with love. So as one human to another, I love you, brother. Thank you for talking to me. This is great.
I like you too.
Son of a bitch. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ye, formerly known as Kanye West. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Ye himself. Nothing in life is promised except death. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. Donald Trump was probably the biggest person ever to be removed from social media. Do you understand why that was done? Can you steel man the case for it and against it?
Everybody who was watching this around the world basically saw, let's say, U.S. establishment or Democrat-aligned folks just decapitate, the head of state from digitally, right? Like, boom, gone. Okay, and they're like, well, if they can do that in public to the U.S. president, who's ostensibly the most powerful man in the world, what does the Mexican president stand against that? Nothing. Regardless of whether it was justified on this guy, that means they will do it to anybody. Now the seal is broken. Just like the bailouts, as exceptional as they were in the first year, we were shocked by them, and they became a policy instrument.
now this bailout's happening. Every single bill is printing another whatever $1 billion or something like that.
The following is a conversation with Balaji Srinivasan, an angel investor, tech founder, philosopher, and author of The Network State, How to Start a New Country. He was formerly the CTO of Coinbase and general partner at Andreessen Horowitz. This conversation is over 7 hours. For some folks, that's too long. For some, too short. For some, just right. There are chapter timestamps, there are clips, so you can jump around, or like I prefer to do with podcasts and audiobooks I enjoy. You can sit down, relax, with a loved human, animal, or consumable substance, or all three if you like, and enjoy the ride from start to finish. Balaji is a fascinating mind who thinks deeply about this world and how we might be able to engineer it in order to maximize the possibility that humanity flourishes on this fun little planet of ours. Also, you may notice that in this conversation, my eye is red. That's from jiu-jitsu. And also, if I may say so, from a life. This is the Lex Friedman podcast supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Balaji Srinivasan. At the core of your belief system, something you call a prime number base. I'm curious. We got to start there.
Sure.
If we can start anywhere with mathematics, let's go.
All right, great. A rat can be trained to turn at every even number, every third number in a maze to get some cheese. But evidently, it can't be trained to turn prime numbers 2, 3, 5, 7, and then 11, and so forth. That's just too abstract. Frankly, if most humans were dropped into prime number mazes, they probably wouldn't be able to figure it out either. You know, they'd have to start counting, and so actually, it's pretty difficult to figure out what the turning rule is. Yet the rule is actually very simple. And so the thing I think about a lot is just how many patterns in life are we just like these rats who are trapped in a prime number maze. If we had just a little bit more, cogitation, if we had, a little bit more cognitive ability, a little bit more, whether it's, brain machine interface or better physics, we could just figure out the next step in that prime number maze. We could just see it. We could just see the growth, right? And that's what I think about. Like that's a big thing that drives me, is figuring out how we can actually conceive, understand that prime number maze that we're looking at.
So understand which patterns are just complex enough that they're beyond the limit of human cognition.
Yes.
And what do you make of that? Are the limits of human cognition a feature of?
I think mostly a bug. I admire Ramanujan. I admire, Feynman. I admire these great mathematicians and physicists who were just able to see things that others couldn't. And just by writing it down, that's a leap forward. People talk about it's not the idea of execution, but that's what trivia like. It's a great idea for Maxwell's equations or Newton's laws, or quantum electrodynamics or some of Ramanujan's identities. That really does bring us forward, especially when you can check them and you know how they work. Right? You have the phenomenological, you don't have a theory on it, and then that stimulates advancement theory to figure out why is this thing actually working. That's actually a stat mech, arose in part from the kind of phenomenological studies that were basically being done where people were just getting steam engines and so on to work. And then it kind of abstracted out thermodynamics and so on from that, right? So the practice of the theory rather than vice versa, to some extent that's happening in neural network establishment, right? And I think that's so just something that's true and that works. If we don't know yet, that's amazing and it pulls us forward. So I do think that limits are moving forward.
Is there something that humans will never be able to figure out about our universe? About the theory, about the practice of our universe?
Yeah, people will typically quote Else for completeness for such a question. And there are things that are provably unknowable or provably unprovable. But I think you can often get an approximate solution. The Hilbert, Hilbert's problems like we will know, we must know. At least we should know that we can know. Push to get at least an approximate solution. Push to know that we can know. At least we push back that darkness enough so that we've lit up that intellectual universe.
Okay, let's actually take a bit of a tangent and explore a bit in a way that I did not expect we would. But let's talk about the nature of reality briefly. I don't know if you're familiar with the work of down Hoffman.
No, I don't. I know Roger Penrose has like his Roach Reality series for like basic physics getting up to everything we know. Go ahead.
It's even wild there. In modern physics, it's like the question of what is fundamental, what is emergent in this beautiful universe of ours, and there's a bunch of folks who think that space-time, as we know it, the four-dimensional space, is emergent. It's not fundamental to the physics of the universe. And the same, many argue, I think Sean Carroll was one of them, was that time. So the way we experience it is also emergent. It's not fundamental to the way our universe works. Anyway, those are the technical term. I apologize for swearing. Those are the mind fucks of modern physics. But if we stroll along that road further, get somebody like Donald Hoffman, who makes the evolutionary case that the reality we perceive with our eyes is not only an abstraction of objective reality, but is actually completely detached. Like we're in a video game, essentially, that's consistent for all humans, but it's not at all connected to physical reality. So it's an illusion.
It's like a version of the simulation hypothesis. Is that it's
in a very distant way, but the simulation says that there's a sort of computational nature of reality, and then there's a kind of a programmer that creates this reality and so on. No, he says that we humans have a brain that perceive the environment, and evolution is produced from primitive life to complex life. Earth produced the kind of brain that doesn't at all need to sense the reality directly. So like this table, according to Donald Hoffman, is not there.
well, so
like not just as an abstraction, like we don't sense the molecules that make up the table, but all of this is fake.
interesting. So, I tend to be more of a hard science person, right? And so, so just on that, people talk about qualia, like, is your perception of green different from my perception of green? And, my counter argument on that is, well, we know something about the spectrum of light, and we can build artificial eyes. And if we can build artificial eyes, which we can, they're not amazing, but you can do that. You can build artificial ears and so on. Obviously, we can build recording devices and for cameras and things like that. Well, operationally, the whole concept of your perception of green, you see green as purple, I see green as green, or what I call green, doesn't seem to add up because it does seem like we can do engineering. Right? So the Hoffman thing, I get why people more broadly will talk about a simulation hypothesis because, it's like Feynman and many others talk about how math is surprisingly useful to describe the world. Like very simple equations give rise to these complex phenomena. Wolfram is also one of this from a different angle with the cellular autonomous stuff. But
So suspicious of how it works.
yeah, but on the other hand, it's like it is. Yet we're still also in a prime number maze. There's things we just don't understand, and
right.
So
within the constraints of non-prime numbers, we find math to be extremely effective, surprisingly effective.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe the math we have gets us through the equivalent even turns, the odd turns, but there's math we don't yet have that is more complex.
Despite all our age,
I know that gets like very abstract, but there are unsolved problems in physics, and like the condensed matter space with a lot of interesting stuff happening. My recollection, I may be out of date on this, like things like Sonderland methods, we don't know exactly how they work, and sometimes those things are like the edges of physics. In the late 1800s, I think Rutherford, somebody, I think it was Rutherford, said, basically all of this is being discovered. That was obviously before quantum mechanics. That sort of edge case, people were looking at the Balmer and the Passion series and seeing, this weird thing, with the hydrogen spectrum was quantized, and that led to like the sort of phenomenological set of observations that led to quantum mechanics and everything. And sometimes I think the UAP stuff might be like that, right? People immediately go to aliens for UAP, like the unidentified aerial phenomena, right? People have been there's a surprising amount of stuff out there on this. The UK is declassified a bunch of material. Harry Reid was the senator was talking about this. It's not an obviously political thing, which is good. It's something that is there something happening there, right? And people have thought for a long time that the UAP thing was a like American kind of counter propaganda about their new spy planes they're flying over Soviet Union to make anybody who talked about them seem, crazy and hysterical. But if the UAP thing is real, it could be atmospheric phenomena like the aurora borealis or the northern lights, but some things we don't understand. It could be something like the Balmer and Paschen series, which were the observations of like emission spectra before quantum mechanics. So that's like another option as opposed to doesn't exist or little green men. It could be physics we don't understand yet. That's one possibility.
Do you think there's aliens out there?
So there's a lot of folks who've kind of written and talked about there's this Drake equation, which is like multiplying all the probabilities together. There's perhaps more sophisticated takes like the dark forest, which says that if the universe is like a dark forest, we're the dumb ones that are hiding our presence. There's one calculation I saw, and I reproduced myself, that basically says that the assumption that other civilizations would see ours is wrong, because when you have like a spherical radius for like the electromagnetic radiation that's hitting our planet, as that sphere gets larger and larger, it gets like smaller and smaller amounts of energy. So you get farther out, you're not getting enough photons or what have you to actually detect it. I don't know. Actually, I haven't looked into the math behind it, but I remember seeing that argument. So actually, it is possible that it's so diffuse when you go past a certain number of light years out that that alien civilization wouldn't be able to detect it. Right? That's another argument.
That's basically about signals from them, from us, to be able to signals colliding enough to find the signal noise.
Right. Exactly.
Intelligence.
Yeah, Hansen has an article called Rabbi. Maybe see his thing, right? And so there's oh great, I like him. He pushes boundaries in interesting ways.
In everything, in all
the ways. That's right. I like him overall. He's NASA too.
Rabbi aliens. He has this interesting idea that the civilizations quickly learn how to travel close to the speed of light. So we're not going to see them until they're here.
Yeah, that's possible. I mean, one of the things is, so here's, for example, a mystery that we haven't yet done, right? Which we haven't figured out yet, which is abiogenesis in the lab, right? We've done lots of things where you can show macromolecules binding to each other. You can show, evidence for the so-called RNA world. Abiogenesis is to go from, like non-life to life, right, in the lab. You can show microevolution, obviously, with bacteria. You can do artificial selection on them. Lots of other aspects of fundamental, biochemistry, origins of life stuff that we established. There's plausibility arguments about the primitive environment and nitrogen and carbon snapping together to get, the RNA world, the initial hypothesis. But to my knowledge, at least, we haven't actually seen abiogenesis demonstrated. Now, one argument is just like this massive world with so many different breaths before that actually happens. And one possibility is if we could do atomic level, simulations of molecules bouncing against each other, it's possible that in some simulation we could find a path, a reproducible path to abiogenesis, and then just replicate that, right? I don't know, okay, but that seems to me to be like a mystery that we still don't fully understand, like an example that we're going to release, right?
One of the most fascinating mysteries.
One of the most important. Yep.
Yeah.
And again, there may be some biochemist who's like, oh, apologies, you didn't know about X, Y, and Z that happened in the abiogenesis field. I freely confess I'm not whole current on it. The last thing I remember looking at is
so current.
Like up to the.
Oh, nice. That's a nice word.
That's a
current.
Yeah, I'm probably mispronouncing it, but
yeah. We'll edit it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll copy your voice and we'll pronounce it perfectly correctly.
Yeah. One thing that I do think was interesting is Craig Venter a while back tried to make a minimum viable cell, where he tried to delete all of the genes that were not considered essential. And so it's like a new life form. This was like almost 20 years ago, and that thing was viable in the lab, right? And so it's possible that you kind of reverse engineer. So you're coming at problems from different directions. Like RNA molecules can do quite a lot. You've got some, reasonable assumptions as to how that could come together. You've got like sort of stripped down viable life forms, and so there's it's not there isn't stuff here. You can see microevolution, you can see at the sequence level. You know, if you do molecular phylogenetics, you can actually track back the bases. There's actually, so it's not like there's no evidence. There's a lot of tools to work with. But this, in my view, is a fascinating area, and actually also relevant to AI, because another form of abiogenesis would be if you're able to give rise to a different branch of life form, the silicon-based as opposed to carbon-based, you know, to stretch point. You give rise to something that actually does meet the definition of life, or some definition of life. Right?
Well, what do you think the definition is for an artificial life form? Because you mentioned consciousness.
Yeah.
When will it give us pause that we created something that feels, by some definition, by some spiritual, poetic, romantic, philosophical, mathematical definition, that it is alive?
Right.
We would.
So, a couple of remarks on that. One is Francis Crick of Watson and Crick. Before he died, I think his last paper was published on something called claustrum. Okay, and the thing is that, you know, sometimes in biology or any, you know, domain, people are sort of discouraged from going after the big questions, right? But he proposed that claustrum is actually the organ that is the seat of consciousness. It's like this sheath that like covers the brain, and for mice, if you, and again, I may be recollecting this wrong, so that you can look at it. My recollection is, in mice, if you disrupt this, the mouse is like very disoriented, right? It's like it's the kind of thing which, you know, Watson and Crick were all about structure implies function, right? They found the structure of DNA, this amazing thing, and you know, they remarked in this very understated way at the end of the paper that, well, obviously this gives a basis for how the genetic material might be replicated and error corrected, because, you know, Felix unwinds it, you copy paste, right? So he was a big structure function person, and that applies not just at the protein level, not just at the level of DNA, potentially also at the level of organs. Like colostrum is kind of this system integrated level, right? It's like the last layer in the neural network or something, you know. And so that's the kind of thing that I think is worth studying. So consciousness is another kind of big one. Abiogenesis is a big question. The primary remains consciousness is a big question. And then definition of life. Right? I think. So this one is something I'd have to Google around, but there's a guy, I think at Santa Fe Institute or something, who had some definition of life, some thermodynamic definition. But you're right that it's going to be a multi-feature definition. We might have a Turing test definition, frankly, which is just if enough humans agree it's alive, it's great. And that might, frankly, be the operational definition. Because, you know, viruses are like this boundary case, you know, are they alive or not? Most people think they're alive, but they're more alive than in a sense.
Well, I think in a world that we'll talk about today quite a bit, which is the digital world, I think the most fascinating, philosophically and technically, definition of life is life in the digital world. So chatbots, essentially creatures, whether they're replicas of humans or totally independent creations, perhaps in an automatic way. I think there's going to be chatbots that would ethically be troubled by wanting to kill them. They would have the capacity to suffer. They would be very unhappy with you trying to turn them off. And then there will be large groups of activists that will protest, and they'll go to the Supreme Court, or whatever the Supreme Court looks like in 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And they will demand that these chatbots would have the same rights as us humans.
I saw that Google engineer who was basically saying this had already happened, and I was surprised by it, because when I looked at the chat logs of it, it didn't seem particularly interesting. On the other hand, I can definitely see it. I mean, GPT-3, for people who haven't paid attention, shows that serious step-ups are possible, and obviously, you talk about AI in your podcast a ton. Is it possible that GPT-9 or something is kind of like that, or GPT-15 or GPT-4, maybe? But
for people just listening, there's a deep skepticism in your face.
Yeah, the reason being because, it's possible that you have like a partition of society on literally this basis. That's one model where there's some people, just like there's vegetarians and non-vegetarians, right? There may be machines have life, machines are machines, like or something like that, right? You could definitely imagine some kind of partition like that in the future where your fundamental political social system, that's a foundational assumption. And is AI does serve the same rights as like a human, or for example a corporation is an intermediate. You see the thing which is how human are different corporations. Have you seen that infographic? It's actually funny. So it's like there's a spectrum. So for example, Disney is considered about as human as like a dog, but like Exxon, I mean, they had like a level with like human at one end, like rock at the other.
Does it have to do with corporate structure? What?
I think it's about people's empathy for that corporation, their brand identity. But it's interesting to see that, first of all, people sort of do think of corporations as being more or less like the branding is really what they're responding
Well,
to.
that's good. I mean, they're also responding. I have a brand of human that I'm trying to sell, and it seems to be effective for the most part.
Sure.
Although it has become like a running joke that I might be a robot,
Right.
which means the brand is cracking. It's seeping through. But I mean, in that sense, I think I don't see a reason why chatbots can't manufacture the brand of being human, of being sentient.
I mean, that is the Turing test, but it's like the multiplayer Turing test. Now that actually a fair number of chatbots have passed the Turing test, I'd say there's at least two steps up, right? One is the multiplayer Turing test where you have chatbots talking to each other. And then you ask, can you determine the difference between chatbots talking to each other and clicking buttons and stuff in apps and humans doing that? I think we're very far off. I should say very far off. At least, I don't know how far we are in terms of time. We're still far off in terms of a group event chatbots looking like their digital output is like the group event. It's like go from the Turing test to the multiplayer Turing test. That's one definition. Another definition is, to be able to kind of swap in. You're not just convincing one human that it's a human for a small session. You're convincing all humans that this is a human for n sessions. Remote work actually makes this possible, right? That's another definition of a multiplayer Turing test where basically you have a chatbot that's fully automated that is earning money for you as an intelligent agent on a computer that's able to go and get remote work jobs. I would consider that excellent, right? If you could have something that was like that, that was competent enough to, because everything on the computer can be automated, right? Literally, you could be totally hands-free, just like autonomous driving. You could have autonomous driving. As a challenge problem, if you were Microsoft or Apple and you had legitimate access to the operating system, just like Apple says, can you send me details of this? A decentralized thing could, in theory, log, the actions of 10,000, 100,000, or a million people. And with cryptocurrency, you can even monitor the wallet that was on that computer. And you could see, what long-run series of actions were increasing or decreasing this digital balance. You see what I'm saying? So you start to get, at least conceptually, it'd be invasive, and there'd be a privacy issue and so on. Conceptually, you could imagine an agent that could learn what actions humans were doing that resulted in an increase of their local cryptocurrency balance. Okay, there may be better ways to formulate it, but that I would consider a challenge problem is to go from the Turing test to a genuine intelligent agent that can actually go and make money for you. If you can do that, that's people obviously have trading bots and stuff, but that would be the next level. It's typing out emails, it's reading documents.
It'll mimic human behavior in its entirety.
Yeah, that's right. And it'll schedule Zooms, it'll send emails. It'll essentially, because if you think about it, a human is able to keep clicking the mouse, but just like a self-driving car, the wheel rotates by itself, right? Those keys are effectively just, it's like an automator app in Apple, right? Everything's just moving on the screen. You're seeing it there, and it's just
It's kind of hilarious. I'm not a robot click thing actually works. So I actually don't know how it works, but I think it has to do with the movement of the mouse, the timing, and they know that it's very difficult currently for a bot to mimic human behavior and the way that you click that checkbox.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's something. I mean, again, my recollection on that is it's like a pile of highly obfuscated JavaScript. All kind. It looks like a very simple box, but it's doing a lot of stuff. It's collecting all kinds of instrumentation. And yeah, exactly like a robot is just a little too deterministic, or if it's got noise, it's like Gaussian noise. And the way humans do it is just not something that you used to be able to do without collecting thousands and thousands and thousands of traces. But it is a predator prey.
Well, and the computer,
Or millions of people.
the computer just sees JavaScript. It needs to be able to look outside the simulation. The computer, the world is like,
Right.
It doesn't. The computer doesn't know about physical world, so it has to look outside of its world and introspect back on this simple box.
Right.
Which is kind of, I think that's exactly what mushrooms do, or like psychedelics, is you get to go outside and look back at.
Yeah,
That's what a computer needs to do.
I do wonder whether they actually give people insight or whether they give people the illusion of insight. Yeah, because actual insight, actual insight is again Maxwell's equations. You're able to shift the world with that. There's a lot of practical devices that the illusion of insight is I'm Jesus Christ and nothing happens, right? So it's quite different.
I don't know. I think you can take it till you make it on that one, which is insight in some sense is revealing a truth that was there all along.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess like I'm talking about technical insight, where you have this is the thing we were talking about actually before the podcast, like technical truths versus political truths, right? Some truths they're on a spectrum, and there's some truths that are actually entirely political in the sense that if you can change the software in the people's heads, you change the value of the truth. For example, the location of the border is effectively consensus between large enough groups of people. Who is the CEO? That's consensus between a certain group of people. What is the value of a currency or any stock? Right, the market price is just psychology of a bunch of people. Like literally, if you can change enough people's minds, you can change the value of the border or the position of the hierarchy or the value of the currency. Those are purely political truths. Then all the way on the other end are technical truths that exist independent of whatever any one human or all humans think, like the gravitational constant, right, or the diameter of a virus. Those exist independently. Change enough human minds doesn't matter. So those remain constant. And then you have things that are interesting in the middle, where cryptocurrency is trying to pull more and more things from the domain of political truths into technical truths, where they say, okay, one social convention we have is that if you hold this amount of Bitcoin, or that if you hold the private key, you hold this Bitcoin, and then we make that very hard to change. You have to change a lot of technical truths. So you can push things to this interesting intermediate zone.
The question is how much of it can push into that?
Right.
And that takes us in a non-linear, fascinating journey to the question I wanted to ask you in the beginning, which is this political world that you mentioned, the world of political truth. As we know it in the 20th century and the early 21st century, what do you think works well and what is broken about government?
The fundamental thing is that we can't easily, peacefully start new opt-in governments. And yeah, and what do I mean by that is basically you can start a new company, you can start a new community, you can start a new currency these days. You don't have to beat the former CEO of the tool to start a new company. You don't have to become head of the World Bank to start a currency. Okay, because of this, yes, you can. If you want to, you can join. I don't know, Microsoft or name some companies like GameStop. You can try to reform it. Okay, or you can start your own. And the fact that both options exist means that you can actually just start from scratch. That's the same reason we have a piece of paper, right? I've mentioned this actually in the Network State book. I'll just quote this bit, but we want to be able to start the new state peacefully for the same reason we want a bare plot of earth, a blank sheet of paper, an empty text buffer, a fresh start, a clean slate, because we want to build something new without historical constraint, right? For the same reason you hit plus to do docs.new, like create a new doc. It's for the same reason, right? Because you don't have backspace, you don't have just like 128 bytes of space, 120 kilobytes of backspace of the document for creating. So that's a fundamental thing that's wrong with today's governments. And it's a meta form, right? Because it's not any one specific form; it's a meta form to start.
Okay, so that's one problem, but there, you know, you can push back and say that's a feature, because you know a lot of people argue that tradition is power. With generation, if you try a thing long enough, which is the way I see marriage, there's value to the struggle and the journey you take to the struggle, and you grow and you develop ideas together, you grow intellectually, philosophically together. That's the idea of a nation that spans generations. You have a tradition that becomes more like that strives towards the truth, is able to arrive there, or no, not arrive, but take steps towards there through generations. So you may not want to keep starting new governments. You may want to stick to the old ones and improve it one step at a time. So just because you're having a fight instead of marriage doesn't mean you should get a divorce on Tinder and start dating around. That's the pushback. So it's not obvious that this is a strong feature to have.
Sure.
To launch.
There's several different kind of lines of attack or debate or whatever, right? First is, yes, there's obviously value to tradition, and you know, people say this is Lindy, that's Lindy, it's been proven for a long time. So, but of course, there's a connection between tradition and innovation. You know, like going to the moon wasn't Lindy, it was awesome, and you know, like artificial intelligence is something that's very new. New is good, right? And this is a tension within humanity actually itself, because you know it's way older than all of these nations. I mean, humans are tens of thousands of years old. Ancestors humans are millions of years old, right? And you go back far enough, and the time that we know today of the sessile farmer and soldier is, if you go back far enough, you want to be truly traditional, well, we're actually sent from hunter-gatherers who were mobile and wandered the world, borders and so on. They kind of went where they want, right? And you know, people have, you know, had done historical reconstructions like skeletons and stuff like that. And, many folks report that the transition to agriculture and being sessile resulted in, you know, diminution of height. You know, people had like tooth decay and stuff like that. The skeletons, people had traded off upside for stability, right? That's what the state was. That was what these sessile kinds of things were. Now, of course, they had more likelihood of living consistently. You could support larger population sizes, but have more quality of life, right? And so the hunter-gatherer era, you know, maybe that's actually our collective recollection of the Garden of Eden, where people, you know, just like a spider knows innately how to build webs, or a beaver knows how to build dams. You know, some people theorize that the entire Garden of Eden is like a sort of built-in neural network recollection of this, you know, pre-sessile era where we were able to roam around, just pick off fruits and so on, low population is. So the point is that I think what we're seeing is a V3. You go from the hunter-gatherer to the farmer and soldier, the sessile nations are here, they've got borders and so on, to kind of the V3, which is the digital nomad, new hunter-gatherer. We're going back to the future, because you know what's even older than nations is no nations, right? Even more traditional than tradition is, you know, being international, right? And so we're actually tapping into that other huge thread in humanity, which is the desire to explore, pioneer, wander, innovate, you know.
So
and I
the
think
way
that's important.
to make America great again is to dissolve it completely into oblivion. No, that's
I
a joke.
see. Yeah, I don't. You know, well,
Humor. I'm learning this.
yes, the chatbot emulation is only working.
Yeah, it's where it needs.
And let me just say one other thing, which is, you know, there are, I mean, everybody in the world, let's say, I don't know, percentage, let's say 99.99%, rounds that number of political discourse in the U.S. focuses on trying to fix the system. If those folks, I mean, 0.01% of the energy is going towards building a new system, that seems like a pretty good portfolio strategy, right? 100% are supposed to go and edit this code base from 200-something years ago. I mean, the most American thing in the world is going and, you know, leaving your country in search of a better life. America was founded 200 years ago by the founding fathers. It's not just a nation of immigrants, it's a nation of emigrants, right? And emigration, you know, from other countries to the U.S., and actually also immigration within the U.S. There's an amazing video called, it's like 50 states, U.S. population, I think 1792. It says 2050, so that's simulation, so you just stop it at 2019 or 2020. But it shows that Virginia was like number one early on, and then it lost ground. Like New York gained, and then like Ohio was a big deal in the early 1800s, and it was like father of presidents and generalist presidents, and later Illinois, Indiana, and then California only really came up in the 20th century, like during the Great Depression, and now we're entering the modern era where like Florida and Texas have risen, and New York and California have dropped. And so interesting competition. It's actually it's like intercurrency competition. You've got trading pairs, right? You know, sell BTC, buy ETH. You sell, at Solana or Z, sell at Monero, buy Zcash, right? Each of those trading pairs gives you signal for today on this currency is down or up relative to this other currency. In the same way, each of those migration pairs, someone goes from here to Ohio to California, gives you information on the desirability of different states. You can literally form a pairs matrix like this over time, very much like the matrix. That's shaped America in a huge way. And so, you ask, if this nation of immigrants that was founded by men younger than us, by the way, the founding fathers were often in their 20s, right? Who, endorsed the concept of proposition nation, who've given rise to a country of founders and pioneers, who literally go into right? Those folks would think that this is the end of history. That's it. We're done. Like, and everything else can make us people in technology who believe, and I agree with them, that we can go to Mars. We might even be able to end death. We can't innovate on something that's 230 years old,
So there is a balance to strike. But the American experiment is fascinating, nevertheless. So one argument you can make is actually that we're in the very early days of this V2. So what you describe as V2, you could make the case that we're not ready for V3. And we're just actually trying to figure out the V2 thing. You're trying to skip.
When are we ever ready?
Now again, we go back to marriage, I think, and having kids kind of thing. I think everyone who has kids is not really ready to have kids. That's the whole point of that. Okay, but you mentioned that you can't watch it. Is there other criticisms of government that you can provide, as we know today, before we kind of outline the ideas of V3? Let's stick to V2.
I'll give a few, right? And so all the stuff will go into the version. So I've got this book, The Network State, which covers these topics.
There's Network State.
It is The Network State: How to Start a New Country.
How to Start a New Country.
But I just have it at thenetworkstate.com.
I should say it's an excellent book that you should get. I read it on Kindle. There's also a website, and glad you said that he's constantly working on improving and changing it. By the time the whole project is over, it'll be a different book than it was in the beginning.
I think so.
Always shedding its old skin.
Well, I wanted to get something out there and get feedback and whatnot, just like an app, right? You have these two poles of an app is highly dynamic, and you're accustomed to having updates all the time. The book is supposed to be static, and there's value in something static, some unchanging, and so on. But in this case, I'm glad I kind of shipped the version 1.0, and the next version, I'm going to split it into tentatively motivation, theory, and practice. So motivation, what is the sort of political philosophy and so on that motivates me at least in this, which you can take or leave, right? And then theory as to why network state is now possible, and I can define it in a second. And then the practice is zillions of practical details, everything from roads to diplomatic recognition and so on, funding, founding, all this stuff. A lot of stuff actually I left out of V1 simply because I wanted to kind of get the desirability of it off the table and then talk about the feasibility.
I should actually go on that briefly in terms of things you can revolutionize. Like one of the biggest innovations I think that Tesla does with the way you think about the car, the way you deploy the car, is not the automation, the electric. To me, it's the over-the-air updates.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Be able to send instantaneously updates to the software to completely change the behavior, the UX, everything about the car. And so I do think it would be interesting because books are a representation of human knowledge, a snapshot of human knowledge. And it would be interesting that if we could somehow figure out a system that allows you to do sort of like a GitHub for books. Like if I buy a book on Amazon without having to pay again, can I get updates like V1.1, V1.2, and there's like release notes.
Right.
That would be hard, but it's not enough to do like a second edition or a third edition, but like minor updates. It's not just on your website, but actually go into the model that we use to buy books.
Right.
So I spend my money. Maybe I'll do a subscription service for $5 a month where I get regular updates to the books. And then there's an incentive for authors to actually update their books such that it makes sense. And that means your book isn't just a snapshot, but it's a lifelong project.
Right. So I think there's a lot going on there because actually, in going through this process, in many ways, the most traditional thing I did was publish ebook on Kindle. Right. Why? Because it's basically like, if you actually get deal with what publisher first, they'll give you some advance. I didn't need the advance or anything. The second is all these constraints. You want to translate into this, or you want to change your format, or you want to update it, you have to go and talk to this other party, right? But, and also the narrowing window of what they'll actually publish, it gets narrower and narrower. You see all these, meltdowns for young adult novels and stuff on Twitter, but it's more than that. So, actually having an Amazon page, it's just like a marker that a book exists. Okay. And now I've got an entry point where if someone says, okay, I like this tweet, but how do I kind of get the, that might be a concept in the middle of chapter 3, right? How do I get the from front to back? I can point them at the networksa.com, that is, import this, right? This one entry point, okay? And you mentioned like a subscription and money and so on and so forth. And I think people are paying for content online now with newsletters and so on. But I've chosen to, and I will always have things free. And I wanted, you can get the Kindle version on Amazon simply because you have to kind of set a price for that. But networksa.com, what I want to do is have that optimized for every Android phone. So people in India or Latin America or Nigeria can just tap and open it. I'm going to do translations and stuff like that. Greg Fodor of LCSVR, founder of LCSVR, he sold that and he coded the website and worked with him on it. There's another designer, Elijah, and it was basically just a 3-person. And we thought we had something pretty nice. But one thing I was really pleasantly surprised by is how many people got in touch with us afterwards and asked us if we could open source the software to create this website. Because actually, you can try it at home. I think it's actually, in some ways, a better experience again. And so it's interesting because I do think of the website as like a feed one version of this concept of a book app, right? For example, imagine if you have the Bible and the 10 Commandments aren't just text, but there's like a checklist and there's a gateway to a Christian community there, and the practice is embedded into the thing. Like if Brilliant.org, amazing site. I love this site. Brilliant is basically mobile-friendly tutorials, and you can kind of just swipe through. You line at Starbucks or getting on a plane or something. You swipe through and just get really nice micro lessons and things, and it's just a track that your brain is working and problem solving. And sometimes you need a little pen and paper, but that format of sort of very mobile-friendly, just continuous learning, I like to do a lot more of that. And so that's kind of where we're going to go with the book app.
So there's a lot of fun stuff about the way you did really speak on it, which is you have like one sentence summary, one paragraph summary, TLDR, one summary, which is I think honestly it's not even about a short attention span. It's a really good exercise about summarization, condensation. Yes, really helping you think through what is the key insight. You could mention the prime number phase that reveals something central to the human condition, which is struggling against the limitation of our minds. And in that sense, you summarize the book state in the book. So let's actually jump right there and let me ask you, what is the network state?
What is the network state? So I'll give it a sentence and also give it an image, right? So the informal sentence, the network state is a highly aligned online community with a capacity for collective action that crowdfunds territory around the world and eventually gains diplomatic recognition from pre-existing states. Okay, so just take those pieces. Highly aligned online community. That is not Facebook. That is not Twitter. People don't think of themselves as Facebookers or Twitterians. That's just a collection of hundreds of millions of people who just fight each other all day, right? It's a fight club. A company is highly aligned, where you'll put a task into the company Slack, and if you do an all hands, about 100% of the people in the company Slack will do it. So they're highly aligned in that way. But online communities don't tend to be highly aligned. Online communities tend to be like a Game of Thrones fan club or something like that. Or a Twitter account, you might get 1% of people engaging in something. It's not 100%. If you combine the degree of alignment of a company with the scale of a community, that's like what a highly aligned, online community is, right? So you get 1,000 or 2,000 people who collectively do something as simple as just all liking something on Twitter. For example, why would they do that? They're a guild of electrical engineers or a guild of graphic designers, and you've got 1,000 people in this guild, and every day somebody is asking a favor from the guild, and the other 998 people are helping them. For example, I've just launched a new project, or I'd like to get a new job. Can somebody help me? And so you kind of get you're helping other people in the community, and you're kind of building up karma this way. And then sometimes you spend it down, like Stack Overflow is karma economy. It's not meant to be an internal economy that is like making tons of money off. It sort of keeps going, right? That's a highly aligned money. Then capacity for action, I just kind of described that, which is at a minimum, you don't have a highly aligned community unless you have 1,000 people and you paste in a tweet and 1,000 of them or like it. Okay? If you can't even get that, you don't have something. If you do have that, you have a basis for at least collective digital actions. Okay, and you can think of this as activists. You can think of it as, for example, let's say I mentioned a guild, but let's say there wants to raise awareness of the fact that life extension is possible. Right, every day there's a new tweet on whether it's Foreman research or Sinclair's work, or David Sinclair, right? Andrew Huberman has some good stuff here, or there's a longevity VC, a bunch of folks work in this area. Every day there's something there, and literally the purpose of this online community is where's longevity, and of the 1,000 people, 970 do it like that. That's pretty good, right? That's solid. You've got something. You've got the laser, right? You've got something that you should focus on something, because most of Web 2 internet is profit. You go to Hacker News, you go to Reddit, you go to Twitter, and you're immediately struck by the fact it's like 30 random things. Random. It's just a box of chocolates. It's meant to be, we're some of them look delicious. Some of them look delicious. Novelty, we can overconsume novelty, right? So, what we were talking about earlier, balance between tradition and innovation, right? Here is a different version of that, which is entropy going in a ton of different directions through the novelty versus like focus. It's like heat versus work. Heat is entropic and work force along a distance are going in a direction, right? And so if those 30 links on the next version of Hacker News or Reddit or something like so brilliant, it's just that's leveling the 30 things you click, you've gained a skill as a function, right? So these kinds of online communities, I don't know what they look like. They probably don't look like the current social media. They just like, for example, it's a meta analogy, but in the 2000s, people thought Facebook for work would look like Facebook. And David Sachs founded and sold a company, Yammer, that was partially on the basis it was fine as a $1 billion company. But Facebook for work was actually Slack, right? It looked different. It was more chat focused. It was less image focused. What does the platform for a highly aligned community look like? I think Discord is the transitional state, but it's not the end state. Discord is sort of chatty. The work isn't done in Discord itself, right? The cryptocurrency for tracking, or the crypto karma for sort of tracking people's contributions is not really done in Discord itself. Discord was not built for that. And I don't know what that UX looks like. Maybe it looks like tasks, maybe it looks like something different. Okay.
So let me think on this. You're actually, people might not be familiar with Discord or Slack and so on. Mm-hmm. Even these platforms have like communities associated with them.
Yes.
Meaning the meta community of people who are aware of the feature set and that you could do a thing. That this is a thing and you could do a thing with it. Discord, that when I first realized that, I think it was born out of the gaming world.
Yes.
It's like, holy shit, this is like a thing. There's a lot of people that use this.
Right.
There's also culture that's very difficult to escape that's associated with Discord that spans all different degrees of Discord. Reddit, same. Even though there's different subreddits, there's still, because of the migration phenomenon, maybe there's still a culture to Reddit.
Yes.
I'd like to sort of try to dig in and understand what's the difference between the online communities that are formed and the platforms on which those communities are formed.
Sure. Yes, it is. So, for example, an office, a good design for an office is frequently you have, the commons, which is like the lunchroom or the gathering area. Then everybody else has a cave on the border they can kind of retreat to.
Cave in the comments. By the way, I was laughing internally about the heat versus work. I think that's gonna stick with me. That's such an interesting way to see Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, is this heat or is this thread? Like, because there's a lot of stuff going on.
Right.
Is it just heat, or we're doing something like? Is there a directed thing? Like, hyperductive at the end of the day.
That's right.
Love it. See. I mean, anyway, cave in the comments is really nice. So that has to do with the layout of the office. That's effective.
That's right. And, so you can think of many kinds of social networks as being on the cave of commons continuum. For example, Twitter is just all commons. The caves are just like individual DMs, DM threads, or whatever, but it's really basically just one gigantic global public fight club for the most part, right? Then you have, well, somewhat love, but mostly fun. Or actually,
I love aggressive.
yeah, I mean, I think Twitter is like a cross between, a library and a social network. It's something where you can learn, but you can also fight if you choose to fight, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's because of the common structure of it, it's a mechanism for virality of anything.
Yeah, so
you just described the kind of things that become viral.
Yeah, meaning no offense to librarians, it's like a library, and library was racked by Civil War for many years, right?
It's one of my favorite just kidding. Jokes. I'm learning. Probably crossing the line for the engineers working on this remote.
Yeah. Sorry. Oh yeah. So continue. Right? Yeah. So Twitter's comments, and Facebook is like it's got all these warrants and stuff. Facebook is very difficult to reason about like privacy on that, and the reason is I think it's easy to understand when something is completely public like Twitter or completely private like Signal, and those are the only two modes I think in which one can really operate. When something is quasi-private, like Facebook, you have to just kind of assume it's public. Because if it's interesting enough, it'll go outside your friend network and it'll get screenshotted or whatever and posted. And so, Facebook is sort of forced into default public despite its privacy settings. But, for anybody who says something interesting, if it's like, you can figure out all their dials and stuff like that, but just hard to understand unless it's totally private or totally public. Right? You have to basically treat it as it's totally public if it's not totally private. Okay. At least under a real name. We'll come back to soon. So you've got Twitter, that's total commons. Facebook is like a warrens, it's like rabbit warrens or like an ant colony where you don't know where information is traveling. Then you've got Reddit, which has sort of your global Reddit and then all the subreddits. That's a different model of cave and commons. I think one of the reasons it works is that you have individual moderators where something is totally off topic and acceptable, totally off topic and unacceptable to this subreddit, and totally on topic and acceptable to another. That's like kind of a precursor of the digital societies that you're going to see that actually have physical societies, like lots and lots of subreddit like things, have become physical societies. Then you start going further into like Discord, where it's more full featured than as you go Twitter, Facebook, Reddit. Now you jump into Discord, and Discord is a bunch of individual communities that are connected and you can easily sort of jump between them, right? And then you have Slack, and yes, you can use Slack to go between different company Slacks, but Slack historically, at least I'm not sure what their current policy is, historically they just charge public Slacks. So it's mostly like you have your main Slack for your company, and then you sometimes may jump into like so you've got a design consultant or something like that, you'll jump into their Slack. But Discord you've got way more Discords usually that you jump into than Slacks, right?
Well, yeah, let me ask you that on that point, because there is a culture. One of the things that I discovered on Reddit, Discord, of anonymity or pseudonyms or usernames.
Yes.
Slack is an example. I think I used to have a Slack for a deep learning course that I was teaching, and that was like very large, like 20,000 people, whatever. But so you could grow quite large. But
there's a culture of like I'm going to represent my actual identity, my actual name. As I'm saying stuff in Discord, I think I was the asshole using my actual name on there. It's like everybody was using pseudonyms. So what's the role of that in the online community?
Well, so I actually gave a talk on this a few years ago called the Pseudonymous Community. Okay, and it's come about faster than I expected, but I did think it was going to come about fairly fast. And essentially, the concept is obviously we've had so first anonym, pseudonym, real name, right? Anonymous is like 4chan, where there's no tracking of it being, there's zero reputation associated with identity, right? Pseudonymous is like much of Reddit, where there's a persistent username, and it has karma over time, but it's not linked to a global identifier that is your state, right? So your real name, even the term real name, by the way, is a misnomer because it's like your social security name, like social security number. It's your official email. It's your state name. It is the tracking device. It's an air tag, right? Why do I say that? Right? Another word for a name is a handle. So just visualize like a giant file cabinet. There's a handle with Lex Freeman on it that anybody, billions of people around the world can go into, and they can pull this file of you out. Images of you, things you said. Like, billions of people can stalk billions of other people. That's a very new thing, and I actually think this will be a transitional era in like human history. We're actually going to go back into a much more encrypted world. And
Okay, really got that because another way to see real names is the label on the thing that can be canceled.
yes, that's right. In fact, there's a book called Seems Like a State, which actually talks about the origins of surnames. Like, if you have a guy who's that guy with brown hair, that's like an analog identifier. It could mean 10 different people in the village. But if you have first name, last name, okay, that guy can now be conscripted. You can go down a list of digital identifiers, pull that guy out, into the military for conscription, right? So that was like one of the purposes of names was to make masses of humans legible to a state, right? Hence, seem like a state, you can see them now, right? See, digital identifiers, one thing that people don't usually think about is pseudonymity is itself a form of decentralization. So, people know Satoshi Nakamoto was pseudonymous, so he's decentralization. But one way of thinking about it is, let's say his real name, okay, or his state name is a node, okay? Attached to that is every database, his Gmail, his Facebook, if he had one, every government record on him, right? All of these databases have that state name as the foreign key, right? And so it can go and put things up in all of those databases, right? And so I think it was the center of a giant network of all of these things. When you go and create a pseudonym, you're butting off a totally new node that's far away from all the rest. And now he's choosing to attach Bitcoin Talk and Bitcoin.org and the GPT signatures of the code if he should choose to do that. All those things, digital signatures, are all attached to this new decentralized name because he's instantiating it, not the government, right? One way of thinking about it is the root administrator of the real name system is the state because you cannot simply edit your name there, right? You can just you can log into USA.gov and backspace your name and change it. Moreover, your birth certificate, all this stuff that's fixed and immutable, right? Whereas if you take for granted that every site you go to, you can backspace, you can be like, call me Ishmael, walk into a site, you can use whatever name you want. Except use the same name across multiple sites, you can do that. And if not, you don't have to. One thing that we're seeing now actually is that the level of kids, the younger generation, Eric Schmidt several years ago mentioned that, people would like change their names when they became adults so that they could do that. This is kind of already happening. People are using, I've remarked this many years ago, search-resistant identities. Okay, why? They have their Finsta, which is their quote fake name Instagram, and Rinsta, which is their real name Instagram. Okay, and what's interesting is on their Insta, they're their fake self because they're in their Sunday best and smiling. And this is the one that's meant to be search indexed, right? On the Finsta, their fake name, this is just shared with their close friends. They're their real self, and they're hanging out at parties or whatever. And so this way, they've got something which is a public persona and a private persona, right? The public persona that's search indexed, and the private persona that is private for friends. Right? And so organically, people are, like Gene Jacobs talks about like cities and how they're organic, and like some of the mid 20th century guys, the architecture they had removed shade from like awnings and stuff like that. So this is like the restoration of like awnings, shade, and structures, so that you're not always exposed to the all-seeing web crawler that I have Sauron, which is like Googlebot just indexing everything. These are search resistant identities that like I just passes over you, like the Terminator, like the Terminator I just kind of passes over you. Right? So search resistant identity is not pulled up, it's not indexed, right? And now you can do your real self. And so we've had this kind of thing for a while with communication. The new thing is that cryptocurrency has allowed us to do it for transaction, hence this anonymous economy, right? And you go from anonymous, pseudonymous, real name. These each have different purposes, but the new concept is that pseudonym. You can have multiple, by the way. Your NS name, you can have it under your real name or state name, like Street by PH, but you can also be Punk6529. Okay, and now you can earn, you can sign documents, you can boot up stuff, you can have persistent identity here, okay, which has a level of indirection to your real name. Why is that very helpful? Because now it's harder to both discriminate against you and cancel you. Concerns of various factions are actually obviated or at least partially addressed by going pseudonymous as default, right? It is the opposite of bring your whole self, it's bring only your necessary self, right? Only show those credentials that you need, right? Now, of course, anybody who's cryptocurrency understands Satoshi Nakamoto and so on and so forth. But actually, many progressives are this as well. Why? Ban boxes. It's like you're not supposed to ask about felony convictions when somebody is, being hired because they pay a certain amount, right? Or you're not supposed to ask about immigration status or marital status in an interview. People have this concept of blind auditions where if a woman is auditioning for a violin scene, they put it behind a curtain so they can't downgrade her for playing. Her performance is judged on merits of audible quality, not in terms of who this person is. So this way they don't discriminate versus male or female for who's getting a violin position. So you combine those concepts like ban the box, not asking these various questions, blind auditions, and then also the concept of implicit bias. Like if you do this research, people are unconsciously biased towards other folks, right? Okay, so you take all of that, you take Satoshi, and you put it together, and you say, okay, let's use pseudonyms. That actually takes unconscious bias even off the table, right? Because now you have genuine global equality of opportunity. Moreover, you have all these people, billions of people around the world that might speak with accents, but they type it out. And now if they're pseudonymous, you are discriminating against them, right? Moreover, with AI, very soon, the AI version of Zoom, you'll be able to be whoever you want to be and speak in whatever voice you want to speak in, right? And you'll be, and that'll happen in real time.
So, it's really interesting. For Finsta and Insta, there's some sense in which fake Instagram, you're saying, is where you be your real self. My question is under a pseudonym or when you're completely anonymous, is there some sense where you're not actually being your real self? That as a social entity, it is, human beings are fundamentally social creatures.
Mm-hmm.
And for us to be social creatures, there is some sense to have a consistent identity that can't be canceled, that can't be criticized, applauded in society, and that identity persists through time. So is there some sense in which we would not be our full, beautiful human selves unless we have a lifelong, consistent, real narrative attached to us in the digital world?
So this is a complicated topic, but let me make a few remarks. First is real names, quote unquote state names, were not built for the internet. But actually, state names, right? It's actually a very good thing about Social Security, right? So your state name, your official name, was not built for the internet. Why? They give both too much information and too little. Okay, so too much information because someone with your name can find out all kinds of stuff about you. Like, for example, if someone doesn't want to be stalked, right? the real name is out there, the stalker knows it. They can find address information, all this other kind of stuff, right? And with all these hacks that are happening, just every day, hack, massive hack, etc. That real name can index into data that was supposed to be private, right? And for example, the Office of Personnel Management, like the government, the U.S. government, many governments actually, are like combinations of the surveillance state and Keystone Cops, right? Why? They split up all the information that they can't secure it, so it leaks out the back end. Okay, they basically have 100 million records of all this very 300 million records, all this very sensitive data. They just get hacked over and over again, right? So really, there should be something which totally inverts the entire concept of KYC and what have you. And of course, comply with the regulations as they are currently written. But also, you should argue privacy over KYC. The government should not be able to collect what it can't secure. It's slurping up all this information. It's completely unable to secure it. It's hacked over and over again. China probably has the entire OPM file. And it's not just that. Like Texas is hacked. And some of these hacks are not even detected yet, right? And these are just the ones that being admitted. And so, what happens is criminals can just run this stuff and find, okay, it's that guy who's got that network online. He merges various databases and they've got a bunch of addresses to hit. Okay. So, in that sense, really, we're not proceeding, we're not built for the internet, they just give too much information. And our actually existing internet environment, they give too much information. On the other hand, they also give too little. Why? If instead you give out lexfriedman.eth, okay, or a similar crypto domain name or urban name or something like that, now that's actually more like a DNS. Okay, first, if you've got it, lexfriedman.eth, what can you do with that? Some you can do today, some you'll soon be able to do. You can pay lexfriedman.eth, you can message lexfriedman.eth, you can look it up like a social profile, you can send files to it, you can upload and download. Basically, it combines aspects of an email address, a website, username, etc., etc. Eventually, I think you'll go from email to phone number to DNS address or something like that as the primary online identifier, because this is actually a programmable name, right? Whereas a state name is not. Think about it, like a state name will have apostrophes perhaps in it, or is that your middle name? That was a format that was developed for the paper world, right? Whereas the ENS name is developed for the online. Now, the reason state ENS or something like it, somebody in a village, their name might be Smith because they were a blacksmith, or Potter because they were a Potter, right? The same, I think, your surname. Right now, for many people, it's .eth and notifies it in the Ethereum. Your surname online will carry information about you. Like .sol says something different about you. .btc says it's different. Then we're going to have massive fractionation of this over time. We're still in the very early days of our internet civilization, right? 100, 200 years from now, the surnames may be as important as, say, Chen or Friedman or Srinivasan in terms of what information they carry. Because the protocol, the civilization from really associated with it, right?
Right. So there's some improvements to the real name to the digital world. If you think there's value of having a name that assists throughout your whole life that is shared between all the different digital,
I think you should be able to opt into it, right?
At which
level? In terms of the society that you're doing.
Wait a minute. So can I murder a bunch of people in society 1 and then go to society 2 and be like, I'm murder free?
No,
my name is.
I don't mean it like that. No, yeah. So just by
that's the application. I'm interested.
Okay, well.
So what was this? Well, I would like you to prevent me, a person who's clearly bad for society.
Sure. Murder is going to be against in almost every society, and basically people will argue, most likely, right? And there's just I'm thinking like Aztecs or the Mayas, something like that. There's various, Soviet Union. There's weird education. Yeah, there's societies unfortunately that have actually. That's why I asked for. But let's say murder is something that society 1 probably has effectively a social smart contract or a social contract that says that's illegal, therefore you're in jail, therefore you're deprived of the right to exit. But upon entry into that society, in theory, you have said, okay, I accept this social contract, right? Obviously, if I kill somebody, I can't live. Okay, so you've accepted upon crossing the border into there, right? Now, as I mentioned, like what is murder? like people will. I mean, there's an obvious answer, but as I said, there's been human sacrifice in societies. Communism, we kill lots of people. Nazism, we kill lots of people. Fortunately, there's quite a lot of societies. I wanted to say it's an edge case, but maybe many 20th century societies rather than institutionalized subject whether it's the Red Terror, the Soviet Union, or obviously the Holocaust, the Cultural Revolution or Year Zero, and so forth. Right? So my point there is that committing it was the state, it's the organization that one is implicitly tracing them to track them, right? And how did how did Lenin, in the hanging order? I can't remember the hanging order for Kulaks.
Yes.
Okay, the famous hanging order, which actually showed they were actually the key thing was he said all the rich men were Kulaks got killed. The real names, the state names were facilitated. They didn't prevent the murders, right? So my point is, just in the ethical way, it's a two-sided thing, right? You're right that the tracking can, prevent disorganized murders, but the tracking facilitates, unfortunately, organized murders. Lists of undesirables were the primary tool of all of these states. You see what
I see your point, and it's a very strong point. In part, it's a cynical point, which is that the rule of a centralized state is more negative than positive.
I think it is like nuclear energy. Okay, it's like fire. It is something which you're going to keep having it reform because there's good reasons where you have centralization, decentralization. But power corrupts absolutely, and you're going to be very suspicious of this kind of centralized power. The more trust you give it, the less trust it deserves. It's like a weird feedback, right? The more trust, the more it can do, the more bad things it will do.
So, okay. There is a lot of downside to the state being able to track you.
Right.
And history teaches us lessons on a large scale, especially in the 20th century, the largest scale a state can do, commit a large amount of murder and stuff. Right?
And by the way, history is over. If you think about what the Chinese are building on this, right? That surveillance state, it's not just tracking your name, it's tracking everything. Like WeChat is essentially like it is all convenience and none of the freedom.
So that's the downside. Don't you? The question is, I think, probably fundamentally the nature of the individual, of how much murder that would be if you can just disappear every time you murder.
Well,
at the individual level.
So the issue is basically like once one realizes that the moral trade-off has two poles to it, right? And moreover, that basically centralized organized murder has. I mean, if we had all disorganized murder of the 20th century, it's probably significantly less than the organized murder that these states facilitated, right? And probably by largely everyone has this thing called democide, right? The thing is, it's so grim, right? Because it's saying like one death is a tragedy, right? These are just incalculable tragedies that we can't even understand. But nevertheless, the issue is I don't know, is a ratio 10x.
Yeah, but have you seen the viciousness, the negativity, division within the communities that have anonymity?
So that's the thing. Basically, there's also similar measures. I'm not, when you see what centralization can do, and you correct in the direction of decentralization, you can overcorrect with decentralization and you get enter. This is basically the new order of decentralization, right? And this is the, I think it's the empire alone united must divide, the empire alone divided must unite. That's always the way, right? So what's going to happen is we will state certain moral principles, right? And then the question is, where in state space are you too centralized? Well, then, okay, you want to decentralize. And are you too decentralized? You want to decentralize, you can track them, right? And people will opt into your tracking because you'll get something from that tracking, which is a great use of society. So it's kind of like saying, are we going north or south? And the answer is what's our destination? Where's our current position in the civilization?
Well, my main question, I guess, is does creating a network state escape from the laws of human nature. The reason you have Nazi Germany is a large-scale resentment of the different explanations for that resentment. That's ultimately losing the heart of each individual that made up the entirety of Nazi Germany, and had a charismatic leader that was able to channel that resentment into action, into actual policies, into actual political and military movements. Can't you not have the same kind of thing in digital communities as well?
Have you heard the term argument of Hitler, like Godwin's law? Like, it's something where if the reference point is Hitler, it's this thing where a lot of things break down. But I do think, look, is there any? Did Bitcoin manage to get where it was without a single shot being fired to my knowledge? Yes, right. Did Google manage to get where it is without shots being fired? That's and
while a lot of shots were being fired elsewhere in the world.
Sure. Yes, sir. But who's firing the shots?
The states, right? That's because Bitcoin and Google are tiny minority communities. It's like the icing on the cake of human civilization.
Sure. Basically, any technology. I mean, like you can use the hammer to go and hit something, right? I'm not saying every technology is equally destructive or whatever, but you can consider them. It's kind of like but for technology, right? You can probably figure out
your ability to remember brilliant things throughout is way to add. Yes. But anyway, sorry.
Rule 34, like for abuse of technology, you can always have a black mirror version of something. And in fact, there is this kind of funny tweet, which is like a sci-fi author. My book, Don't Invent the Torment Nemesis, was meant to be a cautionary tale on what would happen if society invented carbon hybrids. And then it's like, tech guys, at long last, we have created torment nemesis. And so the thing is that simply describing something, some abuse, unfortunately, after the initial shock wears off, people will unconsciously think of it as sort of a tractor in space, right? It's like, I'll give you some examples. Like, Minority had the gesture thing, right? The Kinect was based on that. This is a dystopian movie that has this cool kind of thing, and people, kind of keyed off it, right? Or people have said that movies like, Full Metal Jacket is meant to be, my understanding is meant to be like an anti-war movie, but lots of, soldiers just love it, despite the fact that the sergeant is actually treated as a bad guy, right? For the portrayal of that, kind of environment, right? So I'm just saying, it's like the vision of like the digital Hitler or whatever. It's not actually a vision of I do think everything is possible. Obviously, ISIS uses the internet, right? Like, is it?
Yeah, I'm not bringing up Hitler in a shallow argument. Bringing up Hitler in a long, empathetic, relaxed discussion.
Sure.
Which is where Hitler can work in a healthy way. There's deep lessons in Hitler and Nazi Germany.
Okay, so in many ways, and this is a very superficial way of talking about it. This is exit is the anti-genocide technology, right? Because exit is the route of the powerless. Exit is not, people always know exit is for the rich. It's actually not true. Most immigrants equals most immigrants are not rich. They're completely powerless.
So you describe exit.
What is exit? So there's this book which I reference a lot. I like it, called Exit Voice of Loyalty by Albert Hirschman. Okay? He essentially says, I get this talk in 2013 that goes through this YC Stroud School. But just to describe these, Voices reform, Exit is alternatives. For example, in the context of an open source project, Voices spinning bug and Exit is forking. In a company, Voices, you're saying, hey, here's a ticket and that I'd like to get solved. Exit is taking your business elsewhere. Okay. At little corporate governance, Voices, directors, and Exit is selling your shares, right? In a country, Voices a vote, and Exit is migration. Okay. And I do think that the two forces we talk about a lot, democracy and capitalism, are useful forces. But there's a third, which is migration. So you can vote with your ballot, you can vote with your wallet, you can vote with your feet. Wallet has some aspects of Exit built into it. But voting with your feet actually has some aspects of voice built into it, because when you read, It's like an amplifier. You might say 10 things, but you actually lead, and people take what you said seriously. You're not just like leading or whatever. You actually go to San Francisco because it was so bad with this and this issue, and you've actually put your feet in his manifest preference as opposed to stage preference. So voice versus exit is this interesting dichotomy. You try to reform the system, or do you exit it and build a new one, find seek an alternative? And then loyalty modulates this, where if you are a patriot as part of the initial part of your conversation, right? Like, are you a traitor? You're giving up on our great thing, whatever, right? And it will push those buttons to get people to stay. That's like, I usually the bad version, the common version, sometimes good. But then there's the good version, which is, maybe the price is down right now, but you believe in the cause. So even if they're, on paper, you would rationally exit, you believe in this thing, and you're going to take it. Okay. So loyalty can be, again, good or bad, but it kind of modulates a trade-off between voice and exit. Okay. So given that framework, we can think of a lot of problems in terms of, am I going to use voice or exit or some combination? Because they're not mutually exclusive. It's kind of like, left and right, so use both together. I think that one of the biggest things the internet does is it increases microeconomic leverage and therefore increases exit in every respect of life. For example, on every phone, you can pick between left and right? When you're at the store, you see a price on the shelf and you can comparison check, right? If it's Tinder, you can swipe, right? If it's Twitter, you can click over to the next account. The back button is exit. The microeconomic leverage in the sense of alternatives, right? This is like one of the fundamental things that the internet does. It puts this tool on your desktop, and now you can go and talk to an illustrator, or you can build it yourself, right? By typing in some characters into the DALL-E.
And that makes positive forces of capitalism more efficient, increase in microeconomic leverage.
And it's individual empowerment, right? And so our sort of industrial age systems were not set up for that level of individual empowerment. Just to give you like one example, I think we take for granted every single website you go and log into. You can configure your Twitter profile. You can make it dark mode, light mode, and your name. All this stuff is editable, right? How do you configure your USA experience? Is there a USA.com that you edit? Can you even edit your name there?
Dark mode for USA.
Just your profile. Is there like a national profile? I mean, there's like driver's license. The point is that it's assumed that it's not like individually customizable quite in that way, right? Of course, you can around your house and stuff like that, but it's not like your experience of the US is like configurable.
Think about that. Let me think about the analogy of it. So the microeconomic leverage, you can switch apps. Can you switch your experience in small ways, efficiently multiple times a day and inside the United States?
Well, the physical world.
Because chasing the physical world, you do like micro migration.
So this is coming back to the hunter-gatherer, farmer-soldier, digital nomad kind of thing, right? The digital nomad combines aspects of the V1 and V2, right? Because the digital nomad has the ability and freedom of hunter-gatherer, some of the consistency of this civilization of the farmer and soldier, right? Coming back to this, like, one other thing about it is, in the 1950s, if a guy in a assembly line, I would push the same button for 30 years, okay? Whereas today, you're pushing a different key every second, right? That's like one version of like microeconomics. Another version is, in the 1980s, they didn't have Google Maps, right? So you could just like discover things off the path. People would just essentially do, home to work, work to home, home to work, and a trip had to be planned, right? You were contained within a reach space, or you do home to school. It wasn't like you went to explore the map. Most people didn't, right? They were highly canalized, okay? That it was just back and forth, very routine, just like the push the button, trapped within this very small piece, and also trapped within this large country because it was hard to travel between countries. And again, of course, there were vacations, of course, there was some one year was completely crushed, but it was actually quite hard, okay, relatively speaking. Just you were trapped with where you were thinking about, okay? And now that map is moved up. Now you can see the whole map. You can go all over. I don't have the data to show about the shock of people, the average person going to more places, plus, going to more restaurants and things like that today than they were in the 80s, simply because the map is open.
And the map is made more open to the digital world.
Exactly. So we're reopening the map like together. Okay, because you can now think about every site for very low cost that you can visit. Right? The digital world, how many websites have you visited? I don't know, hundreds of thousands over your life, right? How many places on the surface of the earth? You're actually maybe like a whole traveler, right? But still, even your physical mobility is less than the digital world, right? You can just essentially the entire concept like nations and workers didn't exist in undergrad, right? Because you couldn't build permanent fortifications, and even nations as we currently think of them, like demarcated borders. You needed cartography, you needed maps, right? That stuff didn't exist for a long time. You just had sort of a fuzzy area where you kind of controlled the territory, and these guys are on the other side of the river.
I think
I don't want to digress.
The word digress away. I think the entirety of life on Earth is a kind of digression. It's crazy beauty and complexity as part of the digression. I think your vision of the state is really powerful, beautiful. I just link people name just give you something good. First of all, experience data. There's a reason for this podcast. There's something lost in the digital space.
Oh, sure.
And I find now I personally believe to play devil's advocate against the devil's advocate playing. I personally believe that this is a temporary thing. Google will figure out technology solutions to this, but I do find that currently people are much more willing to be on scale close to each other online than they are in person. The only way to do that is to Ukraine went front. The way you can have people be cool to each other in physical space is through the machinery propaganda that you guys inside,
right?
All that kind of stuff. That's really like hard work to do. Online, naturally, individual scale, people I'll start too easily engage in the drug of mockery, derision,
yes,
when they can find me. I don't know what that says about human nature. I ultimately believe most of us want to be good and have the capacity to do a lot of good, but sometimes it's fun to be shitty, to shit on people, to be cool.
It's weird. It's weird because I think one of my sayings is just like the internet increases microeconomic leverage, the internet increases variance. For anything that exists before, you have the 0 and 100 versions of it. I'll give some examples. For example, you go from the 30 minutes to the 30-second clip or the 30 episode, right? You go from the guy working 9 to 5 to the guy who's the 40 years old and has failed to launch, has just a job, right? And the 20-year-old. Okay, you go from all kinds of things that were sort of Gaussian or kind of extreme locations to extreme outcomes on both sides. Okay? And applying that here, you are talking about the bad outcome, which I agree does have the internet. In some sense, it makes people have very low empathy between others. But it also is the other extent. People find their mental soulmates across the world. Someone who's living in Thailand or in, like Latin America, who thinks all the same stuff, just like them. Wow, you never met this person before, right? You can get to know them online, you meet in person. It's like, the brains that need to communicate for 2 years, 3 years, you get friends, and you see them in person, it's just great, right? So it's not just the total lack of empathy. It is, frankly, far more empathy than you would be able to build usually with an in-person conversation in the 80s or the 90s with someone else in the world, because you might not know their music or their country or not even know they existed. How you find each other, right? So it is kind of both. It is tearing society apart and it's putting it back together, both at the same time.
My main concern is what I see is that young people are for some reason more willing to engage in the drug of cruelty online under the veil of anonymity.
But you're not seeing private chats. Like there's this kind of
well, I work for the intelligence agency, so I'm Yeah, uh, yes, but you can intuit stuff, and I don't think I'll be very selective. I mean, if you just look at the young folks, I mean, I am very concerned about the intellectual, psychological growth of young men and women.
So I'm not disagreeing with you on this. I am saying there is a positive there. If we see it, we can try to amplify that.
Yes, technology.
Yes, that's
but
right.
just saying, very, very basic technology, like if stuff I clean up over the weekend kind of thing. I think if I throw anonymity on top of that, it will lead to many bad outcomes for young people.
Anonymity, yes, certainly maybe not. The credit is actually fairly blunt, right?
The entirety of it chuckles as you said that.
Well, within a subreddit, it's actually fairly blunt. Like they say, you're not usually seeing. It depends on which subreddit.
There's a consistency. There's I think definition of politeness is interesting here because it's polite within the culture of that subreddit.
Yes, they abide by the social norms of that subreddit.
Right. And that's the definition of politeness.
Yeah, well, our civility is like.
So there's a difference between pseudonymous and anonymous. You're saying it's possible that pseudonymity you can actually avoid negative aspects.
Absolutely. Re-Dunbarizing in some ways. Okay, with China being the big exception around there. The Dunbar number, 150 people. If you know, that's like roughly the scale of your society, right? Or that's a number of people that you can kind of keep in their brains. You know, whether approximately, I think it's probably roughly true. And we're re-Dunbarizing because A, we're making small groups much more productive, and B, we're making large groups much more fractious, right? So you have an individual like Notch who can program Minecraft by himself, or Satoshi who can do Bitcoin by himself, or Instagram which is like 10 people, or WhatsApp which is like 50 people for this whole. But on the other hand, you have quote countries of hundreds of millions of people that are just finding that first and second principle, they're splitting on principal components. Whether Scott Alexander thinks this are statements. That statement said one group thinks it's obviously true, one group thinks it's obviously false. You can think of it as political polarization. You can think of game theory. It's also different reasons for why this happens. But those large groups now are getting split, and so you have both the unsustainability of these large artificial groups and the productivity of these small organic groups. And so that is kind of sort of obvious. That's the direction of civilizational free market. We just need to kind of do this.
This is there's so many people just like who mentioned chocolates and advertising themselves. Your entirety of the speech is an intellectual box of chocolates. But okay, so I don't think we finished defining the state. Let's linger on the definition. You gave the one sentence statement which I think essentially encapsulated the online issue. What else? Can you just try to bring more richness to this definition? How you think about the real estate?
Absolutely. So that informal sentences, a network state is a highly enlightened online community with a capacity for collective action that crowdfunds territory around the world and eventually gains diplomatic recognition for pre-existing states. So we talked about what is the alignment of online communities and the capacity for collective action.
Yep.
Well, one collective action could be 1,000 people liking the tweet, right? If you get 1,000 people. But a much higher bar is 1,000 people crowdfunding territory and actually living together, just like people crowdfund in physical space, and not all in one place. That's critical. Just like Bitcoin is a decentralized currency, the network state has to be a decentralized state-like entity. Okay, where it starts with, for example, two people just get, they become roommates. They meet in this community, they become roommates. Okay, they get it together. Or 10 people get a group house, or eventually 100 people just buy a certain apartment. Guess what? They start getting equity and just paying rent. Okay? These are all the people who share their values, and now they can crowdfund territory together. Now, of course, they don't just jump straight from 1,000 people liking something to 1,000 people crowdfunding something. What I described in the middle is you do a lot of meetups, you get to know these other people before you decide to live, collectively with them. Once you live with them, you start to get a network effect. For example, if those 100 people want to learn Spanish or Turkish or Vietnamese, they could all have a building where they're doing Vietnamese immersion, right? And that's something which they get a benefit from being physically around the other people. Pure digital wouldn't get quite the same extent, right? And so crowdfunding territory around the world, especially not just one place, they're all connected by the internet. Just like Hawaii is 2,000 miles away from the continental U.S., but both sides think of them as American, whether people are Hawaii and people to continental U.S.
What's the role of having that territory?
Why?
If most of the exchange, presumably, as technology is getting better, the communication, the intimacy, the exchange of ideas, perhaps the digital world is the importance of being on the crowd territory.
Well, because we're still physical creatures. You can't reproduce yet, right? There's still lots of things. Well, that's got to be part of it. You're going to want to
Right? Are we talking about?
well,
Like, what,
it's not a cult.
why can't you just like take it for why is it not?
It's not a cult of cults. A cult is very internally focused, and it tries to close its members off from the outside world. This is much more how America itself is popular. There were lots of towns. Like Penn is named after the founder of Texas, Sam Houston. Lots of towns in the Oneida Commune in northern New York, they recruited and became a town, and it became actually the Oneida glassware company that kind of makes glassware out of it. All of these communities that were opt-in voluntary communities were not simply like cults that were closed off the world. They were meant to set an example of what virtuous living looked like, and they were trying to recruit the rest of the world. They were exporting the rest of the world, right? So it is it's yes, reproduction, it's marriage, and kids, and so on, but it's also just hanging out, and it is the physical world is very high. There's lots of stuff. Someone's just going to have a dinner in person just to hang out and build things. Moreover, there's also lots of innovation that can take place in this. Look, one of my mistakes in the book is cloud first, land last, but not land ever. Okay, in many ways, what the problem solves is Teal's problem of, we have innovation but not atoms, right? We can build $1 billion company in the line. We need $1 billion to build a shed in San Francisco, right? How do you reconcile that? Well, what is stopping the innovation atoms? It's thinking of regulations. What are those regulations? Ultimately, a social construction. If you lean into the whole deconstructionist school of thinking, you can deconstruct and then reconstruct the state itself, given sufficient social consensus online. Okay, if the population of Nevada had consensus, you could just dissolve every law in theory and build new ones. Okay, so the online consensus of getting people to agree on something is upstream of what happens. So once you have consensus events, the human consensus, also cryptographic consensus, then you can appreciate the world patterns. The reason we can appreciate the world patterns right now is you don't have that consensus of minds. Okay, for example, SF, anything you do is going to be 50% of people who are against. Like, so that's just recipe. Whereas if you have a bare piece of land that everybody agrees on, you can get 70,000 units get set up in Burning Man in just 3 days. Okay, that's power. You actually have consensus. One way I talk about this also in the book a little bit, so go much more into detail too. I think of this as 100% democracy as opposed to 51%. 51% democracy, which is the current form of government, is 49% dictatorship. Because the entire premise of democracy is about the consent of the government. Right? That's actually the legitimating principle. And insofar as 49% did not consent to the current, president or prime minister or whatever, let's say presidential system, first past language, insofar as 49% did not consent, or in a prime minister system, like 60% or more didn't consent to the current leader, those folks are having something imposed on them that they literally did not vote on. Moreover, campaign promises are non-binding, so if they voted for it, they can effectively defraud. Actual voter fraud is when a politician promises X but does not do it. It's as if you bought a can of orange juice and actually drinking its milk, or it's nothing, right? So all of that is routinized, all of that is accepted. We have this thing which is just minimum possible amount of democracy, 51%. Okay, what happens is that 50% tries to ram something down 49% throat, and then the next election is now 51-49 the other way, and they ran it back. And that's how you get this seesaw that is just 10 countries apart, right? The alternative to that is you build a consensus online. You go and get some democracy, you catch a terror. Actually, the worse the terrorist, the better. Why? Because nobody cares nicer the piece of land, the more the people are going to argue about it. But Starlink has repressed the world. Basically, all kinds of pieces of territory that were previously, they were far away from natural ports, they're far away from natural resources. All kinds of pieces of territory around the world now have satellite internet. And so what you can do is, the map is being reopened, right? Like we were talking about earlier. The map is being reopened. You can gather your community online. They're now capable of collective action. You can point here. This place has great Starlink coverage. You go there like a Verizon guy. Can you hear me now? Right? You see that the coverage is there. You drive out there, you test it out. Maybe you do mobile homes first, right? This, by the way, is something. There's YIMBY and there's NIMBY and there's YIMBY, but I actually also like YIMBY. Okay. So NIMBY is not in my backyard. Don't build it in cities. YIMBY is let's build high density buildings, really tall buildings in cities. There's a third version, which is horizontal small. Why horizontal? Because to build a skyscraper, a tall building in a city, you have this enormous permitting process, all of this stuff which has to get done. It's expensive, it's time. The way that cities build, when you go back to the video, what does the start of the city look like? It looks like something like Greenland. It looks like the cities of the Wild West. They were not multi-story buildings, right? They were basically separate, like one story, and have it there in the dust, and then you build roads and stuff. They can move them around. It was much more dynamic. And so we have that vision of what a startup city looks like, right? Now you've got there's a company I found called Gift, which is van life. There's a lot of stuff in construction that makes this feasible. So-called man camps for fracking, where people can just do like companies like Greco power. You bring water, all this stuff inside. So it's easy to actually snap this stuff to grid, relatively speaking. If you've got horizontal space, you pick the space, you crowd the territory. Okay. The last bit is eventually gain diplomatic recognition from pre-existing states. And this is the part that different people with me up to this point, and they'll say, okay, that's the part I disagree with, or how are you doing it, right? They'll say, yeah, you can build an online community. I believe you can get collective action. Of course, people have crowdfunded land and move it together, doing it at a larger scale. All that I believe. How are you possibly ever going to get diplomatic recognition from pre-existing states to dumb delusional tech right? That's okay. That's about the tone of this, right? And so first I would say sovereigns are already out for business. They're making deals. Okay. Nevada needs to deal with Tesla to build the Gigafactory. El Salvador has Bitcoin as its national currency. Wyoming is now the DAO law where Ethereum is now recognized, where you can have on-chain corporations that are recognized by Wyoming. Virginia and New York negotiated Amazon HQ2. Tuvalu signed a deal with GoDaddy.tv. Colombia signed a deal for the .co. And on and on. Sovereigns are looking for business. Sovereigns are doing deals with companies and with currencies. Sovereigns at the level of cities like Miami or New York, where the mayor starts having their salary. States like Wyoming or Nevada has private cities legislation, or entire countries like El Salvador. So
When you say sovereign, the old physical nation states,
fiat states.
fiat states.
Okay. And
But the fiat is that makes a state work.
No, it's just it is something where the quote, right? So basically, it's a play on words, just like fiat currency. Cryptocurrency, we will have fiat country and crypto country, right? And in fact, you think of the fiat and crypto version of almost anything. One thing I'll cover later is a big thing I think comes after digital currency is digital passports. Okay, so and that's a big part of this whole number two thing that you can come back to. But so that last bit, the reason I just mentioned all those deals between sovereigns, whether at the city, U.S. state, or UN listed country level, okay? And on the other hand, so on one side of the market, on the other side are the companies and the currencies. Why could we not have right?
So diplomatic recognition, but aren't you still attached to the responsibilities that come from being a member of a sovereign, old school nation state?
So,
Can you possibly escape that?
So yes, and let me give you a concrete example. Israel. Okay, why? People talk about, a lot of people are like, oh, well, he took this from Snow Crash or some sci-fi book Bill reference. But actually, if there's maybe for reference, this is not the only reference, but a very important reference that I think is much more important to me than Snow Crash, which is good, whatever, it's fiction, is Judenstaat by Theodor Herzl, which translates as the Jewish state, and that led to the foundation of Israel. That's very real. It's worth reading because it's amazing. Theodor Herzl was like the tech founder. Okay, in the book he was writing about the death distance in 1897. Why? Because steamships could take you across, countries. Okay, and he's just, amazingly smart and practical guy. He handled all these various objections, and he said, look, the Jewish people, our choices are either A, assimilate culture, or B, some people are thinking communism's a good idea. I disagree with that. We should do build our own country, right? And that was considered totally crazy. What he did was he A, wrote a book, B, started a fund, C, organized a semi-annual conference, the World Zionist Conference, and the fund that the Congress are still today. Crucially, there were a bunch of intermediate stages between the book and the idea and the actual state of Israel in 1947. For example, the folks who were committed Zionists got together and started crowdfunding territory in Palestine. And in fact, though, Palestine was only one choice. In the book, they also had Argentina as a choice. So this is my concept: cloud first, land last, and the land's parameter you can choose. Right? Other places have been considered at various points, like Madagascar, Birubidza, the former Soviet Union. Right? The land was a parameter. Palestine went out because of its historical rights. Now, by the way, one thing I'm sure some fraction of viewers are like, oh my God, I'm obviously not denying that there's enormous amounts of controversy and so on that attends Israel. I consider myself generally pro-Israeli. I also consider myself pro-Palestinian. I fund lots of Palestinians and so on. So I'm leaving that part out, that huge conflict, for now. Okay, you might say that's airbrushing it. I don't mean it to do that. I'm saying here is the positive things they did. Can we take the positive and not have the negative? I'll come back to how we might solve this part. Let me just talk about this a bit more. So one of the things that happened was committed Zionists went to crowdfunded territory in now Israel, and they did it together, right? Why? Because when you're physically present on territory, yes, in theory, like the British Empire was in control; they were the sovereign. Okay, in practice, who are the boots on the ground, the facts on the ground, right? Because the people who are actually on the land and buildings and so on and so forth, who had the claim there is like people who are present. Okay, now this territory, this network of territories, eventually became the basis for became Israel. Now, I'm fully aware of that exact configuration of what territory was Israel, what territory was Palestinians. This is an enormous topic in this meeting, okay? But I just point this out to say the process of book to crowdfunding territory to a sovereign state of people who are now citizens of Israel, as opposed to the British Empire, is not some fictional thing, but did happen. And with the lifetimes of some of the older, their 80s, the lifetimes of some of the older people. Okay, so it's not impossible. In fact, it has happened, right? Okay.
But for that, perhaps hopefully it's a better example because in this particular, like you said, land last. If I was an alien and arrived on Earth, say choice of land, maybe you were in using a land that represents a network state where ideas that unites people based on ideas. Maybe pick a land that doesn't lead to generational conflict,
Yes, so it's that
destruction, suffering.
That's right. So now that I've said are positive things about Israel, and I think there's a lot to admire Israel. As I said, there's also a lot to admire the Palestinians, so I'm not taking a position on that. There's other inspirations for the network state. The second major inspiration is India, which managed to achieve independence non-violently. Right? That's very important, right? So can you fuse these things, right? States are the book that achieved independence non-violently, okay, and that managed to build this polyglot, multicultural democracy, right? That does, India has flaws, but it does manage to have human rights laws be respected and what have you, right? And has managed to, times like emergency in the 1970s, there are times when it seemed touch and go. Overall, this whole thing has kind of made its way through. And the third inspiration is Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, who built a city-state from nothing. I shouldn't say, okay, there was something there, but let's say built one of the richest countries in the world without huge amounts of natural resources in the middle of a zone where there was lots of communist revolution going on. And so he was the CEO founder, essentially, of this amazing startup country, right? And finally, of course, America, which has too many influences to name all the things we talk about, the nation of immigrants, obviously the Constitution, and so on. And you think, okay, you think of these inspirations. What's interesting about these countries, by the way, Israel, India, Singapore, and the US, they have something in common. You know what that is? They're all forks of the UK caucus. We think, obviously, the UK was sort of the ancestor of America, but Israel was a former British colony, right? India was a British colony, and so was Singapore, right?
It's for people who don't know before code-based. It's language from versioning systems, particularly Git, represented online on a website called GitHub. And a fork means you copy the code and all the changes you make to the code output all over the world. So America took the ideas that defined the United Kingdom and forked it by evolving those ideas in a way that didn't affect the original country.
That's right. And what's interesting about this is, of course, I'm seeing that in some places, right? You see, use a little analogy, right? So you have the Americans forked the UK code base, and then you have the Indians, Israelis, and Singaporeans who also made modifications. And in some ways, society has pieces that you can take from them and learn from them and try to combine them. So you have a state that is started by a book that non-violently assembles, that crowdfunds territory around the world, that is led by a CEO founder, and that is also governed by something that's like a constitution, but just like you mentioned, I talk about the V1, V2, and V3 a lot, right? Like V1 is gold, V2 is fiat, and V3 is Bitcoin, right? V1 is hunter-gatherer, V2 is farmer hunter, V3 is digital nomad or sovereign collective, okay, which is not just individual, but here, V1 is UK common law. They don't have a constitution. It's all precedent going for many years, right? V2 is the US Constitution, and V3 is the smart contract, the social smart contract, which is the fusion, obviously, Rousseau's concept, the social contract, and the smart contract. The social smart contract is like written in code, okay? So it's like even more rigorous than the Constitution. And in many ways, you can think of going from the United Kingdom of England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, United States of America, the network states of the internet, okay, where you go from the rights of Englishmen with Magna Carta to Europeans, African Americans, all the immigrants, the Americans in North America, you go all the people in the world, and so you basically are more democratic, and you're more capitalist because you're talking about internet capitalism, not just nation state block capitalism. In a sense, it's a V3, right? Another way is a V3. Only about 2% of the world is over 35, native born American, can qualify to be president of the United States. But 100% of the world, you can become the president of a network state. There might be a Palestinian in Washington or a Brazilian Hamilton, right? And now, rather than say, okay, maybe you have a small percentage chance of immigrating to the U.S. and a small percentage chance of your descendant, becoming president. Now we can just say you can start over. And you know what? Maybe this person is so exceptional they have Americans coming to their network state, right?
You don't think that kind of thing is possible with like the rich get richer in the digital space too? People with more followers. I have friends that have followers. And
I don't think it's a rich get rich. I think what happens is, so this is an important concept. It's multi-axis, right? That's to say, for example, just the introduction of the Bitcoin axis, right? And those, because it didn't exist pre-2000, now it exists. Those people who are rich in BTC terms are only partially correlated to those who are rich in USD terms. Because all it's
BTC is Bitcoin and USD is US dollar.
Yes. So that's a new axis. And ETH is yet another axis, right?
Ethereum.
Right. So you are essentially getting new social systems which are actually net quality decreasing. Because before you only had US millionaires, and now you have a new track, and then another track, right? Different hierarchies, different ladders, right? And so on net, you have more ladders to climb, and so it's not the rich getting richer. In fact, old money in some ways is a last currency. Old money and old states, I think those people who are focused on, you might call it, I would call it control. Okay, most folks on control who have the least incentive to switch, the rich will get poorer because it will be poor or politically powerless, politically poor, who go and seek it.
Yeah, I didn't mean the actual money, but yes. Okay, there's other ladders in terms of influence, political, social influence in these new network states. You I think said that basically anybody can become president of network states.
Just like anybody can have a start companies. Of course, whether you follow you doesn't matter, but anybody can go down. Go ahead.
Oh, from the perspective that anyone can find, anyone can find. I see.
We don't think it's implausible that somebody from Brazil or Nigeria. I mean, most quote billionaires in the world are not American. And in fact, actually, here's another point: it's far easier to become a tech billionaire than become our billionaire period than become president of the United States. There's less than 50 U.S. presidents ever, all time. Okay, it is a much more realistic ambition to become a billionaire than become president. There's like thousands of billionaires. In fact, 75% of them in the U.S. And many of those have been, some of them are like energy and oil, which is often based on political connections, but a very large rest are tech. Okay, and that's where you're mining online by hitting keys as opposed to with a pickaxe and granite, right? So the point is, we think it's totally understandable today for there to be a huge founder who comes out of Vietnam or South America, like you can name founders from all over the world, right? Exceptional people can rise from all over the world to run giant companies. Why can they not rise to run giant new countries? The answer is we don't know the mechanism, right? Just as another example, I talked about this in the book. Vitalik Buterin is far more qualified than Jerome Powell, right? Or anybody. He actually built he managed a monetary policy and a currency from scratch. Okay, as a 20-something, right? Obviously, that's a more accomplished person than somebody who just inherited. This is
Push back at that saying that the people that initially built the thing aren't necessarily competitive.
sometimes, but Kentucky's done a good job. Metallica's done a good job.
But it's not inherent.
Well, so actually, I will agree with you on that. And actually, I talk about this in the book where I've got an essay on this called Founding versus Inheriting. Okay, and the premise is actually the classic example of the same shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations. It means the guy starts out work, builds a fortune, his son maintains it, and his disciplined grandson dissipates it. Right?
But why is shirt sleeves a simple?
Well, but you're just working with you're not white collar, back to working with your hands. You're or working class or something like that, right? So essentially, that the grandson's wonders, right? And in sense, by the way, just to talk about that for a second, if you have 2 children and 4 grandchildren and 8 great grandchildren and 16 and so on, and an older family is much bigger, 6 children is not helping. Whatever fortune you have is now split 6 ways, 6 ways, and 6 ways again. So, with the exception of primogeniture, where the oldest son inherits all the way down, the majority of descendants, just a few generations out, have probably inherited none of the fortune, unless it is compounded to such an extent that it's like up 6x over 20 years. Right? So it's actually hard to maintain a quote ruling class in the sense that this person who's like 4 generations down has, like 1/16 of the DNA, 1/2 to the 4th, right, of their scion built a fortune. So it's not even like the same, it isn't the same family, right? The fortune actually is the family. So most people don't think a few generations out, they just kind of think, oh, Marx is right, there's always been a rich and a poor. It's actually much more dynamic than that. Because you literally, what is even the family without, 1/16, right? If you're 1/16 Rockefeller, are you a Rockefeller? You're 15, 16, something else. Would you have the Rockefeller fortune? Probably not, right? Now, are there, again, primogeniture, where the guy who inherits the name all the way, that would be one way to pass it down. Maybe that person doesn't necessarily have the qualities of the guy who, the cultural qualities of the qualities of the guy who's like 4 generations past, they tend to squander. Right? So this actually brings us to, coming back up to governance, the system that the guys who built the United States, like Washington, Hamilton, these are giants, right? These are founders. And the folks today are like, not the grandson, like the 40th generation heir of a factory that somebody else built. So think about a factory, and you have, this grandchild, great-grandchild that inherits a factory. Most of the time, it's just cranking out the goods, and the great-grandson is cashing checks. They have been selected as legitimate heir because it's the, founder, passes it down to his son, passes it down to his grandson, to the great-grandson. So legitimacy is there. They've got title. They can, I own this factory, okay? They can cash the checks. There's professional managers there. Everything seems fine. Until one day, that factory has to go from making, widgets to making masks for COVID or something else. Has to change directions. None of that capability for invention and reinvention is present anymore. These people have inherited something that they could not build from scratch. Because they could not build from scratch, they can't even maintain it. This is an important point. The ability to build from scratch is so important because if some part breaks and you don't know why it was there, can you even maintain it? No, you can't. Okay? Unless all the replacement parts that know how to fit them together is there, you can't repair this. So in 2009, Mother Jones had a story that said that the US military had forgotten how to make some kinds of nuclear weapons because there was a part where all the guys who got make it were aged out or left. Okay? And this was something like aerogel or something like that. It was further. Okay? Thing is, you're seeing, increasingly, for example, you've got wildfires in California, you've got, water that's potable in Jackson, you've got power outages in Texas. You're seeing a lot of the infrastructure in the U.S. is just less functional. I think probably part of that is due to civil engineering not being that sexy a field, people aging out, and domain knowledge being lost, and the heirs who, the role of mayor or whatever in this town, don't have the ability to build from scratch. You're just selected from legitimacy, not competence. Okay? So once you think about this concept of founding versus inheriting, and the whole series talks about this, of course, the alternative to somebody who's legitimate but not competent, what people will say is, oh, we need like an authoritarian to control of everything. And then their hope is that person is competent, but they don't have legitimacy. Because if they're just installed as just like a authoritarian ruler, 50% of the population is really mad at them. They don't have time to please grab the title. Maybe they serve enough force. That's the problem with kind of the authoritarian dictator, right? So the alternative, the third version, is the founder, who combines both legitimacy and competence, because they start from scratch. They attract people to their vision. They build it from scratch. And so you need this ability to constantly do refounding improvements.
So if you imagine a world that is primarily network states, can you help me imagine what that looks like? Now, there's several ways to imagine things, which is how many of them are there and how often do they ones pop up?
There could be thousands.
Given 7 billion people, 8 billion people.
Yeah. So there's network state in the precise definition I have, which is grammatically recognized. There's network states whose definition where, one thing that's interesting is this term has become a lowercase term really fast. Okay,
These days.
Yeah, like in the sense of Google became lowercase before Googling, or like Uber became lowercase. Like if you go to networkstate.com for such reviews, or you go to search.google.com and put in network state, it's just become like a phrase. Okay, so that means sort of whatever I intended to mean, people will use it to mean what they want it to mean. Right? Okay. So it's interesting, right?
You become like your medium.
I mean, okay. But the book is, I think it's good. That's actually why I want to make it free. I want to take it out there, make it their home. And one of the things I say, and I'll come back to this thing, is it's a toolbox, not a manifesto. Even if you dislike 70%, 80%, or 90%, if there's something that's useful to you, you can take that and use it, just like a library, the software library. You might just use one function there. Great. I'm glad I'm use it now. That's my purpose.
You're not out.
No, not irony. And basically, the whole point of this actually is it's polytheistic, polystatistic, it's genuinely
Polyamorous.
It's not polyamorous. So somebody might
Do you
not.
have a love request? I didn't see it. So did you talk about love?
I do not have. Not that I don't believe in love straight.
All right, I will accept your offer to read a guest chapter in your YouTube book about love.
All right. Great.
Because there is some aspect that's very interesting. Which parts human civilization parts like physical because it seems like
Yeah, as I said, but you're not going to build a self-driving car city in digital space. You're not going to be able to do all. Well, sure, but let's say you're not going to be able to get to Mars in a purely digital thing. You need to build, a rocket launcher. You're not going to be able to do all the innovative biomedicine, whether it's all the have you seen bioelectricity or there's stuff on regenerative medicine, since all the stuff you just can't do that, right? We're still physical beings, so you need physical space. But how do we get there? So that this is meant to wend its way through various roadblocks of the so-called, actually my term for many years ago, the idea maze. It's meant to wend its way through the idea maze to find how to use bits to unlock innovation. That
the idea maze. Go back to visualizing a number of states.
Yes. Okay. So let me first anchor this because people just get some numbers right. How many UN countries are there? Like 196, 193, okay? And there's some that are only like Taiwan or Israel, right? Where they're not. I mean, Israel's a country, but it's not recognized by every country. Or no, but right. Yeah. Okay. So within that list of about 200 countries, okay, I've got a graph that shows that most countries are actually small countries. But there's 12 countries that have less than 100,000 people by the UN definition. There's another 20 something that have between 100,000 and 1 million. There's another 50 or 60 something that have between 1 million and 10 million. So most countries in the UN are less than 10 million people. There's only 14 countries that are over 100 million people. Okay, so most countries are small countries is kind of surprising to us because most people live in big countries. Okay, and so now you're like, okay, well, I've built social networks that are bigger. You have a following that's bigger than 100,000 people. You have a following that's bigger than a small country like your body would have, right? And okay, so that first changes feasibility. I think of a country as this huge thing. It's actually smaller than many countries that social networks have built. Number two is the number of humans in countries, even though it's been flat-ish for the last 30 years, with like a few things like South Sudan, East Timor that have come online. There's a graph that shows that it's increased by about 40 or 50 something at the end of World War II, when they set up to 100 activities. There's been like kind of a series increase, particularly with all the decolonization, all the government heads, first from the British Empire and then from the Soviet Empire, right? Imperial breakup led to new countries. Okay, and so then the question is that flat forever? Well, the number of new currencies similarly increased for a while, roughly one per country or thereabouts. And then it was flat, and then suddenly it's going completely vertical. That's an interesting graph, right? Where it's linear-ish, and then it's flat, and then it just goes poof like this. Now you can define, you can argue where the boundary is for a new currency. Okay, I think Bitcoin certainly counts, and Ethereum certainly counts in terms of just its scale and adoption. So at least you have two. If you take the broad church view, you have 1,000, right? Somewhere in between, you might say, how many currencies are above the market cap of an existing previously recognized fiat currency, like which got on the leaderboard, right? There's a website just like coinmarketcap.com. That's like a site for like currency tracking, very popular. Okay? There's a fun site called fiatmarketcap.com, which shows where Bitcoin is relative to the fiat currencies of the world, and it's like classic number 27, somewhere between the Chilean peso and the Turkish lira or something. Okay? And it previously was cracking the top 10, and I think it will again. So we know that you can have a currency out of nowhere that ranks with the fiat currency of the world. Could you have a country out of nowhere that ranks with the countries of the world? So this is maybe the fastest way. You probably should have said something at the beginning. If you go to the network state one image, okay, that kind of summarizes what the network state looks like visually. It's one single visual. The visual is a dashboard, and the dashboard shows it's like a social network, except your visual is on the map of the world, and it's got network nodes all over the 100 people here, 1,000 people there. They're all connected together. The total population of people in this social network is about 1 million people, 1.7 million people. And some of the buildings some of the people are just folks in their apartment who conceptualize themselves as citizens of this network state. And they've got a flag on their wall, right? The digital passport on their phone along with digital currency. Others are groups of hundreds or thousands or even tens of thousands of people that have all taken over a neighborhood, just like Chinatowns exist, right? Just like, intentional communities exist. They just basically, go and drop the land together, right? And these are all networked together. Just like the islands of Indonesia are separated by the ocean, these are islands of this network state that are separated by the internet. Okay, so they conceptualize themselves. And at the very top of the dashboard, there's something very important, which is population, annual income, and real estate footprint of this network state. So population, you can build an online social network. You can build something which has a population that's bigger than these 100,000 university countries. One of the new things contributions that Network has is say that you can not just exceed in population, you can exceed in real estate footprint. Because one way of thinking about it is, I don't exactly know the numbers of foreign ownership in Estonia, but let's say for the million something Estonians own and could afford Estonia. Okay, 1 million people could buy a territory that is the size of Estonia, right? That's probably true for sure. There might be some overseas ownership, but it's probably true. Okay, you probably find that. What that means is 1 million people digitally could buy distributed territory that is probably greater than the size of Estonia. Especially if they're buying like desert territory or stuff like that. Which means now you have a digital country that is ranking not just in people, not just in real estate, so it's also in real estate for the countries of the world. So you start ranking, you're bigger than the US countries, your population, and your real estate. And the third is income. Okay? You can prove on chain that you have a income for the digital population that is above a certain right? This is what I call the census of the network state. And it's actually such a crucial component that I had, the essay, the network state at 1,000 words. The post office and census were actually important enough to be written into the US Constitution. Okay? Partly because it was like for apportionment of representatives, partly because it was a feedback mechanism. And so that census was done every 10 years. It's provided a crucial snapshot of the for the last 100 years. Okay? Now, here, this census of a digital state could be done every 10 seconds. Okay, conducting it is actually not the hard part. The hard part is proving it. Because how will the world believe that you actually have 100,000 people spread across countries? Could there be bots? Could they be AIs? Proof of human, proof of income, and also proof of real estate start to actually rise dramatically in importance. Because you're saying you're going to rank this digital state on the leaderboard of the fiat states. Okay, so that means that people will start to, at first they'll just laugh. Once you start claiming you have 10,000 citizens, so people are going to start be like, is that real? That's real. Okay. So I have a whole talk on this actually. I'm giving it this Chainlink conference, but essentially, how do you prove this, right? The short answer is crypto oracles will solve it. The somewhat longer answer is you put these assertions on chain, these proof of human, these proof of real estate, etc., assertions on chain. Okay, and there's people who are writing to the blockchain, and they are signing their assertions. Now, of course, simply just putting something on chain doesn't be true. It just says you can prove not that it is written on chain is true, but the metadata is true. You can show who wrote it via their digital signature, what they wrote, hash, when they wrote it, types. So you can establish those things of metadata, who, what, and when was released. So, for example,
How do you know it's more human?
great question. Let's say you bought a bunch of your piece of territory from Blackstone. Okay, as a function of that, Blackstone.eth signs an on-chain receipt that says this Lex Friedman bought this piece of property from us, and it has, it's 1,000 square meters, and this is on-chain. They sign it. Okay, that's their digital receipt. Just like you might get a receipt when you buy a piece of property or something, right? You just put it not online, but on-chain, and it's signed by Blackstone or whatever real estate vendor you buy from. It could be a company, it could obviously be an individual, right? And so you have a bunch of these assertions. Let's say there's 47 different real estate vendors. I know vendors is a term there, but just bear with me, right? 47 different real estate sellers that you've bought all of your territory from. Each of them puts down signatures that are asserting that a certain amount of real estate is bought, and its square meters, its location, or whatever. The sum of all that is now your real estate. Okay. And now the question is, was that real? Well, because they signed what they put on you can do things like you can audit. Let's say Blackstone has signed 500,000 properties. They've sold them on chain. And I'm not talking about 2022 or 2023, but 2030, right? It'll be a few years out. People are doing something. So you get that on-chain receipt. You've got 500,000 of these. What you can do is just sample them. Okay. You pick a subset of them. Let's say 500 properties around the world. You go there. You actually go and independently look at what the square footprint is. And then from that, you can see what was the actual measurement versus their report. And then you can, via statistical inference, extrapolate that if they're randomly to the rest of the properties. Get a reliable for Blackstone's reporting of its real estate.
Who does the auditing?
That's the auditing stuff.
So the crypto oracle is the
Auditable.
On-chain, what did you say, assertions? Yeah, well, who I still have to get the proof of human, but auditing is a bunch of people randomly checking like not full of shit.
That's right. So
Okay, who is in charge of the auditing?
So it could be a big four, like PwC, and basically the accountants that do corporate balance sheet, cash flow,
Who keeps them in check? No corruption. Just imagine how that works.
Yeah, it's a good question. So, at a certain point, you get to watch this watchers, right? And the government is meant to keep the accountants accountable. And Arthur Anderson actually did have a whole flame out, around the time they had run. So it is possible that there's corrupt accountants or bad accountants, or whatever. But of course, the government itself is corrupt in many ways. It brings all this money in, seizes all these assets, and surveils everybody, and so forth. So, the answer to your question is going to be probably exit, in the sense that if those accountants, they are themselves going to digitally sign a report and put it on chain. Okay, so they're going to say, we believe that X, Y, and Z's reports are on chain, this reliable, and here's your suit. If they falsify that, well, if somebody finds that eventually, then that person is downgraded, then you have to go to another account. Right?
Is there wisdom? Yeah, just we breathe in and out. As I mentioned, some of the heaviest shit I've ever read. But because I visited Ukraine, I've read Famine by Anne Applebaum, Bloodlands.
Yeah.
And it's just a lot of coverage of the census. There's a lot of coverage of a lot of things. But in Ukraine in 1930, Stalin messed up with the census to hide the fact that a lot of people died from starvation.
They did that with the cooperation of Arthur G. Salter, like Walter Gray, all the
several parties involved. Can there be several parties involved in this case that manipulate the truth as it is represented by the crypto oracle and is checked by the auditing mechanism?
It is possible, but the more parties are involved in these fights, the more defections there are. So that's why you basically have, another level of, focus, right? And really, I think what it comes back to is if you're showing your work, right? This is the difference between crypto economics and fiat economics. The Bitcoin blockchain, anybody can download it and run verification. Okay, this is different than government inflation stat, which people don't believe, right? Because the process is just, it is true that CPI methodology is published and so on, but it is not something which people feel reflects their actual basket of goods, right? And so the independent verifiability is really the core of what true auditability is. And so then to your question, it's hard for some people to be able to collude because the blockchain is public and everything they bring to it is public. And so if there's an error, it's easier in some ways to tell the truth than to lie because the truth is just naturally consistent across the world. Whereas lies can be found out even it's just necessity of benefits. Right? It's something where the digits in like a real, if you take the last digit, or the first digit, I think it's the first digit, right? So you take the first digit in an actual financial statement with the distribution of like how many ones, how many twos, how many threes, percentages. It has actually, you'd guess it might be, each one could be equally random, 10%. It's not like that actually. There's a certain distribution that it has. Fake data doesn't look like that, but real data does.
That's weird.
It's interesting, right?
Whitaker's law, also called the first digit law, states that the leading digits in the collection of data sets are probably going to be small. For example, most numbers set about 30% will have a leading digit of 1.
Yeah, so that's a great example of what we were talking about earlier, the observational to the theory.
Ooh, there's a Benford's law of controversy. Looking that up. Benford's law of controversy. Benford's law of controversy is an adage from the 1980 novel Timescape, stating passion is inversely proportional to the amount of real information available. The adage was quoted in an international journal health article on peer-reviewed social science. Can I just say how much I'm on Wikipedia? I have Wikipedia coming on this very podcast very soon, and I think the world's exist. One of the things I want to talk about is the ways that he believes that Wikipedia is going wrong.
So on technical truth, it's great. Remember, I think earlier on like technical truths versus political truths and technical truth is great. On political truths, it's like a definition. Just as one example, it's something that I was going to write up, but there was a scam called HBC token that managed to edit Wikipedia. Nobody detected it. It said that I was like the founder of HBC token.
That you were.
Yeah, I had nothing to do with this. And people were scammed out of it because people just pushes Wikipedia links to high on Google. People are like, well, this is Wikipedia, therefore it's real, right? Wikipedia has that bio of living persons thing. They should just allow people to use the profile zero quality control. It's literally facilitating fraud, right? Where people maliciously edit and then do things with them, and nobody cares or is looking at it beyond the fraudsters. And this is happening. If that was happening, that was like undetected. I wasn't being. This was like there for like I don't know weeks or months, totally undetected. That really facilitated fraud, right? And fundamentally, the issue is that Wikipedia doesn't have any concept of who's editing or property rights or anything like that, right? It is also something which is, it used to be something in the early 2000s, mid-2000s, people said, oh, it's Wikipedia, how trustworthy it can be, Britannica's reviewed. And that's been forgotten, and now it's become over-trusted, right? Remember the thing like, the more trust something gets, the less trustworthy it often becomes. It kind of abuses the power, right? So, I'm interested in, Google actually had a model that called KNOL. KNOL, null, was something where when there were different versions of a Wikipedia style page, you had Google Docs like permissions on them. For example, you might have 10 different versions of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Okay. And each one had an editor and folks that they could grant edit rights and so on. But this way you would actually be able to see different versions of the page. And they might have different versions of popularity, but this way you wouldn't have edit wars, you'd have forks, right? They'd all kind of coexist, and then people could review them, and now you can see different versions of something versus the thing that just kind of rewards dogged persistence or being an editor or something like that. The other thing is a lot of the folks who have editorial privileges in Wikipedia are there from the early 2000s, and most of India was online then. Most of Africa was online then, right? So there's this inherited power that exists, which, again, was fresh and innovative 10 or 20 years ago, but it's now kind of outdated.
Yeah, I want to see some data, though.
You want to see what?
I want to see some data because we can always, we often highlight small anecdotal cases. We often highlight issues in society, in the world, in anything, right? Taking a specific example, taking anecdotal data, it's like there's a problem here.
Yeah.
I want to know on that how much positive is being added to the because of it. My experience that I try to be empathetic and open-minded, my exploration of media has been such that it is a breath of fresh air in terms of the breadth and depth of knowledge that is there. Now you can say there's bias, that there's wars that are incentivized not to produce truth, but to produce a consensus around a particular narrative. But that is how the entirety of human civilization operates. And we have to see where is it better and where is it worse in terms of platforms.
I think Wikipedia was an improvement over what came before, but has a lot of flaws. You're right, that absolutely. Sometimes people can over fixate on the anecdotal, but sometimes the anecdotal illustrates a general pattern. Okay, for example, one thing that happens frequently on Wikipedia is there are editors who will plant a story, and then they will go and use that story as like a neutral third party to win an edit war. So here's the phenomenon that happens in Wikipedia. You have an editor who's privileged above just random users, okay, who will plant a story and then cite that story as a neutral third party. So there's a site called Wikipediocracy, okay, and it discusses the case of a person named Peppermint who had a name that they didn't want included, their so-called dead name, on their Wikipedia profile. And there's a Wikipedia editor named Tenebrae who people allege was a Newsday reporter or a writer that put a piece into Newsday that dead name Tenebrae, that dead name Peppermint, and was able to cite it on the Wikipedia article as if it was like a neutral third party when it actually wasn't. When people allege it's the same guy. Okay, now that is not an uncommon thing. That actually. Okay, I know.
How many articles? I'm not.
Who's auditing?
I'm dancing with you, not against you. Okay. I'm saying how many articles have that kind of war where douchebags are manipulating each other?
So that's the question. What's the audit? Has Wikipedia actually been audited? Right? Who are the editors? Like, who's actually writing this stuff? It is actually something where, again, on technical topics, I think it's pretty good. On non-technical topics, there's something called the Wikipedia Reliable Sources Policy. It's a fascinating page, okay? So it actually takes a lot of the stuff that we have been, the world has been talking about in terms of what's a reliable source of information, and it's called the Wikipedia Reliable Sources, perennial sources, okay? And if you go to this page, which I'm just going to send to you now, right, you will literally see every media outlet in the world, and they're colored gray, green, yellow, or red. Okay, and so red is like untrustworthy, green is trustworthy, yellow is like okay. Now this actually makes Wikipedia's epistemology explicit. They are marking source as trustworthy or untrustworthy. For example, you are not allowed to cite social media, which is actually an enormous part of the people you're posting. You will instead you have to cite a mainstream media outlet that puts the tweets in the mainstream article, and only then can it decide.
By the way,
Sure.
Those are the rules written on the sheet of paper. I have seen Wikipedia in general play in the gray area that these rules create.
Oh well, if you are an editor, then you can get.
So you can use the rules, and you can, because there's a lot of contradictions within the rules. You can use them to, in the ways you said, to achieve the ends we want. It really boils down to the incentives, the motivations of the editors. And one of the magical things about Wikipedia, the positive versus the negative, is that it seems like a very small number of people with Stack Overflow can do an incredible amount of good editing and aggregation of good knowledge. As you said, that works, seems to work much better for technical things over which there's not a significant division. Some of that has to do less with the rules and more with the human beings.
Well, but here's the thing: so first, let me take this. I'm sure finish up the point of reliable sources, right? So if you go to this, you'll see that Al Jazeera is marked green, but let's say the Cato Institute is marked yellow, right? The Nation is marked green.
Shit! Oh snap!
Okay.
Right. Okay. Sure. Yes.
Right. The Nation is marked green, but National Review is marked yellow. Okay. You could probably go into. So what's good about this is make the epistemology explicit, right? You could actually take this table, and you could also look at all the past edit wars and so on over, and take a look at what things are starting to get marked as red or yellow, and what things are starting to get marked as green. And I'm pretty sure you're going to find some kind of partisan polarization, right? Number two is once something gets marked as being yellow red, then all links and all references to it are pulled out. For example, CoinDesk, okay, was marked as being like yellow. I think it's marked as red. CoinDesk, which is actually like,
I get a lot of information.
That's right, but it's marked as red. Why? Because there's some Wikipedia editors who hate cryptocurrency. So cryptocurrency on Wikipedia has been a huge topic where they've just edited out all the positive stuff. These are senior editors of Wikipedia who can control what sources are considered liable. So they've now knocked out CoinDesk, they've knocked out social media. They only allow mainstream media coverage, and not even all mainstream media, only those that aren't extreme. This is the manipulation of.
I want to know how many articles are affected by it, and
hundreds
on that,
hundreds of thousands.
you can just say that randomly.
I can't because all the
affected. There's different levels of effect in terms of it actually having significant impact on the quality of the art.
Let me give you an example. Make a card example, right? The fact that people cannot cite direct quotes on social media, but can only cite the rehash of those quotes in a mainstream media outlet, and not just any mainstream media outlet, but those that are colored green on the Wikipedia libel source policy, is a structural shift on every single article to make Wikipedia aligned with U.S. mainstream media corporations, right?
I am, as often, playing devil's advocate to counterpoint so that the disagreement reveals some profound wisdom. That's what I'm doing here. But also in that task here, I'm trying to understand exactly how much harm is created by the bias within the team of editors that we're discussing, and how much of Wikipedia is technical knowledge. For example, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Wikipedia articles I've seen there, that changes very aggressively a lot. And I hear from every side of this, but it did not seem biased. Here's like, as compared to mainstream media in the United States.
So now I'm going to say extremely woke. Okay. If you go look at this, right? Times of India is yellow, but Mother Jones, Jacobin, okay, they are green, right? So a niche, mostly white, Western, like partisan left outlet is marked green, but a billion people, like Times of India is marked yellow, right? That's a structural bias towards Western media outlets and Western editors when much of the rest of the world haven't gotten online. Or
I would just love to see, in terms of the actual article, what ideas are being censored, altered, shifted.
Okay.
I would love to. I just think it's an open. I'm not.
So the edit logs are there. The edit logs are public.
Yeah,
right?
I would be fascinating. Yeah, is there a way to explore the way the narratives shifted because of?
Sure. So a very simple one is if you were to pull all the edit logs of Wikipedia, you can see how many times are social media links disallowed. Okay. Like, first of all, think about this. How many just the fact that social media is not allowed to be cited or inconsistent, I think that's a problem. It's a huge problem. Like you can't cite, say, Jeff Bezos' own tweet. You have to cite some random media corporation.
Here's the thing. Sorry if I'm interrupting. Just hopefully I'm adding to it. I think they're trying to create friction as to the sources used, because if you can use social media, then you can use basically bots to create the sources, right? And then you can almost automate the editor war, right? Like,
here's the thing: is basically Wikipedia initially, said, "Oh, we cite mainstream media as a way of boosting its credibility in the early 2000s." Okay, when now it's sort of become merged with the US establishment, and it only says these things. Who's trust? I mean, have you seen the graphs of trust in mainstream media? Like this plummet down to like 10% or something like that, right? So the most trusted sources for Wikipedia are untrusted by the population.
Yeah, sure. That feels like a fixable technological point. I think I'm underinformed, and my gut says we're both together underinformed to do a rigorous for our discussion on Wikipedia. But hold on a second. I think I have a gut sort of developed feeling about which article is not to trust on Wikipedia. I think I need to make that explicit also. I have an understanding. Don't go to this. Don't go to Wikipedia for this particular topic. Like, don't go to Wikipedia for an article on Donald Trump or Joe Biden. There's going to be, if I did, I would go to maybe sections that don't have room for assertion of bias, or like the section on controversy or accusations of racism or so on, or sexual assault. I usually not trust Wikipedia out of those sections.
Like math, that would be great. Right? Wikipedia is great for that. On many topics that do not have a single consensus truth, it's structurally shifted towards basically white Western school whites, right? Fundamentally, that's the demographic. Yeah.
What kind of articles are affected by this? Let's like think about like
Everything that's not math and technology.
I think that's the strongest thing. Like I said, or Ukraine. Sure. I think that's the strongest statement. There's so much. I guess I'm saying affected to a large degree. Even this major battles in history, battle of Stalingrad. Sure. Like that's not math. So you think all of that is affected to a point where
Absolutely. Absolutely. If you look at the editorials, for example, of Stalin versus Hitler's tone on Hitler starts out legitimately and justifiably as basically genocidal and with Stalin, there's a fair number of Stalin passages that ended out with mention of genocide from the first few paragraphs.
I am playing this advocate part, but I also am too underinformed to do the level of defense I would like to provide for the wisdom that is there, for the knowledge that is there. I don't use the word truth, but for some level of knowledge that is there in Wikipedia, I think I really worry about, I know you don't need a cynical interpretation of what you're saying, which is don't trust anything on Wikipedia. I think you're being very consistent and eloquent in the way you describe the issues of Wikipedia, and I don't have enough actual specific examples to give where there is some like still battle for truth that's happening that's outside of the voice of society. I think we naturally distrust every source of information. There is a general distrust of institutions and a distrust of sources of knowledge that leads to apathy and cynicism about the world in general. If you believe a lot of conspiracy theories, you basically tune out this collective journey to power towards the truth, and that's like it's not even just Wikipedia. I just think Wikipedia was at least for time. Maybe I tuned out. Maybe because I am too focused on computer science and engineering, mathematics. To me, Wikipedia for a long time is a source of calm escape from the political battles of ideology. And as you're quite eloquently describing, it has become part of the battleground of political ideology. I just would love to know where the boundaries of that are.
You know, Glenn Greenwald this, lots of other folks, you know, for example, I'm definitely that
a lot of, let me just say, because I'm sensing this, and because of your eloquence, clear brilliance here, that a lot of people go to immediately.
Okay.
And this is what I am also treated by. This is not sure, but I often see that people will detect cynicism, especially when it is phrased as as yours, and will look at a natural mask like me and think that Lex is just being naive. Look at him trusting Wikipedia.
Let me argue. Okay.
Can you please do that? You can do that.
No, Lex, enjoy talking.
And I'm doing devil's advocate because I do really want to be I am afraid about forces of basically editors talking about authority, talking about people and censoring.
Yeah. So let me first argue your side, and let me say something, okay? Which is what you are reacting to is, oh, even those things I thought of as common sense are becoming paradigms. Where is the terror from? If we cannot trust anything, then everybody's just, it's anarchy and it's chaos. Like there's really no consensus reality, and anybody can say anything. Right? And I think that there's two possible deviations from, you know, let's say that the mainstream, you know, obviously people talk about like Cuban, for example, it's like this kind of thing where people just make things up. You know, they just go totally supply chain independent from mainstream media. And the mainstream media is a distorted gossamer of quasi-truth. These guys go to just total fiction as opposed to like, right? The alternative to QAnon, Blue Anon, mainstream media, but Satoshi, okay, which is an upward deviation. Okay, not a downward deviation to say there's no such thing as truth. Rather, the upward deviation is decentralized cryptographic truth, not centralized corporate or government. Okay,
So how does the decentralization?
great question. It's this concept of ledger of record. First, whether you're Israeli or Palestinian, Japanese or Chinese, Democrat or Republican, those people are creating the state of the Bitcoin blockchain. Hundreds of billions of dollars is managed without weapons, okay, across tribes with wildly varying ideologies, right? And what that means is that is a mechanism for getting literally consensus. It's called consensus, cryptographic consensus. And when people can get consensus on this, but they're getting consensus on their basically bytes that determine who holds what. This is exactly how people fight for, you know, for hundreds of billions of dollars, people will kill each other over that in the past, right? So for hundreds of billions of dollars, people can get consensus truth on this. It's highly adversarial, right? So the first generalization, it says you can go from bytes that reflect what Bitcoin somebody has to bytes that reflect what stocks, bonds, other kinds of assets people have. That's the entire DeFi theory of that space. Okay, basically the premise is if you go from consensus on one byte by induction, you can go to consensus on n bytes, depending on the cost of getting that consensus. Right? Same thing digital, represented, you know, or everything. Bytes. Right? So now you can get consensus on certain kinds of digital information, Bitcoin, but then also any kind of financial instrument. And then the next generalization is what I call the ledger. Many kinds of facts can be put partially or completely on chain. It's not just proof of work and proof of stake. There's things like proof of location, proof of human, proof of this, proof of that. The audio rules I talked about extended for lots and lots of people. Right? Proof of solvency, seeing that an actor has enough of a bank balance to accommodate what they say they have. You can imagine many kinds of technical assertions can be turned into proof of X and proof of Y. You start putting those on, you now have a library of partially proof of facts. Okay, this is how you get consensus, as opposed to having a white Western Wikipedia editor or mostly white Western U.S. media corporation or the U.S. government simply say what is true in a centralized version.
So, do you think truth is such an easy thing as you get to higher and higher questions of politics? Is the problem that the consensus mechanism is being hacked, or is the problem that truth is a difficult thing to figure out? Was the 2020 election rigged or not? Is the earth flat or not? It's a scientific one. That's
a technical truth spectrum, yeah.
But even the earth, like, well, that one, that's a bad example because it's very, you could rigorously show that the earth is not flat. But there's some social phenomena, political phenomena, philosophical one that will have a lot of debates, historical stuff about different forces operating within Nazi Germany, Stalinist, Soviet Union. I think there's probably a lot of, the historians debate about a lot of stuff like that. Blitz book talks about the infinite drugs. They're
Right.
right. And
Were they on
yeah, they all there's a lot of debates about how true, what is the significance of meth on the actual behavior and decisions of Hitler. And so there's still a lot of debates. Is it so easy to fix the decentralization question?
So I actually have like basically chapter 2 of the membership book is on essentially this topic, and so it's like 70 pages or something like that. So let me try to summarize what I think about it. First is that there was an Onion article that came out. I can't find it anymore, but it was about historians in the year 3000 writing about the late 90s, early 2000s. They're like, clearly, Queen Britain was a very powerful monarch. We can see how many girls around the world worshipped her like a god. And so it was very funny because it was a plausible distortion of the current society by a human civilization breaking through the rubble 1,000 years ago, having no context, right? And it's a very thought-provoking article because it says to what extent is that us taking over Pompeii or the pyramids or even like the 1600s or the 1700s, like years ago, were basically sitting through artifacts. And Sama Berger actually is like, which is, it's obvious, but it's a difference. I think calls it like dark history, which is, and again, it might be getting this wrong, but it's like only a small percentage of what the Greeks wrote down, has come to us to the present day, right? So perhaps it's not just the cursive right history, it's like the surviving records. We have this extremely partial, fragmentary record of history, and sometimes there's some discovery that rewrites the whole picture, like Beckley Timbias.
Everything I know about that is from Rogan, because he's a huge fan of that.
Yeah, so it's not like rereads it.
And then there's a lot of debates there.
There's a lot of debates. Basically, it's like the discovery of this site in northern Turkey that totally shifts our estimate of like when civilization started, maybe pushing it back 8,000 years further than this, right? The past, it's like an inverse problem in physics, right? We're trying to reconstruct this from limited information. It's like X-ray crystallography. It's an inverse problem, right? It's Plato's cave. We're trying to reconstruct what the world looks like outside from these shadows, these fragments that are being given to us, right? Or that we found. And so in that sense, as you find more information, your estimate of the past changes, right? Oh, wow, okay, that was civilization far away. Discoveries changes.
I want to try to, given all the gaps in the data we have, to try to remove bias from the process of trying to fill the gaps.
Well, so here's the thing. I think we're very close to the point of it, and that's why it'll sound crazy when I say it. But our descendants, I really do think of what the blockchain is, or cryptographically verifiable history, as being the next step after written history. It's like on par with that. Because anybody who has the record, the math is not going to change, right? Math is constant across human time and space, right? So, the value of time is constant. That's one of the few constants across all these different human civilizations, right? So, somebody in the future, assuming, of course, the digital record is actually intact to that point, because, in theory, digital stuff persists in practice. You have lost data, floppy drives, things like that. In a sense, in some ways, digital is more persistent, in some ways, physical is more persistent. Okay, assuming we can figure out the archival problem, then this future record, at least it's internally consistent, right? You can put a bunch of equivalence of checksums, right? Bitcoin verification process, just sum it all up and see that, okay, it's F of G of H of X, and boom, that at least is internally consistent, okay? Again, it doesn't say that all the people who reported it were, they could have put something on chain that's false, but at least you know metadata is not going to be very difficult to falsify. And this is it's a really unusual in terms of a robust history that is expensive and technically challenging to edit and alter. And that is the alternative to the Stalin-esque rewriting of history by centralized power.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do a lot of reading and thinking about, I'm actually, as you're talking, I'm also thinking about the fact that I think 99% of my access to Wikipedia is on technical topics. Because I basically use it very similar to Stack Overflow.
And even there, just unit tests. For example, one thing, right? So one thing I remember, I get it, maybe wrong, but I recall that the Kelly criterion, it's actually quite useful. Okay. Given your kind of probability that some investment pays off versus probability, you can have bets that are too large, bets that are too small. Sometimes the Kelly criterion, it goes negative, and actually it says you should actually take leverage just to short the outcome, that you should actually spend more than your current bankroll because you're going to get a good result. So it's a very sophisticated thing. And as I recall, many sites on the internet have the wrong equation. And I believe that was referenced on Wikipedia. The wrong equation was put on Wikipedia as a Kelly criterion for a while. Okay. And so without unit tests, see, math is the kind of thing that you could unit test, right? You could literally have the insert on the right hand side today, right? The modern version, we've got Jupyter, we've got Replit, we've got all these things. The modern version of Wikipedia, there's sites like golden.com, for example, like there's a bunch of things, lots of stuff across the board, on this. And I'm not capitalizing these companies or capitalizing them, but I'm trying to see, not just talk about the better version. It's hard to build something better, so actually build it. And what you want is assertions that are actually reproduced. You don't just have an equation there. You've written out code, you can hit enter, you can download the page, you can rerun it. It's reproduced.
So the problem with that is reproducibility, and that's frictionless articles to get articles and that kind of stuff. Unless you do an incredible job. The thing that I think is interesting about Wikipedia on the technical side is that without the unit tests, without the assertions, it still often does an incredible job. Because the reason is the people that write those articles, and I've seen this also in Stack Overflow, are the people that care about this most. And there's a pride to getting it right.
Okay, so I agree and disagree, right? So absolutely, there's some good there. There's again, we can step up from what preceded it in some ways on the topics. Yes. However, you talk about the ending, right? Like the markup of Wikipedia is very, mid 2000s, right? It is not. Yeah, exactly. At a minimum, for example, it's not visible, right? So, like Medium or something like that, Ghost. You can just go in and type, and it looks exactly like this page. Here, you have to go to a markup language where there can be editor conflicts, and you can enter something's over in your edit or something like that, and you don't know how to do the page. You have to do a few, previews or so editing. You talk about barrage editing. Number two is, given that it might be read 1,000 times or one time it's written, it is important to actually have the mathematical things unit tested if they can't give them we've got modern technology. And that's something that's hard to retrofit into this because it's so kind of awesome.
Right, there's the interface and everything for the editor, even just for the editor to check that they're say the editor wants to get it right, we want to make it really or not so easy, but easier to check their work. Like debug, like a nice AD for the that's exactly the editing.
That's right. And the thing about this is, as I said, because the truth is a global constant, but like incorrectness, right? Go ahead. I'd be happy to know about that.
I love to think that like truth will help us.
Well, so here's right. So the thing is that what you can do is, let's say you have like a unit test page for everything that's on. First of all, it makes the page more useful because you can download it, you can import it. So, second is one of the things that we can talk about. I sort of like a roadmap for building alternatives to not just existing companies, but to many existing U.S. institutions, media, and tech companies, to courts and government, and academia and nonprofits. The Wikipedia discussion actually relates to how do you improve on academia, right? And so academia right now is a big problem. This is kind of related to the oh boy, okay, current institutions, we don't trust them. Is that the answer to trust no one? I think the alternative is decentralized cryptographic trust or verification. How does that apply to academia? First observation is we are seeing science being abused, quote unquote science. Okay, capital S science is Maxwell's equations. That's a good one, right? Quote unquote science is a paper that came out last week. And the key thing is that capitalist science, real science, is about independent replication, not prestigious citation. That's the definition. Like all the journal stuff, professors, all that stuff is just a superstructure that was set on top to make experiments more reproducible. And that superstructure is now like dominating the underlying thing because people are just fixated on the prestige of the citation and not the replication, right? So how does that apply here? Once you start thinking about how many replications does this thing have, Maxwell equation, right? There's trillions of replications. Every time us speaking into this microphone right now, we're testing, our theory of the electromagnetic field, right? Or electromagnetic fields. Every single time you pick up a cell phone or use a computer, you're putting our knowledge to the test, right? Whereas some paper that came out last week in Science or Nature may have 0 replications, yet it is being cited publicly as prestigious scientists from Stanford and Harvard and MIT all came up with X, right? And so the prestige is a substitute for the actual replication. So there's a concept called goodness. Okay, I'm just going to quote it. When a measure proves a target, it ceases to be a good measure. Okay, so for example, backlinks on the web are a good signal for Google to use when people didn't know they were using a signal.
Yeah, you were talking about quantity versus quality, and Patreon has a pretty good participation for quality.
Yes,
It's a fascinating thing.
It's a fascinating thing. We can talk about that. But basically, once people know that you're using this as a measure, they will start to game it. And so then you have this cycle where sometimes you have things like Satoshi with proof of work was miraculously able to come up with a game where the gaming of it was difficult without just mind or compute, right? So it's actually a rare kind of game where knowledge of the game's rules is not people game. Yeah. But
Which is one of the reasons that you can describe the game.
Exactly. It's very hard to come up with something that's stable. So it's actually on the meta point. There's a game where the role of the game is to change the rules. Okay. It is.
You mean human civilization?
Yeah. It is called something. Gnomic. Okay.
And I see.
And Gnomic is a game where the rule of the game is to change the rules. At first, that seems insane. Then you realize that's Congress.
Yeah.
Right. Literally, it is so meta because there are laws for elections that elect the editors of those laws, who then change the laws that get them elected to gerrymander. Right? That's bad. The other way of thinking about it is this is what every software engineer is doing. You are constantly changing the rules by editing software and pushing code updates and so on. Right? So, many games devolve into the metagame who writes the rules of the game, right? Become essentially games of numbers. Proof of work is so amazing because it didn't devolve in such a way, right? It became very hard to rewrite the rules once they got set up, very financially expensive. That's not to say it will always be like that, but it's very hard to change.
If we could take a small tangent, return to academia, I'd love to ask you about context media as well. It's academia.
Yeah, these are all actually
related.
Yeah, Wikipedia, media, and academia are all related to the question of independent replication versus prestigious citation.
Sure. So the problem is authority and prestige, as you see it. Academia, the media, Wikipedia with the editors. We have to have a mechanism the data reproducibility is what dominates the discourse.
That's right. And so one way to think about this is, I've said this, I think I tweeted this with Western civilization actually has a break glass application emergency button. It's called decentralization, right? Martin Luther did. When the Catholic Church was too ossified and decentralized information. Okay, he said, at the time, people were able to pay for indulgences. Like that is to say, they could sin. They could say, okay, I sinned 5 times yesterday. Here's the equivalent of $50. Okay, I'm done with this. Okay, these are the buy demands. Okay, and people debate as to how frequent those indulgences were. This is one of the things he made against the 95 Theses. So decentralization, break away from the ossified church, start something new, right? And in theory, quote
religious wars of the 1600s that ensued were about things like, right, the wafer was the body of Christ or what have you. But in part, they were also about whether the centralized entity would write all the rules, or the decentralized one would. And so what happened was, obviously, Catholicism exists, the Protestant also exists. Okay. And similarly, here you've got this ossified central institution where you forget about, there's complicated studies that are difficult to summarize, but you have the science saying masks don't work, and then they do. Okay, which everybody, and this is not like, everybody knew that there was not like some massive study that changed our perspective on mask learning. It was something that was just consistently asserted as this is what the science says, and then without any acknowledgement, the science said something different the next day. Right? I remember this debate. And I think you could justify masks early in the pandemic as a useful precaution, and then later, post-vaccination, perhaps not necessarily. I think that's something rational thinking about it. But the point was that such levels of uncertainty were not realized. Instead, people, were basically lying in science, and the policy wasn't public health, it was political health. Okay? So something like that, all the credible institutions are basically not. Okay? And so in such a circumstance, what do you do? Break glass, decentralize. What does that look like? Okay, so let me describe what I call crypto science. My analogy to crypto, just like fiat science, crypto science, right? Fiat economics. Okay, so in any experiment, any paper when it comes out, right? You can sort of divide it into the analog to digital and purely digital. Because the analog to digital is you're running some instruments, you're getting some data, okay, and then once you've got the data, you're generating figures and tables and text and a PDF from that data, right? Leave aside the data point except for now, I'll come back to it, right? Just a purely digital. What does the ideal academic paper look like in 2022, 2023? First, there's this concept called reproducible research, okay? Reproducible research is the idea that the PDF should be regenerated from the data and code. Okay, so you should be able to enter and regenerate. Why is this really important as a concept? John Clairvaux and David Donahoe at Stanford 20 years ago pioneered this in stats because the text alone often doesn't describe every parameter that goes into a figure or something, right? You kind of sometimes just go to the code and then it's easy. Without that, it's hard, okay? So reproducible research means you regenerate the PDF from the code and the data you had entered, okay? Now, one issue is that many papers out there in science, nature, et cetera, are not reproducible research. Moreover, the data is moreover, the papers. The open access movement has been fighting this for the last 27 years. There's various levels of this, like green and gold, open access. Okay. So the first step is the code, the data, and the PDF go on chain. Step number one. Okay. The second thing is once you've got, so you can anybody is effectively the theory chain, it could be its own dedicated chain. Okay. It could be something where there's just the URLs, the Ethereum chain, it's stored on file with many different applications, but let's call it an on-chain version. Okay. Not just on chain. It's on chain, public, and anybody can get it. So that's first. Second is once you've got something where you can regenerate the code, or the PDF from the code data machine, guess what? You can have citations between two papers turn into input statements. Yeah. That's cool, right? So now you're not just getting composable finance, like DeFi, where you have one interest rate calculator calling another. You have composable science. And now you can say this paper on this, especially in ML, right? You often cite a previous paper and its benchmark or its method, right? You're going to scatter plot sometimes your paper, your algorithm versus theirs on the same data set. That is facilitated if their entire paper is reproducible research that is generated. You can just really import that Python, and then you can generate your figure off, right? Moreover, think of how that needs reproducibility, because you don't have to reproduce in the literal sense every single snippet of code that they did. You can literally use their code and import it. Okay, people started compounding it. It's better science. Okay, now I talked about this, but actually there's a few folks who have been actually building this. So there's Scholar, which actually has a demo of this, like just a V1 like computer design where it shows two stats papers on chain, and one of them is there's also a thing called think DeSci.com, which is trying to do this, right? Decentralized science. So this itself changed how we think about papers. And actually, by the inspiration for PageRank was actually citation. It was like the impact factor of it. That's where I learned page, and that's where I got the concept out of it. So now you've got a web of citations that are import statements on chain. In theory, you can track back a paper all the way back to its instance. Okay, so if it's citing something, you can now look it up, and a surprising number of papers actually, they're interested in terminating the original source says something different, or just got garbled, or you can tell from the game. And there's this famous thing on like the spinach, does actually have iron in it or something like that. I forget the details on the story, but it was something where you track back the citations and people are contradicting each other. Okay, but it's just something that's just copy pasted. It's a fact. It's not actually a fact. It's not audited fact. This allows you to easily audit, in theory, all the back-to-backs or or something like that. Okay. Now, what I'm describing is a big problem, but it's a finite problem. It's essentially taking all these papers and putting them on chain. It's about the scale of, let's say, Wikipedia. Okay, so it's like a few 100,000, few million papers. I don't know the exact number, but it'll be of them. So now you've got these things that are on chain. Okay, number two, you turn citations into import statements. Number three, anybody can now, at minimum, download that code. And while they may not have the instruments, and I'll come back to that, but they may have the instruments, they can do internal checks. The Bedford's Law stuff you're just talking about. You can internally check the consistency of these tables and graphs, and often you'll find fraud or things that don't add up that way because all the code, the data is there, right? And now you made it so that anybody in Brazil, in India, Nigeria, they have library access to it, but they get it. Right? Now, how do you fund all of this? Well, good thing is crypto actually allows for that as well. Andrew Huber and others have started doing things like with NFTs to fund the lab. I can talk about the funding aspect of things like researchhub.com, which are trying to issue tokens for labs. But a lab isn't that expensive to fund. Maybe it's a few $100,000 a year, depending on where you are. Crypto does generate money. And so you could probably imagine various tools, whether it's tokens or NFTs or something like that. Finally, what this does is it is not human, right? It is not saying don't trust anything. Neither is it just trust the centralized academic establishment. Instead, it's saying trust because you can verify. Because the crucial thing is all and frankly, lots and lots of computation. So everything digital, we can't verify. Okay. Now, there's one last step, which is I mentioned the instruments, right? It's your sequencing machine or your accelerometer or something like the data that you are reporting in your paper when you put it on chain. Okay. Basically, you think that's analog to interface. We can cryptofy that too. Why? For example, an Illumina sequencing machine has an experiment manifest, and when that's written to this website called NCBI, National Center for Biotechnology Information, you can see the experiment metadata on various sequencing runs. It'll tell you what instrument and what time it was run and who ran it, and so on. So okay. What that does is allows you to correct for things like batch effects. Sometimes you will sequence on this day and the next day, and maybe the humidity or something like that makes it look like there's a significant difference between your two results, but it was just actually batch effects. Okay. What's my point? Point is, if you have a crypto instrument, you can have various hashes and stuff of the data as a chain of custody for the data itself that are streamed and written on chain that the manufacturer can program into. For anything that's really, you might say, well, but that's overkill, right? I'm saying actually not. You know why? If you're doing a study whose results are going to be used to influence policy, is going to control the lives of millions of people, every single step has to be totally audited. You need the glass box model. You need to be able to go back to the raw data. You need to be able to interrogate that. And again, this is anybody who's a good scientist will embrace this, right?
So first of all, that was a really nice position of the future of science that we'd love to see. The pushback I'll provide, which is not really a pushback, is like what you described is so much better than what we currently have, that I think a lot of people would say any of the sub-steps you suggest already to be a huge improvement. So even just sharing,
Yes.
or sharing the data, you said, well, I think it was surprised people how often
It's hard to get data.
it is like the actual data or specifics or a large number of the parameters. Not you share like 1 or 2 parameters that were involved with running the experiment. You won't mention machines involved, except maybe at a high level with the versions and so on. The dates when the experiments were run, you don't mention any of this kind of stuff.
Right.
So there's several ways to fix this, and one of them, I think, implied in what you're describing is a culture that says it's not okay. Exactly. To like, so first of all, there should be, even if it's not perfectly unchained, to where you can automatically import all the way to Newton. Just even the act of sharing the code, sharing the data, maybe in a way that's not perfectly integrated into a larger structure, is already a very big positive step.
Yeah.
Saying, like, if you don't do this, then this doesn't count. And because in general, I think my worry, as somebody who's a programmer who's OCD, I love the picture you paint that you just import everything, all objects, everything. My problem is that it makes incremental science easier, revolutionary science harder.
Oh, actually, very much just that.
I would love to hear. Okay, let me just kind of elaborate. Why sometimes you have to think in this gray area of fuzziness when you're thinking of totally novel ideas, and when you have to concretize data. Like some of the greatest papers that were written don't have data; they're in the space of ideas. Like you're kind of sketching stuff, and there could be errors, but like Einstein himself, the famous 5 papers. I mean, they're really strong, but they're fuzzy.
Mm-hmm.
They're a little bit fuzzy, and so I think even like the GAN paper, you're often thinking of like new data sets, new ideas, and I think maybe as a step after the paper is written, you could probably concretize it, integrate it into the rest of the science.
Sure.
Like you shouldn't feel that pressure against the on, right?
Well, I mean, there's different. Each of the steps that I've been talking about, there's like the data being public, and just having the paper being public, that's like the right. Then you have the thing being regenerated from code and data, like the PDF being generated from code. Then you have the citations as import statements. Then you have the full citation graph as an import statement. So you just follow it all the way back, right? And now you have that gives you auditability. Then you have the off-chain, the analog digital crypto custody, right? Like where you're hashing things and streaming things. So you have the chain of custody. Each of those is kind of like a level up and adds to complexity, but it also adds to the auditability and the verifiability and the reproducibility. But one thing I'd say I wanted to respond to that you said was that you think this would be good for incremental but not innovative. I actually think it's quite the opposite. I think academia is institutional and it's not innovative. For example, NIH has this graph, which is like, I think it's age of recipients of R01 grants, okay? And what it shows is basically it's like a hump that moves over time, roughly plus 1 year forward for the average age as the year moves on, okay? I'll see if I can find the GIF. Why is this? Let me see if I can find it. Look at this move. It's ridiculously powerful movie in 30 seconds. I just sent it in WhatsApp.
The name of the video is Age Distribution by NIH Principal Investigators and Medical School Faculty. And it starts out on the x-axis is age with the distribution and percent of PIs. And from early 1980s, moving 1 year at a time. And the mean of the distribution is moving slowly, approximately, as Balaji said, about 1 year
per year. And this is 10 years ago.
1 year in age per year of time.
And notice how, first of all, the average age is moving way upward before you become an NHPI. Second is, it's a cohort of people who are just awarding grants to each other.
Yeah.
That's clearly what's happening. That's the underlying dynamic. They're not awarding grants to folks who are much younger, okay? Because those folks haven't proven themselves yet, right? So it is this is what happens when you get prestigious citation rather than publication. The age just keeps creeping up. And this was 10 years ago, and it's gotten even worse. It's become even more gerontocratic, even more hidebound, right? And so the thing is that the structures that Vannevar Bush and others set up, the entire post-war science establishment, one thing I'll often find is people will say, Balaji, the government has granted us the internet and self-driving cars and space flight and so on. How can you possibly be against the U.S. government? Kneel and repent for its bounty, And really, what the reason they don't say it quite in that way, but that's really the underpinning kind of thing, because they've replaced DoD with GOV. They really think of the U.S. government as God. The conservative will think of the U.S. government as like all-powerful military abroad, and the progressive will think of it as the benign, all-powerful, nurturing parent at home. Okay, but in this context, they're like, how can you, as some tech bro, could possibly think you could ever do basic science without the funding of the U.S. government? Has it not developed all basic science, right? And the answer to this is actually say, well, what if we go further back than 1950? Did science happen before 1950? Well, I think it did. Lee and Maxwell and Newton, were they funded by NSF? No, they weren't, right? Were aviation, railroads, automobiles, gigantic, industries that arose and both were stimulated by and stimulated development of pure science. Were they funded by NSF? No, they were not, right? Therefore, NSF was not a necessary condition for the presence of science. Neither is even the United States. Obviously, a lot of these discoveries was before, I believe it's before the American. It's probably the exact. It's actually less old than people think. Okay, so Newton died in 1727, right? So I knew that, it was like in the 1700s. So Newton was before the American Revolution, right? Obviously, that meant huge innovations could happen before the U.S. government, before NIH, before NSF, right? Which means they are not a necessary condition, number one. That itself is crucial because a lot of people say the government is necessary for basic science. It is not necessary for basic science. It is one possible catalyst. And I would argue that mid-century, it was okay, because mid-century was the time when, the middle of the centralized century. 1933, 1945, 1969, you have Hoover Dam, you have Manhattan Project, you have Apollo. That generation was acclimatized to a centralized U.S. government that could accomplish great things, partly because technology favored centralization going into 1950 and then started favoring decentralization going out. I've talked about this in the book. Stock Ninja has talked about this, but very roughly, you go up into 1950 and you have mass media and mass production, and just centralization of all kinds of giant nation states slugging it out in the world stage. You go out of 1950 and you get cable news and personal computers and the internet, mobile phones and cryptocurrency. You have the decentralization. And so this entire centralized scientific establishment was set up at the peak of the centralized century. And it might have been the right thing to do at that time, but is now showing its age. And it's no longer actually geared up for what we have. Where are the huge innovations coming out? Well, Satoshi Nakamoto was not, to our knowledge, a professor, right? That's this revolutionary thing that came outside of it. Early in the pandemic, there was something called project-evidence.github.io, which accumulated all of the evidence for the coronavirus possibly having been a lab leak, when that was a very controversial thing to discuss, right? Alina Chan, to her credit, Matt Ridley and Alina Chan have written this book, on whether the coronavirus was a lab leak or I think it's plausible that it was. I can't say I'm 100% sure, but I think at least certainly it is a hypothesis worthy of discussion. Okay, though of course it's got political overtones. Point being that the pseudonymous online publication of project-evidence.github.io happened when it was taboo to do so. So we're back to the age of pseudonymous publication, where only the arguments can be argued, that the person can't be attacked. Okay, this is actually something that used to happen in the past, like there's the famous story where you solve a problem, so I know the lion by his claw or something like that, right? People used to do pseudonymous publication in the past so that they would be judged on part by their scientific ideas and not the person themselves, right? And so, I do disagree that this is the incremental stuff. This is actually the innovative stuff. The incremental stuff is going to be the institutional gerontocracy that's academia, where it's like, do you know who I am? I'm a Harvard professor.
Yeah, I don't. I think I agree with everything you said, but I'm not going to get stuck on technicalities, because I think referring to your vision of data sets and importing code. And so that forces just knowing how code works. It forces a structure, and structure usually favors incremental progress. Like if you fork code, you're not going to. It decentivizes evolution. You want to go from scratch.
Okay, so I understand your point there. Okay, and I also agree that some papers like Francis Crick on the Claustrum, others are theoretical. They're more about like where to dig than the data itself, and so forth, right? So I agree with that. Still, I don't. The counter argument is rather than 1,000 people reading this paper to try to rebuild the whole thing and do it with errors, when they can just import, they can more easily build upon what others have done, right?
Oh yeah. So the paper should be portable.
Well, yeah. So here's what Python has this concept of batteries included in the standard library, right? Because it lets you just import, and just get to work, right? That means you can fly. Whereas if you couldn't do all those things and you had to rewrite string handling, you would only be able to do incremental things. Libraries actually allow for greater iteration. That's my counter.
I think you create. I think that paints a picture. I hope that's a picture that fits with science. It certainly does. It fits with code very well. I just wonder how much of science can be, which is you import. How much of it is possible to do that? Certainly for the things I work on, you can, which is the machine learning world, all the computer science world. But whether you can do that for, all right, you can think that biology seems to, yes, I think so. Chemistry, I think so. And then you start getting into weird stuff like psychology, which some people don't even think is a science. No, just my psychology friends. I think as you get farther and farther away from things that are like hard technical fields, it starts getting tougher and tougher and tougher to have like importable code.
Okay, so let me give the strong form, right? So there's a guy, I think he's a great machine learning guy, a creator of actually Keras, who disagrees with me on Francois Choulier.
Yeah, he's been on this podcast twice. Yeah.
Okay, great. So he disagrees.
I disagree with him.
Yes, me too. I think we have mutual respect. Maybe follow each other on Twitter, whatever. Right?
I think he does respect the one.
Here's something which I totally agree with him on. And he actually got like trolled or attacked, so I completely agree. Within 10, 20 years, nearly every branch of science will be, for all intents and purposes, a branch of computer science. Computational physics, computational chemistry, computational biology, computational medicine, even computational archaeology, realistic simulations, big data analysis, and all everything. That to me is incredibly obvious. Why? First of all we're doing every day is PDFs and data analysis on a computer, right? And so every single one of those areas can be reduced to the analog to digital step, and then it's all digital. Then you're flying, you're in the flying, right?
You put a date, did you say how long? For
10 to 20 years.
10, 20 years.
I think arguably it's already there, right? And here's the thing. You were saying, well, you might drop off when you hit psychology or history. Actually, I think it's the software sciences that are going to harden up. Why? One of the things I talk about a lot in the book is, for example, with history, the concept of crypto history makes history computable. One way of thinking about it is, remember my Britney Spears example, right, where Queen Britney, right? Okay, so at first it's kind of a funny thing to say a computer scientist term for history is the log files. Until we realized that, what would a future historian, how would they write about the history of the 2010s? Well, a huge part of that history occurred on the servers of Twitter and Facebook. So now you go from like a log file, which is the individual record of like one server's action, to a decade worth of data on literally billions of people. All of their online lives, like arguably, that's why I say that's like actually what the written history was of the 2010s, was this giant digital history. As we go to the 2020s and 2030s, more of that is going to move from merely online to on-chain and then cryptographically verifiable. So that soft subject of history becomes something that you can calculate things like Google Trends and Ngrams and stuff like that.
Yes, beautifully put. Then I would venture to say that Donald Trump was erased from history when he was removed from Twitter and many social platforms, and all his tweets were gone.
Yeah, somebody who has an archive of it, but yeah, I understand your point.
Yeah. Well, as the flood of data about each individual increases, censorship it becomes much more difficult to actually have an archive of stuff. But yes, for important people like a president of the United States, yes. Let me on that topic ask you about Trump. You were considered for a position as FDA commissioner in the Trump administration. And I think in terms of the network state, in terms of the digital world, one of the seminal acts in history of that was the banning of Trump from Twitter. You make the case for it, against it.
Sure. So first, let me talk about the FDA. So I was considered for a senior role at FDA, but I do believe that, and this is a whole topic to talk about the FDA. I do believe that just as it was easier to create Bitcoin than to reform the Fed, right? Reforming the Fed basically still hasn't happened, right? So just as it was easier to create Bitcoin than to reform the Fed, it will literally be easier to start a new country than to reform the FDA. It may take 10 or 20 years. I mean, think of Bitcoin, it's only about 13 years old, right? It may take 10 or 20 years to start a new network state with a different biomedical policy. But that is how we get out from this, perhaps the single worst thing in the world, which is harmonization, regulatory harmonization.
Can you describe regulatory harmonization?
Regulatory harmonization is the mechanism by which regulators impose their regulations on the entire world. So they basically have a monopoly by U.S. regulators. This is not just the FDA, it is SEC and FAA, and so on and so forth. And for the same reason that a small company will use Facebook login, they will outsource their login to Facebook. A small country will outsource their regulation to the USA, okay, with all the attendant issues. Because, I mean, you know the names of some politicians. Can you name a single regulator at the FDA? No, right? Yeah, they will brag on their website that they regulate, I forget the exact numbers, I think it's like 25 cents out of every dollar, something along those lines, okay? It's like double digits, okay? That's a pretty big deal. And the thing about this is, you know, people will talk about our democracy and so on, but many of the positions in our democracy are actually not subject to democratic accountability. You have tenured professors, and you have tax-exempt colleges. You have the Salzburgers at the New York Times who have dual-class stock. You have, you know, a bunch of positions that are out of the reach of the electorate, and that includes regulators who have career tenure after just a few years of not necessarily even continuous service. So they're not accountable to the electorate. They're not named by the press. And they also aren't accountable to the market because you've got essentially uniform global regulations. Now, the thing about this is it's not just a government thing. It's a regulatory capture thing. Big pharma companies like this as well. Why? Because they can just get their approval in the US and then they can export to the rest of the world, right? I understand where that comes from as a corporate executive. It's such a pain to get, you know, access to them in place. So there's a team up, though, between the giant company and the giant government to box out all the small startups and all the small countries and lots of small innovation, right? There are cracks in this now, right? The FDA did not acquit itself well during the pandemic. For example, it denied, and there's so many issues. But one of the things that even actually New York Times reported, the reason that people thought there were COVID cases in the US early in the pandemic was because the FDA was denying people the ability to run COVID tests. And the emergency use authorization was, you know, emergency should mean like right now, right? But it was not, it was taking forever. And so some labs did civil disobedience and they just disobeyed the FDA and just went and tested academic labs with threat of federal penalties, because that's what they are. They're like police, okay? And so they were sort of retroactively granted immunity because NYT ran a positive story. So NYT's authority is usually greater than that of FDA. If they come into a conflict and NYT runs stories, then FDA kind of gets spanked, right? And it's not, you know, probably neither party would really think of themselves that way. But if you look at it, when NYT goes and runs stories on a company, it names all the executives and they get all hit. When it runs stories on a regulator, it just treats the regulator usually as if it was just some abstract entity. It's Zuckerberg's Facebook. You can't name, you know, people for bureaucrats at FDA. Interesting, right? It's very interesting. It's a very important point. Like that person who's like named and their face is known. Like you, just as an example, you know Zuckerberg's face and name. Most people don't know Arthur G. Sulzberger. They couldn't recognize him, right? Yet he's a guy who's inherited the New York Times W for his father's brother. That is unaccountable power. It's not that they get great coverage; they get no coverage. You don't even think about that, right? And so it's invisibility, right?
There's some aspect why Fauci was very interesting. Because
He
to
was
me,
public facing.
in my recent memory, there's not been many faces of scientific policy, science policy.
Yeah.
And he became the face of that. And you know, as there's some of it is meme, which is you know, basically saying that he is science, or some people represent science. But in the
Quote unquote science.
the positive aspect of that is that there is accountability when there's a case like that.
Right, but you can also see the Fauci example shows you why a lot of these folks do not want to be public, because they enter a political, media minefield. I'm actually sympathetic to that aspect of it. What I'm not sympathetic to is the concept that in 2022, that the unelected, unfireable, anonymous American regulator should be able to impose regulatory policy for the entire world. We're not the world of 1945. It is not something where these other countries are even consciously consenting to that world. Just as a given example, there's a concept called challenge trials. Okay, the Moderna vaccine was available very, very early in the pandemic. You could just synthesize it from the sequence. And challenge trials would have meant that people who are healthy volunteers, okay, they could have been soldiers, for example, of varying ages, who are there to take a risk in their lives for their country potentially. Okay, it could have been just healthy volunteers, not necessarily soldiers, just patriots of whatever kind, in any country, not just the US. But those healthy volunteers could have gone. And at the early stages of the pandemic, we didn't know exactly how lethal it was going to be, because, Li Wenliang, 30-year-old, 30-somethings in China were dying from this. It seemed like it could be far worse.
How lethal the virus.
Yeah, and it may be, by the way, that those who were the most susceptible to the virus died faster earlier. It's as if you can imagine a model where those who were exposed and had the lowest susceptibility also had the highest severity and died in greater numbers early on. If you look at the graph, like deaths from COVID were exponential going into about April 2020, and then leveled off to about 7,500, 10,000 a day, and then kind of fell, right? But it could have gone to 75,000 so we didn't know how serious it was. So this would have been a real risk that these people would be taking, but here's what they would have gotten for that. Basically, in a challenge trial, somebody would have been given the vaccine and then exposed to the virus and then put under observation. And then that would have given you all the data, because ultimately the synthesis thing, I mean, yes, you need to scale up synthesis and manufacturing and what have you. But the information of whether it worked or not was safe and effective, like that could be gathered expeditiously with volunteers for challenge trials.
You think there'll be a large number of volunteers?
Absolutely.
What's the concern there? Is there an ethical concern of taking on volunteers?
Well, so let me put it like this. Had we done that, we could have had vaccines early enough to save the lives of like 1 million Americans, especially seniors and so on, okay? Soldiers, and we're generally first responders and others, I do believe there's folks who would have stepped up, to take that risk.
The heroes walk among us.
Yeah, that's right. Like if military service is something which is a ritualized thing, people are paid for it, but they're not paid that much. They're really paid in honor, and in duty and patriotism. That is actually the kind of thing where I do believe some fraction of those folks would have raised their hand for this important task. I don't know how many of them, but I do think that the volunteers would have been there. There's probably some empirical test of that, which is there's a challenge trials website. There's a Harvard prof who put up this proposal early in the pandemic, and he could tell you how many volunteers he got. But something like that could have just shortened the time from pandemic to functional vaccine, right? To days, even, if you'd actually really acted. The fact that didn't happen, and that the Chinese solution of lockdown, that actually, at the beginning, people thought the state could, potentially stop the virus, stop people in place. It turned out to be more contagious than that. Basically, no NPI, no non-pharmaceutical intervention really turned out to work that much, right? And actually, at the very beginning of the pandemic, I said something like, look, this is actually February 3rd, about a month before people, I was just watching what was going on in China. I saw that they were doing digital quarantine, using WeChat codes to block people in office. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I said, look, if the coronavirus goes pandemic, and it seems it may, the extreme edge case becomes the new normal. It's every debate we've had on surveillance, deplatforming, and centralization accelerated. Pandemic means emergency powers for the state, even more than terrorism or crime. And sometimes the solution creates the next problem. My rough forecast of the future, the coronavirus results in quarantines, nationalism, and centralization. And this may actually work to stop the spread, but once under control, states will not cede their powers, so we decentralize. And I didn't know whether it was going to stop the spread, but I knew that they were going to try to do it, right? And look, it's hard to call every single thing right, and I'm sure someone will find some errors, but in general, I think that was actually pretty good for like early February 2020, right? So it's my point though. The point is, rather than copying Chinese lockdown, what we should have had were different regimes around the world. To some extent, Sweden defected, from this, right? They had like no lockdowns or heavy. But really, the axis that people were talking about was lockdown versus no lockdown. The real axis should have been challenge trials versus no challenge trials. We could have had that in days, okay? And those are two examples on both vaccines and testing. There's so many more that I can point to.
So those are kind of decentralized innovations, and that's what FDA should stand for.
FDA can stand for.
Or something like FDA, right?
So let's talk about that, right? Something like FDA. So this is very important. In general, the way I try to think about things is V1, V2, V3, as we've talked about it.
So FDA.
Well, right. So what was before FDA, right? So there's both good and bad before FDA because people don't necessarily have the right model to pass. Okay. So, if you ask people what was there before the FDA, they'll say, and by the FDA itself omits the, right? Their pronouns are just FDA, FDA. Okay. But basically,
why is that?
It's just something where.
Why is that either humorous or interesting to you?
They have a sort of in-group lingo where when you are kind of talking about them the way that they talk about themselves, it is something that kind of piques interest. It's kind of like in LA people say the 101 or the right, whereas in Northern California they'll say 101. Or people from Nevada will say Nevada, right? It just instantly marks you as like insider or outsider, okay, in terms of how the language works, right? And that's good.
I mean, it just makes me sad because that lingo is part of the mechanism which creates the silo, the bubble of particular thoughts that ultimately deviates from the truth because you're not open to new ideas.
I think it's actually like, in Glorious Bastards, there's a scene in the bar. Do you know what I'm talking about?
But it's good. You can't. It's just a censor you. This is like a Wikipedia podcast, like Wikipedia. You can't cite Quentin Tarantino.
Okay. So basically, like English start going like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I believe it's like Germans start with like the thumb. Something that you'd never know, right? I may be misremembering it, but I think that's right. Okay. So that's
FDA's got the lingo. All right.
Right. Yes. So FDA's got the lingo. So coming back up, basically, just talk about FDA and then come back to your question on the platform.
So what was V0 FDA? What does the future look like?
V1 was patent medicines. Okay, that's what it was. But V1 was also Banting and Best. Okay, Banting and Best. They won the Nobel Prize in the early 1920s. Right? Why? They came with the idea for insulin supplementation to treat diabetes. And as they came to the concept, they experimented on dogs. They did self-experimentation. They had healthy volunteers. They experimented with the formulation as well, right? Because just like you have like a web app, a mobile app, maybe a command line app, you could have a drug that's administered orally or via injection or cream or, so there's different formulations, right? Dosage, all that stuff they could just like iterate on, okay, with willing doctor, willing patient. These folks who were affected just sprang out of bed. The insulin supplementation was working for them. And within a couple of years, they had won the Nobel Prize, and Eli Lilly had scaled production for the entire North American continent. Okay? So that was a time when pharma moved at the speed of software, when it was willing buyer, willing seller. Okay? Because the past is demonized as something that our glorious regulatory agency is protecting us from. Okay? But there's so many ways in which what's really protecting you from is being healthy. Okay? As I mean, there's a zillion examples of this. I won't be able to recapitulate all of them just in this podcast, but if you look at a post that I've got, it's called Regulation, Disruption, and the Future, Technologies of 2013, Coursera PDF, okay? This lecture, which I'll kind of link it here so you can put it in the show notes if you want. This goes through like a dozen different examples of crazy things the FDA did, from the kind of stuff that was dramatized in Dallas Buyers Club, where they were preventing people from getting AIDS drugs, to their various attacks on quote raw milk, where they were basically saying Here's a quote from FDA, filing in 2010. There's no generalized right to bodily and physical health. There's no right to consume or feed children any particular food. There's no fundamental right to freedom of contract. They basically feel like they own you. You're not allowed to make your own decisions about your food. There's no generalized right to bodily and physical health. Direct quote from their like written kind of thing. Okay. The general frame is usually that FDA says that it's protecting you from the big bad company, but really what it's doing is it's preventing you from opting out. Okay. Now, with that said, and this is where I'm talking about V3. As critical as I am of FDA or the Fed for that matter, I also actually recognize that like the Ron Paul type thing of end the Fed is actually not practical. End the Fed will just be laughed at. What Bitcoin did was a much, much, much more difficult task of building something better than the Fed. That's really difficult to do because the Fed and the FDA, they're like the hub of the current system. People rely on them for lots of different things, okay? And you're going to need a better version of them. And how would you actually build something? So with the Fed and with, SEC and the entire, the banks and whatnot, crypto has a pretty good set of answers for these things. And over time, all the countries that are not, or all the groups that are not the U.S. establishment or the CCP will find more and more to their liking in the crypto economy. So that part I think is going. Okay, we can talk about that. What does that look like for biomedicine? Well, first, what does exit the FDA look like, right? So there actually are a bunch of exits from the FDA already, which is things like right to try laws, okay, CLIA labs and laboratory developed tests, compounding pharmacies, off-label prescription by doctors, and countries that aren't fully harmonized with FDA. For example, Kobe Bryant, before he passed away, went and did stem cell treatments in Germany. Okay, stem cells that are being pushed out, I think in part by the Bush administration, by other things. So those are different kinds of exits. Right to try basically means, at the state level, you can just try the drug. Okay. CLIA labs and LDTs, that means that's a path where you don't have to go through FDA to get a new device approved. You can just run it in a lab. Okay. Compounding pharmacies, these are under attack. I'm not sure actually where the current statute is on this, but this is the idea that the pharmacist has some discretion in how they prepare mixtures of drugs. Off-label prescription by MDs. So MDs have enough weight in the system, they can kind of push back on FDA. And off-label prescription is the concept that a drug that's approved for purpose A can be prescribed for purpose B or C or D, going through their whole new drug approval process. And then countries that aren't harmonized, right? So those are 5 different kinds of exits from the FDA on different directions. So first, those exits exist. So for those people who are like, oh my God, we're all going to die, everybody's going to poison us with non-FDA approved things, remember, right? Those exits exist. You probably actually use tests or treatments from those. You don't even realize that you have, right? So it hasn't. Number 2 is actually testing for safety. There's safety, efficacy, and comparative. Safety is actually relatively easy to test for. There's very few drugs that are there's TGN-1412. That's a famous example of someone who's actually really dangerous to people, right? With the early tests. So those do exist. Just acknowledge they do exist. But in general, testing for safety is actually not that hard to do. Okay. And if something is safe, then you should be able to try it usually. Okay. Now, what does that decentralized FDA look like? Well, basically, you take individual pieces of it, and you can often turn them into vehicles. And this is 50 different startups. Let me describe some of them. First, have you got any drugs, something like that recently? I mean, prescribed drugs, prescription drugs?
Now that you clarify, the answer is no.
Yeah.
Prescribed drugs, no.
Okay, so
not long. Maybe antibiotics a long time ago, maybe. But,
all right. No. So you know how you have a sort of a wadded up chemistry textbook, the package insert that goes into these, right? Okay.
Wadded up chemistry textbook. I love it.
That's what it is, right? That's what a terrible user interface. We don't usually think of it that way. Why is the user interface so terrible? That's a web of regulation that makes it so terrible. And there's actually guys who tried to innovate just a user interface called Help, I Need Help. That was the name of the company a while back, and it was trying to explain the stuff in plain language. Just on user interface, you can innovate. And why is that important? Well, there's a company called PillPack, which innovated on the user interface for drugs by giving people a thing which had a daily blister pack. So it's here's your prescription, and you're supposed to take all these pills on the first and second And basically, whether you had taken them on a given day was manifest by whether you had opened it for that specific day. Okay, this is way better than other kinds of so-called compliance methodologies, like there are guys who try to do like an IoT pill where when you swallow it, like gives you measurements. This was just a simple innovation in user interface that boosted compliance in the sense of compliance with the drug regimen dramatically. Right? And I think they got acquired, what have you, for a lot of money.
Hopefully utilized effectively.
Utilize effectively, right?
Well, sometimes these companies that do incredible innovation, it really makes you sad when they get acquired that leads to their death, not their scaling.
Sure. I mean, they did a lot of other good things, but this is one thing that they did well, right? So PillPack just shows what you can get with improving on user interface. Why can't, I mean, we get reviews for everything, right? One thing that, like people have sort of, in my view, something put out of context, are like, oh, biology thinks you should replace the FDA with Yelp for drugs. Actually, there's something called phase 4, okay, the FDA, which is called post-market surveillance. Do you know that that's actually something where, in theory, you can go and fill out a form on the FDA website, which basically says, I've had a bad experience with a drug.
Like VAERS but for drugs.
Yeah, so it's called MedWatch, right? And so you can do like voluntary reporting, and you can get like a PDF and just like upload it, right?
Is this the government? Is this .gov?
Yeah, it's Form 3500B.
I love it. It's HTML. It's going to be like in the 90s. It's going to have an interface designed by somebody who's a COBOL/Fortran programmer.
Right, here we go. So basically, the 3500B.
I hope to be wrong on that. But
so 3500B, consumer voluntary reporting. When do I use this form? You were hurt or had a bad side effect. Use a drug which is unsafe to use, etc.
Yeah.
The point is, FDA already has a terrible Yelp for drugs.
Yeah.
It has a terrible version of it.
Yeah.
What would the good version look like? The fact that the fact that you have to fill out a PDF to go and submit a report. How do you submit a report at Yelp or Airbnb or Amazon? You tap your star ratings, right? So just modernizing FDA 3500B and modernizing phase 4, okay, is a huge thing.
Can you comment on that? Is there what incentive mechanism forces the modernization of that kind of thing?
Here's how it would work. For one
To
possible.
create an actual Yelp.
Yeah, here's how that would work, right? You go to the pharmacy or wherever. You hold up your phone, you scan the barcode of the drug. Okay, what does you see? Instantly, you see global reports, right? By the way, because your biology, your physiology, that's global, right? Information from Brazil or from Germany or Japan on their physiological reaction to the same drug you're taking is useful to you. It's not like a national boundaries thing. So the whole nation-state model of only collecting information by other Americans. So really, you want a global kind of thing, just like Amazon book reviews. That's a global thing. Other things are aggregate at the global level. Okay, so what you want is to see every patient report and every doctor around the world on this drug. That might be really important to your rare or semi-rare condition. Just that alone would be a valuable site.
Who builds that site? It sounds like something created by capitalism. It sounds like
You could do it by
it would
capitalism.
have to be a company.
Yeah, you could definitely see these.
But we don't have a world where a company is allowed to control that kind of thing.
Well,
Maybe the health one went down. It just seems like a lot of the.
So it depends, right? Basically, this is why you have to pick off individual elements, right? There's essentially a combination of first recognizing that FDA is actually bad. You need to be able to say that. Let me put it like this. It does a lot of bad things. It is something which you need to be able to criticize. You might be like, well, that's obvious, right? Well, in 2010, for example, there's a book that came out, if anybody wants to understand FDA, it's called Reputation and Power.
A lot of people don't want to criticize FDA.
Yeah, because they will retaliate against your biotech or pharma company.
Yeah, and that retaliation can be initiated by a single human being.
Absolutely. The best analogy is, think about the TSA, okay? Have you flown recently? Okay. Do you make any jokes about the TSA when you're in the TSA line?
Usually you don't want to, but they're a little more flexible.
Okay.
You know what? Can I tell a story?
Sure.
Which is, it was similar to this. I was in Vegas at a club. I don't go to clubs.
Okay.
I got kicked out I think the first time in my life for making a joke with the bouncer. And because I had a camera with me, you're not allowed to have a camera, and I said, okay, cool, like I'll take it out. But I made a funny joke that I don't care to retell. But he was just a little offended. He was like, "You're out. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you're with." And he proceeded to list me the famous people he has kicked out. But there is, I mean, all of those. And, the reason I made the joke is I sensed that there was an entitlement to this particular individual, like where the authority has got to
Respect my authority.
Yeah,
Right.
I almost wanted to poke at that.
Right.
And I think the poking the authority, I quickly learned the lesson. Well, not you. I have now been rewarded the pride I feel for having poked the authority, but now I'm kicked out of the club that would have resulted in a fun night with friends and so on. Instead, I'm standing alone crying in Vegas, which is not a unique Vegas experience. Sure, actually, a fundamental Vegas experience. But that, I'm sure that basic human nature happens in the FDA.
That's exactly right. So just like with the TSA, just to extend the analogy, when you're in line at the TSA, right, you don't want to miss your flight. That could cost you hundreds of dollars. And so you comply with absolutely ludicrous regulations, like, 3-ounce bottles. Well, you can take an unlimited number of 3-ounce bottles, and you can combine them into 6-ounce bottles with a terrorist technology called mixing.
Yeah.
Okay, advanced, right? And the thing about this is everybody in line, actually some fairly high, let's say call it influence or net worth or whatever, people fly, right? Millions and millions and millions of people are subject to these absolute moronic regulations. It's all what, I think security theater is Schreier's term. A lot of people know this term. So millions of people are subject to it. It costs untold billions of dollars in terms of delays and what if you just walk up to it. It irradiates people. And this is another FDA thing, by the way. This is an FDA TSA team up. Okay. In 2010, the TSA body scanners, there were concerns expressed, but when it's a government-to-government thing, see, a .com is treated with extreme scrutiny by FDA, but it's another .gov where they're not trying to make a profit, so they kind of just wave them on through. Okay. So these body scanners were basically like applied to millions and millions of people, and this huge kind of opposite experience. Almost, I think it's quite likely, by the way, that if there was even a slightly increased cancer risk, that the net, morbidity and mortality from those would have outweighed the deaths from terrorism or whatever that were prevented, right? You can work out the numbers, but you can just get the math under reasonable assumptions. It's probably true. If it had any increased morbidity and mortality, I've not seen the recent things, but I've seen a concern expressed 12 years ago. Point being that despite the cost, despite how many people are exposed to it, despite how obviously painfully ludicrous it is, you don't make any trouble, nor do people organize protests forever about this, because it's something where people, the security theater of the whole thing is part of it. Oh, well, if we took away their more terrorism or something like that, people think, right?
But it is fascinating to see that the populace puts up with it, because it doesn't. One of my favorite things is to listen to Jordan Peterson, who I think offline, but I think also on the podcast, is somebody who resists authority every way, and even he goes to TSA kind of suppressed like all the instructions, everything down to whenever you have like the yellow thing for your feet, they force you to adjust it slightly if you're off. Just even, it's like it's Kafka now. We're living like TSA makes me smile. It brings joy to my heart because I imagine Franz Kafka and I just walking through there because it really is just deeply absurd. But and then the whole motivation mechanism becomes distorted by the individuals involved. The initial one was to reduce the number of terrorist attacks as opposed to
right now it's guns and drugs. So basically, it's like essentially what they've done is they've repealed the Fourth Amendment, right? Search and seizure, they can do it without probable cause. Everybody is being searched. Everybody's a terrorist, so they've got probable cause for everybody in theory. And so what they do, they'll post on their website the guns and drugs or whatever that they see using these scanners. Well, of course, if you search everybody, you're gonna find some criminals or whatever. But the cost of doing that is dramatic. Moreover, the fact that people have sort of been trained to have, compliance, it's like the Soviet Union, right? Where, just grudgingly, all right, go along with this extremely stupid thing. What's my point? The point is, this is a really stupid regulation that's existed in plain sight of everybody for 20 years. We're still taking off our shoes, okay, because it's a shoe bomb or whatever number of years ago, okay? All of this stuff is there, as opposed to, there's a zillion other things you could potentially do, different paradigms for airport security, but Now apply that to FDA. Just like a lot of what TSA does is security theater, arguably all of it. A lot of what FDA does is safety theater. The difference is there's far fewer people who go through the aperture. They're the biotech and pharma CEOs. Okay, so you don't have an understanding of what it is to deal with it. Number two is the penalty is not a few $100s of missing your flight. It is a few $1 million or tens or hundreds of millions of dollars for getting your company subject to the equivalent of retaliatory wait time. Just like that bouncer threw you out, just like the TSA officer, if you make a joke or they can just sit you down and make you lose your flight, right? So too, can the FDA just silently impede the approval of something and choke you out financially because you don't have enough runway to get funded, right? So just impose more wait time. Guess what? We want another 6 months. Data is going to take another 6 months. Your company doesn't have the time. You die, right? If you live, you have to raise a round at some diluted valuation, and now the price gets jacked up. That's the one thing that can give, by the way, this whole process. When you push out timelines from days to get the vaccine approved or the vaccine evaluated rather via challenge trials to months or years, the cost during that time when you it just increases non-linear, right? Because you can't iterate on the product. All the normal observations. If it takes you 10 years to launch a product versus 10 days, what's the difference in terms of speed of iteration and cost, etc. Right? So this is part of what it's the only thing. There's other things. There's AMA and CPT. Those other things. But this is one of the things that jacks up prices in the U.S. medical system. Okay. So now you have something where these CEOs are going through this aperture. They can't tell anybody about it because if you read Reputation and Power, okay, I'm going to just quote this because it's an amazing, amazing book, right? It's written by a guy, Daniel Carpenter, who's a smart guy, but he's an FDA sympathizer. He fundamentally thinks it's like a good thing or what have you. Nevertheless, I respect Carpenter's intellectual honesty because he quotes the CEOs, verbatim, and he gives some paragraphs. And essentially, from their descriptions, it's like think about like a Vietnam War thing where you've got a POW and they're like blinking through their eyes as being tortured. Okay, that is the style. When you read Carpenter's book, you read the quotes from these CEOs.
Do you recommend the book?
It's a good book. Yeah, or it's now a little bit outdated. Okay, because it's like almost 10 years old. Still, as a history of the FDA, it is well worth reading. And by the way, the reason I say it, like the FDA is so insanely important. It's so much more important than many other things people talk about, but they don't talk about, right? I just want to read this little blurb for it, right? This is 2010. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration is the most powerful regulatory agency in the world. How did the FDA become so influential, and how does it wield its extraordinary power? Reputation Power traces the history of FDA regulation of pharmaceuticals, revealing how the agency's organizational reputation as being the primary source of its power is also one of its ultimate constraints. Carpenter describes how the FDA cultivated a reputation for competence and vigilance throughout the last century, and how this organizational image has enabled the agency to regulate while resisting efforts to curb its own authority. First of all, just that description alone, you're like, wait a second. He is describing this as an active player. It's not like a DMV kind of thing which just passed through. It's talking about cultivating a reputation, its power, resisting efforts to curb its own authority, right? The thing is, now you're kind of through the looking glass. You're like, wait a second, this is kind of language I don't usually hear for regulatory agencies. The thing is, the kind of person who becomes the CEO of a giant company, what do they want? They want to expand that company. They want to make more profit. Similarly, the kind of person who comes to run a regulatory agency or one of the subunits, that person wants to expand its ambit. Okay.
Well, there's that always obvious. Sorry to interrupt, but for the CEO of the company, I know the philosophical idea of capitalism is you want to make the thing more profitable, but we're also human beings. I think there's some fundamental aspect to which we want to do a lot of good in the world.
Sure, but the fiduciary duty will push people to get the ambitious, the profit maximizing expansion of the CEO is selective, right? Basically, they crucially, they're not just, this is important, they're not just, some of them are Grand Theft Auto, make as much money as possible, but they believe in the mission, okay? They've come to believe in the mission, and that is the person who's selected. Chomsky actually has a good thing, which is like, I believe that you believe what you believe, but if you didn't believe what you believe, you wouldn't be sitting here.
So they select for the kind of people that are able to make a lot of money, and in that process, those people are able to construct a narrative that they're doing good, even though what they were selected for the fact that people are.
Yeah, and they may actually be doing good. But the thing is, with CEOs, we have a zillion images in television, media, movies of the evil corporation, CEO. We have some concept of what CEO failure looks like. Okay? Now, when have you ever seen an evil regulator? Can you name a fictional portrayal of an evil regulator? Can you name evil CEO?
Yeah, but that's so interesting. I'm searching for a deeper lesson here. You're right. You're right. I mean, there is portrayals, especially in sort of authoritarian regimes, sort of the Soviet Union, where there's bureaucracy, Chernobyl. You can kind of see within that there's the story of the regulator. Yeah, it's not as plentiful. It's also difficult because of a face to it. So
Yes.
bureaucracy is this amorphous thing that results any one individual. They're just obeying somebody else. There's not a face to it of evil.
That's
So
right.
the evil is the entire machine.
That's right. That's what I call the school of fish strategy. It's something where you are an individual and you can be singled out, but there's more accountability for one person's bad tweets than all yours, right? Because it's a school of fish.
Yeah.
Right? If the establishment is wrong, if the bureaucracy is wrong, they're all wrong at the same time. Who could have known? Whereas if you deviate, then you are a deviation. You're going to be hammered down. Okay? Now, the school of fish strategy is unfortunately very successful because, truth is whatever. If you just always ride the school of fish and turn with the turn, so unless there's a bigger school of fish that comes in, you basically never be proven wrong, right? And this is actually, of course, someone who believes in truth, who believes in, innovation and so on, just physiologically can't ride the school of fish. You just have to say what is true or do what is true, right? Still, you've described it correctly, how it's based, right? So I will give two examples of fictional portrayals of evil regulators. One is actually the original Ghostbusters. Okay.
Not exactly obvious.
Yeah, so the EVA is actually the villain of that, where they flip a switch that lets out all the ghosts in the city. And essentially the guy is coming in with a head of steam as this evil regulator that's just totally arrogant, doesn't actually understand the private sector or the consequences of their actions. And they force and crucially, they bring a cop with them with a gun. So it shows that a regulator is not simply, some piece of paper, but it is the police, right? And that cop with the gun forces the Ghostbusters to release the and the whole thing spreads.
Yeah.
The second example is Dallas Myers, which is more recent, and that actually shows the FDA blocking the guy who had a life-threatening illness, with AIDS, from getting the drugs to treat his condition and from getting it to other people, right? Those are just two portrayals, but in general, what you find is when you talk about FDA with people, one thing I'll often hear from folks is why would they do that? Right? They have no mental model. They kind of think of it as, why would this thing should be this sort of the DMV? They don't think the DMV is this active thing. Okay, why would the FDA do that? Well, it is because it's filled with some ambitious people that want to keep increasing the power of the agency, just like the CEO wants to increase the profit of the company, right? I use that word ambitious, right? Why ambitious? Because these folks are, we know the term greedy, right? These folks are power hungry. They want to have the maximum scope. And sometimes regulatory agencies collide with each other, right? Even though FDA is under HHS, sometimes it collides with HHS. They've got regulations that conflict. For example, HHS says everybody's supposed to be able to have access to a medical record. FDA didn't want people to have access to their own personal genomes. That conflicts, okay? And both of those are kind of anti-corporate statutes that are put out. HHS's thing being targeted at hospitals and FDA being targeted at personal genomics companies. But those conflict, right? It's a little bit like CFTC and SEC have a door jam for who regulate cryptocurrency. Sometimes regulators fight each other, but they fight each other. They fight companies. They're active leaders. This reputation and power book, the reason I mention it is, let me see if I can find this.
Reputation, power, organizational image, and pharmaceutical regulations, the FDA.
So, Genentech's executive G. Kirk Robb, right? Robb would describe regulatory approval for his products as a fundamental challenge facing his company, and he would depict the administration in a particularly vivid metaphor. I've told the story hundreds of times to help people understand the FDA. When I was in Brazil, I worked on the Amazon route for many months selling terramycin for Pfizer. I hadn't seen my family for 8 or 9 months. They were flying into Sao Paulo, and I was flying down from some little village on the Amazon to News and then to Sao Paulo. I was a young guy in his 20s. I couldn't wait to see the kids. One of them was a year-old baby, and the other was 3. I missed my wife. There was a Quonset hut in front of just a little dirt strip with a single engine plane for flying planes. So I roll up, and there's a Brazilian soldier. The military revolution happened a little bit before. So this soldier is standing there with his machine gun, and he said to me, "You can't come in." I speak pretty good Portuguese by that time. I said, "My God, my family, I gotta come in." He said again, "You can't come in." I said, "I gotta come in." He took his machine gun off and pointed and said, "Now I can come in." And that's the way I always describe the FDA. The FDA is standing there with a machine gun against the pharmaceutical industry. So you better be there for them. If you're a pharmaceutical firm, okay, that's the CEO of a successful company, Genentech. He said he's told the story hundreds of times. And here was a fundamental chemistry in this company because if you are regulated by the FDA, they are your primary customer. You have no idea. Okay, sort of corporate criminal that they were protecting the public from. That you're scandal in China. I'm not saying those things don't exist, but they do exist. That's what people come into mind. All the examples of corporate criminals, right? That's why I mentioned those fictional stories, those templates. Even if Star Wars doesn't exist, how many times have you heard a Star Wars metaphor or whatever? Right? Breaking Bad, you know?
Yeah, but the pharmaceutical companies start between a rock and a hard place because the reputation, they go to Twitter, they go to social media, they have horrible reputations. Like they don't.
But why is that? Because reputation and power. FDA beat down the reputation of pharma companies, just like EPA helped beat down the reputation of oil companies. And as it says over here, right? In practice, dealing with the fact of FDA power meant a fundamental change in corporate structure and culture. At Abbott and at Genentech, Rob's most central transformation was in creating a culture of acquiescence towards a government agency. As was done at other drug companies in the late 20th century, Rob essentially fired officials at Abbott who were insufficiently compliant with the FDA. What that means is de facto nationalization of the industry via regulation. Just to hover on that. That's a really big deal. Because if their primary customer is this government agency, then it has nationalized it just indirectly, right? This is partially what's just happened with Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, the other MAG. Okay, they have been. That's funny.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Right, so it's the you know, like I have this tree's like MAGA Republicans and MAGA Democrats. Right? Okay.
Oh damn it! So many things you said today will just get stuck in my head. It changes the way you think. Catchy, something about catchy phrasing of ideas makes me even more powerful. So yeah, okay. So that's happening in the tech.
It's happening in tech. So Facebook is the outlier because Zuck still controls the company. But just like, I mean, why had tech had a good reputation for a while? Because there wasn't a regulatory agency whose justification was regulating these corporate criminals. Right? Once that is the case, the regulatory agency basically comes back to Congress each year. If you look at its budget report, it's saying, we find this many guys, we found this many violations, right? They have an incentive to exaggerate the threat in the same way that a prosecutor or policeman has a quota, right? Like, these are the police. One way I describe it also is like, like a step-down transformer is you have high voltage electricity is generated at the power plant. And it comes over the wires, and then there's step-down transformers that turn it into a lower voltage that you can just deal with out of your appliances, right? Similarly, you have something where the high voltage of like the U.S. military or the police, and that is transmitted down into a little letter that comes from your saying, pay your $50 parking ticket. Where it's a piece of paper, so you don't see the gun attached to it. But if you were to defy that, it's like Grand Theft Auto, where you get 1 star, 2 star, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, and eventually, you have some serious stuff on your hands. Okay, so once you understand that, every law is backed by force, like that Brazilian guy with the machine gun that Rob mentioned, These guys are the regulatory police. Okay, now, see, for a time, what happened was you had the captured industry because all of the folks who were in pharmaceuticals were, as Carpenter said, the culture of acquiescence towards the FDA. The FDA was their primary customer. So just like, in a sense, it's rational. You know, Amazon talks about being customer obsessed, right? What Rob did was rational for that time, right? What Rob did was saying our customer is the FDA. That's our primary customer. Nobody else matters. They are satisfied first. Every single trade-off that has to be made is FDA, right? And you know, really, that's what the two most important departments of many pharmaceutical companies, arguably all, are regulatory affairs and IP, not R&D, right? Because one is artificial scarcity regulation, which jacks up the price, and the other is artificial scarcity patent, which allows people to maintain the high price, right? So this entire thing is just like, you know, college education. These things may at some point be a good concept, but the price has just risen and risen and risen until it's at the limit price and beyond. Okay, so what has changed? What's changed is in the 2010s, the late 2000s, and 2010s, and so on, with the advent of social media, with the advent of a bunch of millionaires like who are independent, with the advent of Uber and Airbnb, right? With the advent of cryptocurrency, with the diminution of trust in institutions, it used to be really taboo to even talk about the FDA as potentially bad in like 2010, 2009, okay? But now people have just seen faceplant after faceplant by the institutions, and people are much more open to the concept that they may actually not have it all together. And I think it's you probably see some tracking or something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a 20 or 30 point drop after the CDC failed to control disease and the FDA failed, and the entire biomedical regulatory establishment, scientific establishment, saying masks don't work before they do. This was just a train crash of all the things that you're paying for that you're supposedly good. As I mentioned, one response is to go QAnon, and people will say, oh, don't trust anything. Better response is decentralization. So I will say one other thing, which is I mentioned this concept of improving Form 3500B, where you like scan. Go ahead.
No, yeah, right. That just makes me laugh. I could just tell the form sucks by the fact that it has that code name.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Exactly, right?
UX is broken at every layer.
Yeah. So they have a bad Yelp for drugs. Could we make a better one? We could make a better one. Just modern UX. The key insight here, by the way, which is a non-obvious one, and I've got a whole talk on this actually that I should probably release. I actually did like almost 8-9 years ago. It's called Regulation is Information. Product quality is digital signal. Okay, what do I mean by that? Basically, when I talk about exit the Fed, that's the crypto economy, right? What does exit the FDA look like? Well, one key insight is that many of the big scale tech companies can be thought of as cloud regulators rather than land regulators. What do I mean by that? Well, first, what is regulation? People do want a regulated marketplace. They want A, quality ratings, like on a 1 to 5 star scale, and B, bans of bad actors, like the 0-star frauds and scammers and so on. And these are distinct, right? Somebody who's like a low quality but well-intentioned person is different than a smart and evil person. Those are two different kinds of failure modes you could have in a marketplace, right? Why is it rational for people to want a regulated marketplace, especially for health? Because they want to pay essentially one entry cost, and then they don't have to evaluate everything separately, where they may not have the technical information to do that, right? You don't want to go to Starbucks and put a dipstick into every coffee to see if it's poisoned or something like that. You sort of want to enter a zone where you know things are basically good, and you pay that one diligence cost from the zone itself, right? Whether it's a digital or physical zone, and then the regulators take care of it, and they've baked in the regulatory cost into some subscription fee of something, right? So the thing is, the model we've talked about is the land regulator of a nation state, a territorially bounded thing. But the cloud regulator is a cloud regulator. That is Amazon star ratings, that's Yelp, that is eBay, that is Airbnb, that's Uber, and Lyft, and so on and so forth. It's also actually Gmail and Google. Why? Because you're doing spam filtering, and you are doing ranking of the priority inbox, right? With Google itself, they ban malware links, right? So the bad actors are out, and they're ranking, right? How about Apple, the App Store, right? They ban bad actors, and they do star ratings. When you start actually applying this lens, PayPal, they've got a reputation. Every single web service that's at the scale of like tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people has had to build a cloud regulator. And the crucial thing is it scales across borders. So you can use the data from Mexico to help somebody in Moldova or vice versa, right? Because it's fundamentally international, right? Those ratings, you have a network effect. And there's another aspect to it, which is these are better regulators than the land regulators. For example, Uber is a better regulator than the taxi medallions. Why? Every ride is GPS tracked. There's ratings on both the driver and the passenger side. Both parties, know that payment can't be rendered in a standard currency, right? If you have below a certain star rating on either side, you get deplatformed and so on to protect either rider or driver, and on, right? What does that do? Think about how much better that is than taxi medallions. Rather than a 6-month or annual inspection, you have reports from every single rider. Okay, before Uber, it was the taxi drivers and taxi regulators were in a little monopoly locally. Okay, because they were the persistent actors, and these taxi riders had nothing in common, didn't even know each other. Some, in New York, some guy gets a taxi, another guy, they had no way to communicate with each other. So the persistent actors in these were the regulators and the drivers, and they had this cozy kind of thing, and medallion prices just kept going up, and this was a sort of collaboration of artificial scarcity. Afterwards, with Uber and Lyft and other entrants, you get something interesting, a different kind of regulator-driver fusion. If you assume regulatory capture exists and lean into it, Uber is the new regulator, and Uber drivers are the drivers. Lyft is the competing regulator, and Lyft drivers are the drivers. Okay, so you have a regulator-driver fusion versus another regulator-driver fusion. You no longer have a monopoly. You have full parties. Okay, you have a market. This is the concept of like polycentric law, right, where you have multiple different legal regimes in the same jurisdiction overlapping that you can choose between with a tap of a button. All these concepts from like libertarian theory, like polycentric law or constituency, all these things are becoming more possible now that the internet has increased microeconomic leverage, and because that makes it now possible. Now, you may argue, Lyft and Uber, they're not profitable anymore, and there's different criticisms of them. One is, they're not profitable, or they're charging too much. And I think part of this is because of certain kinds of the regulatory state is caught up to try to make them uncompetitive. For example, they don't allow people in some states to identify themselves as independent contractors, even if they are. Okay. There's various other kinds of rules and regulations, even Austin for wild use, even banned. Net, like Uber, Grab, Gojek, Lyft, Didi, like rideshare as a concept is now out there. And whatever the next version is, self-driving, like it's like a very hard-fought battle, and the regulatory state keeps trying to push things back into the garage. This is a fundamentally better way of just doing regulation of taxis. Similarly, Airbnb for hotels. I mean, it's basically the same thing. Right? And Airbnb is competition. I think that it would be good to have like competition for them. There are other kinds of sites. But the fundamental concept of cloud regulator now will apply here. Once you realize that regulation is information, the way you would set up a competitor to FDA or SEC or FAA or something like that is you just do better reviews. If you just start with that, that's pure information. You're under free speech. That's like still, the most defended thing. Literally just publishing reviews. And not just by any person. It turns out that FDA typically will use expert panels. It's like professors from Harvard or things like that. So what that is this concept of a reputational bridge. What you want to do is you want to have folks who are, let's say, biotech entrepreneurs, or they're profs like Sinclair or what have you. You do want to have the reviews of the crowd. Okay. You also want to have, especially in medicine, you want to have reviews of experts of some kind. So there's going to be defectors from current establishments. Okay, just like there are profs who defected from computer science academia to become librarians or whatever. They weren't profs, they were grad students, right? The same way you'll have defectors who have the credentials from the old one, but can build a career. Just like there's folks from Wall Street who come into computer and help legitimate it, right? Just like there's folks who have Salzburger to come to Substack. Okay, we have these folks who, by defecting, they help, and then they're also supplemented by all this new talent coming in, right? That combination of things is how you build a system. It's not completely by itself, or is it trying to reform with some fusion? Okay, so in this new system, you have like the most entrepreneurial and innovative MPs. You have the most entrepreneurial and innovative professors, and you have founders of actual products, and they are giving open source reviews of these products, and they're also building, they're community that will say, look, we want this new drug, or we want this new treatment, or we want this new device, and we're willing to crowdfund 10,000 units. So please give us the thing, and we'll write a very fair review of it, and also evaluate it as a community and so on. So you turn these people from just passive patients into active participants in their health. That's a community part. They've got the kind of biomedical technical leadership there. Now, what is the kind of prototype of something like this? Something like VitaDAO is very interesting. Things like molecule DAO are interesting. You'll start with things like longevity, right? And why is that? Because the entire model of FDA, this 20th century model, is wait for somebody to have a disease and then try to cure it. Okay? Versus, saying an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? Why are we not actually tracking folks and getting a constant dashboard yourself so you can see whether things are working? And then you deal with it just like you've got to start with 10 things. You don't wait necessarily for the site to go down. You start seeing, response rates are spiking, to add more servers, right? You have support. Okay. Even 10 years ago, there's this article called Measured Man in the Atlantic. This guy, physicist, Larry Smith, okay? What he was doing is he was essentially doing a bunch of measurements himself. And he was finding that there were predictors of inflammation that were spiking. He went to the doctor, showed the charts, and the doctor was like, I can't do anything with this. Then that turned out to be a early warning of like a serious condition that you have to go like surgery or something. And he was starting to think, well, look, the way that we're treating medicine right now is it's not quite like pre-germ theory of disease, but it is pre-continuous diagnostics. Okay, continuous diagnostics, just to talk about this for a second, this is, I mentioned one angle on which you go after FDA, which is like the better phase 4, right? I mentioned the concept of better reviews in general, okay? I mentioned VitaDAO, which is like a community that is going after longevity. Let's talk about continuous diagnostics. So basically, we know better what's going on in Bangalore, Budapest, and that's actually insane to think about this stuff that, it's all the other sound world, that's what else, but, no leadership about what's going on, right? And that's starting to change with all the qualified self-tests, hundreds and millions of Apple Watches and Fitbits and stuff, right? You're also starting to see continuous glucose meters, which is very important. You're starting to get your readouts. People are saying, wow, this is spiking my insulin, or this is spiking my blood sugar. And it might be something you didn't predict. For some people, banana isn't a big deal for others. It's actually quite bad for them. What happens when you extend that? Well, about 10 years ago, a guy, Mike Snyder, professor at Stanford, did something called Intergroup, where he threw the kitchen sink all the diagnoses he could of himself over a period of, I think, a few weeks or a few months, to get the exact duration. He's able to do things where he could see, during that period, he got a cold or something, and he could see in the expression data, that he was getting sick before he felt sick. He could also see that viral infection, made him develop diabetes symptoms, if I'm remembering it. So you can see, wait a second, there are things that are that I can see in my readouts that I believe
This athleticism, folks.
Interpretation.
Yeah, this is like a phoenix rising from the ashes.
And moreover, he continued, I don't think he did this, but if you took treatments, if you took drugs, right, you could actually show what your steady state was if you tracked it, show what your disease state or sick state was, and then this drug pushes you back into non-disease state. You could actually get a quantitative readout of what, like the steady state was, right? So that, and that steady state, your expression levels across all these genes, your small molecules, basically everything you can measure, that's going to vary from person to person, right? What's healthy and natural for you may be a different baseline than for me. For example, people who are, a small example, people who are South Asian who have dark skin tend to have vitamin D deficiency. Why? Because we need a lot of sunlight. So often in some tapping industry. So what do? Take actually significant vitamin D deficiency. Okay, that's like a small example for baseline different between people. Okay, so continuous diagnostics. What could that mean? It could mean things like the continuous glucose meter. It's quantified self. It's like continuous blood testing, right? So you have a phlebotomist. This is something which phlebotomist takes blood, right? Will come to your office, come to your remote office. This is a great visit for people. I think you can revisit this in 2022. People tried this in the 2010s with things we were visiting. Multiple botanist comes every week or every month, takes blood, runs every test, right? Maybe that's, you know, a few $1,000s a year, maybe eventually a few $100s a year. And that's expensive in some ways. But boy, that's better health insurance than other ways.
Yeah, that's it. So one, there's a bunch of companies that do this, and actually, it's what it's a company called Inside Tracker, who's sponsoring this podcast. They do it, but the reason I really appreciate them, they're the first ones that introduced me to like how easy it is, but it's also depressing how little information exactly is beautifully put once again, how little information we have about our own body in a continuous sense.
Yes.
And actually, also sadly, even with Inside Tracker, if they collect that data, how not integrated that data is with everything else.
Right.
If I wanted to opt in, I would I get it just like ripping up the top of my head, but I would like Google Maps to know what's going on inside my body.
That's right.
Maybe I can't get to it at first why that application is useful, but that could be incredible. Like that's where the entrepreneurial spirit builds. Is like, what can I do with that data? Can I make the trip more or less stressful for you and adjust it to that?
That's right. So, I mean, one of the things about this movie is because there are so many movies made about Theranos, okay, that's one of the reasons why people sort of being scared off from doing diagnostics to some extent, okay? Why? Pieces are like, oh, it's Theranos. Like, the diligence and everything, and blood test, one drop of blood, how hurts the recruiting. Essentially, a lot of the media and stuff around that basically has pathologized the thing that we want to have more interest in, right? Now, you know, one way of thinking about it is FDA is killing way more people than therapists, all right? Way more. Just take drug liability, okay? Whenever you have a drug that works and reduces morbidity and mortality after it's actually generated, what was delayed months or years, the integral of that curve is the excess morbidity and mortality attributable to FDA's drug liability. You could go back and do that study across lots and lots of different drugs, and you'd probably find quite a lot. Alex Tabarrok and others have written on this, right? Daniel Hender's written on this, okay? That's just like one example. I mean, I gave the pandemic example, the fact that they held up the EUAs for the tests and did the challenge trials. That's like, you know, that's like 1 million American death that could have been orders of magnitude less if we had gotten the vaccine out to vulnerable populations, okay? So you're talking about something that has a total monopoly on global health. And, you know, you can't know what it is without that unless you have zones that are FDA free, but that have some form of regulation. As I mentioned, it's a V3. It's not going back to zero regulation by moving it yourself, but it's a more regulator, just like Uber is a better regulator than the taxi medallions.
Yeah, I mean, you're painting such an incredible picture. But
there are a bunch of people who treated something like that after the pandemic. Whatever, go ahead.
Is that possible? Like, if you were just given, if you became a date, could you push for those kinds of changes, or is that really something that's not the same thing?
The short answer is, and the longer answer is meaning.
Well, like short answer is no.
So basically, a CEO of a company, it's very difficult. They can't hire anyone, right? So in theory, they can do surgery on the organism, and like Steve Jobs took over Apple, and able to hire and fire, raise money, do this, that. He basically had root over Apple. Like he was a system administrator, right? He had full permissions. Okay. As FDA commissioner, you do not have full permissions over FDA, let alone like the whole structure around it, right? If you're FDA commissioner, you are not the CEO of the agency. Okay. Lots of these folks there have career tenure. They can't be fired. They can't even really be disciplined. There's something called the Douglas factors. You ever heard of the Douglas factors? It's like the Miranda rights for federal employees. Okay, you have the right to citizenship. So basically, if you've heard that federal employees can't be fired, the Douglas factors are how that's actually operational. When you try to fire somebody, it's this whole process where they get to appeal it, and they're sitting in the office while you're trying to fire them, and they're complaining to everybody around them that this guy's trying to fire me, he's a bad guy, right? And everybody around, even if they may think that guy is doing a bad job, like, wait a second, he's trying to fire you, he might try to fire me too. And so anybody who tries to fire somebody at FDA just gets a faithful led for their troubles. What they intend to do is to transfer somebody to basement or something so they don't have to deal with them if they're truly bad. Okay, but the thing about this is there is only one caveat. Douglas factor number 8: the notoriety of defense or its impact upon the reputation of the agency. There's that word again: reputation of power. So the one way you can truly screw up within a regulatory bureaucracy is if you sort of endanger the annual budget. Think of it as like this mini Death Star that's coming to dock against the max Death Star for its annual refuel. And it's talking about all the criminals that it's prosecuted, the quotas, like the police quotas, the ticketing, and if they don't have a crisis, they will invent one. Just like TSA, just like other agencies you're more familiar with, you can kind of map it back and look at the guns and drugs we've seen. And the incentive for creating these crises or manufacturing or exaggerating. And if you endanger that refueling, that annual budget or what have you, then the whole agency will basically be like, okay, you're bad, you can be disciplined, or sometimes rare exception. But what it means is that FDA commissioner is actually a white elephant. It's a ceremonial, really, right? The term white elephant is like basically, the Maharaja gives you a white elephant. Seems great. Next day, it's eaten all of your grass. It's pooped on your lawn. It has just put a foot on your car and smashed it. But you can't give it away. It's a white elephant. Maharaja gave it to you, right? That's what being FDA commissioner is. It's the kind of thing where and a lot of people are drawn in moths to the flame for these titles of the establishment. I want to be head of this, I want to be head of that, right? And really what it is, it's becoming head of Kazakhstan in the mid-1980s in the Soviet Union. Kazakhstan is the czar, right? Soviet Socialist Republic. Before the things from the position, right? In many ways, becoming, folks were just totally satisfied getting these positions. But a lot of merit, all the folks with merit are kind of leaving the government, going into attack or right? So even if these agencies are hollow before, and some of these are becoming hollower because they have less talent there, right? So you can't hire very easily. You can hire, you can't really fire. B, a lot of talent has left the building, goes there. C, we're entering the decentralizing era. And D, be like Satoshi. Satoshi founded Bitcoin because he knew you could not reform the town. There's everybody's trying to go and reform. The reason trying to reform is we haven't figured out the mechanism, and now perhaps we have. So I named a few, right? I'll name one more. Related to fitness is actually the back door to a lot of medicine. Okay, why is that? You go to any conference, it could be neurology, it could be cardiology. You'll find somebody who's giving a talk that says something comprehensive. Fitness is the ultimate. Maybe not today, people are saying, fat food, but not too many years ago, seasons of people saying fitness is the ultimate drug. If we could just prescribe fitness in a pill, that would improve your cardiovascular function, your neurological function, your depression.
By the way, in that case, they use the word drug is medicine. So
medicine, yeah. Sure.
Fitness is the ultimate medicine.
Yeah, the ultimate medicine, right? So if they could just prescribe the effects of it, it's just just massive effect, right? You're fit enough, you do resistance training, it helps with preventive diabetes, every kind of thing in the world you see a significant treatment. Yet your fitness is your own responsibility. You go to some gym, 24-hour fitness, what do they have? They have the wall exhortations, your body is your responsibility, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
And, go ahead, but
it's hilarious. Yes.
It's funny, it's true, right?
Yeah, it's funny.
And so your fitness, your diet, that's your responsibility. But when you go into a doctor's office, suddenly it becomes lie back. Okay, suddenly you become passive. Suddenly, your doctor is Dr. Google. Well, your doctor must be a moron. You're going and trying to take care of yourself. You're feeling symptoms. Oh, how stupid you are. I have a medical degree. And that doctor, see, the thing is, if you come in and you self-diagnosed and you've done some of your research, if you're right, they're evil about it, they're undermined. And if you're wrong, they're haha, you're arrogant. But either way, if they've got this kind of mindset, they have to resist the patient taking care of themselves and let the doctors jump, right? And they're kind of taught to behave like this, many of them. So what that means then is that intervention, that 15 or 30 minute with the doctor, whatever drug they prescribe better hit beforehand to put you back on the straight and narrow. Because that's only with you for like a few seconds, a few minutes, or whatever. Doctors for a few minutes. The drugs only, some drugs are very powerful. So they actually do work like this. But your fitness is your own responsibility, and that's a continuing forcing function every day. And again, we get back to decentralization, right? The decentralization responsibility from somebody thinking self-directly as a patient to an active participant in their own health, who's doing their own monitoring of their own health, right, and logging all of their stuff, who's eating, properly and looking at the effect of their diet on things like their continuous glucose monitor as a V1, but other things, right? Who is, as fit as they can possibly be, like, kind of obvious things. But why is this the factor in medicine? Because since he only regulates those things that are meant to diagnose and treat disease, all the stuff that is meant to improve an otherwise healthy person is potentially out of the purview. Supplements are one interesting aspect that they were carved out in the mid-90s, and that's why the supplement industry is big, because the FDA isn't